A man was walking up a temple in the mountains. The man said that after years of training, he had finally made it, and the moment had finally arrived. He was entering the gate of gods. The man said that after going beyond that gate, he would become the one to stand above all, and he announced that he was going in. The man furrowed his eyebrows when he noticed something. The gate wasn't opening up, so he cursed in front of it, ordering it to open up for him and saying that he wouldn't be stepping down. The man was surprised when suddenly the gate emitted an electric-like energy. The man was blown away as the gate exploded. A voice called the man, who was an immortal named Wu Zhangyi, and Wu Zhangyi was so surprised that he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The heavenly swords of calamity were looming above him. The swords immediately charged towards him, and Wu Zhangyi was taken aback. There was a huge explosion, causing the rocks in the area to break. Wu Zhangyi was injured, and he was falling down, away from the gate. Despair filled his eyes as he wondered why he couldn't break through the last barrier. The voice told Wu Zhangyi that although he had the power of an immortal emperor, after looking into the depths of his conscience, they saw that he still had some regrets left in his heart from his past life, which he still blamed himself every single day for. So in order to ascend to the peak of immortality, he must eliminate them from their roots, and only would his mind and soul be free from the shackles of mortal feelings, and he would be able to ascend to the realm of God. As Wu Zhangyi continued to fall, lightning struck him, and he was undergoing the heavenly tribulation. He coughed up blood, and he groaned in pain as he continued to undergo the heavenly tribulation. The lightning struck an area in the city near a university. Meanwhile, a blonde guy was punching another guy. The guy who was just punched was named Zhangyi, and as he spurted out blood, a girl called out his name with concern, and she came running towards him. The girl asked Zhangyi if he was alright while he was lying down on the floor. The girl was named Yu Yao, and the blonde guy, whose name was Lai Qiang, called her his sweet, naive girl. He told her to open her eyes and see for herself that the man she cared so much about was nothing more than an impotent, skinny bastard. He told her to look at Zhangyi's fragile body, which didn't even look like a man, so he questioned how Yu Yao could think that Zhangyi was better than him, asking if she didn't feel embarrassed when she hung out with Zhangyi, a loser. Lai Qiang's friends also agreed with him, saying that Yu Yao should hang out with Lai Qiang and leave Zhangyi on his own because they were a perfect match for each other. But Yu Yao told Lai Qiang that in her heart, Zhangyi was a way better person than him, which made Lai Qiang mad. Zhangyi spoke, and he called Yu Yao, which surprised her. She quickly turned to Zhangyi and asked him how his head was and if he could get up. Zhangyi was having a hard time standing up, and he tried to express what he was feeling. Zhangyi's eyes glowed, and in his mind, he cursed those damned heavens as they struck him with the most powerful tribulation, the strongest divine calamity, because he was the immortal Wu Zhangyi who had returned to the college days of his previous life. Wu Zhangyi looked at Yu Yao, who had been worriedly looking at him, and he called her name in a questioning tone. He embraced Yu Yao, and she was surprised. She was so surprised that she froze and wasn't able to return the embrace. Lai Qiang's friends became mad, cursing Wu Zhangyi for actually daring to embrace their school goddess in front of them, and they wondered when he had become so courageous to dare mock Lai Qiang. They told Wu Zhangyi to get ready to get crippled for his whole life. Meanwhile, Wu Zhangyi was glad that it was really Yu Yao, and he embraced her tightly, not paying attention to Lai Qiang and his friends. Wu Zhangyi felt relieved, saying that it was great to see her again, and he promised that at that time he wasn't going to let anything happen to her. Lai Qiang was enraged by what Wu Zhangyi did, and he ordered him to get his filthy hands off Yu Yao immediately, or he was going to rip his hands off his body. Wu Zhangyi let go of Yu Yao, and he turned to address Lai Qiang. He told Lai Qiang that since he was in a good mood, he was only going to say it once, and he told them to scram. Lai Qiang was surprised by what Wu Zhangyi said. Lai Qiang's friends questioned what the hell was wrong with Wu Zhangyi and why he had suddenly acted all brave and mighty when he had been just a timid and spineless chicken. They reprimanded Wu Zhangyi for having the guts to say those words to Lai Qiang, and they told him that he wasn't going to walk out of that place on his own two legs. Lai Qiang picked up a brick on the ground, and he told Yu Yao that she shouldn't blame him for what was about to happen next. Lai Qiang charged forward, laughing maniacally, and as he called Wu Zhangyi a lowlife worm, he said that Wu Zhangyi dared to provoke him, so there was no way that he was going to let him off the hook that day. He declared that he was going to smash Wu Zhangyi's pathetic face into a pulp. Yu Yao stood in front of Wu Zhangyi, telling Lai Qiang to stop because hurting people on campus was against the rules, and as she was telling Lai Qiang to leave Wu Zhangyi alone, she stopped mid-sentence. Wu Zhangyi stopped her by playfully poking her in the cheeks and calling her name. Wu Zhangyi smiled as he told Yu Yao to relax, and he told her to let him handle the mundane ants because from that day forward, it was his turn to protect her. Yu Yao was moved by what Wu Zhangyi had said. On the other hand, Lai Qiang was extremely mad, so he ordered his friends to kill Wu Zhangyi by beating him to death. One of Lai Qiang's friends tried to punch Wu Zhangyi in the face, but Wu Zhangyi effortlessly evaded it. Wu Zhangyi quickly moved his hand to punch his enemy in the gut, who spurted out blood. The other guy jumped into the air to attack Wu Zhangyi, but Wu Zhangyi saw it coming. Wu Zhangyi used the shoulder of the guy in front of him as the driving force. Wu Zhangyi jumped over the first guy's body and delivered a kick to the face of the guy who was up in the air. The guy was blown away, and his body was dragged to the floor. Lai Qiang was so surprised by what he had witnessed. He was surprised when Wu Zhangyi taunted him. Lai Qiang cursed as he called his friends a bunch of useless dogs who couldn't even handle a nerd, and he declared that he was going to take care of Wu Zhangyi by himself as he jumped in the air with the brick still in his hand. Wu Zhangyi was unfazed, and he just stood in place. And as Lai Qiang got close, he simply took a side step to evade his attack. Lai Qiang was so surprised by what just happened. Wu Zhangyi grabbed Lai Qiang by his collar, and with all his might, he smashed Lai Qiang into the ground. Smoke dispersed and rose over the campus walls. There was no visibility as smoke filled the area. As the smoke dissipated, Lai Qiang could be seen lying on the ground with blood oozing out of his mouth. Wu Zhangyi stepped on his face, and all he could do was groan in pain. Wu Zhangyi removed his glasses to clean them, and he told enemies to listen well because he doesn't like to repeat himself, and he declared that Yu Yao was his woman. He crouched down, and he smiled as he said that starting that day, they better stay away from him and Yu Yao because if they don't, he is going to make them experience pain like never before. He confirmed with them if they were clear. Lai Qiang was mad, and he cursed at Wu Zhangyi, telling him to get his disgusting feet off his face immediately, and to not forget who he was. Wu Zhangyi was amused, and he mockingly asked Lai Qiang if he minded telling him who he was. Wu Zhangyi reminisced that there was a time when he was a complete failure, and it all started when he was just a young and rightful man. And when he saw a girl getting brutally beaten by some people, without thinking twice, he jumped in to save the girl. But little did he know the person who he was going against was the richest kid of his generation, Sun Jiang. Later, the girl actually completely denied the fact of being bullied and even fraternized with Sun Jiang. But proving him wrong in everyone's eyes was not enough for them. So while Wu Zhangyi helplessly watched and called out for his father, Sun Jiang's group crippled his father. Despair filled Wu Zhangyi's eyes, and after that incident, everyone called him crap, trash, and a loser who got his father crippled. And with that, his personality drastically changed, becoming a timid and anxious person who was often bullied by others. But while Wu Zhangyi was trapped in his dark world, Yu Yao reached out to him and grabbed his hand. She smiled brightly at him, and she never gave up on him. Yu Yao and Wu Zhangyi entered Dongshan University together, and although he was at his lowest point in his life, because of her continuous support, everything seemed to be getting better again. Suddenly, Wu Zhangyi had to squeeze his way through the crowd to see what was going on. And as he made his way up front, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Yu Yao's lifeless body was on the ground. Lying in her own pool of blood, she was backstabbed by her own best friend. And in the process of struggling not to let other people touch her body, she resolutely committed suicide by jumping off the building to protect her maidenhood. Just when Wu Zhangyi thought that life was going to get better, the last and only ray of hope in his life was taken away from him, and he fell into despair, crying his heart out. He was drowning in his own tears, and several years passed in despair and pain until he accidentally stepped into the ancient transmission array. Wu Zhangyi got transported to a world of countless divine wonders where a weak person like him could gain strength through intensive training. Wu Zhangyi didn't know if it was luck or fate, but while he was venturing into that world, he stumbled upon a book containing all the supreme martial arts techniques of the 10,000 ancient races of that world. In that world, Wu Zhangyi finally found the power to take his revenge, so he swore to himself that he would keep cultivating himself until he became the God Emperor. He broke through all the barriers of cultivation to go back for revenge. But when Wu Zhangyi thought he was strong enough to break the fairy door, he failed. But he didn't expect to be reincarnated and returned to the time where it all started, Dongshan University. Suddenly, Wu Zhangyi woke up from reminiscing when somebody called his name. It was Yu Yao, and while Lai Qiang was running away, threatening Wu Zhangyi that he would take care of him next time, Yu Yao asked him if he was alright. Yu Yao asked Wu Zhangyi why it felt like he had become different. Wu Zhangyi smiled brightly, and he told Yu Yao that no matter how much he changed, the Zhangyi that she knew would always and forever stay the same for her. Suddenly, a girl came in, and she was disappointed with what she saw, calling him a disgusting hagfish. The girl was named Ju Hui. She said that looking at the crowd around her, she thought that it was something big, but she didn't know it was Wu Zhangyi, and she called him a loser. But Wu Zhangyi did not get mad. He simply apologized to her for upsetting her heart. Yu Yao defended Wu Zhangyi, and she told Ju Hui not to talk about him like that because he was a very great person. But Ju Hui just clicked her tongue and continued to call Wu Zhangyi a loser. Ju Hui reminded Yu Yao about Mr. Zheng's party the next day, where they were invited, and she told her not to waste her time there and to go home early and prepare for the party. But Yu Yao told her that she hadn't even decided whether to go or not. Wu Zhangyi's eyes glimmered when he heard about the party, and he was reminded of Yu Yao's lifeless body on the ground. Wu Zhangyi was telling Yu Yao to wait when suddenly the palm of his hand glowed purple. While Yu Yao asked him if he didn't want her to go to the party, Wu Zhangyi recognized the light as Hengmeng Zai Kai, and he realized that everything was different this time around. Wu Zhangyi relaxed, and he told Yu Yao that she could go to the party, and it was okay because it was a good way to get to know more people and make new friends. So Yu Yao decided that she would go. Yu Yao told Wu Zhangyi that she would go back to the dormitory first, so he should head back too and go to bed early, to which Wu Zhangyi agreed. With a purple glow in his eyes, Wu Zhangyi thought that he would never let the tragedy happen again that time around. In a park, Wu Zhangyi was cultivating the Hengmeng Zai Kai, the origin of the power source of the unopened world of chaos. It was a legendary treasure that every immortal extremely desired to have and fight for. And Wu Zhangyi only got a glimpse of it when he was struck by the heavenly tribulation, so he never expected to be able to refine it in that space and time. Wu Zhangyi opened his eyes as he finished meditating. He looked at the palm of his hand and said that he modified the Ren Wang Ju technique in a way that he could recultivate the emperor body with the power of Hengmeng Zai Kai. Wu Zhangyi clenched his fist, and he said that after cultivating that new emperor body, even the strongest heavenly calamity wouldn't be able to harm a hair on his head. However, Wu Zhangyi was only able to break into its first layer because the earth's spiritual energy was thin, and after cultivating into the first layer, he was afraid that further cultivation of the emperor body was going to be a very difficult task. Wu Zhangyi noticed something. He could sense a strong spiritual fluctuation around him, and he recognized it as an ancient martial art. Meanwhile, an old man named Zialao coughed up blood, and his men were worried about him, asking him if he was all right. There was an ominous aura around Zialao, and he told those people that they didn't understand. His eyes glimmered as he turned to look at them. With a sinister aura around him, Zialao grabbed the face of one of the men, and he asked for spiritual power over and over again. Zialao's eyes were bloodshot as he demanded that he wanted more spiritual power. One of the men realized that they were not in a good situation as Zialao had gone crazy, so he ordered someone to quickly go and bring Mr. Wu there. But suddenly, Wu Zhangyi came into the scene, and he saved the man from Zialao's grasp, and he managed to push him away without much effort. Zialao skidded on the pavement as he got pushed backward. Wu Zhangyi told Zialao that the method he practiced was not suitable for him, so if he continued to practice it, he would break his tendons and become disabled, and if it got even the slightest bit more serious, he would lose his life. On the other hand, Xiao sensed Wu Zhangyi's Kai, and he recognized that it was so pure and strong. Xiao charged to attack Wu Zhangyi, asking him to let him have his Kai, and he declared that on that day he would finally quench his thirst for power. But Xiao's punch didn't push through, as a strong aura blocked his attack. Xiao was surprised. Wu Zhangyi smiled gently at Xiao, and he told him that it must be fate that they met that day. Wu Zhangyi swiftly went behind Xiao, and he said that he would help him. Wu Zhangyi hit Xiao at the back of his neck and pressed a few points on his chest. Xiao lost consciousness, and Wu Zhangyi caught him so he wouldn't fall to the ground. Wu Zhangyi said that, just as he expected, the method of cultivation Xiao had been using was only a basic breathing technique, and when a person cultivates to a certain level, that method can no longer help them to eliminate the impurities the body discharges after absorbing the spiritual power, and as a result, Xiao loses his sanity. Suddenly, a man came from behind Wu Zhangyi and attacked him, calling him just an arrogant brat. But without even looking back, Wu Zhangyi hit the man with his fist, and the man quickly tumbled to the ground. Still not looking back, Wu Zhangyi told the man to back off. The man was named Wu Gang, and he was about to get mad and attack Wu Zhangyi again. But someone called his name. Wu Zhangyi was applying his Kai to Xiao's body. Xiao's eyes were no longer bloodshot, and he seemed to have regained his sanity as he told Wu Gang to watch his tongue. Xiao was the one who told Wu Gang to watch his tongue. Wu Gang tried to reason with Xiao, but he was told to stand down. Xiao got up. Xiao introduced himself as Zia Guoxing. his full name, and he told Wu Zhangyi that he did not expect to lose his sanity while practicing that day, so he was really grateful to him for helping him in time. Wu Zhangyi told him not to worry and that he was being too polite towards him. Wu Zhangyi told Xie Guoqing that he believed that their meeting each other that day was the work of fate. Wu Zhangyi told Xie Guoqing that, if he was not wrong, he had an old internal injury that he was still suffering from, so his cultivation method was hazardous to his health. Xie Guoqing was speechless. Wu Zhangyi told him that if he continued to practice his cultivation method, he might lose his life. There was a moment of silence. Wu Gang wondered what the origin of Wu Zhangyi was because, with just one glance, he was able to find out about Xie Guoqing's old injury. Xie Guoqing asked Wu Zhangyi if there was any cure for him. Wu Zhangyi's face darkened, and he was not able to answer immediately. He smiled and said that if the method was not suitable for Xie Guoqing, they just simply had to modify it. So Wu Zhangyi asked Xie Guoqing to give him his cultivation method so he could modify it for him if he was alright with it. Xie Guoqing was surprised when he heard that Wu Zhangyi could modify his cultivation method, and in his mind, he wondered what Wu Zhangyi was saying, as he couldn't believe that anyone could modify the technique that had been passed down from countless generations. Noticing his reaction, Wu Zhangyi asked Xie Guoqing if he didn't believe him, and Xie Guoqing was speechless. Xie Guoqing gave it some thought, and he realized that the Xie family still needed his support, and perhaps Wu Zhangyi was sent by the heavens to help him. Xie Guoqing decided to give it a try. Xie Guoqing told Wu Zhangyi that he believed him, and as he handed him the book of his cultivation method, Xie Guoqing requested that Wu Zhangyi help him with his wisdom. Wu Zhangyi quickly flipped through the book, and he said that it was just as he expected. Wu Zhangyi rolled the book and placed it in his pocket, while he told Xie Guoqing not to worry because he knew the knack of that technique, so it was easy to modify it. Wu Zhangyi told Xie Guoqing that he left first and that he would contact him as soon as the technique was modified, and Xie Guoqing bowed down to him, saying that he looked forward to hearing from him while calling him sir. As Wu Zhangyi left, Wu Gang immediately asked Xie Guoqing if it was really okay to believe someone whom they had just met a few moments ago. He even gave him his family's secret arts, which were something he had been very attached to. Xie Guoqing told Wu Gang that it was fine because, in the eyes of a master of Wu Zhangyi's level, his set of martial arts techniques was merely a scrapbook. Wu Gang was surprised when he heard that Wu Zhangyi was actually a martial arts master. A few hours later, while a car was traveling through the road, Wu Gang messaged Wu Zhangyi, politely calling him Mr. Zhang. He introduced himself as the one he defeated that morning in one move, and he told Wu Zhangyi that Xie Guoqing had ordered him to ask him if his secret book of martial arts had been modified or not. He asked if he was inconveniencing him. The one who was driving the car was Zhu Hui, and she didn't look pleased as she asked Yu Yao why she brought Wu Zhangyi with her when she didn't remember inviting him to that party. Wu Zhangyi said that he was Yu Yao's boyfriend, so it was only natural for him to accompany her to a party. In addition, Zhu Hui also invited some other guys, and Zhu Hui was surprised that Wu Zhangyi knew about it. Zhu Hui asked Yu Yao if she was really sure about having a relationship with Wu Zhangyi, and she said yes. Zhu Hui complained to Yu Yao about why her boyfriend had to be Wu Zhangyi, calling him a stinky guy, and she told her that she had better prepare a nice gift for her or else she was going to get really upset with her. While on the other hand, Wu Zhangyi replied to Wu Gang and told him that it was fine as he was on his way to the Ice King Entertainment and Leisure Center as they spoke, so he told him to come meet him there at room number 308, to which Wu Gang agreed. Wu Zhangyi smiled sinisterly as he told Zhu Hui not to worry because he had a big gift ready for her. Zhu Hui was amused when she heard what Wu Zhangyi said about a big gift, and she questioned if he could even afford one. Wu Zhangyi smiled brightly, and he told Zhu Hui that she would see. A few moments later, they arrived at the King Entertainment and Leisure Center, where two men were waiting outside. The man asked his bodyguard if he prepared everything as he ordered him before, and the bodyguard confirmed that everything was ready. Zhu Hui got off the car, and she waved at the man whose name was Zheng, and she told him to come and see who she brought, to which Zheng's bodyguard smirked and told him that he never missed his prey. With a sleazy look on his face, Zheng said that it looked like he was going to have a lot of fun that night. Zheng came to meet the group, and while Wu Zhangyi was opening the door for Yu Yao, Zheng said that he was long aware of Yu Yao's reputation as the most beautiful girl at Dongshan University, but he didn't expect to be fortunate enough to meet her that day. Zheng asked Yu Yao if he could have the honor to lead her to the VIP room, but Yu Yao was reluctant. On the other hand, Wu Zhangyi sighed as he thought that it was really annoying to see a hooligan pretending to be a gentleman. Wu Zhangyi swiftly extended his arm and shook Zheng, whose full name was Zheng Xiao, and told him that he was such a gentleman, which extremely surprised Zheng Xiao. Wu Zhangyi smiled brightly as he told Zhang Xiao that he didn't need to trouble himself because the room was not too far away from there, so he would take Yu Yao there, and Zhang Xiao was still surprised, wondering when Wu Zhangyi came in front of him. Wu Zhangyi introduced himself as Yu Yao's boyfriend, and as he asked if the eldest son of the owner of the Ice Royal Club would not be stingy if an extra person joined the party, Zhu Hui chimed in, and she told Wu Zhangyi to watch his tone because Zhang Xiao basically owns the club. Zhu Hui ordered Wu Zhangyi to release Zhang Xiao's hands already because he also had to greet other people. Zhang Xiao smiled politely, and he told Zhu Hui not to worry as it was fine because Wu Zhangyi was Yu Yao's suitor after all. But in his mind, he was calling Zhu Hui a useless who couldn't do anything properly, questioning why she brought Yu Yao's boyfriend there. Wu Zhangyi thanked Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao ushered them inside and showed them which way to go. While they were walking inside, Yu Yao said that she didn't expect Zhu Hui to invite her to a place like that, and she asked Wu Zhangyi if they should head back. But Wu Zhangyi told her not to worry because he was fine. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao was looking at the two of them as they got inside. He ordered his bodyguard to quickly go and check Wu Zhangyi's background and to also tell Wang Long to be on standby. Zhang Xiao said that if something happened, they would take care of it in their usual way, and the bodyguard told him not to worry because he would go and check Wu Zhangyi's background right away. A few moments later, at room number 308, the four of them were about to have a drink when Zhang Xiao asked Yu Yao when she got a boyfriend, as he didn't even know, and Yu Yao told him that she and Wu Zhangyi had known each other for a long time and that, in fact, they were deskmates before university. On the other hand, Wu Zhangyi was observing Zhu Hui as she poured the drinks, and he was wondering what she was doing. Remembering the past, Wu Zhangyi wondered if Zhu Hui could be mixing something in Yu Yao's drink. Zhu Hui finished pouring the drinks, and she said that they should stop talking about Wu Zhangyi. Wu Zhangyi smirked as he quickly swapped two drinks without anyone noticing. Zhu Hui gave everyone their drinks, and she said that Zhang Xiao let them party in his club that day, so they should have a toast for him. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao was urging Yu Yao to drink in his mind, and he thought that he couldn't wait to have fun with her. Wu Zhangyi simply watched as Yu Yao chugged the drink in her hand. Suddenly, a glass broke, and Wu Zhangyi thought that it was just as he expected. Someone was panting. It was Zhu Hui, and she was undressing herself, complaining that it was so hot and she didn't know why. Zhang Xiao was disappointed that Zhu Hui messed up again, and he said that it was a total waste when his bodyguard came into the room and told him that he had the information he asked for. The bodyguard whispered in Zhang Xiao's ear, telling him that Wu Zhangyi's family had no background and that Wu Zhangyi's father was just a non-entity. Zhang Xiao was pleased, and he said things would be easy peasy. He dropped a card on the table, and he called Wu Zhangyi's attention. Zhang Xiao told Wu Zhangyi that there was 100,000 in that card, and he ordered him to take the card and get out. Yu Yao was surprised, and she asked Zhang Xiao what the meaning of his actions was, and Zhang Xiao explained to her what he meant. Zhang Xiao proudly told Yu Yao that he wanted to buy her for a night for 100,000 from Wu Zhangyi, and that he was guessing that Wu Zhangyi, her poor dog boyfriend, would agree. Calling her Miss Campus Belle, Zhang Xiao asked Yu Yao what she thought her poor dog boyfriend would do. But he changed his mind, saying that he didn't have much of a choice there because, seeing so much money, he would probably make a wise choice. Yu Yao was about to get mad, but someone picked up the card from the table. It was Wu Zhangyi, and he raised up the card, inspecting it under the light. Yu Yao was completely surprised. Zhang Xiao laughed maniacally as he told Yu Yao to see for herself. Just as Zhang Xiao told Yu Yao that Wu Zhangyi sold her, Wu Zhangyi broke the card in his hand. Zhang Xiao was surprised by what Wu Zhangyi did, but he got more surprised when Wu Zhangyi pushed him on his chin using the palm of his hand. Yu Yao simply watched as things unfolded in front of her. Wu Zhangyi apologized to Zhang Xiao for disappointing him, and he asked him if he could shut the hell up. While Wu Zhangyi was grabbing him by the collar, Zhang Xiao quickly called for Wang Long and told him to hurry up and come inside immediately. Suddenly, Zhu Hui spoke. She warned Wu Zhangyi to let go of Zhang Xiao if he wanted to leave that place on his own two legs, and while Wu Zhangyi questioned her about letting Zhang Xiao go, Zhang Xiao kept on calling for Wang Long. Wu Zhangyi glared at Zhang Xiao, and he said that he was not going to let him go because he was going to make him pay for his sins slowly and painfully. Suddenly, the door swung open. A muscular man, who seemed to be Wang Long, came in laughing, and he asked who the hell had the balls to provoke Zhang Xiao on his turf. He was surprised when he saw Zhang Xiao and asked him why he was being picked up. Zhang Xiao quickly asked Wang Long why he was still standing there, and while he cursed, he ordered him to come and save him. Wu Zhangyi glanced to his side to see Wang Long. Wang Long started to walk forward, and he told Zhang Xiao to rest assured. He charged towards Wu Zhangyi to punch him, and while calling Wu Zhangyi a kid, He said that he would see what he was made of. Suddenly, Zheng Xiao was thrown, and he slammed against the wall on the other side of the room. Wu Zhangyi let go of Zheng Xiao to catch Wang Long's fist, and Wang Long was amused when he realized that Wu Zhangyi also knew some kung fu. Wu Zhangyi said nothing, and he simply glared at Wang Long. He went ahead and delivered a punch to Wang Long's gut. Wu Zhangyi's punch landed, but Wang Long looked unfazed. Wang Long proudly told Wu Zhangyi that a sloppy punch like that was not enough to even tickle his martial warrior's body. But Wu Zhangyi told him that a thick-headed buffoon like him would never understand the profoundness of real martial arts. Wang Long felt dizzy as Wu Zhangyi used his move, mind domination. Wu Zhangyi ordered Wang Long to leave the room and take away his dog with him, to which Wang Long quickly agreed while calling Wu Zhangyi his master. Wang Long went ahead to leave the room, picking up the other guy on his way out, and the other guy couldn't understand what was going on and what Wang Long was doing to him. He asked Wang Long what the hell he was doing when their boss, Zheng Xiao, still needed them, and he demanded for Wang Long to let go of him. Wu Zhangyi watched Wang Long attentively, but he was surprised when he noticed something. Zheng Xiao was pointing a gun at him from behind, and as Zheng Xiao called his name, he called him, saying that he never imagined that a nerd like him would know some martial arts moves. With a menacing look on his face, Zheng Xiao told Wu Zhangyi that he wanted to see if his martial arts could block a 9mm bullet. Wu Zhangyi was alarmed as he realized that he was not in a good situation because he already used up a huge amount of spiritual energy to heal Xie Guoqing that morning, so he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to use the Ren Wang Ju Sutra. While pointing a gun behind his head, Zheng Xiao called Wu Zhangyi a bastard and reminded him that he acted all superhero just earlier. Yu Yao's eyes widened in surprise at the scene, and she slowly picked up a bottle from the table. On the other hand, Zheng Xiao asked Wu Zhangyi what happened and why he couldn't speak. At that moment, Yu Yao raised the bottle. She hit the back of Zheng Xiao's head with that bottle, and Zheng Xiao groaned in pain. Yu Yao immediately told Wu Zhangyi to run, while Zheng Xiao was crouching with his hands on his head and was busy complaining that it hurt. Zheng Xiao was enraged and told Yu Yao and Wu Zhangyi that none of them could leave that room that day. But then, to his surprise, someone grabbed his right arm, and he was slammed into the wall face first. It was Wu Zhangyi, and while he was pinned down on the wall, Zheng Xiao kept on expressing his pain. Wu Zhangyi asked Zheng Xiao, whom he thought couldn't get out of that room that day. Zheng Xiao looked helpless as he tried to speak. He closed his eyes, and tears started to swell up in them. Suddenly, Zheng Xiao started to cry, pleading for Wu Zhangyi to let him go because he has a sick mother at home who needs him, and that pissed off Wu Zhangyi, who told him to shut up and not act like a victim. Meanwhile, two men in suits walked down the corridor. It was Zheng Xiao's father. He arrived in the VIP room where Zheng Xiao was being pinned on the wall, and with a cigar in his hand, he asked who was crying mommy and daddy there, ruining the Ice King's business, to which Zheng Xiao immediately responded by calling him dad. He was so surprised that he broke the cigar in his hand when he recognized Zheng Xiao. Zheng Xiao immediately asked his father for help, and he told him not to let go of the pair of bastards in the room. His father addressed Yu Yao and Wu Zhangyi, calling them little shits for daring to mess with his son on his turf, and as he asked them if they were looking for death, the other man in the suit behind him interrupted him, calling him manager. Zheng Xiao's father suddenly calmed down when he felt the hand on top of his head. The man was Wu Gang. He asked Zheng Xiao's father what he was doing, dilly-dallying around there when he asked him to find someone for him, and Zheng Xiao's father tried to reason out with him, saying that he was talking to his son, who seemed to be in trouble. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiao laughed and told Wu Zhangyi that he died because Wu Gang and his father were there, so he better let him go immediately. But to their surprise, Wu Zhangyi addressed Wu Gang casually and asked him what took him so long. Zheng Xiao laughed and asked Wu Zhangyi what happened. He asked if he was so frightened that he lost his mind and if he knew what kind of character Wu Gang was. But Wu Gang recognized Wu Zhangyi and addressed him politely. Wu Gang even bowed to Wu Zhangyi, apologizing for being late, and he said that Xie Guoqing couldn't come, so he sent him to pick him up. Both Zheng Xiao and his father were surprised. When Zheng Xiao's father recognized Xie Guoqing of the Lingnan Xie family, he couldn't help but wonder what the identity of Wu Zhangyi was. Zheng Xiao's father heard Wu Zhangyi tell Wu Gang that although he controlled everything, now Zheng Xiao's father was there too, so things got more complicated. And Wu Gang told him not to worry and let him handle things from there, which made him worry about who his son messed with at that time because he knew it was not going to end well. Zheng Xiao's father quickly addressed Wu Zhangyi politely and told him that it was his bad upbringing that caused his dog son to trouble him, so he offered to make an apology on his son's behalf. Upon hearing him mention an apology, Wu Zhangyi told Zheng Xiao's father that Zheng Xiao tried to harass his girlfriend in front of him and asked him if he thought a little apology could settle the matter. Zhang Xiao immediately told his father not to listen to Wu Zhangyi, who was a poor boy framing him, and he told his father to hurry up and call the bodyguards because he wanted to cripple Wu Zhangyi, calling him a bastard. But to Zhang Xiao's surprise, his father slapped him in the face and told him to shut up, asking him if he thought that he didn't know what disgusting things he does every day. Zhang Xiao was slapped so hard that he fell to the floor. He was holding the part of his face where he was slapped, and he looked at his father with a puzzled expression on his face. Zhang Xiao's father told Wu Zhangyi that he might punish Zhang Xiao in any way he wanted, but he begged that he spared his life. Wu Zhangyi asked him if he wouldn't go back on his words. While Wu Zhangyi and Yu Yao left, Wu Gang informed Zhang Xiao's father that he should clean up the mess Zhang Xiao made. Zhang Xiao's father responded that it was crystal clear, assuring them that Zhang Xiao wouldn't bother them again. Wu Gang asked Wu Zhangyi if it was not too cheap of a punishment for Zhang Xiao because he let him go with only one punch. Wu Zhangyi told him that the punch was enough to destroy Zhang Xiao's meridians, so he wouldn't dare do anything wrong in the future. As they continued to walk, Wu Gang remembered something and said that he almost forgot it. He handed a card to Wu Zhangyi and told him that it was the 10 million that Xie Guoqing asked him to give him as repayment and a token of thanks for modifying the cultivation method. Wu Gang told Wu Zhangyi that Xie Guoqing knew that he didn't care about all that stuff, but he requested that he accept it as a gift. Wu Zhangyi calmly said that since it was Xie Guoqing's intention, he would accept it. In the back of his mind, Wu Zhangyi exclaimed his excitement, saying that it was how money was made and how he could buy enough medicinal herbs as he wanted to restore his spiritual power. Wu Gang told Wu Zhangyi that there were some other things that Xie Guoqing would like to discuss with him in detail, and he asked if he could take him there if he was free, which left Yu Yao speechless. Yu Yao called Wu Zhangyi's attention. She told him that there was something she would like to talk to him about. Wu Zhangyi was silent for a moment as he stared at Yu Yao intently. He told Wu Gang to get in the car first, as he would come there later. Wu Gang agreed, saying that he would wait for him in the car. Wu Zhangyi and Yu Yao walked in a park while holding each other's hands. Yu Yao immediately apologized to Wu Zhangyi because he had asked her to keep a distance from Zhu Hui before, but she didn't listen. While recalling what happened to Zhu Hui, Yu Yao said that she didn't expect such a thing to happen that day, and she also involved Wu Zhangyi. But Wu Zhangyi called her a silly girl, reminding her that he said before that he would always protect her, so there was nothing to feel sorry for. Yu Yao told him that she was not stupid. Yu Yao told Wu Zhangyi not to talk nonsense about such a vow because she would be disappointed in the future. Suddenly, Yu Yao stopped walking. Wu Zhangyi was puzzled by Yu Yao's actions. Yu Yao told Wu Zhangyi that he changed a lot those days, and she knew he had his own secrets. But she said that no matter what, he had to promise her that he would always keep himself safe. Yu Yao told Wu Zhangyi that if anything bad happened to him, she would not be able to bear that pain. Wu Zhangyi was silent for a moment. He took a step toward Yu Yao, and, to Yu Yao's surprise, Wu Zhangyi kissed her. The crescent moon shone beautifully that night in a sky full of stars. Wu Zhangyi promised Yu Yao that he would keep himself safe and that he would always protect her, to which Yu Yao timidly agreed. A few moments later, Yu Yao stood watch as the car traveled away from her. As she gazed at the car, she thought that perhaps Wu Zhangyi would really fulfill his vow. Suddenly, a man hopped out of his car behind Yu Yao, and he seemed to recognize her. The man told Yu Yao that he didn't expect to meet her there, and he asked her if she wanted him to drop her somewhere. The man started to approach Yu Yao while offering to drop her off wherever she was going while also chatting on the way. And as Yu Yao recognized him, she thought that he was so annoying. Yu Yao coldly told the man not to bother because she has nothing to say to him. The man continued to approach Yu Yao, and he was about to put his hand on her shoulder while telling her that she shouldn't act so indifferent towards him because her parents told him that they should get along well to facilitate future marriages. But Yu Yao slapped the man's hand away from her. The man, Zhao Jincheng, was speechless as Yu Yao warned him again. Yu Yao told him that she already has a boyfriend and she would never marry him for his relationship with her family. While walking away, Yu Yao told Zhao Jincheng that since her parents liked him so much, he should go ahead and marry them instead, and she said goodbye. Zhao Jincheng did not chase after Yu Yao, and he just stood there watching her as she walked away. Zhao Jincheng was amused at Yu Yao, saying that she was still just like a little girl who didn't know the reality of the world, and he said that she should just wait and see how he would trample the poor dog under his feet. On the other hand, Wu Zhangyi met Xie Guoqing, who told him that since he was willing to help his Xie family, it was the Xie family's honor to help him in any way they could, so if he needed any resources, he just needed to speak up. But Wu Zhangyi told him that he was too polite. But while taking something out of his coat pocket, Wu Zhangyi said that he does have one request, and Xie Guoqing told him to go ahead and say it. He slid a photo onto the table and asked Xie Guoqing if he had ever seen that man. It was a photo of Sun Jiang. Zia Guoxing gave it some thought, and he said that although he had never met Sun Jiang, he seemed to be the second-generation kid of a big family in Yanjing. Upon hearing what Zia Guoxing said, Wu Zhangyi pondered on it and said that it was going to be more difficult than he expected, which prompted Zia Guoxing to ask him if he had any problems with Sun Jiang. Wu Zhangyi confirmed with Zia Guoxing that he does, explaining that Sun Jiang once framed him and broke his father's leg, and he almost ruined his life. Wu Zhangyi said that at that time, he did not notice, but now he was thinking about something. He questioned why a rich kid from Yanjing would bother to exaggerate things and make trouble over a trivial matter. Zia Guoxing politely asked Wu Zhangyi how he could help him. Wu Zhangyi told Zia Guoxing that he thought it was not as simple as it looked on the surface, and that there was more to it that he must find out. He told Zia Guoxing that if it wasn't much, he would like to ask him to help him find out about the forces backing up Sun Jiang and his family. Zia Guoxing told Wu Zhangyi that he could rest assured that he would send someone to investigate the matter right away, and Wu Zhangyi apologized to Zia Guoxing for troubling him. Zia Guoxing laughed, and he told Wu Zhangyi that he was being too polite because from that day onwards, his problems were also his Sai family's problems. Morning came, and in Hongyi Wuguan, someone bowed down to their elder brother and told him that he must help him get revenge. The man who bowed was Lai Qiang, and he told his elder brother to look at how brutally Wu Zhangyi had beaten him. He told his elder brother that he even got a nasty scar on the left side of his face, and that by beating him in front of the whole campus, Wu Zhangyi was challenging his authority. The elder brother recognized Wu Zhangyi's name, and he asked Lai Qiang if it was that useless nerd. Lai Qiang confirmed that what his elder brother said was right, but he said that Wu Zhangyi had learned martial arts from God knows where because he effortlessly knocked down all three of them together all by himself. The elder brother found it interesting. He moved from where he was sitting and stood up. The elder brother, Zaioi, said that it happened that he had no one to practice with currently, so he would see what Wu Zhangyi got. Someone ran behind the crowd and approached Wu Zhangyi. He got closer to Wu Zhangyi. It surprised Wu Zhangyi when the man called his name and told him to wait. Wu Zhangyi looked behind him and smiled when he recognized the man as Zhu Hao. Wu Zhangyi asked Zhu Hao what the matter was, but while catching his breath, Zhu Hao just told him that he had to run away. Zhu Hao told Wu Zhangyi that Lai Qiang sent Zhao Ziheng to get back at him. Wu Zhangyi thought about it before asking Zhu Hao about Zhao Ziheng, but someone answered him instead, claiming that they were Zhao Ziheng. It was Lai Qiang's elder brother from the other day, and as he said he was Zhao Ziheng, girls around him were having heart eyes when they recognized him. They were saying that he was so cool and strong, as expected of the man who made it to the National Martial Arts Championship Finals. They requested that he be their martial arts teacher. Zhao Ziheng told Wu Zhangyi that he heard that he was a pretty strong opponent, so he suggested that they exchange a move or two to enlighten each other. Wu Zhangyi said nothing as he gauged up Zhao Ziheng, and Zhao Ziheng was just staring at Wu Zhangyi as he waited for his response. Wu Zhangyi chose to walk away and ignore Zhao Ziheng, saying that he was not interested, which annoyed Zhao Ziheng. He asked him where the hell he was going and who he took him for. Zhao Ziheng clenched his fist and shrouded it in aura. He charged behind Wu Zhangyi with his fist and reprimanded him for daring to show his back in the face of absolute power. Wu Zhangyi was startled when he noticed that Zhao Ziheng was coming at him from behind. Zhao Ziheng's punch was so powerful that its impact created a strong gust of wind that affected the bystanders. Zhao Ziheng was not able to land his punch on Wu Zhangyi, as Wu Zhangyi managed to create a shield that blocked his punch. But Wu Zhangyi's shield started to crack, and he quickly noticed that Zhao Ziheng was using the Ming-Jin period ancient arts. Zhao Ziheng grinned and said that it was not over yet. He swung his fist again and told Wu Zhangyi to take it. Wu Zhangyi was alarmed when he saw Zhao Ziheng's power. Zhao Ziheng managed to land his punch, and it sent Wu Zhangyi flying. Debris flew all over the place as Wu Zhangyi crashed. Zhao Ziheng smirked, pleased with what he just did. As the debris settled down, it revealed that the wall where Wu Zhangyi crashed had been destroyed. Zhao Ziheng told him that next time he beat someone's dog, he better first learn who its master was and told him to off. But Wu Zhangyi said nothing and remained unfazed. He wiped something off his mouth, mentioning that Zhao Ziheng was really angry before the cultivation base was mentioned to him. Wu Zhangyi wiped off the blood from his mouth, saying that it looked like they were going to have to use that. The crowd praised Zhao Ziheng, calling him a super senior, and while Zhao Ziheng was busy telling them he appreciated their support, and that they praised him too much, Wu Zhangyi was thinking that there were so many people present there that if the mortal emperor's body were exposed, there would be endless troubles. Wu Zhangyi saw his broken glasses on the ground. He smirked when he thought about using the sunlight. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziheng was still busy entertaining his fans. Suddenly, Wu Zhangyi took a step towards Zhao Ziheng and called him a freak show. Wu Zhangyi smiled at Zhao Ziheng, and he didn't seem hurt, so Zhao Ziheng got apprehensive as he thought that Wu Zhangyi was a crazy bastard because he took a full blow of his Hongyi fist. Yet he was still standing and smirking as if he were totally fine. Wu Zhangyi raised his hand in the air, and he congratulated Zhao Ziheng because he successfully managed to piss him off. Wu Zhangyi jumped off the ground, and it looked like he threw something forward. Zhao Ziheng and the rest of the crowd covered their eyes as they were blinded by the sunlight. Wu Zhangyi charged forward, and Zhao Ziheng was alarmed when he noticed something. Wu Zhangyi had this crazed look on his face while he was very high off the ground, and he told Zhao Ziheng that he was just spouting bullshit about absolute power earlier. While still floating midair, Wu Zhangyi summoned multiple auras that took the shape of different kinds of weapons. Zhao Ziheng was astonished when he recognized that Wu Zhangyi was using Kai transformation. With all his might, Wu Zhangyi threw all of his Kai transformations towards Zhao Ziheng. The floor was damaged as Zhao Ziheng continued to dodge Wu Zhangyi's attack. As Zhao Ziheng continued to step back and dodge Wu Zhangyi's attacks, he was taken by surprise when Wu Zhangyi suddenly appeared in front of him. Wu Zhangyi smiled while Zhao Ziheng's eyes widened in surprise, and he thought that Wu Zhangyi was so fast. Wu Zhangyi punched Zhao Ziheng in the face, but before he was thrown away by the force of his punch, Wu Zhangyi grabbed Zhao Ziheng's hand. He pulled Zhao Ziheng close and kneed him on the gut. Zhao Ziheng coughed up blood. Wu Zhangyi asked Zhao Ziheng if it was all he got. Wu Zhangyi gave Zhao Ziheng an upward kick and sent him flying. Meanwhile, the crowd was still blinded by the sunlight. They were surprised when something crashed on the ground near them. They were flabbergasted as they asked what just happened. They were surprised when they saw that it was actually Zhao Ziheng lying unconscious on the ground. Wu Zhangyi observed the crowd as they said that Zhao Ziheng was beaten to that state, so he wasn't so strong after all, even if he was a finalist in the national martial arts competition. And some of them found what happened unbelievable, asking how such a thing happened. Suddenly, Wu Zhangyi fished something out of his pocket. Wu Zhangyi took out his phone, and while he answered Yu Yao, asking her what was up, one person from the crowd behind him said that real ancient martial arts don't exist in their world anymore, so it was a disappointment. But another person reminded them about how Zhao Ziheng got beaten to a crap earlier, so he should watch his mouth if he didn't want to end up like him, to which the first person agreed. Back to the phone call, Wu Zhangyi was speechless when Yu Yao told him that her parents found out about their relationship. Yu Yao told Wu Zhangyi that her parents wanted to see him at a birthday party in a few days, and Wu Zhangyi was surprised to hear that he would have to meet her parents. The sky was dark and gloomy, and lightning flashed everywhere. Wu Zhangyi walked somewhere when someone called him, addressing him politely. It was Wu Gang, and he said he was thankful to see that Wu Zhangyi was there. When Wu Gang quickly ushered Wu Zhangyi to come in, Wu Zhangyi pointed out that he looked troubled and asked him if something was wrong, saying he just came to ask for Xia Guoqing's help to arrange some medicinal materials for him. Wu Gang told Wu Zhangyi that Xia Guoqing was in trouble, and Wu Zhangyi was surprised, so he asked if there were still people in Lingnan who dared to provoke the Xia family. Wu Gang explained that the Dongfeng family suddenly barged in and challenged Xia Guoqing for a duel with both families' entire wealth on the line. He said he didn't know what wicked techniques the Dongfeng family was using, but Xia Guoqing was losing, and that made Wu Zhangyi speechless. Wu Zhangyi smirked as he said it was interesting that they put their entire wealth at stake. A few moments later, after walking inside, Wu Gang told Wu Zhangyi that he could see for himself. A huge explosion happened in the arena, and a lot of debris was scattered all over the place, surprising the other audience. Summoning a sword using his aura, an old man who seemed to be from the Dongfeng family told Xia Guoqing that he should let him taste his new technique. The old man told Xia Guoqing that if he couldn't stand it, he should throw the towel because there was nothing to be ashamed of. Xia Guoqing faced the old man, who wielded a sword made out of aura. Xia Guoqing asked the old man if he thought he could take over his Xia family and told him to dream on. The old man confidently charged towards Xia Guoqing, saying that in that case, he wouldn't show him any mercy. Xia Guoqing glared at his enemy. Meanwhile, Wu Zhangyi observed the fight intently. He was speechless as he continued to watch the fight. As the old man clashed with Xia Guoqing, Wu Zhangyi said he felt that something was wrong there. While Xia Guoqing had a hard time, a purple aura seemed to support the old man's aura from the Dongfeng family. Wu Zhangyi realized that the power did not belong to the old man. He started to look around. Wu Zhangyi noticed something, a mysterious person who wore a cloak. The person seemed to cast a spell while the fight was taking place. Wu Zhangyi said that, just as he expected, it was no wonder that the old man from the Dongfeng family dared to put all of his wealth on the line. He said that he was nothing but a pesky fly in his eyes, so they should let the round 2 begin. While the crowd was busy watching the fight, Wu Zhangyi released something from the palm of his hand. A ripple appeared in the palm as Wu Zhangyi pondered that Ren Wangju could transform spiritual power into weapons of various forms. He smiled as he glanced at the mysterious person, contemplating they should wait until he consumed all of their dark Kai and see if they could lend their spiritual powers to others. Kaidu Ren, a flying insect that glowed, emerged from the palm of Wu Zhangyi's hand. Wu Zhangyi released it and instructed it to go and eat to its heart's content. The Kaidu Ren flew up in the sky. Suddenly, one of the crowd members looked up at the sky and noticed something. He gestured to look above because a yellow bug was devouring the dark clouds. Other people asked what was going on, exclaiming it was unbelievable that a small bug was devouring all the dark clouds. The mysterious person also looked up at the sky and immediately knew it was not a bug but a man-made spiritual item. As he pondered if there was a master present in the area, he was surprised when he noticed something. Wu Zhangyi was smiling and looking in the direction of the mysterious person, and they immediately realized that Wu Zhangyi was the master. Meanwhile, at the arena, the old man of the Dongfeng family was being pushed back by Xie Guoxing. The old man looked up at the sky and exclaimed that it was no wonder that the spiritual power he was receiving suddenly disappeared. He looked anxious as he glanced at the mysterious person, and the mysterious person confidently remarked that it was just a lowly technique. In the clouds, a huge, dark figure appeared. It was a massive bird made out of a dark aura. While one of the crowd was wondering if they were seeing things or if that was for real, another one asserted that it was the power of a true martial arts master. And Wu Zhangyi looked concerned as he remembered that he had seen something like that before. The mysterious person speculated that even if Wu Zhangyi attained Sun Wukong's 72 transformations, he still wouldn't be able to escape the calamity of God Erlong. The bird charged towards the Kaidu Ren, caught the golden bug in its beak, and swallowed it. Back at the arena, a huge explosion occurred, and Xie Guoxing was blown away. Xie Guoxing crashed and was dragged to the ground. Xie Guoxing was in pain, and his family got worried when they saw that he was losing. But Xie Guoxing was angry, and he immediately stood back up. Wu Gang panicked and requested Wu Zhangyi to help Xie Guoxing because he couldn't hold on any longer. Wu Zhangyi was still unfazed by the events, and he assured not to worry because the dark Kai in the sky tried to devour the Kai of his Ren Wangju Sutra. As Wu Zhangyi continued to assert that by doing such a thing, the dark Kai was just inviting its own death, the bird's stomach started to have a faint glow in it. The glow got more intense as time passed. The mysterious person was alarmed when they saw that the dark hawk was going to explode, and he couldn't understand how it could happen because Wu Zhangyi's Kai was clearly swallowed up by his dark Kai. And just as the mysterious person stated, there was a huge explosion up in the sky. After the explosion, a bright light came down from the sky. The bright light was infused into Xie Guoxing, and the old man from the Dongfeng family was alarmed. The old man cursed as he inquired what was happening. Meanwhile, Xie Guoxing was in awe as he looked at the overflowing power in his body. He was puzzled and wondered what that power was. Wu Gang explained that it was the spiritual power lent to him by Wu Zhangyi because the old man, Dongfeng Wuxin, also borrowed spiritual power from someone else, and that was why he could overpower him. Calling Dongfeng Wuxin an old ghost, Xie Guoxing expressed that it was no wonder that he suddenly became strong. But currently, he had the spiritual power of Wu Zhangyi, calling him master. While Xie Guoxing prepared to punch Dongfeng Wuxin, he warned him to get ready to die. Xie Guoxing appeared ablaze as he charged towards Dongfeng Wuxin. Dongfeng Wuxin urged him to wait and conveyed to him that his granddaughter was in his hands. Xie Guoxing immediately halted his attack upon seeing his granddaughter being held by two men. Xie Guoxing's eyes widened upon spotting his granddaughter, Xie Fenger, with her mouth covered, hands tied, and being guarded by two muscular men. Xie Guoxing rushed towards Dongfeng Wuxin, branding him a wicked dog for daring to do such a thing. But Dongfeng Wuxin showed no remorse as he declared that winning was all that mattered. Dongfeng Wuxin evaded Xie Guoxing and proposed that it was still not too late to admit defeat. One of the men guarding Xie Fenger raised a knife to her throat. Dongfeng Wuxin cautioned that her granddaughter would be killed due to his stubbornness. The crowd couldn't believe that Dongfeng Wuxin was such a shameless individual, and they denounced him as truly wicked for employing such an underhanded method to win. While Wu Zhangyi was occupied casting a spell, Wu Gang cursed, noting that the situation became more serious because Xie Guoxing cherished his granddaughter more than anything. While emitting an aura from the palm of his hand, Wu Zhangyi instructed Wu Gang that, as soon as he signaled, he would promptly rush to save Xie Fenger, reminding him to be swift. Wu Gang expressed concern that no matter how fast he was, he would not be as quick as the knife on Xia Fenger's neck, so if the men noticed him making a move, they would kill Xia Fenger within a second, making it too risky. But Wu Zhangyi reassured him not to worry because he wouldn't let anything happen to Xia Fenger. Wu Zhangyi emitted the aura from the palm of his hand, instructing to just trust him. The aura swiftly traveled towards the men guarding Xia Fenger. The aura struck the head of the man holding the knife, causing the knife to slowly move away from Xia Fenger's neck. Dongfeng Wuxin ordered his men to deliver 2 hard punches to Xia Fenger's stomach, declaring that it was time to decide whether he wanted his granddaughter or his family's wealth. Xia Guoqing cursed Dongfeng Wuxin. Meanwhile, one of the men positioned himself in front of Xia Fenger to carry out Dongfeng Wuxin's orders. Tears filled the corners of Xia Fenger's eyes as she resigned herself to her fate. Blood was shed and splattered. Instead of Xia Fenger being punched, it was one of Dongfeng Wuxin's men striking the other. Wu Gang was taken aback by what transpired. Dongfeng Wuxin and Xia Guoqing were equally surprised. Wu Zhangyi indicated that it was time to take action. Wu Gang quickly charged to save Xia Fenger while the 2 men were still engrossed in their fight. Dongfeng Wuxin became furious and demanded to know what his men were doing. At that moment, the soul control Wu Zhangyi exerted on Dongfeng Wuxin's men dissipated. The man was left extremely confused when his consciousness returned. Wu Zhangyi approached Wu Gang, who was untying Xia Fenger. Wu Gang introduced Wu Zhangyi to Xia Fenger, expressing gratitude for his role in her rescue, and Xia Fenger thanked Wu Zhangyi. Wu Zhangyi downplayed his actions, stating that spiritual power not only consumed the soul but also posed dangers to the body, so it should be used cautiously. Meanwhile, Xia Fenger doubted how Wu Zhangyi, who appeared fragile, could have saved her. Back in the arena, Dongfeng Wuxin collapsed to the ground. Xia Guoqing loomed over him from behind as he remained prone on the ground. Xia Guoqing demanded to know what tricks Dongfeng Wuxin had left and confronted him for daring to touch his granddaughter. Dongfeng Wuxin quickly admitted defeat to retain his family wealth, pleading for mercy due to their long-standing acquaintance. But Xia Guoqing was enraged and he cursed him to go to hell. Dongfeng Wuxin screamed in pain, and blood splattered on the floor. Dongfeng Wuxin's eyes widened in terror as he looked at the materialized aura piercing in front of him. The aura pierced both his hands, and blood oozed out onto the floor as Xia Guoqing knelt beside him. Xia Guoqing commanded him to listen well because it would be his last warning. Dongfeng Wuxin looked terrified as Xia Guoqing warned that if he ever even considered touching his granddaughter, he would take his life. Xia Guoqing instructed his men to bring the paper. The paper regarding the stake was brought to Xia Guoqing as he requested. Xia Guoqing reminded that it was him who challenged him first, so he hoped that he wouldn't need to remind him what to do next as the loser, and Dongfeng Wuxin acknowledged. The aura piercing Dongfeng Wuxin's hands started to diminish, and his hands were free. The mysterious person arrived at the arena while one of Dongfeng Wuxin's men assisted him to stand up. Dongfeng Wuxin asked the mysterious person to explain themselves because they assured him that with their powers, he would definitely win. But he lost. Dongfeng Wuxin lamented that he lost everything because of them. The mysterious person stated that a supreme master was present there, so they advised that they should leave the place immediately and give them 3 days to recover their strength. The mysterious person declared that they would wash away that day's humiliation with Wu Zhangyi's blood. The mysterious person declared that after 3 days, they would take back twice as much as they lost that day. On the other hand, Wu Zhangyi sneezed. While Xia Fenger was welcoming Xia Guoqing with open arms, Wu Zhangyi remarked that someone was cursing him behind his back again. Xia Fenger was surprised that Xia Guoqing just passed her and quickly approached Wu Zhangyi, telling him that if it wasn't for his help that day, he might have lost all his family's wealth. But Wu Zhangyi downplayed it. Xia Guoqing commented that Dongfeng Wuxin had always been crooked, but that day, he dared to come to his Xia family residence to openly challenge him, which was really unorthodox, and he noticed that there was also the black-robed man who helped Dongfeng Wuxin secretly with weird methods. He remarked that he had never seen people like the black-robed man in Yunal City before, so it seemed that things were not that simple. Xia Guoqing mentioned that he and Xia Fenger accepted his life-saving grace, but did not repay him, so he was ashamed of holding on to the Dongfeng family property as he did not deserve to have it. So he hoped that Wu Zhangyi would keep the property and not dislike that decision of his because that property should belong to him. Wu Zhangyi agreed but requested his assistance in managing it as he was not good at such matters. He considered that although he knew that Xie Guoqing's true intentions were to woo him to support his Xie family, with Xie Guoqing's position as the elder of one of the most influential families in Yunnan, he could use his Xie family's powers to find out about the forces who harmed his father in his previous life. On the other hand, Xie Feng'er was thinking that Wu Zhangyi looked very ordinary, but both Xie Guoqing and Wu Gang were so respectful of him, so she wondered if Wu Zhangyi was really a martial arts master. She resolved to check for herself if Wu Zhangyi was the real deal or not. She proceeded and reminded Xie Guoqing that he promised he wanted to teach her some martial arts, so she suggested that Wu Zhangyi teach her, which annoyed Xie Guoqing, but all he could say was that it would depend on whether Wu Zhangyi had time to teach her. Wu Zhangyi explained that he had some commitments in the upcoming 2 days, but afterward, he could give her some advice because it was hard to refuse when one of the most influential family's young misses asked him directly. Xie Guoqing assured that since he trusted him so much, he would live up to his commitment to take care of his property. Wu Zhangyi remembered that he was going to refine a few pills and informed Xie Guoqing about it. He gave Xie Guoqing a list and asked for his help to get some herbs according to that list. He also requested him to arrange an empty house where no one could bother him. Xie Guoqing agreed to handle the matter, ensuring he would take care of everything Wu Zhangyi needed. A few moments later, Wu Zhangyi couldn't help but express his surprise when he arrived at the foot of a mansion. Wu Zhangyi remembered that he only requested an empty house, but what he was given was like a huge fortress for a single person like him, and he chuckled, saying that it seems that Xie Guoqing was very reliable. The next day, herbs and other ingredients were laid out on plates. Wu Zhangyi remembered that he forgot to ask Xie Guoqing to prepare a pill refining furnace, but an idea struck him when he saw an induction cooktop and a pan. He pondered that if it was used correctly, it could get the job done. A few moments later, Wu Zhangyi had changed into an apron, remarking that it had been a long time since he refined pills, and it was a little strange to use the pan to make the Dan pills because he felt like he was cooking food. He pressed a button, noting that, however, as long as the temperature was controlled well, even the electric stove could be used to refine pills, although the effects were not as good as the standard pill refining furnace. He added some ingredients into the pan, emphasizing that the key ingredients to making a good pill were the quality of the herbs, and he remarked that it was time to see the magic. The liquid inside the pan started to glow. Wu Zhangyi stared at it intently, and a huge amount of light emerged from the pan, creating a pillar of light in the kitchen. Wu Zhangyi glanced up at the 2 shining objects that floated in the kitchen. They were 2 golden pills. As Wu Zhangyi placed them in his hand, he smiled and believed that it was done. A few moments later, in a huge building, Wu Zhangyi was on a call with someone who asked him if he arrived yet, informing him that they were in the hall on the 1st floor and that he could see them when he came in. While still holding his phone, Wu Zhangyi saw a blonde lady accepting a card from a man. The lady noticed that Wu Zhangyi was looking. She got mad and asked Wu Zhangyi what he was gazing at. The lady conveyed that he resembled a pauper and inquired how he entered that place. Wu Zhangyi simply smiled as a response, so the lady called him a weirdo and stated to keep smiling like a clown. After a while, Wu Zhangyi arrived at a hall, and he scanned around. Suddenly, someone called Wu Zhangyi over. It was Yu Yao, and she quickly ran towards him, which the blonde lady from earlier noticed. Yu Yao introduced Wu Zhangyi to her auntie as her boyfriend. Wu Zhangyi was surprised when he saw Yu Yao's auntie. It was the blonde lady from earlier, and the lady also recognized him. Yu Yao gleefully asked them how they knew each other, but her aunt disdainfully stated that she could not possibly know a poor boy like Wu Zhangyi. Wu Zhangyi conveyed that he didn't know her aunt because he just happened to meet her at the hotel lobby, where he saw her taking something from a man's hand. And Yu Yao's aunt was alarmed when she heard what Wu Zhangyi spoken. Wu Zhangyi conveyed that it looked like a credit card, but he was not able to finish his sentence because Yu Yao's aunt interrupted him by yelling. Suddenly, 3 men entered the room. It was Zhao Jincheng with his bodyguards, and people wondered what a big shot like him was doing there. One of the people mentioned that they heard that Zhao Jincheng had been pursuing Yu Yao for a long time and had proposed to her for marriage twice, so he was probably there to take advantage of the birthday party to propose to Yu Yao for marriage in front of everyone. Zhao Jincheng immediately called for Yu Yao as soon as he saw her, but his eyes widened in surprise when he saw that Yu Yao was holding hands with someone else. Yu Yao was holding Wu Zhangyi's hand, and Zhao Jincheng asked her who he was. Yu Yao proudly introduced Wu Zhangyi to Zhao Jincheng as her boyfriend. Zhao Jincheng asked Yu Yao why she never mentioned that her boyfriend also came to the party. Zhao Jincheng stared at Wu Zhangyi disdainfully. He examined the attire that Wu Zhangyi wore. Getting straight to the point, Zhao Jincheng immediately conveyed that Wu Zhangyi looked like a poor, malnourished beggar, so he was not worthy of her, and that made Yu Yao mad. Suddenly, their interaction was disrupted when Yu Yao's parents came in, thanking their dear friends and family for coming to the birthday party, and the crowd talked about how Miss Sing seemed to be only in her early 30s, although she was in her 40s, unlike her husband. Another person from the crowd mentioned that Miss Song was known as the fairy of Union City when she was in the golden years of her adulthood, but in the end, they didn't know why she married a guy who looked only a little above average. Zhao Jincheng immediately greeted Miss Song, saying that she looked younger than the last time they met. He remarked that she couldn't be called Yu Yao's mother because she looked more like her sister, and upon recognizing Zhao Jincheng, Miss Song remarked that he sure knew how to talk sweetly. Zhao Jincheng presented his gift to Miss Song, stating that it was just a little birthday present, a bracelet that had a strong texture, high transparency, and density, and the material used to make it was of super high quality. So by taking all those factors into account, Zhao Jincheng felt that it was made of ice jade, but he remarked that it was just a useless item. Yu Yao's aunt received the gift, inspected it, and remarked that Zhao Jincheng was really wealthy and generous. He glanced at someone condescendingly while stating that Zhao Jincheng was unlike some people. Suddenly, Yu Yao called for her parents' attention. She introduced Wu Zhangyi as her boyfriend, and with a smile on his face, Wu Zhangyi conveyed that it was a pleasure to meet them. Yu Yao's aunt was not impressed with Wu Zhangyi being Yu Yao's boyfriend, so she asked Yu Yao if Wu Zhangyi was even worthy enough and remarked that she would like to see what kind of gift Wu Zhangyi had prepared for her sister or if he even prepared anything. Wu Zhangyi quickly presented his gift to Yu Yao's parents, his newly refined yan pill. He conveyed that it could make them younger and also prolong their lives. Zhao Jincheng laughed as he inquired what kind of nonsense it was and if there was still someone who believed in things like prolonging pills in the 21st century. One of the guests also remarked that they had never heard what kind of pill a yan pill was, and another person mentioned that poor people like to use those generic things to heal their ailments. Suddenly, someone slapped the box of yan pills out of Wu Zhangyi's hand, and they admonished him not to defile them with his poor set of dirty things. It was Yu Yao's aunt, and Yu Yao was trying to pacify her, but she insisted that he was not in the same world as them, so if he knew his place, he should get the hell out of there. Wu Zhangyi glared at Yu Yao's aunt, and he mentioned that he was afraid that she had lost her mind. Yu Yao's aunt got more angry at Wu Zhangyi for daring to insult her and glare at her like that. She quickly called for security, ordering them to come and kick Wu Zhangyi out of the party, and they immediately came running. 4 men with sinister looks on their faces surrounded Wu Zhangyi. Yu Yao tried to convince her mother to tell the security to stop because Wu Zhangyi was her boyfriend. But her mother explained that Wu Zhangyi and her didn't belong to the same world, so she should just let her aunt do what she was doing. Wu Zhangyi's yan pill was left lying on the floor as he got escorted out of the party, and during that same time, an old man, who was also accompanied by bodyguards, just arrived at the party. Wu Zhangyi was calmly walking out while the old man simply passed by him. The old man was Zhu Yongqing, the mayor of Union City, and he seemed to have noticed something that piqued his interest. It seemed that he saw the yan pill on the ground, and he crouched on the floor for it. He picked up one of the yan pills off the floor. Zhu Yongqing examined it, and he was surprised when he saw its smell and color. Yu Yao's parents, along with her aunt, welcomed Zhu Yongqing and thanked him for coming to their little party. Zhu Yongqing immediately mentioned that he was wondering who dropped those 2 pills on the floor. Yu Yao's parents got concerned, as they considered that Zhu Yongqing's opinion of them would be affected by seeing something so vile lying on the floor. Miss Song immediately informed that the pill was dropped by a waiter there, but she threw him out. Zhao Jincheng chimed in and offered Zhu Yongqing his sincere apology. He explained to throw the pills away because they would dirty his hand, and he stated that someone would clean it up immediately. Zhu Yongqing got mad, and he asked Zhao Jincheng what he was talking about because it was the best quality pill, and it was so priceless that he couldn't find a pill like that anywhere in the market. Zhao Jincheng could not believe it, and he mentioned that he must have been mistaken because the pill seemed just like an ordinary pill. Zhu Yongqing was offended when he heard Zhao Jincheng say he was mistaken, daring to question his eyes when he has been studying medicine for decades, and Zhao Jincheng mentioned that he couldn't dare do such a thing, immediately asking for Zhu Yongqing and admitting that he was wrong. Zhu Yongqing firmly asked who the person was that they chased away. Yu Yao's parents and aunt were all caught off guard by Zhu Yongqing's question, and they were not able to answer him. But Yu Yao was quick-witted, and she quickly pointed Zhu Yongqing to where Wu Zhangyi was, saying that he was over there. Zhu Yongqing, along with his bodyguards, quickly chased after Wu Zhangyi and pleaded for him not to leave. Wu Zhangyi glanced over his shoulder to see who was calling him, and he saw Zhu Yongqing. Zhu Yongqing politely asked Wu Zhangyi where he got those 2 pills, and Wu Zhangyi nonchalantly mentioned that he refined them himself the other day on an induction cooktop. Zhu Yongqing was surprised when he heard that Wu Zhangyi refined that kind of pill on an induction cooktop. He asked Wu Zhangyi why he didn't use a pill furnace and confirmed with him that it was because the induction cooktop could control the heat better. Wu Zhangyi smiled, and he mentioned that he just didn't happen to have an alchemy furnace available in the house, so he had to make do with an induction cooktop. Zhu Yongqing could not believe what he just heard, that Wu Zhangyi refined the finest pill using an induction cooktop. Because even if he searched the whole Yunal city, he was afraid that he wouldn't find a person with such profound skills. Zhu Yongqing bowed down to Wu Zhangyi, calling him master and telling him that he had such profound alchemy skills that he would be grateful if he could enlighten him with wisdom. Miss Song, her sister, and Zhao Jincheng were all surprised at what they just saw. On the other hand, Yu Yao smiled proudly. Wu Zhangyi cunningly mentioned that he was afraid that he couldn't do such a thing that day. He mentioned that it was because someone wanted to throw him out. Zhu Yongqing immediately got mad, and he demanded that the other people tell him who dared to insult Wu Zhangyi. Miss Song's sister asked her what she should do. Miss Song pondered that she never expected something like that to happen because it turned out that Wu Zhangyi's identity was not as simple as she perceived. And currently, Zhu Yongqing held Wu Zhangyi in such high regard that he even bowed down to him. Miss Song informed her sister that she better go there and apologize because they couldn't afford to offend Zhu Yongqing. Miss Song's sister immediately took a step forward. She bowed down to Zhu Yongqing and apologized for being inconsiderate. But Zhu Yongqing was mad, as he conveyed that she didn't need to apologize to him and that she should apologize to Wu Zhangyi. Trembling with anger, she bowed down to Wu Zhangyi and called him master. She gave Wu Zhangyi a fake smile as she asked him to forgive her for being rude to him, and she expressed that she hoped he didn't take things to heart. Wu Zhangyi was still being cunning as he informed her sister that a lowly person like him couldn't afford an apology from her, who was an upper-class woman, and he was thinking that she was a nasty woman that was bound to cause trouble for Yu Yao sooner or later, so he would give her some humiliation that day. Miss Song's sister was about to get angry at Wu Zhangyi, but she was unaware that Miss Song was already raising her hand behind her. She was surprised when she was slapped right in the face. Miss Song conveyed that she has embarrassed their Song family enough, so she should get out of there and reflect upon her actions. She walked away, humiliated. Miss Song requested that Wu Zhangyi forgive Yu Yao's aunt for her sake. Wu Zhangyi glared at her, and in his mind, he cursed, thinking that Miss Song was a sly fox. But suddenly, Yu Yao grabbed his hand and also requested that he forgive her aunt. Yu Yao relayed that her aunt has a hot-tempered personality, but she is not bad at heart. Wu Zhangyi patted Yu Yao on the head, which made her blush, and he supposed that Yu Yao was still too kind because her aunt had taken money to sell her, but she still interceded for her. Wu Zhangyi conveyed that if that was what she wanted, he would not pursue the matter any further, and he was thinking that it was also the reason why he liked Yu Yao. A few moments later, the party started, and drinks were poured into glasses. The guests had started eating at their respective tables. Meanwhile, Zhu Yongqing sat at the same table as Wu Zhangyi, and as he grabbed something from his coat pocket, Zhu Yongqing shared that he also happened to have a flawed recipe for the Dan pill. Zhu Yongqing mentioned that if it was not much, he requested that he look at the recipe and rectify the errors if possible. Wu Zhangyi took a look at the recipe. He conveyed that fixing it was not a big deal so he could help him, and he realized that Zhu Yongqing seemed to know a lot about alchemy, so doing him a little favor at that moment would help him find some rare herbs with his help later. As he rectified the recipe, Wu Zhangyi surmised that, after all, Xie Guoqing was seldom involved in the alchemy aspect, so certainly his contacts were not rich in alchemy resources as much as Zhu Yongqing. Zhu Yongqing's eyes widened in surprise, and he remarked that it was truly incredible. He looked at the recipe in his hand and remarked that sure enough, it was the wisdom of a master who could refine the top-grade Yan pill. Zhu Yongqing immediately conveyed that if he ever needed any kind of help in the future, he would do his best to help him, and with that said, he conveyed that he would take his leave first and thanked him for the enlightenment. Zhu Yongqing looked excited as he walked out of the party while looking at the recipe in his hand. Just as Zhu Yongqing left, Zhao Jincheng immediately stood up, and he conveyed that before coming to that party, he decided to propose to Yu Yao for marriage that day in the presence of every family member. Zhao Jincheng shared that he wanted to know the opinion of Miss Song and her husband. Zhao Jincheng grinned evilly as he believed that Wu Zhangyi was a poor kid from a poor family, so it didn't matter if he impressed Zhu Yongqing because a loser would always be a loser. Zhao Jincheng assumed that Wu Zhangyi couldn't always rely on Zhu Yongqing, and since Zhu Yongqing was gone, he wanted to see if Wu Zhangyi could still act cocky. Yu Yao's father quickly expressed that he felt that his daughter's marriage was up to her to decide. Zhao Jincheng was so surprised, while Wu Zhangyi looked unamused. Zhao Jincheng asked Yu Yao what he meant. Meanwhile, Miss Song was thinking that accepting Zhao Jincheng's proposal of marriage to Yu Yao would mean separating Wu Zhangyi and Yu Yao forever. Miss Song considered that Wu Zhangyi seemed to be hiding his background, so they shouldn't offend him that day, so she conveyed that she didn't think that that day was suitable for engagement, so they should choose another day. Zhao Jincheng was annoyed when he felt that Miss Song took many benefits from him and promised to marry Song Yu Yao's full name, that day, but she went back on her words. Suddenly, something caught Zhao Jincheng's attention. He saw Song Yu Yao grabbing Wu Zhangyi's arm, telling him that she conveyed to parents that if it was not him, she would not marry any other person in that life, and Wu Zhangyi conveyed not to worry because he wouldn't let anyone take her away from him. Zhao Jincheng got more annoyed, and he slammed his fist on the table as he conveyed that he should start counting his days. Zhao Jincheng was fuming mad, and he chose to leave the party. Song Yu Yao looked downhearted as she conveyed that because of her, he got into trouble again. Wu Zhangyi removed his glasses, and he conveyed not to be silly because her problem was his problem. He was glaring at something as he conveyed that in that life, no one could separate them. It was already evening. Zhao Jincheng had already stepped out of the hotel, and he appeared to call someone. Zhao Jincheng dialed his cousin, Zhao Ziheng, who immediately inquired what was up and remarked that, judging by the tone of his voice, he could surmise that someone irked him. Zhao Jincheng became more irritated by what Zhao Ziheng mentioned, but he conceded that Zhao Ziheng knew him too well, and he expressed that he needed his help in teaching someone a lesson. Zhao Ziheng asked Zhao Jincheng who was the daredevil who had the audacity to provoke him and if he was not afraid of death. Zhao Jincheng conveyed that it was a guy named Wu Zhangyi, and he mentioned that he wasn't planning to involve Zhao Ziheng, but that matter was really important to him. Zhao Ziheng was alarmed when he heard Wu Zhangyi's name, so he confirmed with Zhao Jincheng if it was a high school student at Yunai High School, and Zhao Jincheng indicated that it seemed to be because Song Yu Yao also studied at that high school. Zhao Ziheng immediately recalled his defeat, and he promptly conveyed that they couldn't mess with Wu Zhangyi because the last time he fought him, he was no match for him because he was unfathomable. Zhao Jincheng grew more incensed, so he promptly terminated the call, and as the call ended, he branded Zhao Ziheng a useless piece of crap. Zhao Jincheng asserted that Zhao Ziheng was a worthless individual who couldn't even win against a poor high school kid, and after benefiting from his family every year, he chickened out when he needed him the most. Zhao Jincheng looked sinister as he ridiculed Zhao Ziheng for stating that Wu Zhangyi was unfathomable. He stated that Wu Zhangyi was nothing but a poor dog while he was from a superior family, so the gap between them was simply like heaven and earth, and he declared that Wu Zhangyi should just wait and see how he would play with his useless life and completely destroy him. The next day, at a pavilion, Wu Zhangyi meditated. He let out a huge sigh. Wu Zhangyi contemplated how it was troublesome because the spiritual energy on earth was too thin, and the cultivation of Ren Wangju had hit a bottleneck, so he needed to find a place with plenty of spiritual energy. He started ascending a mountain. Suddenly, he noticed something on the mountain range to his left. One of the mountains exuded a dark aura, and Wu Zhangyi wondered what that place was because spiritual energy had been consumed by the Yin Kai over there, so it was no wonder that the spiritual energy around there was so thin. On the other hand, many bugs crawled on the ground. A group of 3 people were being chased by bugs, and one of them, the chubby one, apologized to the others and remarked that because of him, they got into that mess. The chubby guy cursed as he remarked that there was just no end to the bugs, and with tears in his eyes, he added that he never was afraid of anything, but he really didn't expect to die like that. The other guy addressed the chubby guy as Fatty, and as he assisted him in kicking some bugs off his back, he reminded him about how he warned him not to mess with anything. The 3 of them immediately realized that they were in a dire situation because they were surrounded by bugs from every direction. They braced themselves as the bugs began leaping off to attack them. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind enveloped them and eradicated the bugs. Someone came to their aid, and with an aura emanating from the palm of the person's hand, the person was astonished to see that they had shovels. The individual who assisted them was Wu Zhangyi, and he directly inquired if they were tomb robbers. The woman was named Yang Zuli. The chubby guy was named Fatty Chen. The other guy was named Li Bei, and the 3 of them were urged to speak with respect because they were not tomb robbers, but they were the Great Golden Triangle. Wu Zhangyi was unamused as he asserted that they were indeed tomb robbers, and Fatty Chen became angry at Wu Zhangyi. But Li Bei advised to cut it out because Wu Zhangyi seemed to have saved their lives earlier. Yang Zuli interrupted their conversation. She suggested to save the chit-chat for later because the horde of bugs was there again, and Fatty Chen was terrified, stating that they were so dead. Fatty Chen remarked that Wu Zhangyi looked just like a high school kid, so he questioned how he could possibly have the ability to save them. But Wu Zhangyi was already releasing his aura, and when Wu Zhangyi attacked the bugs, causing them to explode, everyone was surprised. And they remarked that Wu Zhangyi could use magic, so they wondered if they were in some kind of a Wuxian novel or something. Suddenly, a huge pair of gleaming eyes appeared in the cave ahead of them. Fatty Chen cried as he covered his ears, and he recognized that the sound was the sound of the mother of the bug monsters. As the three of them ran away, Yang Zuli got left behind, and she screamed as the bugs swarmed her. Yang Zuli was dragged away, and Li Bei yelled, calling out her name as he pursued her, which caught Fatty Chen's attention. Fatty Chen and Li Bei pursued Yang Zuli towards the cave. Fatty Chen assured not to worry because he brought the big guys that time. Fatty Chen grinned as he retrieved the firearms he carried in his backpack. He remarked that he just went in without those big Baba Yagas, but since he already had them, it was time to rock, so whatever it was, he would handle it with those bad boys. Wu Zhangyi remained silent, thinking that he just wanted to go into the cave to investigate the abnormal Yin Kai, so it was acceptable to follow those two stooges because he could use them even if it was only a little bit. Fatty Chen and Li Bei commenced firing their firearms. They unleashed a barrage, and bullets showered the bugs. Fatty Chen conveyed that his little magic trick was nothing compared to the firepower of the bad boy he was holding, so if he didn't want to die, he should stay behind him, and Wu Zhangyi simply smiled and acknowledged the instruction. Fatty Chen seemed to be unhinged as he fired his firearm, so Li Bei instructed him to cease shooting recklessly and conserve some ammo, but Fatty Chen did not heed. He even cursed and charged towards the cave, urging the others to join him to swiftly pursue the bugs because they were fleeing, which made Li Bei curse as he attempted to restrain Fatty Chen. Wu Zhangyi appeared hesitant, and in his mind, he questioned why he felt that following Fatty Chen was the right course of action at the moment. Suddenly, Fatty Chen halted, looking horrified while Li Bei stood behind him, advising him not to pursue the bugs. Li Bei also froze upon seeing the gigantic bug before them, and they cursed as they realized its immense size. Li Bei spotted where Yang Zuli was. He remarked that Yang Zuli was up there, ensnared in the bug's pincer, and she was enveloped in some sort of mucus. Li Bei suggested that they should swiftly dispatch the monster before it retaliated. But Fatty Chen questioned Li Bei if he truly believed they could kill it with those guns because he believed they were no match for the gigantic bug. Li Bei commenced shooting and mentioned that he didn't care because they must save Yang Zuli. The giant bug remained unharmed as the bullets simply bounced off its shell. Li Bei was surprised and remarked that the bullets didn't inflict any damage at all. The bug expelled the same mucus that ensnared Yang Zuli. Li Bei suggested that they should immediately throw the hand grenade. The two of them hurled the grenade at the mucus fired towards them, and Fatty Chen referred to the bug as a colossal, hideous creature, declaring that he would obliterate it that day. A massive explosion ensued. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, it revealed the giant bug, unscathed and furious. Li Bei and Fatty Chen were ensnared in the mucus, cursing as they found their attacks utterly futile. The giant bug began retracting the mucus. Li Bei and Fatty Chen clung to the ground to avoid being pulled toward the giant bug's mouth, but as they struggled, they acknowledged that things were over and they were doomed. Fatty Chen appealed to Wu Zhangyi, a young magic master, and implored him to save them. Wu Zhangyi picked his nose and averted his gaze as he inquired why Fatty Chen would make such a request when they were acting like Rambo with their guns earlier, and mentioned that his tricks were futile. Li Bei also addressed Wu Zhangyi as master and stated that Fatty Chen was ignorant, apologizing on his behalf while pleading with him to save them, to which Fatty Chen concurred, admitting it was all his fault, and he also apologized to Wu Zhangyi for underestimating him while begging for his assistance. Wu Zhangyi enveloped his fist with aura as he agreed to rescue the two of them, stating that they should see what the big bug was made of. Wu Zhangyi charged forward, and he delivered a powerful punch to the giant bug. Wu Zhangyi stood triumphantly as he left a gaping hole in the giant bug's chest. Li Bei and Fatty Chen were both astonished and hailed Wu Zhangyi as a one-punch master. The giant bug fell into the ground, and as Wu Zhangyi gazed at it, he pondered that it appeared the big bug had absorbed too much Yin Kai to nurture its body, and became so large, but even its ling roots were not fully developed yet, so it was no wonder that the turtle shell was destroyed with one blow of his fist. Wu Zhangyi conjured multiple shuriken-like auras in the palm of his hand. He unleashed them, and they transformed into slashing auras. Those auras struck the mucus that ensnared both Li Bei and Fatty Chen. Suddenly, swiftly moving entities charged at Wu Zhangyi from behind, and he realized that by injuring the big bug, he had provoked the smaller bugs. Wu Zhangyi acted swiftly, slicing the little bugs in half. However, he failed to eradicate some of the bugs. One of them leaped behind him, and one of those bugs bit him on the shoulder. Wu Zhangyi turned to strike the remaining bugs behind him. Suddenly, the big bug regained consciousness, and it stood beside Wu Zhangyi, poised to attack him. Wu Zhangyi noticed the big bug, and with his fist engulfed in a powerful aura, he exclaimed to shut the hell up because he had just destroyed its lame shell, so with his current punch, he would blow it into pieces. But Wu Zhangyi halted when he noticed something. He observed one of the big bug's legs hurtling towards him, and he realized that the big bug's sting was poisonous. Wu Zhangyi failed to dodge the big bug's attack in time, and he groaned in pain as he was struck on the shoulders. Li Bei and Fatty Chen were alarmed when they saw that Wu Zhangyi had been injured and slammed to the ground. Li Bei urged to follow him and rescue Wu Zhangyi because he had saved their lives before, so it was their turn to help him, to which Fatty Chen readily agreed. The two of them commenced firing their guns at the big bug and ordered it to release their savior, labeling it a colossal bug. But the big bug shrugged off their attacks, simply flicking its legs to assail the two of them and send them flying. Wu Zhangyi smiled as he observed Li Bei and Fatty Chen lying on the ground, and he mused that, unexpectedly, those tomb robbers could also be quite useful in the end. The giant bug loomed over Wu Zhangyi and glared at him. Wu Zhangyi proudly challenged the big bug if it wished to harm him with its meager poison. He delivered an uppercut to the big bug using his fist, which was enveloped in aura. Before the big bug could recover, Wu Zhangyi leaped off the ground to deliver another attack. He landed his punch on the big bug's face. Wu Zhangyi's punch was so potent that the big bug was dragged to the ground as it was propelled backward. The big bug was utterly defeated, and Wu Zhangyi reflected that, fortunately, the Ren Wang Ju Sutra provided resistance against poisons. Otherwise, he would have been in serious trouble. Suddenly, Fatty Chen pointed something out and exclaimed to look, catching Ren Wang Ju's attention. The remaining little bugs were surrounding a hole in the ground that oozed with a dark aura. While Fatty Chen looked horrified, Wu Zhangyi finally deduced that that was where the Yin Kai originated. Wu Zhangyi approached and inspected the hole in front of him, realizing that he had been so focused on the big monster that he hadn't noticed. He continued to glare at the hole. Suddenly, he took a step forward. The three tomb robbers all looked worried when Wu Zhangyi suddenly leaped into the hole. The hole into which Wu Zhangyi leaped was filled with bugs and human skeletons. He landed on the ground, and in front of him was a strange entity resembling a flower. Wu Zhangyi approached it, and he pondered that there were a lot of Yin Kai there due to that creature. He examined it and perceived that the thing seemed somewhat familiar, so he speculated if it was the legendary treasure Tai Sui Lingjai. Wu Zhangyi mused that it was no wonder there were so many corpses there because legend had it that the Tai Sui Lingjai fed on the Yin Kai of the deceased, and those little bugs were its helpers in killing people. Suddenly, multiple red auras resembling strings spurted out of the Tai Sui Lingjai. Wu Zhangyi was caught off guard when the Tai Sui Lingjai attached the strings to him. The strings began to wrap around his head. Wu Zhangyi cursed when he realized that the strings were eroding his consciousness. He was already enwrapped by the strings when a monster appeared, and it informed him that there was no use in struggling because no man had ever escaped its grasp. Wu Zhangyi was surprised that the monster actually possessed its own consciousness. The monster smiled sinisterly as it declared that it was too late because soon he would be a part of it. Wu Zhangyi screamed in pain as he became covered by more strings. Just like a helpless insect wrapped in spider silk, Wu Zhangyi was about to be consumed by the monster. But before the monster could devour him, it felt something peculiar, and it remarked that Wu Zhangyi possessed some strange power. Wu Zhangyi was glowing, and the source of the light was his hand on his back. The monster immediately recognized the mortal king seal that was glowing on Wu Zhangyi's hands. Wu Zhangyi effortlessly broke free from the monster's strings using the bright light, and the monster couldn't help but ask what kind of human Wu Zhangyi was. With a golden, glowing aura behind him that mimicked his figure, Wu Zhangyi explained that he was utilizing the Ren Wang Ju Sutra, so it better get ready. Wu Zhangyi seized the strings that had previously constricted him. The monster trembled, and it screamed in pain as Wu Zhangyi seized its strings, and it inquired what he was. Wu Zhangyi did not respond to the monster, and he began absorbing the strings in the palm of his hands. The monster was being absorbed by Wu Zhangyi, along with the strings. The monster couldn't comprehend how it was possible that it was being absorbed by a human, and it couldn't accept it, as it protested that it shouldn't be happening. The Tai Sui Lingjai was withering behind Wu Zhangyi as he meditated on the ground. After finishing his meditation, Wu Zhangyi remarked that after being reborn into that world, it was the first time he absorbed so much Yin Kai that it elevated his cultivation base by a significant leap, and according to that world, he should be at least in the realm of a grand master. Wu Zhangyi attempted to produce the strings from his fingertips, and he mentioned that he would utilize that thing in the future. Meanwhile, on top of the whole, Li Bei observed that Wu Zhangyi hadn't emerged for so long, so he speculated that he was probably deceased. And Fatty Chen added that it was unfortunate because Wu Zhangyi was so young and had a promising future, so he wondered why Wu Zhangyi would suddenly jump into that ditch. Suddenly, Fatty Chen noticed something. The three of them were in awe as Wu Zhangyi emerged from the hole. As soon as Wu Zhangyi landed on the ground, Fatty Chen inquired if it was really him. Fatty Chen approached Wu Zhangyi, surprised that he hadn't died, and Wu Zhangyi stated that he couldn't die that easily. Suddenly, something caught Wu Zhangyi's attention. It was his phone. Someone texted him, asking him where he was, and the person instructed him to come to their house because something had happened there. Wu Zhangyi pondered whether Zhao Jincheng caused trouble again. Wu Zhangyi grasped the hand of one of the tomb robbers. As he walked away, he conveyed that it was time for them to part ways. He proposed that they should call it a day and leave it at that, prompting the three of them to thank Wu Zhangyi for saving their lives. They bid farewell. Wu Zhangyi waved them goodbye as Fatty Chen mentioned that if he ever visited Beiliu City, he should call him, and he would assist him in any way he wished. Meanwhile, in a mansion, Miss Song conversed with Manager Liu, inquiring about his purpose for visiting their house that day. Manager Liu relayed that at that moment, Zhao Jincheng instructed her to return the 20 million she owed to the Zhao family. If she lacked money, she could mortgage her jewelry store. Miss Song tried to argue with Manager Liu that Mr. Zhao himself invested in the jewelry store, so he could not demand her to mortgage it. Manager Liu informed her that he feared she hadn't realized yet that Mr. Zhao was getting old, and Zhao Jincheng was now in charge of the Zhao family. She should recognize who had the final say in the Zhao family. Miss Song immediately recalled what happened at her birthday party between Zhao Jincheng and Wu Zhangyi. She deduced that what was occurring must be because Wu Zhangyi offended Zhao Jincheng at the banquet. So, it didn't matter even if Wu Zhangyi knew Zhu Yongqing because he was still nothing but a poor guy from a poor family. Miss Song's sister poured a drink in a cup and stated that they were mistaken last time. She asked him if he could go back and make things easier for them. Manager Liu smiled and revealed that there was a solution. As long as they consented to the marriage between Zhao Jincheng and Song Yuyao, Zhao Jincheng stated that he could consider it. Song Yuyao, along with her father, suddenly appeared. Song Yuyao informed her mother that she couldn't promise Manager Liu such a thing. Miss Song's husband remarked that her daughter's marriage should be left to her discretion. She couldn't tear the family apart for the sake of her career. To his surprise, he was slapped in the face. Miss Song slapped him and informed him that if he had acted like a real man and taken his responsibilities seriously, she wouldn't have to work hard for all those years. Song Yuyao attempted to stop her mother by shouting. Meanwhile, Manager Liu smiled sinisterly as he asked Miss Song what her decision was, if it was a yes or a no. Suddenly, someone kicked something. It was Wu Zhangyi. He barged in by kicking the front door, informing Manager Liu that the answer was no. Manager Liu called Wu Zhangyi a brat and asked him who he was. Wu Zhangyi grabbed Manager Liu's hand so hard that it made him cry and scream in pain. He informed that he was his father. While still crying, Manager Liu immediately ordered his men to kill Wu Zhangyi, labeling him a bastard. Manager Liu's men quickly charged at Wu Zhangyi and demanded that he let go of Manager Liu's hand. One of the men's fists was about to hit Wu Zhangyi, and Wu Zhangyi just glared at it. Song Yuyao and her parents all watched in shock and awe as the sound of punches echoed through the room. Manager Liu and his men lay on the ground, and Wu Zhangyi crouched in front of them, instructing them to go back and tell Zhao Jincheng something. Wu Zhangyi revealed that Zhao Jincheng messed with the wrong person. As Manager Liu and his men got out of the house, Miss Song wondered what Wu Zhangyi's real background was. Song Yuyao immediately ran towards Wu Zhangyi while calling his name. She cried as she recounted that she was really scared, and Wu Zhangyi reassured her that she didn't have to be afraid because he was there. Miss Song requested Wu Zhangyi to leave Song Yuyao alone because the current matter couldn't be solved by fighting. Miss Song's sister chimed in, saying that they lost the jewelry store because of his reckless actions. But to their surprise, Wu Zhangyi asked them how much the jewelry store was because he would buy it, and he would transfer its ownership to Song Yuyao later. Miss Song's sister mocked Wu Zhangyi, asking him if he was sick in his head, questioning how a poor dog like him could buy the jewelry store, and ordering him to piss off. Miss Song stated that she knew that he was doing it for Yuyao's good, but the Zhao family wanted 20 million, and they couldn't afford so much money. But Wu Zhangyi was unfazed. He nonchalantly reassured not to worry and asked her to give him 2 days to give her 20 million. At Song Yuyao's residence, her aunt laughed hysterically and exclaimed to forget about the 20 million because she didn't think that he could come up with even 20,000. Miss Song remarked that 20 million was not a small amount, so she could give him 2 days at most. She sternly declared that if he failed to arrange 20 million by then, he has to promise to never see Song Yuyao again. And she asked him what his say was on the matter, while thinking that if Wu Zhangyi failed to come up with 20 million in 2 days, he would naturally have to agree to the marriage between Song Yuyao and Zhao Jincheng. Wu Zhangyi confidently assured that it was no problem. Suddenly, Xia Guoqing called. As soon as Wu Zhangyi picked up the phone, Xia Guoqing asked if he was talking to Wu Zhangyi, which Wu Zhangyi confirmed. Wu Zhangyi asked Xia Guoqing to help him look up a member of the Zhao family in Yunal City known as Zhao Jincheng. And when Xia Guoqing heard Wu Zhangyi talk about the Zhao family, he mentioned that he had some meetings with them when the old man was the head of the family. Xia Guoqing added that later, when the old man's son, Zhao Jincheng, was given command of the family, he seldom had any contacts, and he asked Wu Zhangyi why he wanted to search for information about Zhao Jincheng. Wu Zhangyi instructed not to ask so many questions and to just help him dig out some details about the Zhao family. He looked menacing as he stated that he didn't want to see the Zhao family in his Yunal City in the future. Xia Guoqing noted that if that were the case, he just had a copy of Zhao Jincheng's criminal evidence in his hand, but he was hesitating. Wu Zhangyi asked him what he was hesitant about. Xia Guoqing explained that it was a big and sensitive matter, so he asked him if he could come over to his house if he had time, and he would personally hand over the documents to him. Wu Zhangyi quickly agreed, and he confirmed that he would be right there. On the other hand, someone was extremely mad, and they slammed their fist on the table as they called Miss Song. It was Zhao Jincheng, and he questioned Miss Song for daring to beat his people like that, asking if she wanted to start a war. Miss Song panicked over the phone, and as she pleaded that it was not her, she asked him to listen to her, and Zhao Jincheng listened carefully. A few moments later, Zhao Jincheng was amused as he echoed what Miss Song had mentioned about Wu Zhangyi failing to come up with 20 million after 2 days, and he asked her if she wouldn't go back on her words later. Zhao Jincheng dropped the call as he chanted Wu Zhangyi's name. Zhao Jincheng smiled sinisterly as he voiced that in 2 days, he would trample Wu Zhangyi under his feet and let him see the difference between a man and a dog. Meanwhile, Wu Zhangyi arrived at Xia Guoqing's house, and he asked him exactly what evidence of the crime he was talking about. Xia Guoqing handed Wu Zhangyi a book, and he requested that he see it for himself. Wu Zhangyi inspected the contents of the book. His eyes widened in surprise. Wu Zhangyi's hands trembled as he questioned Xia Guoqing why he didn't hand the document in when he had that in his hand. He asked Xia Guoqing if he were in cahoots with the Zhao family. The two of them could only imagine the dirty deeds of Zhao Jincheng, like selling young women to old, rich men. Xia Guoqing asked Wu Zhangyi what he took him for, and he replied that although he was not a nobleman, he would never collude with such sordid people. He clarified that it was just that the matter involved too many other named identities in it. So even though his Xia family had some influence in Yunal City, he was afraid that high-class society was more wicked and complicated. Wu Zhangyi relaxed and leaned back on the sofa as he acknowledged that he got it. Xia Guoqing got anxious as he asked Wu Zhangyi what he was going to do, and he asserted that if he needed any help, he would help him. Wu Zhangyi asked Xia Guoqing if Zhu Yongqing, the mayor of Yunal City, was the same as others and if he was involved in the matter too. Xia Guoqing gave it some thought, and he mused that he didn't think so because, although he didn't have much contact with Zhu Yongqing, he could still be considered an upright person. Looking at the pictures in his hand, Wu Zhangyi declared that it was just enough, and he wouldn't let Zhao Jincheng, who was doing such dirty things, get away with everything anymore. It was a sunny day, and the Zhao family mansion had an ample number of guards. Miss Song and Song Yuyao were sitting by the garden, and Miss Song whispered to her, asking why she could not get in touch with her Wu Zhangyi when the 2 days were over and the time had come. Zhao Jincheng was with them, and as he called Wu Zhangyi a poor bastard, he stated that Wu Zhangyi must have surely run away to his village after pretending to be too big and mighty. Although Song Yuyao stayed silent, she was wondering if something bad happened to Wu Zhangyi, but she told herself that she was just overthinking, and Wu Zhangyi would definitely come. Song Yuyao looked up when someone suddenly uttered, asking for an apology. It was Wu Zhangyi, and he was apologizing for being late. Zhao Jincheng looked horrified when Song Yuyao quickly jumped into his arms, and she immediately asked him what he had been doing those 2 days because she hadn't been able to contact him, so she got so worried about him. Zhao Jincheng glared at Wu Zhangyi, and he was mad that Wu Zhangyi really dared to come, but he declared that he would never mind that because that day, he was going to humiliate him and kick his ass out in front of Song Yuyao. On the other hand, Wu Zhangyi asserted that he was busy doing something that was going to relieve all of her worries. Zhao Jincheng approached Wu Zhangyi, telling him that he arrived at last because he claimed that he couldn't pay and ran away. Wu Zhangyi smiled as he remarked that it was nothing like that, and he worried for nothing because he brought his 20 million. But he inquired Zhao Jincheng if he could trouble himself to sign a document after receiving the money so that the jewelry store ownership rights could be transferred to Song Yuyao. Song Yuyao's aunt interrupted the conversation, instructing Wu Zhangyi to stop scoffing nonsense, and that if he had money, he could quickly hand it over because she doesn't believe that he really has 20 million. Wu Zhangyi took out his phone, and he requested to wait just a moment. He messaged Xie Guoqing to make the transfer. Wu Zhangyi noted that 20 million had been transferred to the account he gave him, so it should have arrived in the account at that time, and he asked that he check it. Zhao Jincheng immediately ordered one of his men to check and see if 20 million had been received in the account or not, and the man agreed. Meanwhile, Miss Song and her sister waited in anticipation, and her sister tried to confirm with her that there was no way for Wu Zhangyi to have 20 million. But Miss Song mused that it was hard to say because Wu Zhangyi was really mysterious. Suddenly, the man blurted out and confirmed that they just received the transfer of 20 million yuan from Wu Zhangyi's personal account. Zhao Jincheng, Miss Song, and her sister were all surprised, and they couldn't believe that it was possible. Zhao Jincheng looked devastated while Wu Zhangyi was smiling, and he announced that he already prepared the paperwork, so all he needed to do was sign and seal the papers. Zhao Jincheng was stunned when Wu Zhangyi showed him the paperwork and questioned him if he was trying to go back on his word. Zhao Jincheng clicked his tongue, ordered his men to bring his official seal, and stamped the documents. A few moments later, Wu Zhangyi's face went dark as Miss Song praised him, commenting that the first time she saw him, she knew that he was not an ordinary person, and her sister praised Wu Zhangyi as well, observing that it seemed that their Song Yuyao had met a nobleman, conceding that she was wrong about him before. But Miss Song's sister screamed in pain when Wu Zhangyi grabbed her arm. She trembled as Wu Zhangyi declared that he was sparing her life because she was Song Yuyao's aunt. He glared at her as he warned that in the future, if she ever dared to play with Song Yuyao's feelings again, he wouldn't show her any mercy. Holding onto her sore arm, Miss Song's sister retorted that he wouldn't dare to do so while Miss Song tried to calm Wu Zhangyi down. Wu Zhangyi smiled as he turned to Song Yuyao and suggested that they should go, and Song Yuyao agreed while smiling the same. But as the two of them walked away, Zhao Jincheng shouted at Wu Zhangyi, inquiring if he really asserted that he would just let him walk away just like that. Zhao Jincheng smiled proudly as Wu Zhangyi questioned him what he just uttered. Wu Zhangyi inquired Zhao Jincheng if there was anything else he had to say. Suddenly, Wu Zhangyi noticed something, and his expression changed. Wu Zhangyi saw Zhao Ziheng, whom he recognized as the loser who challenged him the other day, come in with an old man behind him, and Zhao Ziheng expressed that it was good to see him again. Wu Zhangyi noticed the old man next to Zhao Ziheng, who was Zhao Zuri, curator of the Hongyi Martial Arts Pavilion, and Wu Zhangyi recognized that he was strong. With Zhao Ziheng and Zhao Zuri behind him, Zhao Jincheng queried Wu Zhangyi if he claimed that it was a place where he could come and go whenever he wanted. Zhao Zuri called Zhao Jincheng and Zhao Ziheng brats, and commented that they brought him there in such a hurry, saying that they needed his help to defeat a martial arts master. But he was disappointed when he saw that it turned out to be just a hairy boy. Wu Zhangyi. Zhao Ziheng stated that Wu Zhangyi's martial arts style was abnormal, and he warned him that he must not be careless. Zhao Jincheng asserted that Zhao Zuri was a master of ancient arts, and there were only a few people in the whole Yunal city who could hardly go toe-to-toe with him, so Wu Zhangyi was literally just dust for him. Song Yuyao mediated between Wu Zhangyi and Zhao Jincheng, and she mentioned that if Wu Zhangyi had offended him in any way, she apologized for him, so she requested that they let them go. Zhao Jincheng laughed at Miss Song's request to close the matter, and he declared that unless Wu Zhangyi kneeled down, apologized to him, and got out of Yunal City forever, he wouldn't let him leave on his own two legs. Wu Zhangyi stepped forward, and he announced that he didn't plan to do such a thing himself that day. Zhao Ziheng voiced that no matter how crazy he was, he couldn't be Zhao Zuri's opponent, so he should just get down on his knees and apologize immediately. But Wu Zhangyi responded that he doesn't care who Zhao Zuri is, as he doesn't see him as an opponent, and he doesn't have to play with them, so he suggested that all three of them come at him together. Zhao Zuri was enraged by what Wu Zhangyi uttered, and he called him an insolent little. He immediately charged at Wu Zhangyi, proclaiming that he would teach him some manners that day. Zhao Zuri was surprised when Wu Zhangyi was able to block his attack. Wu Zhangyi shouted at Zhao Zuri to take his attack, and his eyes widened. Zhao Zuri safely landed on the ground, and he observed that Wu Zhangyi's Kai was as strong as a grandmaster's. When Zhao Zuri remarked that he did not expect a boy to have such strength at such a young age, Zhao Jincheng was surprised, and he inquired if Wu Zhangyi was also a master of ancient martial arts. Song Yuyao explained that ever since that day, she didn't know. Zhao Zuri expressed that he had nothing against him, so he offered that if he apologized to his nephews, his feud with them would be over, and he could also consider admitting him to his martial arts pavilion. But Wu Zhangyi scoffed at Zhao Zuri for saying that he wanted him as a disciple and contended that he thought too highly of himself. Wu Zhangyi was ablaze while Zhao Zuri pointed out that although they both were masters of ancient martial arts, from his kai and momentum, he could tell that he just stepped into the early stage of a grandmaster while he was already close to the late stage of a grandmaster. Zhao Zuri remarked that though Wu Zhangyi might think that it was only a small difference of one stage, the difference was actually very big, so he advised him to understand the situation. But Wu Zhangyi nonchalantly asked Zhao Zuri, who claimed that he only had the strength of a grandmaster. And suddenly, Zhao Zuri looked so surprised when he felt something in his kai that he couldn't help but inquire what he was. As Wu Zhangyi prepared himself to charge at Zhao Zuri was aware that he was not in a good situation. Wu Zhangyi lunged at Zhao Zuri to attack him, and while Zhao Zuri blocked Wu Zhangyi's attack, all he could utter was that Wu Zhangyi was so fast. Wu Zhangyi's attack was so powerful that Zhao Zuri got pushed back, and his feet got dragged on the floor. While Zhao Zuri's arm got a huge bruise and his arm was trembling in pain, he realized that Wu Zhangyi's aura was the aura of a true Kai ancient martial master, which he found impossible. But before Zhao Zuri could react further, Wu Zhangyi suddenly appeared beside him with a menacing look on his face. Wu Zhangyi slapped Zhao Zuri across the face. The slap was so powerful that Zhao Zuri lost his footing and was sent flying. Zhao Zuri still managed to land on the floor on all fours, avoiding being slammed into the floor. Zhao Zuri charged forward. He reached out to attack Wu Zhangyi with all his might, but Wu Zhangyi was able to catch his hand effortlessly. Zhao Zuri was in a panic when he perceived the gap between them. Zhao Zuri asked his nieces what the two of them were doing, standing there dumbfounded, and he ordered them to run away. Zhao Jincheng and Zhao Ziheng quickly turned to run away. Wu Zhangyi glanced at them when he realized that they were trying to run away. He released the string-like aura he got from the Tai Sui Lingjai, and he declared that it was the day that all of them were going to die there. Wu Zhangyi wrapped the strings around Zhao Jincheng and Zhao Ziheng. The two of them fell to the ground, and as they cried for Zhao Zuri to save them, their guards were already running away. But Zhao Zuri was also wrapped in the same string, and he was so horrified that he couldn't help but inquire what the hell it was. Zhao Zuri tried to break free from the strings, and he questioned Wu Zhangyi if he was trying to trap him with just those strings. And with an evil look in his eyes, Wu Zhangyi stared at Zhao Zuri, advising him not to waste his energy by struggling. While all Zhao Jincheng could do was cry, Zhao Ziheng also tried to break free from the strings, and Zhao Zuri was horrified when he realized that those strings were sucking out his blood. Wu Zhangyi looked unhinged as he commanded them to go to hell, and they all screamed in pain. But suddenly, Wu Zhangyi came back to himself when someone touched his arm, inquiring what was going on and if he was alright. It was Song Yuyao, and with a kind look on her face, she implored Wu Zhangyi to let the three of them go. Wu Zhangyi loosened up the strings, and he let out a huge sigh. Zhao Zuri fell to the ground as Wu Zhangyi released him, and Wu Zhangyi remarked that those people deserved no sympathy. Suddenly, wailing noises filled the area, and everyone was surprised. Multiple police cars had arrived at the scene. As the police officers got out of their cars, they immediately looked for Zhao Jincheng, and Zhao Jincheng urgently revealed where he was, asserting that someone was trying to kill him. Zhao Jincheng approached one of the police officers, and while he pointed at Wu Zhangyi, he accused Wu Zhangyi of trying to kill him, so they must take him into their custody. To Zhao Jincheng's surprise, the police officer presented an arrest warrant and announced that they were there to arrest him as he was suspected of bribing officials and organizing underage trade. While Zhao Jincheng looked completely horrified, Wu Zhangyi smiled triumphantly as he revealed that Zhu Yongqing had finally taken action. Recalling the events, someone remarked that they had no idea that Deputy Mayor Lin would do such a thing. It was Zhu Yongqing, and as he looked at the documents that Wu Zhangyi presented, he exclaimed that they were outrageous. He slammed the documents on the table and insisted that none of those people should be allowed to escape, and all those involved must be held accountable. Zhu Yongqing smiled as he remarked that, fortunately, he had such complete evidence that he would do everything in his power to put those people behind bars. Wu Zhangyi shook Zhu Yongqing's hands, and he stated that he would leave it to him. Back to the present, Zhao Jincheng claims that he doesn't know anything about the trade and asserted that he thinks that they made a mistake. Zhao Jincheng pointed again at Wu Zhangyi as he alleged that they obviously saw Wu Zhangyi trying to kill them. But instead of arresting him, they were trying to arrest him, so he inquired of the police officers where Chief Officer Chen was and insisted that he wanted to talk to him immediately. But the police officer informed that Chen Ju, Police Officer Chen's full name, was in a position where he couldn't even protect himself, and that he shouldn't expect any help from their friends either. Zhao Jincheng was surprised, and he was already sweating profusely. He looked at Wu Zhangyi, who was smiling, and he fumed as he considered if it was Wu Zhangyi's doing. But he found it impossible because there was no way a poor boy like Wu Zhangyi could know about them. Zhao Jincheng shuddered when the police officer announced to come with them, and he had the right to remain silent. The police officers dragged Zhao Jincheng out, and while he pleaded to leave him alone and demanding to see his lawyer, Zhao Ziheng and Zhao Zuri simply watched behind him. Zhao Ziheng questioned Zhao Zuri what he should do, and Zhao Zuri replied that they couldn't do anything, so they should just get out of there while they still could. While Zhao Jincheng was being taken away by the police officers, Zhao Ziheng and Zhao Zuri ran away as they promised, and Wu Zhangyi noticed them. But Zhao Zuri did not chase them, and he declared that he would spare their lives that day, but there wouldn't be a second time. It was already evening, and Wu Zhangyi was entering a building. As he entered a room, a guy was waiting for him inside, calling him boss, and he was glad that he was finally back. It was Zhu Hao. He stood up as he declared that he was about to go and find him, which made Wu Zhangyi concerned, so he inquired what the matter was. Wu Zhangyi handed Zhu Hao a drink while Zhu Hao was smiling and announced that the girl he mentioned to him earlier, Yang from the English department, had finally accepted his confession. Zhu Hao was smiling brightly as he shared that they had set up a party that night with Yang's best friend to make their relationship officially known. Wu Zhangyi remembered Zhu Hao, who was injured in his past life, and he remarked that the Yang Yan had finally accepted Zhu Hao's confession. Wu Zhangyi glared into space as he recalled that in his previous life, Zhu Hao got both of his legs broken that night, which made him end up spending the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Suddenly, Zhu Hao interrupted Wu Zhangyi's thoughts, querying if he was alright, and he assured that it was okay if he didn't want to come. Wu Zhangyi asserted that in his current life, he would make all of those who ruined Zhu Hao's life in his previous life pay, and so he vowed that there was no way that he could not go because it was his best brother's big day. A few moments later, the two of them arrived at a dance club, and Zhu Hao immediately called for Yang Yan. Yang Yan greeted Zhu Hao with a smile, telling him to sit down while her companions didn't look pleased. Yang Yan immediately wrapped her arms around Zhu Hao, calling him sweetie and urging him to come to her. Suddenly, someone pointed at Wu Zhangyi while confirming with everyone that Wu Zhangyi was their school's renowned wimp. It was a man who was one of Yang Yan's companions, and he questioned Zhu Hao why he brought a chicken to a party of lions. The man was named Huang Zhu, and Zhu Hao immediately challenged him, admonishing him not to talk nonsense because even Zhao Ziheng of the martial arts club was beaten by Wu Zhangyi. But Huang Zhu simply laughed, dismissing that no one was going to believe that. Wu Zhangyi soothed that it was okay and he should just ignore Huang Zhu, but Zhu Hao was still fuming mad. A few moments later, Zhu Hao revealed that he had something for her, and as he handed her a necklace, he confessed that he was not sure if it was to her taste or not. Yang Yan raised the necklace in admiration, and her friend was surprised, exclaiming that the necklace probably must have cost tens of thousands. As Yang Yan tried on the necklace, her friend whispered to her that she really had a good eye for guys because she found a good and rich spare tire so quickly, and Yang Yan commanded to shut up. A group of men were coming in their direction. Yang Yan's friend whispered to her again, warning her that Chen was coming, and Yang Yan was startled when someone called her name. It was Chen, and he looked glad that he found Yang Yan. He immediately grabbed her and urged to come with him, which made Zhu Hao angry. In the heat of the moment, Zhu Hao tackled Chen. Chen got mad at Zhu Hao. He demanded if he wanted to die while calling him a bastard, and he ordered his boys to beat Zhu Hao up. One of Yang Yan's female friends requested the men to go up and help, but the men just inquired if she was kidding them because they would be up against Chen. They mentioned that they were on Chen's turf, so no matter who it was, if they interfere with Chen there, it won't end well. Yang Yan's friend questioned her what she wanted to do, but Yang Yan merely nonchalantly remarked that she couldn't possibly do anything, and she elaborated that Zhu Hao was the one who angered Chen by being nosy. It was not like she instructed to stand up for her, so it has nothing to do with her. Wu Zhangyi glared at Yang Yan when he overheard her state those things. He looked so mad as he declared that, sure enough, they were all just a bunch of scum. Wu Zhangyi proceeded to kick one of Chen's boys in the back. In an instant, the boys who were ganging up on Zhu Hao were knocked on the floor, and as Wu Zhangyi helped Zhu Hao up, he questioned him if he had discovered what kind of friends he made. He stated that if he wasn't there, he would be in a wheelchair again for the rest of his life. Wu Zhangyi suddenly kicked someone behind him. Seeing the fight, Yang Yan blushed as she verified with her friend how everyone claimed that Wu Zhangyi was a timid and famous loser, and her friend asserted that Wu Zhangyi was everything except that. Yang Yan came running towards Wu Zhangyi shamelessly, and she claimed that it turned out that he was super strong. Wu Zhangyi smiled as Yang Yan grabbed his arm and confessed that if she had realized he was so powerful, she wouldn't have to be afraid of Chen. Suddenly, someone's hand reached out to Yang Yan's throat. It was Wu Zhangyi, and as he was choking Yang Yan, he instructed her to listen to him, calling her a shameless thought. He revealed that in his previous life, Zhu Hao had to spend his life as a cripple in a wheelchair because of her, so that day, she must endure the same pain as he did. Yang Yan trembled and cried as Zhu Hao requested Wu Zhangyi to let her go because it was not a big deal. However, instead of releasing Yang Yan, Wu Zhangyi emitted an aura from his other hand. While calling Yang Yan a derogatory term, he disclosed to her that in his previous life, Zhu Hao spent the rest of his life in a wheelchair because of her. Using the aura, Wu Zhangyi broke Yang Yan's bones on her knees, instructing her to experience being handicapped for 6 months. As her bones cracked, Yang Yan screamed in pain. Suddenly, Wu Zhangyi noticed that his phone was ringing. It was Wu Gang. As Wu Zhangyi took the call, he dropped Yang Yan on the floor, who quickly writhed in pain. Wu Gang was traveling in a car and mentioned that they were in big trouble, needing his help. Wu Gang elaborated that Dongfeng Wuxin had brought his men to the Hongshuang martial arts school. Zhao Ziri of the Hongyi martial arts school had already surrendered to them. Xia Guoqing mentioned that there was no one in Yunal City besides him who could handle that problem. Wu Zhangyi inquired of Wu Gang if he was referring to the Hongshuan martial arts hall, whose head was Yi Hongshuang, which Wu Gang confirmed. Wu Gang queried if Wu Zhangyi knew the head of the Hongshuan martial arts hall. Wu Zhangyi affirmed, mentioning that Yi Hongshuang was an old friend. He suggested heading over there as fast as he could because he was on his way. As he started to walk out of the dance club, everyone there was so apprehensive of him that they moved out of his way. Wu Zhangyi gestured to Zhu Hao, advising him to go back first because he had an urgent matter to take care of. It was already morning, and a lot of people were gathered in front of the Hongshuang martial arts hall. Yi Hongshuang commented that his martial arts club had always been overbearing and disrespectful. They had repeatedly endured them to avoid fights for the peaceful development of the Wudao community in Yunal City. However, at that moment, all of a sudden, he brought an outsider into the city to conquer all the martial arts schools in Yunal. Dongfeng Wuxin was amused and commented that they were always talking about benevolence and morality. They argued that the only way to become strong was through practicing those old martial arts techniques to strengthen the body. In his opinion, it was just a sign of narrow-mindedness and incompetence. So, the martial art of Yunal City would only be revived in all its glory under his rule. Yi Hongshuang commented that it was a load of crap and that his shamelessness knew no bounds. She challenged him to a fight so that she could put a stop to him once and for all. However, Dongfeng Wuxin declared that day it would not be him who fought her. Dongfeng Wuxin introduced the mysterious person in a cloak from before, and he revealed that the man was Liechuan, the foreign aide he invited. The mysterious man, Liechuan, politely greeted Yi Hongshuang. Yi Hongshuang was surprised when she saw Liechuan. She remarked that it was said that Liechuan defeated numerous martial arts masters in Yunal City in just 2 days, and all of them were defeated in one move. Yi Hongshuang looked at Liechuan intently, and she did not expect Liechuan to be a young man who looked to be in his early 30s. Dongfeng Wuxin proposed that she would make the first move, as Liechuan was known for letting his opponents make the first move. Whenever he struck first, it was always a one-move victory. Fang Xuanxuan, one of Yi Hongshuang's disciples, stepped forward. She declared not to be arrogant and to let her fight Liechuan. Dongfeng Wuxin stated that she was not worth being Liechuan's opponent while calling her a little missy. Yi Hongshuang instructed to stay back and let her handle the situation, but Fang Xuanxuan tried to protest. Yi Hongshuang firmly instructed not to make her repeat herself. Fang Xuanxuan prepared herself to attack, and she warned Liechuan that she was coming. She shrouded her fist with aura, and as she directed her attack towards Liechuan, she exclaimed to take it. Fang Xuanxuan immediately recognized Yi Hongshuang's move, the Crimson Fist, and Dongfeng Wuxin was alarmed because he knew that the Crimson Fist was Yi Hongshuang's masterstroke. He did not expect her to use her strongest move straight off the bat. Dongfeng Wuxin continued to think that Yi Hongshuang had already reached the peak of Huajin when she was just in her early 30s. She was able to achieve so much while Liechuan faced Yi Hongshuang's Crimson Fist with a nonchalant attitude. Liechuan simply raised 2 of his fingers to block Yi Hongshuang's attack. An array was created, and he managed to block Yi Hongshuang's fists. Yi Hongshuang looked so surprised that Liechuan blocked her Crimson Fist. Liechuan looked down on her, commenting that she was weak. Yi Hongshuang was alarmed when her hand got wrapped in Liechuan's ice attack, as she couldn't get her hand out. Liechuan remarked that her martial arts were really weak. While Yi Hongshuang was still trapped, Liechuan summoned an ice staff, and he claimed that the fight was not even the least bit challenging. Liechuan was about to hit Yi Hongshuang with his ice staff and declared that from that day onwards, her martial arts hall belonged to him, and one by one, he would annex all the remaining 3 major martial arts halls in Yunal City. Fang Xuanxuan panicked, and she tried to rush towards Yi Hongshuang to save her. Suddenly, someone grabbed Liechuan's staff and revealed that it was the ability to transform internal energy into ice. It was Wu Zhangyi, and he looked so mad as he questioned Liechuan if he knew his father, Zhang Chenhai. Dongfeng Wuxin quickly recognized Wu Zhangyi as the one who messed up his plan the last time. Fang Shuangxuan looked at Wu Zhangyi in awe, and she wondered if he was Wu Zhangyi. Liechuan was expecting Wu Zhangyi, and he declared that he finally came. He admitted that he was careless last time, which allowed him to ruin his plan, but although he was very strong, he was still not his opponent. But Wu Zhangyi paid no mind to his remarks, and his string-like aura started to come out of him as he reminded Liechuan that he asked him if he knew Zhang Chenhai. Wu Zhangyi recalled that in the past, Zhang Chenhai was attacked in their home. The perpetrators were using their energy like Liechuan was, and they were urging him to surrender the item so he would be spared. Zhang Chenhai replied that he didn't know what they were talking about and that he didn't have what they wanted. Wu Zhangyi and her mother were watching as things unfolded, and Wu Zhangyi inquired her what was going on. Zhang Chenhai instructed to take Wu Zhangyi and escape, but she tried to protest. Zhang Chenhai asserted not to worry about him and just go. Yan Hui quickly grabbed Wu Zhangyi's hand and dragged him out of their home, but Wu Zhangyi protested as he was worried about Zhang Chenhai. The three men simultaneously charged forward to attack Zhang Chenhai, and Wu Zhangyi was so surprised. A huge crystal of ice was formed in their yard, and Wu Zhangyi knelt on the ground in despair, calling for Zhang Chenhai. Back to the present, Liechuan queried Wu Zhangyi who the hell Zhang Chenhai was because he didn't know him, and he warned that he better worry about himself first. Wu Zhangyi was alarmed when Liechuan's ice started to freeze his hand. Liechuan laughed as he proclaimed that once he got trapped in his ice, there was no way to escape. Xie Guoqing arrived along with Wu Gang, and Wu Gang was concerned when he saw that Wu Zhangyi and Yi Hongshuang were trapped, so he offered to go up to provide assistance. But Xie Guoqing assured not to worry because Wu Zhangyi could handle it. Suddenly, someone grabbed Yi Hongshuang by the waist. It was Wu Zhangyi, and he commanded the ice to break. Liechuan could not believe that what he saw was possible. Wu Zhangyi brought Yi Hongshuang to where Xie Guoqing was, and he requested to take care of Yi Hongshuang for him. Wu Zhangyi glared at Liechuan, and he observed that it was kind of interesting because, since coming back to that world, it was the first time that he met a slightly capable opponent. Wu Zhangyi jumped off the ground to attack. He was already mid-air and about to pounce on Liechuan, but Liechuan pointed the ice staff at him and taunted he could use whatever tricks he had because, since he wanted to die so badly, he wouldn't be holding back anymore. Liechuan used his move, Ice Blade, but without effort, Wu Zhangyi was able to block Liechuan's attack. Liechuan was surprised and asked how it was possible. Meanwhile, as the others watched the fight, Yi Hongshuang asked Xie Guoqing who Wu Zhangyi was because he had formidable strength, and Wu Gang stated that Wu Zhangyi was a grandmaster that Xie Guoqing had befriended not too long ago. Yi Hongshuang and Fang Shuangxuan were both surprised to hear that Wu Zhangyi was a grandmaster at such a young age. Back into the fight, Wu Zhangyi charged towards Liechuan and asked him if it was all he got because he was no fun to play with at all. He decided that he would give him a taste of his fist. Liechuan created an ice armor to protect himself and declared that he could try all he wanted, but there was no way he could break through his ice armor. Wu Zhangyi's punch landed on Liechuan's ice armor and there was no damage. Liechuan laughed at Wu Zhangyi, but suddenly, his armor started to crumble under Wu Zhangyi's fist. Liechuan coughed up blood. He knelt on the ground as his ice armor crumbled. Liechuan was shaking while he looked dumbfounded, and Wu Zhangyi remarked that even if he didn't answer him peacefully, he had a lot of ways to make him talk. Wu Zhangyi remarked that they would see for how long he could keep his mouth shut. Wu Zhangyi applied his aura to Liechuan and used his move, Soul Dominance. As Dongfeng Wuxin watched the events unfold in front of him, he wondered where the heck Wu Zhangyi came from, that even a martial artist as powerful as Liechuan was powerless in front of him. Xie Guoqing was a bit anxious as he inquired of Wu Zhangyi what it was about. Wu Zhangyi declared that Liechuan was related to the man who hurt his father. Xie Guoqing mentioned that he made a personal trip to Yanjing the other day, and they found out that the people who assaulted his father were related to Sun Jiang from Yanjing. Wu Zhangyi was startled, and he questioned Xie Guoqing about Lai Ziaju, the girl who was bullied by Sun Jiang. Xie Guoqing stated that, just like Sun Jiang, Lai Ziaju was also from Yanjing. Wu Zhangyi clenched his fist as he confirmed that, as expected, things were all planned from the beginning. He gritted his teeth as he revealed that it was all a setup in order to get close to his father through him. Wu Zhangyi used his move, the sound barrier, and he enclosed the three of them inside it. He asserted that he was going to ask him one last time if he knew Zhang Chenhai, and while calling him master, Liechuan admitted that he really didn't know anyone with that name. Wu Zhangyi pondered on it, and he observed that it seemed that Liechuan was not involved in the incident when his father was attacked. He crouched down and urged that he should tell him everything about where he came from. Liuchuan immediately complied, and he explained that he came from the 9 specters. Xie Guoqing immediately reacted when he heard about the 9 specters, and that caught Wu Zhangyi's attention. Xie Guoqing related that the 9 specters were an ancient assassin organization with several hundred years of history, and before the 3rd decade of the last century, it was the era of the terror of the 9 specters. Xie Guoqing recalled that political leaders of so many countries were assassinated, and all other countries were furious, so they gathered together the most powerful ancient warriors to purge them. He concluded that in the end, all the martial artists who were assembled disappeared, and after that, the 9 specters organization also disappeared. Wu Zhangyi immediately grabbed Liuchuan by his clothes, and he demanded him where the headquarters of the 9 specters organization were. Wu Zhangyi pressed Liuchuan why they attacked his father, but suddenly Liuchuan stopped talking, and he sucked his lips into his mouth. Wu Zhangyi couldn't understand what was going on and why the soul dominance technique was not working. Suddenly, Liuchuan screamed in pain. He rolled onto the floor as he continued to scream while holding his head, and Wu Zhangyi disclosed that his mind was confined by a confinement spell, so it was no wonder that his soul dominance technique suddenly failed to work. Liuchuan's eyes were bloodshot as he continued to scream. He started to run away, pleading for them not to kill him and pleading that he didn't want to die over and over again. Xie Guoqing was about to chase after Liuchuan, but Wu Zhangyi advised that there was no need to chase Liuchuan. Liuchuan was already laughing as he ran away, and Wu Zhangyi noted that Liuchuan had lost his mind. Yi Hongshuang approached Wu Zhangyi to thank him for helping them, and she expressed that the Hongshuang Martial Arts Hall would never forget that grace of his. Wu Zhangyi mentioned that she shouldn't bring it up, and he requested that in the future, if they ever need his assistance, they should not hesitate to contact him. Wu Zhangyi recounted that in his previous existence, Yi Hongshuang sheltered him when he was utterly desperate and without anyone to rely on, so he would reciprocate her kindness in his current life. Melancholy filled Wu Zhangyi's eyes as he reflected on his past. Dongfeng Wuxin was alarmed when Wu Zhangyi declared he would leave him and his dogs for him to handle, but he only had one condition, which was that he didn't want to see them in Yunal City again, and Xie Guoqing agreed to honor his request. Yi Hongshuang watched Wu Zhangyi walk away, and she pondered whether she had ever encountered him before because she kept experiencing a sense of deja vu. Xie Guoqing captured everyone's attention, and he urged them to listen. Dongfeng Wuxin and his men panicked when Xie Guoqing labeled them dogs and suggested they should thrash the soul out of them together. While Wu Zhangyi walked on the street, he remarked that Lai Ziaju and Sun Jiang had their eyes on him from the very beginning. They set up their plan according to it, and everything they did was to get to his father, Jiang Chenhai. He mentioned that an ancient assassin's organization could not have gone to such lengths to take on an ordinary family. Wu Zhangyi guessed that there was something his parents were hiding from him, and their identities were most definitely not simple. He looked determined as he declared that whatever the case, no matter what the 9 specters were, he would definitely exterminate them with his own hands. The next day, everything seemed normal as people came to school. Wu Zhangyi walked with Zhu Hao, who inquired when he came back the other night because he had been missing for days, and if he didn't come back that day, the counselors were all going to his house in search of him. Wu Zhangyi did not answer Zhu Hao's question and merely stated that he was back already. Wu Zhangyi was surprised when someone addressed him as Master Zhang as he and Zhu Hao walked down the school hallway. Fang Shuangshuan verified with Wu Zhangyi if it was really him the other day, and she thanked him for saving her master. Zhu Hao was flabbergasted, and he exclaimed that he was just too awesome. Zhu Hao revealed that not only did he win the heart of the campus belle, Song Yuyao, but even the class rep was after him, and Wu Zhangyi was surprised to learn that Fang Shuangshuan was the class rep. Suddenly, a guy emerged from the classroom, and he questioned Wu Zhangyi about what the hell he thought he was doing. Shen Jun was the son of the chairman of Dingsheng Group, a suitor of Fang Shuangshuan, and he commanded to get his hands off Fang Shuangshuan. Fang Shuangshuan blushed, and she quickly removed her hands from Wu Zhangyi. Shen Jun immediately confronted Wu Zhangyi for daring to openly harass a female student in school, and he warned to just wait because he was going to report it to the counselor. However, Fang Shuangshuan urged to stop talking nonsense because she was just expressing her gratitude to Wu Zhangyi for saving her master the other day. Shen Jun questioned Fang Shuangshuan why she clung to Wu Zhangyi so tightly if that was the case. Fang Shuangshuan questioned Shen Jun who he was to her and asserted that she didn't want him to care about her business. Shen Jun looked devastated and hesitated to inquire if she and Wu Zhangyi were together. Fang Shuangshuan did not deny it and simply asserted that it was none of his business if they were. She warned to stay away from her in the future, or he shouldn't blame her for not being polite. This made Shen Jun query what exactly she saw in Wu Zhangyi and what Wu Zhangyi had that he didn't. Shen Jun complained that Wu Zhangyi had no money, no looks, and was timid and weak. He couldn't accept that she liked a lowlife like him. Wu Zhangyi disclosed that, according to his past life's memory, Shen Jun was a second-gen rich spoiled kid who loved to show off. They never really conversed with each other because their lives were like two different worlds from each other. Shen Jun pushed Wu Zhangyi as he interrogated him if he was laughing at him and if he believed that he was ridiculous at the moment. Zhu Hao pushed Shen Jun back as he challenged him who he thought he was to dare touch his boss. Shen Jun wondered what was going on because Zhu Hao had always run the other way when he saw him. At the moment, he was pushing him, and Wu Zhangyi, who was known throughout the school as a timid and cowardly wimp, was currently giving off an invisible sense of intimidation. Suddenly, someone grabbed Wu Zhangyi's arm. It was Fang Xuanxuan, and she stated that they should go as there was no need to pay attention to Shen Jun. A few moments later, the teacher had arrived in the classroom, and class was about to start. The teacher called everyone's attention and announced that he had a great announcement to make. The students wondered what the good news was, if someone in their class won any prize, and if it was Shen Jun again. They remarked that Shen Jun was such an awesome guy as he was the son of the chairman of Dingsheng International, and his grades were also outstanding. Shen Jun stood proudly as the teacher revealed that the news was indeed something to do with him. The teacher explained that, however, at that time, it was not about any awards but the benefits that Shen Jun brought to the students in need. Shen Jun mentioned that they were aware of his family's situation and that his father was a handicapped person. Wu Zhangyi remarked that as a fellow classmate, he really wanted to help him, so 30,000 yuan should be a lot of money for him, and he could give him a priority quota as well. Zhu Hao looked excited with the 30,000 yuan with a priority quota, and as he exclaimed that Shen Jun sure was super rich, he asked him if he accepted it, but Wu Zhangyi remained silent. The teacher observed that Shen Jun was a really thoughtful person because he knew a lot about his classmates' home situation and cared about them. The teacher summoned Wu Zhangyi and instructed him to come to them to thank Shen Jun. But as Wu Zhangyi thanked the teacher, he declined the offer and declared that he was not interested in that small amount of money. Wu Zhangyi's classmates laughed at him. Some of them questioned if he was out of his mind because he dismissed 30,000 yuan as a small amount for him, while others noted that his family's condition was clearly not good but he was still pretending to be prideful and labeled him a selfish dude. Fang Xuanxuan glanced over to Wu Zhangyi as she commented that Wu Zhangyi was able to easily defeat the ancient martial arts master the other day, so he shouldn't be short on money. She acknowledged that, however, the fact that Wu Zhangyi's family's financial situation was poor was something that everyone in their class was openly aware of, and she pondered if there was something about it. Meanwhile, Shen Jun grew angry at Wu Zhangyi, but suddenly, someone contacted Wu Zhangyi. It was Xia Guoxing, and as Wu Zhangyi nonchalantly inquired if something happened, Xia Guoxing chuckled. He explained that he called at that time for a different reason, and it was because there was going to be a grand auction in Yunel the next day. Xia Guoxing disclosed that all the major families and celebrities in Yunel City would be attending, so he wondered if he was interested. When Wu Zhangyi learned that it was another auction, he promptly declared that he was not interested, but Xia Guoxing revealed that there was a catch. Xia Guoxing unveiled that there would be more than just antiques because he heard from a close friend that they would also be auctioning a mysterious magic weapon at that time. Wu Zhangyi grew curious when he learned about the magic weapon, and he speculated if it was the magic weapon of that world. Wu Zhangyi grinned and confirmed that he was in. Xia Guoxing expressed that it was great. He instructed that when he came to the auction, he simply had to give his name to them, and they would let him in without a pass. As Wu Zhangyi placed his phone down on the table, he invited Zhu Hao Fatty. He proposed that he would take him to an auction the next day, and Zhu Hao looked excited. Meanwhile, Shen Jun laughed at Wu Zhangyi, calling him his poor friend, as he teased him if he just stated that he was going to an auction the next day because it was hilarious, and he doubted that he wouldn't even be able to get through the gate. Wu Zhangyi grew annoyed at what Shen Jun asserted, so he countered and suspected that maybe he would be the one who got kicked out, which struck Shen Jun's nerves. Shen Jun predicted that they would see about that. The next evening, in a huge fancy building, someone claimed that they heard that the auction would be attended by all major families and great identities of Yunel City, and the person they were talking to confirmed, asserting that they heard that the Zhao family was also coming. When the person heard about the Zhao family, they inquired if they were talking about the legendary Zhao family that was rumored to have a half-step master. On the other hand, Wu Zhangyi's classmates who came into the auction gathered, and as one of them queried if they had seen Wu Zhangyi, another questioned him if he really believed that Wu Zhangyi was coming, while another remarked that Wu Zhangyi was so poor that he was not qualified to participate in that level of auction. While they were talking, Fang Xuanxuan was not listening to them, and she was only thinking of Wu Zhangyi. Her eyes widened in surprise when someone called for their attention, but to her disappointment, it was Shen Jun, and he was inquiring if Wu Zhangyi hadn't arrived yet. Shen Jun stood proudly again as his classmates addressed him politely, asserting that Wu Zhangyi was probably hiding somewhere because there was no way that he was going to dare to come there, and they laughed. Meanwhile, Wu Zhangyi suddenly sneezed. He just arrived at the building with Zhu Hao, and he wondered who was bad-mouthing him behind his back again. Wu Zhangyi was walking confidently towards the entrance where there were 2 guards standing, while Zhu Hao expressed concern and asked Wu Zhangyi if they were really going in there. Wu Zhangyi affirmed that they were, and he advised not to worry. The 2 guards quickly blocked Wu Zhangyi's way to greet him, and they requested him to show his auction pass, and they urged him to go back if he didn't have it. The guards were startled when Wu Zhangyi confidently apologized to them as he didn't have a pass, but he mentioned that it was Xia Guoqing who invited them to come. One of the guards apologized to Wu Zhangyi, stating that he wasn't allowed to enter without an auction pass, but the other guard seemed to realize something. He whispered to the other guard, asking him if he wanted to lose his job or something because he forgot that the manager mentioned that a guest of Xia Guoqing would be coming that day and no pass was required. The other guard immediately bowed to Wu Zhangyi and apologized to him, stating that he didn't know that he was Xia Guoqing's guest. The 2 guards let them come in, and Zhu Hao was amazed. Zhu Hao admired Wu Zhangyi, and he commented that he got a lot of repo. On the other hand, inside the auction hall, Shen Jun remarked not to waste her time waiting for Wu Zhangyi and his fatty friend because they would never dare to come, so she should just forget about Wu Zhangyi and let him show her around until the auction starts. But suddenly, one of their classmates called their attention and urged them to look ahead. He claimed that he was seeing Wu Zhangyi, which made Shen Jun quickly look in the same direction. Fang Xuanxuan waved and called Wu Zhangyi to let him know where they were. Wu Zhangyi approached their group, apologizing that he was a little late, and while Fang Xuanxuan greeted him with a smile on her face, Shen Jun looked extremely annoyed. Zhu Hao added to Shen Jun's annoyance as Zhu Hao teased him by asking who claimed that they could never enter through the entrance. Shen Jun looked disoriented as he wondered how they got in without a pass. Zhu Hao proudly asserted that as long as his boss, Wu Zhangyi, wanted to enter some place, nobody could stop him. Shen Jun got an epiphany based on what Zhu Hao just asserted. He applauded Wu Zhangyi, and he admitted that they dared to sneak in the auction just for the sake of saving his face, not to mention that they didn't even bother to know whose territory that place was. Shen Jun called the security guards and instructed them to come over. The security guards quickly came and politely asked Shen Jun if he had any orders. Shen Jun pointed at Wu Zhangyi and Zhu Hao while he accused the 2 of them sneaked into the auction hall without an entry pass, and he ordered the security guards to kick the 2 of them immediately. One of the guards approached Wu Zhangyi, asking him to show his entry pass immediately, and Fang Xuanxuan couldn't help but wonder if Wu Zhangyi and Zhu Hao really sneaked in. Fang Xuanxuan protested that they were all classmates, so kicking Wu Zhangyi and Zhu Hao like that went too far, and another classmate agreed, suggesting Shen Jun that they should just forget it and let them go. Shen Jun conceded that he would let Wu Zhangyi and Zhu Hao off the hook, but Wu Zhangyi must kowtow and apologize to him right there at that moment, in front of everyone. But the sound of Wu Zhangyi trying to hold his laughter could be heard. He declared that he was not even worthy of being around him and advised him to get out of his sight, which made Shen Jun more angry. Shen Jun immediately ordered the security guards to chase them out. One of the security guards grabbed Wu Zhangyi by the shoulders and asked him to kindly follow them out. But to the security guard's surprise, Wu Zhangyi did not budge, which made him curse in his mind, and he said that Wu Zhangyi was so strong. 2 of the security guards were now grabbing Wu Zhangyi, but Wu Zhangyi didn't move an inch, so Shen Jun called the security guards pieces because they couldn't even kick out a skinny wimp. The 3 of them were already pushing harder, but Wu Zhangyi was unfazed. They were already trembling due to exerting so much force, and one of the security guards wondered how Wu Zhangyi, the poor boy, was so strong. Shen Jun was already agitated, so he cursed at the other security guards who were not helping, and as he asked them what they were looking at, he ordered them to get their asses up there to help them. The other security guards immediately agreed with Shen Jun's orders and came to help. Multiple men were already pushing Wu Zhangyi, but Wu Zhangyi remained unfazed. Wu Zhangyi even nonchalantly cleaned his ears with his fingers while looking at Shen Jun to taunt him, and Shen Jun could not believe what he was seeing. He asked himself how it was possible. Suddenly, someone arrived and called their attention. Wu Zhangyi looked to see who the person was, and it seemed that he recognized them. It was Xia Fenger, and she gave one of the security guards a flying kick as she reprimanded him for touching Wu Zhangyi, calling him master. Xia Fenger landed safely on the ground. Everyone was surprised at what Xia Fenger just did, and Shen Jun even cursed due to surprise. Xia Fenger paid no attention to them as she bowed to Wu Zhangyi, stating that it was a long time since they saw each other, and she reminded him that he didn't keep his word because the last time, he promised that he would give her some pointers, but he disappeared for days. Wu Zhangyi casually apologized to Xia Fenger, admitting that plans don't always work out. And on the other hand, Shen Jun looked so surprised when he started to realize that the girl who just arrived was Xia Fenger, the granddaughter of the renowned ancient martial arts master, Xia Guoqing. Shen Jun quickly asked Xia Feng'er if his servants mistakenly offended her in any way, and asked her why she beat his servant like that. Addressing Wu Zhangyi as Master Zhang, Xia Feng'er got mad at Shen Jun as she realized that it was his people who were being disrespectful to him, and Shen Jun was surprised by what Xia Feng'er just claimed. Shen Jun looked so frustrated, and he exclaimed that he didn't understand who the hell they were talking about when they kept talking about Master Zhang. But Shen Jun suddenly realized something. He asked if they were referring to Wu Zhangyi. Fang Shuangxuan was the one who confirmed, asserting that she could attest to that because she witnessed Wu Zhangyi defeating a Grandmaster realm enemy all by himself at the martial arts hall. Shen Jun started to laugh hysterically, and he remarked that Wu Zhangyi was known as a coward at school, but she mentioned that he defeated a master of ancient martial arts. Shen Jun turned to Xia Feng'er and expressed that he had no intention of offending the Xia family, but Wu Zhangyi had violated the rules of the auction hall. He declared that rules were rules, so she should not interfere in the matter, as Wu Zhangyi sneaked into the place without an entry pass, so he must throw him out, but Xia Feng'er just laughed at him. Xia Feng'er asked Shen Jun who he thought he was to throw Wu Zhangyi out. Shen Jun got fuming mad at what Xia Feng'er just uttered, but one of his security guards tried to calm him down. Suddenly, Shen Jun was startled when someone yelled for them to stop things at once. It was his father, Shen Tianming, along with manager Sun, and while calling Shen Jun a smelly boy, he asked him if he was causing trouble again. Shen Jun looked glad when he saw his father, and he observed that his timing was just perfect. But Shen Jun was speechless as Shen Tianming simply passed by him and went ahead to ask his classmates who Master Zhang was. Shen Jun quickly pointed at Wu Zhangyi, informing Shen Tianming that Wu Zhangyi's name was Wu Zhangyi, and he was his classmate pretending to be Master Zhang. Shen Tianming looked at Wu Zhangyi, and as he wondered if he was the famous young man who defeated an ancient martial arts master in one move, he commented that Wu Zhangyi was indeed very young. Shen Tianming raised his hand to slap someone. He slapped Shen Jun, called him a fool, and, as he also addressed Wu Zhangyi as Master Zhang like everyone else, he ordered Shen Jun to hurry up and apologize to Wu Zhangyi immediately. Shen Jun was surprised, and he asked Shen Tianming why he hit him. Shen Tianming got more mad at Shen Jun for having the audacity to ask, and he reprimanded him for daring to call the guards to kick Wu Zhangyi out. Shen Jun tried to reason out with Shen Tianming that Wu Zhangyi sneaked into the building without an entry pass, so there was no reason why he couldn't kick him out. Manager Sun intervened, and he stated that it was Shen Tianming who instructed all the security guards. Shen Jun's eyes widened in surprise when Manager Sun whispered to him that Wu Zhangyi only needed a registration number and did not need an auction pass to get in. As everyone looked at him, Shen Jun couldn't understand what the hell was going on, and he couldn't comprehend who it was that all of a sudden, everyone, even his father, was treating Wu Zhangyi with respect. He panicked as he wondered if Wu Zhangyi was really the Master Zhang they were talking about. Shen Jun was stunned when Shen Tianming ordered him to apologize to Wu Zhangyi immediately. With a defeated look on his face, Shen Jun addressed Wu Zhangyi as Master Zhang and apologized to him. Someone suddenly clapped their hands. It was Shen Tianming, and he declared that Shen Jun was blind as a bat, so he requested that he forgive his impudence just for that once. But Wu Zhangyi asserted that an apology wouldn't do. He insisted that he wouldn't forgive Shen Jun so easily after disrespecting him so much, not unless Shen Jun gets the hell out of the auction hall immediately, and that surprised Shen Jun. Shen Jun couldn't contain his anger and called Wu Zhangyi a bastard, declaring that he already took things too far. But to his surprise, Shen Tianming grabbed him by his ear, called him a smelly brat, and inquired if he was done shouting. Shen Tianming queried Shen Jun if he wasn't ashamed and instructed him to get out if he had enough. While Shen Jun was dragged by Shen Tianming out of the auction hall, one of their classmates remarked they didn't see it coming, that Wu Zhangyi was a hidden big shot all along. On the other hand, Wu Zhangyi questioned Xia Feng'er where Xia Guoqing was and if he mentioned he would be at the auction that day. Xia Feng'er replied that Xia Guoqing wouldn't arrive until a little while later and questioned if he had heard the rumor that at the grand finale of the auction, they were going to auction a rare magic weapon. Xia Feng'er grinned as she mentioned that all the major families of Yunal City were going to be there, while Fang Shuangxuan observed her, thinking that she was the daughter of the Xia family, one of the top families in Yunal City, and it looked like she and Wu Zhangyi had already known each other for quite a while. Fang Shuangxuan looked at Wu Zhangyi and confessed that she could only blame herself for not discovering earlier that Wu Zhangyi had such strength because she would have acted if she knew. Meanwhile, Wu Zhangyi commented that it was no wonder that Xia Guoqing invited him to come to that auction that day so enthusiastically because it seemed to be another battle of various forces, and he suggested they should have a look at what that mysterious magic weapon was too. Suddenly, the host came up on stage and drew the guests' attention. He proclaimed that the auction had officially begun and urged the guests to enter the exhibition. As they entered the exhibition, Zhu Hao expressed that it was the day he became his die-hard fan, and in the future Shen Jun probably wouldn't dare show off in front of him at school. As the guests started to enter, they were in awe at what they saw, exclaiming that the auction hall was indeed the largest in Yunal City. One of Wu Zhangyi's classmates observed that each item on display there was of great value. Meanwhile, Wu Zhangyi mentioned that he looked around for a while, hoping to see what surprises the so-called largest auction in Yunal City would have. But all the items he had seen so far were just ordinary antiques. Zhu Hao seemed to enjoy the auction as he commented that the auction was lively, and he apologized to him because he wouldn't be accompanying him anymore as he was going to look around more. Wu Zhangyi smiled as he encouraged him to go ahead and to notify him if he liked anything because he would purchase it for him. He also reminded him not to get lost, and Zhu Hao nodded and reassured him with a smile. Xia Feng'er pointed out to Wu Zhangyi that there were so many people gathered around at the display case up ahead, and she speculated that it must have been quite a treasure, so she proposed that they go and have a look, and Wu Zhangyi concurred. While Wu Zhangyi and his group approached the display case, an auction staff acknowledged that he had an excellent eye because the sword was a short sword used by King Gaojian during the spring and autumn periods. So not only did it have an archaic and refined appearance, but it was also so incredibly sharp that it could cut iron like butter. The man was Xiao Han, and he asked the staff if he could take a closer look. The staff put on his gloves, and he replied he could most certainly do so. As the staff took the sword out of the display case, the audience commented that the sword looked so old, and they were doubting if it could really cut iron like butter. They expressed that they didn't think so because, after all, it looked so delicate. As Xiao Han inspected the sword that was shown in front of him, he remarked that the sword did have a hint of sharpness. But as everyone mentioned, he was also skeptical if the short sword could really cut through iron, as the auction staff claimed. Xiao Han mentioned that he wondered if it was possible for him to demonstrate the short sword's sharpness, and the auction staff confirmed that he certainly could. A table with an iron on top of it was brought into the area, and the auction staff noted that they expected something like that, so they had already prepared an iron block in advance that everyone could inspect for authenticity after the demonstration. As the auction staff raised the short sword, he instructed to look closely. The auction staff sliced through the iron block, and the sliced part fell to the floor. Everyone was amazed with what they saw, and they exclaimed that the short sword really did cut iron like butter, and it didn't even make a sound. One of the audience members inspected the sliced part that fell to the floor, and they were astonished because what they were holding was definitely a real piece of iron. Xiao Han declared that it was truly excellent and announced that he would buy the short sword. The auction staff announced that the starting bid for the short sword was 20 million, which would be placed by Xiao Han, and he inquired if anyone else wanted to bid. The audience remarked that 20 million as the first bid was way too cheap as the short sword was absolutely priceless both in terms of collectability and use. But one of the audience members observed that no one would dare bid against Xiao Han, and another one concurred, and he warned that if one angers the Xiao family, they won't be able to get along in Yunal City in the future. The auction staff proclaimed that the 20 million was going twice, asking if there were any more bids, and as he was about to announce more, he was cut off. Someone raised their hands and interrupted to wait. It was Wu Zhangyi, and everyone was stunned when he offered 30 million to buy the short sword. The audience questioned who Wu Zhangyi was to dare bet against Xiao Han, and they recognized Xia Feng'er, the daughter of the Xia family beside him. Xiao Han seemed to know Xia Feng'er, as he was surprised that she was there as well. Xia Feng'er seemed hostile as she inquired of Xiao Han if she was not allowed to be there. Xiao Han inquired of Xia Feng'er who was the kid beside her. Xia Feng'er proudly introduced Wu Zhangyi as the Grand Master Zhang, who defeated an ancient martial arts master in one move at the Hongshuang Martial Arts School and shook the martial arts community. Xiao Han was startled when he heard that, and he wondered if Wu Zhangyi was the one who was known as the youngest ancient martial arts master in Yunal City. Wu Zhangyi felt awkward as he remarked that it looked like he made a name for himself in the Hongshuang Martial Arts School, and he couldn't even keep a low profile anymore. One of the audience members questioned what youngest ancient martial arts master they were talking about, and he claimed that it sounded like total bullshit. He asserted that the youngest grandmaster to be in Yunal City was none other than their young master, Xiao Han. While addressing Wu Zhangyi as Master Zhang, Xiao Han calmly queried Wu Zhangyi if he wanted to steal the short sword from him that day. Wu Zhangyi smiled as he clarified that he was going to correct him because he was not stealing the sword. He explained that he just likes the short sword and he happened to be looking for a weapon, so he was just simply trying to buy it. Xiao Han stated that he also took a fancy to the short sword, so he guessed that they could only bid. Xiao Han announced that there was no other way, and he offered 50 million for the short sword. Everyone was astonished when they learned that Xiao Han made a bid of 50 million, and they exclaimed that it was the Xiao family after all. They were filthy rich. But Wu Zhangyi nonchalantly blew non-existent dirt on his nails, and he easily bid 60 million for the short sword. Xiao Han looked angry while the audience was surprised. They wondered who exactly Wu Zhangyi was because 60 million was not a small amount, even for a major family. Xia Fenger looked concerned, and she voiced that 60 million for a short sword was not worth it. But Wu Zhangyi asserted that money was nothing because they could earn it back when it was gone. Xiao Han gritted his teeth and bid 80 million for the short sword. The man from earlier also got alarmed, and he voiced that he was afraid that they should ask for their President Zhao's permission first before they use 80 million, or else it would be troublesome for him later. Xia Fenger was anxious, and she expressed that any more than 80 million would mean they would have to sell the martial arts school. On the other hand, Xiao Han looked so desperate, and he vowed that no matter what, he wouldn't let Wu Zhangyi win that day. Suddenly, an old sword was dropped on the ground. While the man apologized to the staff for accidentally dropping the sword on the floor, the sword seemed to catch Wu Zhangyi's attention. He quickly requested the staff if he could have a look at the sword. Wu Zhangyi inspected the sword, and he remarked that sure enough, the spiritual energy fluctuation he felt was coming from that short sword, but he wondered why it was so faint. And while he was doing so, Xiao Han gritted his teeth while the other audience wondered what was up with Wu Zhangyi because he suddenly went over to the other sword, and they commented that he was a weird fellow. Xia Fenger inquired of Wu Zhangyi what happened and if he did not want the previous short sword. Wu Zhangyi confirmed with her that he no longer wanted the other one because he had found an even better short sword. Xia Fenger was confused when Wu Zhangyi showed her the short sword, and she observed that it looked so worn out and shabby. The auction staff questioned Wu Zhangyi if he would like to buy the short sword, and he explained that it might look worn, but it was old and had great collector's value. Wu Zhangyi applied his aura to the sword. He was surprised when the sword changed its appearance. Xia Fenger looked amused as Wu Zhangyi revealed that it turned out that the short sword was sealed by a spell, and it was the first time he had seen such a seal after coming back into that world. He expressed that it was pretty darn good and declared that he would buy it. Xia Fenger was surprised when she saw that the broken sword cost 3 million. She remarked that maybe he should reconsider, but Wu Zhangyi was already taken out his card and instructed to swipe it, and the staff agreed. Wu Zhangyi swiped his card on a machine, and it confirmed that 3 million were received. Wu Zhangyi looked at the short sword in his hand, and he commented that once he got back home, he would unlock the spell on it to see what exactly emitted the spiritual energy inside. Xiao Han observed them as Xia Fenger congratulated Wu Zhangyi and laughed. Suddenly, the auction staff also congratulated Xiao Han. Xiao Han was horrified when the auction staff announced that the final bid of 80 million was his for the sword used by King Gaojian, so the short sword was already his. Xiao Han glared at Wu Zhangyi as he wondered if he deliberately increased the bids, and he vowed that he would remember that. Xiao Han was shaking as he swiped his card on the machine, and the machine confirmed that 80 million was received. He confessed that if his father found out that he spent 80 million, he would get beaten up again, while the clueless audience members were clapping, congratulating him, and exclaimed that he looked so happy. Suddenly, one of the audience members pointed out that another big shot had arrived. It was Xiao Zhongshan of the Xiao family, the only absolute Grand Master in Yunal City, and he was with the other masters. Xia Fenger immediately greeted her grandpa, exclaiming that he was there at last, and Xia Guoqing asked her if she was enjoying the exhibition while Fang Shuangshuan greeted her master, Yi Hongshuang. Meanwhile, Xiao Han greeted his grandfather. Yi Hongshuang greeted Wu Zhangyi by calling him Master Zhang like everyone else, and she mentioned that he came too. But Wu Zhangyi declared that there was no need to be so polite to him and that she could just call him Zhangyi. On the other hand, Dongfeng Wuxin was sweating as he admitted that it was true that the famous Master Zhang was really Wu Zhangyi, and he was glad that he ran away quickly that day. Suddenly, Xiao Zhongshan approached Wu Zhangyi and inquired if he was Master Zhang. Wu Zhangyi confirmed that the man was probably Xiao Zhongshan of the Xiao family, the only ancient martial artist in Yunal City who had stepped into the stage of an absolute grandmaster. But judging from the aura of Xiao Zhongshan's body, Wu Zhangyi opined that he was indeed much stronger than Xia Guoqing and the others, but he only seemed to be a half-step master. Xiao Han chimed in, confronting and asking Wu Zhangyi what he looked at when Xiao Zhongshan was asking him a question. Xie Guoqing quickly stepped forward and cautioned not to be disrespectful towards Wu Zhangyi. Xiao Zhongshan also analyzed Wu Zhangyi, and he assessed that, judging by his aura, Wu Zhangyi's strength was not much more than that of a martial master, nowhere near that of a grandmaster, as Xie Guoqing asserted, so he wondered if Wu Zhangyi was hiding his strength. Xiao Han stated that Xiao Zhongshan reluctantly allowed him to walk alongside him because of his seniority, but in terms of strength, he was nowhere near Xiao Zhongshan's level, so he should tell his people to show some respect. Xie Feng'er got mad at Xiao Han, and she scolded him a little, asserting that Xie Guoqing would never lose to Xiao Zhongshan. But Xiao Han just laughed and suggested that she should ask Xie Guoqing herself whether he could defeat Xiao Zhongshan or not. Xiao Zhongshan chimed in, and he instructed to behave himself because Xie Guoqing was his elder and he should not disrespect him. And Xiao Han agreed while wearing an evil smile. Suddenly, someone announced and pointed out that all the great masters of Yunel were present at the auction. It was Zhu Fu, the great collector, and as he urged the great masters to help him appraise a magic treasure. One of the audience members wondered who the old man was because they saw that Shen Tianming, the organizer of the event, was the one pushing the wheelchair. Another member of the audience asked the first one why he did not know Zhu Fu, and he explained that Zhu Fu was the wealthiest man in Yunel City and owned all of the items displayed in that exhibition. As he pushed a button, Zhu Fu suggested to check out something. He revealed that what was in front of them was a trigram mirror that he stumbled upon by chance, and there was a mysterious power hidden within it, a mysterious force that attacked humans as soon as they came within half a meter of the trigram mirror. Zhu Fu mentioned that he asked many masters to look at it, but none of them were able to figure it out, so he inquired if any of them would like to give it a try, and he prompted to look as the trigram mirror was floating in the air without any support. Someone took a step forward. It was Tao Master Ma, and he declared that he would like to believe that the artifact had evil magical powers. He reached out for the trigram mirror. Zhu Fu cautioned to take note in advance that interacting with the trigram mirror might be risky, and should be attempted with caution. But Master Ma did not stop, and he looked confident. Xiao Han laughed when he heard Wu Zhangyi ask why. He proudly declared that it was just because Xiao Zhongshan was the only master in Yunel City. Xie Feng'er immediately interrupted the conversation. She asserted that what he was asserting was nonsense because Wu Zhangyi was also a master and he was much better than Xiao Zhongshan. Xiao Han asked Xie Feng'er if he knew what he was talking about. He stated that Xiao Zhongshan's status in Yunel City was obvious to all, and he asked how many people knew Wu Zhangyi. The other people agreed, and they argued that although Wu Zhangyi's performance earlier was amazing, the strength of Xiao Zhongshan was so incomparable that even at the national level, he was still in the supreme position. But Xie Feng'er was determined, and she insisted that she was afraid that if Wu Zhangyi started, Xiao Zhongshan would not be able to handle a single move. Wu Zhangyi glanced at Xie Feng'er, and he claimed that she deliberately raised his abilities. Meanwhile, Xie Feng'er's real motive for saying such things was that he voiced that Wu Zhangyi's strength was unfathomable, so she just wanted to find a master to compare how powerful Wu Zhangyi really was. Xiao Han questioned if Wu Zhangyi was worthy to fight Xiao Zhongshan, and he mused that he wondered if Wu Zhangyi had the guts to dare pass him first. With a smile on his face, Wu Zhangyi simply dismissed Xiao Han and remarked that he was too weak to be his opponent. Xiao Han got mad, and he taunted Wu Zhangyi an ignorant child. Without any warning, Xiao Han charged at Wu Zhangyi and punched him in the face, telling him not to be so crazy. Xie Feng'er was surprised at how fast Xiao Han was, but upon closer inspection, they saw that Wu Zhangyi managed to catch Xiao Han's punch. Wu Zhangyi confidently proclaimed that he was too slow and reminded him that he stated that he was not worthy of being his opponent. Everyone was surprised that Xiao Han's punch was easily caught because they hardly saw his movements, and so they wondered who Wu Zhangyi was as he looked younger than Xiao Han. Someone mentioned that Wu Zhangyi was the Grandmaster who defeated the Master in the Hongshuan Martial Arts Hall, which made the others question how such a young man could be a master. Xiao Han prepared to deliver another punch, as he could not accept that it was possible. He screamed as he put a lot of power into it, but Wu Zhangyi just effortlessly dodged his attack. Xiao Han continued to attack Wu Zhangyi, telling him to die, but Wu Zhangyi continued to effortlessly evade his attacks as well. And Xiao Zhongshan, who was watching the fight, commented that it seemed that Xiao Han was not Wu Zhangyi's opponent at all, but he didn't seem worried. Xiao Han was getting tired, and while he was out of breath, Wu Zhangyi looked just fine, and he even remarked that he was boring, so they should change with Xiao Zhongshan to come up. Xiao Han got so enraged that Wu Zhangyi dared to insult him as such. He poured a pill from a container into his hand. He popped it into his mouth to take it. Xiao Zhongshan observed that sure enough, Xiao Han still took out the life-devouring pill, and although it could instantly increase the cultivation base by a small class, the damage to the body was enormous. But he observed that it was no wonder that Xiao Han had never lost to his peers in more than 10 years. Xiao Han released a tremendous amount of aura. Seeing Xiao Han's power, Wu Zhangyi noted that unexpectedly, that world also had that kind of potion that could instantly enhance strength, and he found it interesting, so he decided that he would play with Xiao Han. Xiao Han questioned Wu Zhangyi if he wanted to anger him because he would kill him that day. Xiao Han suddenly disappeared from where he was standing. In a blink of an eye, Xiao Han was already in front of Wu Zhangyi, laughing and telling him that he could no longer hide and delivering a punch. But Wu Zhangyi managed to block it with his arm. Xiao Han went berserk, and he delivered more punches at such high speed that all Wu Zhangyi could do was defend himself using his arms. Zhu Hao got worried, and he expressed concern that Wu Zhangyi couldn't handle it. But Xia Feng'er reassured not to worry because he had underestimated Wu Zhangyi. Xiao Han was about to deliver his final blow, and he declared to go to hell. Xiao Han was charging forward, and Wu Zhangyi was unguarded. While Xiao Han charged at him with intense force, Wu Zhangyi simply raised his hand. Their fists were about to clash with each other, and Xiao Han was clenching his fists really hard while Wu Zhangyi was barely closing them. Xiao Zhongshan remarked that to think that Wu Zhangyi was actually able to take his Xiao family's 7 scarring fist with such ease, he declared that he would at least lose his arm. But Xiao Han was surprised when the impact of his punch was returned to him and damaged him instead of damaging Wu Zhangyi. He screamed in pain as he was thrown into the air. Xiao Zhongshan gritted his teeth as he did not expect such an outcome. He quickly intervened in the fight and caught Xiao Han before he fell to the ground and damaged himself even more. He laid Xiao Han on the ground, and upon seeing his injuries, Xiao Zhongshan pondered how it was possible that Xiao Han's whole arm was completely ruptured. Xiao Zhongshan glared at Wu Zhangyi, and he stated that it didn't feel like Wu Zhangyi used strength in his punch. Wu Zhangyi explained that he had nothing to do with it because it was Xiao Han's fault as he just returned his force back to him, and Wu Zhangyi inquired if Xiao Zhongshan knew about Newton's law. But Xiao Zhongshan was not listening to what Wu Zhangyi explained, and he got mad at him for daring to cripple Xiao Han's arm. Xiao Zhongshan released his Kai that created an image of a tiger, and he threatened that he would take his life that day. Xia Guoqing recognized that what Xiao Zhongshan was doing was Kai manifestation, and as he recognized how terrifying Xiao Zhongshan's aura was, he wondered if it was the power of an absolute grandmaster. Xiao Zhongshan charged forward. With his Kai manifestation behind him, Xiao Zhongshan charged towards Wu Zhangyi without holding anything back. Xiao Zhongshan attacked Wu Zhangyi with a slashing aura, but Wu Zhangyi managed to dodge the attack. Xia Guoqing felt the powerful force, and so he advised everyone to step back. Xia Guoqing observed that the power of an absolute grandmaster was terrifying. Back in the fight, Xiao Zhongshan suddenly appeared behind Wu Zhangyi, and as he prepared to attack him, he taunted that he was slow. Xiao Zhongshan managed to land his slashing aura on Wu Zhangyi's back, and Wu Zhangyi took a direct hit. As Wu Zhangyi crashed into the ground and destroyed one of the pillars in the process, Xiao Zhongshan took a step back. Xia Feng'er got worried, and she voiced that Wu Zhangyi had been hit badly. Xiao Zhongshan laughed, and he ridiculed the others for calling Wu Zhangyi their youngest grandmaster. Xia Feng'er saw that Xiao Zhongshan was emitting a tremendous amount of aura, and so she questioned Xia Guoqing what they should do. But Xia Guoqing advised to wait because Wu Zhangyi was not that weak to be defeated so easily. Suddenly, Wu Zhangyi dug himself out of the rubble and commented that it looked like he underestimated Xiao Zhongshan a bit too much. Xiao Zhongshan was startled. Wu Zhangyi was still smiling, and he mentioned that it was the first time he had bled after coming back to that world. Zhu Hao pointed out that Wu Zhangyi was okay. Xiao Zhongshan acknowledged that he was one sturdy young man. He used his Kai manifestation again and charged towards Wu Zhangyi, proclaiming that his death that day was inevitable. A huge crashing sound was heard, and the guards outside the building of the auction hall were startled. Bright, golden wings appeared behind Wu Zhangyi, and he managed to block Xiao Zhongshan's attack. Xiao Zhongshan admitted that it seemed that the rumors were true. Wu Zhangyi was also using a Kai manifestation of a bird, and Xiao Zhongshan confessed that at such a young age, he had entered the absolute grandmaster realm. One of the audience members exclaimed that he never imagined that he would ever get to witness a battle between two absolute grandmasters. Xiao Zhongshan gritted his teeth, and Wu Zhangyi seemed to be taking the fight seriously as well. Their Kai manifestations also clashed as the two of them charged towards each other. Wu Zhangyi was delivering a punch, while Xiao Zhongshan was trying to stop it with the palm of his hand. At the same time, their Kai manifestations were also charging towards each other. Wu Zhangyi overpowered Xiao Zhongshan and managed to land his punch, which sent Xiao Zhongshan flying. Xiao Zhongshan managed to regain his balance, and he dug his feet on the floor to stop himself from getting pushed back further. Xiao Zhongshan gritted his teeth as he wondered how Wu Zhangyi's strength could be a level higher than his. Wu Zhangyi confidently stood in front of Xiao Zhongshan, and he declared that he was only half a foot into the absolute Grandmaster realm. Wu Zhangyi directed his Kai manifestation to charge forward, and he proclaimed that he would show him what a true Grandmaster's strength was like. Xiao Zhongshan was surprised when he saw that Wu Zhangyi was transforming the Kai into a living being, and he braced himself for impact. Xiao Zhongshan protected himself with his Kai manifestation, while Wu Zhangyi's Kai manifestation charged at him. Meanwhile, Zhu Hao was in awe while Xia Guoqing was protecting Xia Feng'er from the powerful aura from the clash that was affecting them. Back into the fight, Xiao Zhongshan knelt to the ground and coughed up blood while Wu Zhangyi remained standing. Xiao Han, who had regained his consciousness, was worried as he called out to his grandpa. On the other hand, Xia Feng'er was celebrating, and she announced that Wu Zhangyi had won again, while Xia Guoqing stated that it seemed like it really was the right choice to befriend Wu Zhangyi back then. Wu Zhangyi remarked that it seemed that there was no need for the Xiao family to continue to remain in Yunal City, and Xiao Zhongshan was startled. Xiao Han chimed in, and he insisted on stopping being so arrogant. He helped the trembling Xiao Zhongshan stand up, and he asserted that their Xiao family was not going to be afraid of him. But to Xiao Han's surprise, Xiao Zhongshan slapped him in the face. He commanded to shut up, and while calling Wu Zhangyi Master Zhang, he urged to not be rude to him. Xiao Zhongshan immediately paid respects to Wu Zhangyi and admitted that they were wrong to offend him before. Xiao Zhongshan acknowledged that Wu Zhangyi was too terrifying for stepping into the early stage of absolute Grandmaster at such a young age, so his background was definitely not simple. He expressed that if his Xiao family continued to fight with Wu Zhangyi, he was afraid that they would be doomed, so he proposed that if he spared the Xiao family, he would support him as the alliance leader, which left Xiao Han dumbfounded. Wu Zhangyi asked Xiao Zhongshan if he needed the support of a defeated man. Xia Guoqing quickly chimed in, asserting that the Xia family supports Wu Zhangyi to be the alliance leader of the ancient martial arts community of Yunal City, and Yi Hongshuang followed. She explained that her Hongshuan martial arts hall was in great crisis a few days ago, and was greatly helped by Wu Zhangyi, so they believe in his strength and integrity, so they were willing to support Wu Zhangyi as the alliance leader. Wu Zhangyi remarked that if anyone had an opinion or wanted to come out and challenge him, he advised them to come forward. One of the audience members was in awe that Wu Zhangyi had become the leader of the alliance at such a young age. Another one looked excited as she declared that Wu Zhangyi's future was even more boundless because he had defeated Xiao Zhongshan at such a young age, calling him Grandmaster Zhang. Everyone agreed that they were all willing to support him as the alliance leader of Yunal City's martial arts community. Wu Zhangyi was pleased, and he mentioned that they were not going to be afraid of the 9 inspectors coming to pick a fight with them. He announced that he had one more announcement to make. Wu Zhangyi proclaimed that since he was still too young, many matters still required the assistance of Xia Guoqing, so he was making Xia Guoqing the acting head of the alliance. Xia Guoqing was extremely surprised when Wu Zhangyi informed him that he could make decisions on all matters of the alliance in his stead. Everyone affirmed that they would follow Wu Zhangyi's orders, and Xiao Zhongshan was surprised because he did not expect Wu Zhangyi to have become so reputable in Yunal City already. Xiao Zhongshan congratulated Wu Zhangyi. He expressed that in honor of that joyous occasion, he begged Wu Zhangyi to spare his Xiao family, and he conveyed that from that day forward, the Xiao family would always obey Wu Zhangyi's orders. But instead of giving Xiao Zhongshan an answer, Wu Zhangyi questioned Xiao Zhongshan if he was asking him to take back what he had articulated, and that made Xiao Zhongshan tense up. Xiao Zhongshan immediately denied it, telling Wu Zhangyi that it was not what he meant, and that he articulated that it looked like the Xiao family would have a hard time getting out of the current predicament without sacrificing something. Xiao Han was startled when Xiao Zhongshan expressed that if he spared his Xiao family that day, he was willing to tell him the secret of how he was able to quickly break through the Master Realm to half-step Grandmaster over the years. Xiao Han panicked, and he stated that he couldn't tell Wu Zhangyi that because that was the secret of the Xiao family's position in Yunal City. What Xiao Zhongshan articulated caught Wu Zhangyi's attention, so he conveyed that he would hear it. Xiao Zhongshan proudly disclosed that it was the Xiao family's ancestral land, the Reiki land, an island with an abundance of Reiki. Xiao Zhongshan instructed to go and get the helicopter ready, and the man immediately agreed. Xiao Han tried to ask Xiao Zhongshan if he was really going to do such a thing, but Xiao Zhongshan cut him off and commanded to shut up, declaring that he had already given his word. On the other hand, Xie Guoqing seemed anxious. He expressed that he was afraid that something was fishy and Xiao Zhongshan could not be trusted. Xiao Zhongshan came to inquire Wu Zhangyi what his decision was, and he informed him that he had ordered his subordinate to prepare the helicopter, so as long as Wu Zhangyi agreed to let the Xiao family off the hook, they would leave for that place immediately. Thinking about the island, Wu Zhangyi mentioned that it would still depend on whether his so-called land of Reiki could satisfy him. Xiao Zhongshan became anxious as he concurred with Wu Zhangyi. Half an hour later, a helicopter was flying in the sky over the mountain ranges. Xiao Zhongshan, Xie Guoqing, Xie Feng'er, and Wu Zhangyi were in the helicopter along with the pilot. As they hopped off the helicopter, someone remarked that it was as far as the helicopter could get them. It was Xiao Zhongshan, and as he was leading the group, he remarked that the waters in that area had a disturbed magnetic field for some unknown reason. Xiao Zhongshan informed that he had ordered his men to prepare a speedboat, and once they crossed the stretch of water in front of them, they would reach the Reiki land. As they hopped on the speedboat, Wu Zhangyi observed that it looked like Xiao Zhongshan was not lying. As they started to travel the waters in the speedboat, Wu Zhangyi commented that the place was indeed full of Reiki. The four of them continued to travel using the speedboat. When Xie Guoqing asked why it was getting foggier as they went forward, Xiao Zhongshan got anxious as he explained that it was a normal thing in the area. Xiao Zhongshan continued to clarify that there was a lot of humidity in the area. Plus, the temperature was low at the moment. Xiao Zhongshan looked extremely uneasy, and he appeared like he was scheming something. Suddenly, he leaped off the speedboat and dove into the water. Xie Feng'er quickly pointed out that Xiao Zhongshan jumped into the water and ran away. Xie Guoqing was about to chase Xiao Zhongshan, but Wu Zhangyi advised to wait. He mentioned that they were in a fog formation, so it would be dangerous to go into the water if he was not familiar with it. And upon hearing what Wu Zhangyi stated, Xie Guoqing inquired what would happen to Xiao Zhongshan. Wu Zhangyi assured not to worry because Xiao Zhongshan wouldn't get away. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhongshan was swimming underwater, and he was laughing in his mind as he revealed that the area was full of Reiki, and had been sought after for a long time. But because of the illusionary fog formation on those waters, no one had been able to find that place so far. He declared that only those familiar with those waters could follow the underwater boulders to identify their way out of the illusionary fog formation. Xiao Zhongshan thought about how Wu Zhangyi wanted to destroy his Xiao family, and he laughed in his mind while thinking that Wu Zhangyi would die there. Half an hour later, on the speedboat, someone expressed their worry as they seemed to be stuck in those waters and couldn't get out. Xie Guoqing commented that they had been driving forward for more than half an hour, but it seemed that they were still in the same place, and Wu Zhangyi reiterated not to worry because he had been probing the formation since a while ago, so he already knew how to break it. Wu Zhangyi proclaimed that he was the Supreme Emperor, so there was no way that that weak fog formation could trap him. And as he explained how that kind of formation was very easy to break because all they had to do was destroy the center of the formation, he remarked that the formation was in no way laid by Xiao Zhongshan. Wu Zhangyi dug his feet into the speedboat to gain momentum, and he asserted that the key was to find the center of the formation. Wu Zhangyi jumped up the speedboat with an orb of aura in the palm of his hands. He fired a strong beam of aura into the water ahead of him. Suddenly, an array formation symbol appeared in the water, and it started to dissolve. As Wu Zhangyi landed back in the speedboat, there was a huge explosion in the water. The water became calm, and the fog started to clear out. While Xie Guoqing expressed that it was great because the fog was slowly clearing, Xie Feng'er seemed to have seen something interesting up ahead. She called everyone's attention and urged to look in the direction she was looking. Xie Feng'er pointed out that there was an island ahead and that they had found the Reiki land. The speedboat they were riding on managed to dock on the island. Xie Feng'er excitedly hopped off the speedboat, and while calling Xiao Zhongshan an old fart, she asserted that Xiao Zhongshan did not lie. She waved her hand in the air and declared that the place was really abundant with Reiki. Wu Zhangyi realized that the Reiki on the island seemed to be spilling out of the ground. The three of them started to explore the island, and they noticed someone sitting behind a tree trunk. It was Xiao Zhongshan, and as someone pointed him out, calling him a dog, he was surprised to see that they were still alive. Xie Guoqing got mad at Xiao Zhongshan for daring to trap them in that formation, and he charged to attack him. Xiao Zhongshan blocked Xie Guoqing's attack, and the palms of their hands met. But Xiao Zhongshan was stronger than Xie Guoqing, so Xie Guoqing was blown away. Xiao Zhongshan quickly ran away, and Xia Feng'er approached Xia Guoxing to check if he was alright. Xiao Zhongshan bragged as he proclaimed that a weakling like Xia Guoxing wanted to catch him, and he advised to stop dreaming. But suddenly, a string-like aura appeared around Xiao Zhongshan. In an instant, he was completely wrapped in Wu Zhangyi's string-like aura. Wu Zhangyi asked Xiao Zhongshan if he thought he could escape at that moment. Wu Zhangyi remarked that he was given a chance to live, but he did not cherish it, and upon hearing those words, Xiao Zhongshan started to beg for Wu Zhangyi to have mercy. Xiao Zhongshan begged Wu Zhangyi to spare his life once more because he was foolish and made a mistake. Wu Zhangyi wrapped more strings around Xiao Zhongshan as he commented that the man who tried to kill him wanted him to spare his life. Xiao Zhongshan screamed in pain, and it could be heard from outside the forest. Xiao Zhongshan was lying lifelessly on the ground, and Wu Zhangyi started to retract his strings. As Xia Guoxing and Xia Feng'er witnessed all that, Xia Guoxing couldn't help but thank the heavens that they did not make an enemy of Wu Zhangyi back then, while Xia Feng'er called Wu Zhangyi. She kneeled on the ground and implored Wu Zhangyi to take her as his disciple. Xia Feng'er stated that from that moment onwards, she would follow him, and no matter what Wu Zhangyi asked, she would do it. But Wu Zhangyi responded that she was not worthy to be his disciple. Xia Guoxing tried to intervene, and he argued that although Xia Feng'er was not very talented, she was a hard worker, so with a little guidance from him, he was sure she would not disappoint him. But Wu Zhangyi just declared that he would not repeat what he had stated a second time. Xia Guoxing looked downhearted, and Xia Feng'er consoled him and admitted that it was all her fault for not being capable enough. Wu Zhangyi asserted that, as promised, he would give her a few pointers, and he noted that it was up to her whether she could reach his standard or not. That gave Xia Feng'er hope, and she looked happy as she promised that he would not let him down. Wu Zhangyi emitted his aura from his fingertips. He applied that aura to Xia Feng'er and revealed that he was passing on to her the 9 revolutions of Burning Palm. But she would have to comprehend it herself. A glowing mark appeared on Xia Feng'er's forehead. As Wu Zhangyi saw Xia Feng'er feel ecstatic, he explained that the 9 revolutions Burning Palm was not considered a superior technique in the Zhejian realm, but in his current world, where the spiritual energy was very thin, it could definitely be considered a supreme technique. Xia Guoxing kneeled alongside Xia Feng'er, and the two of them expressed that they were indebted to him and thanked him. Wu Zhangyi walked forward, and he mentioned that there was plenty of spiritual energy there, so they should go and start cultivating themselves immediately. He informed them that he would be in seclusion for a few days too, and Xia Guoxing and Xia Feng'er agreed. Wu Zhangyi was shrouded in a tremendous amount of aura as he cultivated on Reiki land. He was meditating diligently. Wu Zhangyi realized that it turned out that the so-called Reiki land had gathered a lot of spiritual energy because there were a large number of crystals stored under the ground. As he continued to meditate, he remarked that although the quality was not superior, the large amount of those crystals was rare even in the cultivation world. Wu Zhangyi created a huge orb of aura, and he commented that he was fortunate that Hengmeng Zaikai was protecting his foundation. Otherwise, such a large amount of aura influx into his body would certainly cause it to explode, and he would die. Wu Zhangyi continued to meditate, and he seemed to have transcended into a different being. 7 days later, Wu Zhangyi seemed to have finished his cultivation, as he had already gotten up from where he was meditating. As he looked at the horizon, he noted that the cultivation of the Human King technique had finally reached the first layer of perfection, and he was just one step away from the second level. He looked satisfied as he clenched his fist and observed that in the cultivation world, the practitioners who could already be compared to the Zenith cultivators were equivalent to the early stage of the Saint Master of the ancient martial arts world. Suddenly, something caught Wu Zhangyi's attention. It was the short sword he got from the auction, and he just realized that he almost forgot it. He held the short sword carefully, and he stated that he would see exactly what the spiritual power was emanating from inside. Wu Zhangyi began to apply his aura to the sword. Suddenly, something started to peek through the cracks of the short sword. The short sword broke in Wu Zhangyi's hand as the creature came out of it, like an egg that was hatched. Wu Zhangyi quickly recognized that it was a sword fetus, the embryonic form of cultivating flying swords, and they were also classified according to their quality, such as low, medium, high, top, and legendary grade congenital sword fetuses, and Wu Zhangyi exclaimed that what he got was an extremely high-quality sword fetus. The sword fetus started to fly away, but Wu Zhangyi quickly jumped off the ground to catch it, and he asserted that it couldn't run away. Wu Zhangyi successfully caught the sword fetus. While still mid-air, Wu Zhangyi declared that he never claimed that the earth could hide such an immortal object that even in the presence of the cultivator, it was difficult to possess. As the sword fetus started sleeping on the palm of Wu Zhangyi's hand, Wu Zhangyi stated that the fetus of the sword was just the crude embryo of the flying sword, and to refine the flying sword, he also needed to collect the appropriate refining materials. He He stashed the sword fetus in his coat pocket and remarked that when the time came, he would go to the ancient martial artist exchange to see if there were any suitable materials. A few moments later, in the other part of the island, Xia Guoxing was supervising Xia Feng'er, who was training. Unaware that Wu Zhangyi was watching, Xia Feng'er used the 9 Revolutions burning palm with all her might and smashed the huge rock in front of her. Wu Zhangyi observed that sure enough, Xia Feng'er was not badly gifted, and in addition to her fire attribute physique combined with the 9 Revolutions burning palm, it would be more effective in cultivation. Xia Guoxing noticed Wu Zhangyu, and he pointed out that he had come out. Wu Zhangyi noted that it seemed that he had also broken through to the realm of a master. Xia Guoxing confirmed that Wu Zhangyi was right, and he thanked Wu Zhangyi for bringing him and Xia Feng'er to that island. Xia Guoxing announced that he was able to break through the master realm 2 days ago with his modified kung fu method. Wu Zhangyi informed Xia Feng'er that it was about time for them to get ready and go back, and they agreed. Suddenly, Wu Zhangyi's expression changed as he felt something. He quickly looked towards the sea, and he noticed that there was a person with a tremendous amount of aura charging towards them, calling them bold thieves. It was a man, and he was extremely mad at them for daring to break into his fairy island. The man was running above the water at extreme speed. Xia Feng'er stated that the man could come by stepping on the water, so she wondered if it was an immortal on that island. The man landed on the island. He jumped into the air, and as soon as Xia Guoxing saw his face clearly, he immediately recognized that the man was Meng Nanshan. Meng Nanshan, the Yanjing Meng family leader, landed behind Wu Zhangyi and Xia Guoxing. Xia Guoxing immediately informed Wu Zhangyi that Meng Nanshan was also one of the best in Yanjing, and he was rumored to be close to the peak of the Grandmaster realm, which puzzled Wu Zhangyi. Wu Zhangyi stared at Meng Nanshan, and he wondered if he was from Yanjing again. Meng Nanshan immediately inquired where they came from and how they could break onto his island. Xia Guoxing panicked, and he quickly explained and pleaded with Meng Nanshan that they just wanted to use the abundant spiritual energy of the island to cultivate for some time. But Meng Nanshan got mad, and he released a tremendous amount of aura as he declared that there was no way because the island could only be his alone. Meng Nanshan asserted that he would give them 5 minutes to leave the island quickly, otherwise he would kill them without mercy. Xia Guoxing was anxious, and he remarked that although they had the unfathomable strength of Wu Zhangyi, the other side was, after all, an old peak patriarch. He mentioned that unlike Xiao Zhongshan, the Grandmaster level was a small rank, but the strength was different, and Wu Zhangyi had just stepped into the Grandmaster realm, so he may not be an opponent for Meng Nanshan. But to Xia Guoxing's surprise, Wu Zhangyi responded that he would also give him 2 minutes. Wu Zhangyi ordered to immediately leave the island, otherwise he would also kill without mercy. Meng Nanshan walked towards them as he mentioned that rumor had it that a young master had emerged from the ancient martial arts world of Yunal City, and that person also had a very good relationship with Xia Guoxing. Meng Nanshan questioned Wu Zhangyi if it was him, and Wu Zhangyi confirmed with Meng Nanshan that it was him. Wu Zhangyi observed that unexpectedly, his fame had already spread to Yanjing, which got Meng Nanshan annoyed, and he commented that Wu Zhangyi was so mad at a young age. Meng Nanshan charged forward to attack Wu Zhangyi and proclaimed that it was the day that he would teach him a lesson. But before Meng Nanshan's attack reached Wu Zhangyi, he simply slapped Meng Nanshan's wrist and deflected the attack. Wu Zhangyi's slap had such incredible force that Meng Nanshan was pushed back. Meng Nanshan immediately realized that Wu Zhangyi was more than a master, and he couldn't help but ask how it was possible at such a young age. Wu Zhangyi replied that, to tell him the truth, he was too weak. Meng Nanshan got enraged. He called Wu Zhangyi a kid, and he declared that he wanted to die while he summoned his Kai manifestation that looked like a bear. Meng Nanshan charged forward to attack Wu Zhangyi with his Kai manifestation, and before his attack could reach Wu Zhangyi grew a pair of wings again, just like when he fought Xiao Zhongshan. Wu Zhangyi punched Meng Nanshan, and although it looked like he was not putting much effort into the punch, he still managed to send Meng Nanshan flying and coughing up blood. Meng Nanshan twirled on the ground until he hit a tree trunk. He looked so terrified as he called Wu Zhangyi a monster because he realized that Wu Zhangyi was at the peak of the Grandmaster realm at such a young age. Wu Zhangyi remarked that what he stated earlier still counts and he would give him 2 minutes, but Meng Nanshan cut him off. Meng Nanshan admitted that Wu Zhangyi, but he still looked confident as he rummaged through his coat's pocket. Wu Zhangyi, Xia Feng'er, and Xia Guoxing were alarmed, and they seemed to have recognized what Meng Nanshan got from his pocket. Meng Nanshan was applying his aura to a circular artifact, and he proclaimed that it was the day he would die. Wu Zhangyi questioned Meng Nanshan if it was a magic weapon. Meng Nanshan replied that it was his biggest secret, and there was once a peak patriarch who was crushed by that weapon. As Meng Nanshan applied more of his aura to the magic weapon, he commented that it was a pity that the weapon could only be activated once every 6 months, otherwise, his Meng family would have surpassed those top-notch families a long time ago. Meng Nanshan raised his hand in preparation for the attack, and he remarked that he could be proud to be killed by that weapon. Meng Nanshan observed that it was a shame that the world would lose a demon like him, the future Saint Master. Meng Nanshan threw the magic weapon towards Wu Zhangyi, and while still calling him a kid, Meng Nanshan instructed to go to die. Wu Zhangyi looked unfazed as the magic weapon shined on him. He just stood there, and he did not defend himself as the magic weapon fired a powerful beam at him. Xia Feng'er and Xia Guoqing were having a hard time defending themselves from the impact of the powerful aura, and they were worried about Wu Zhangyi. Wu Zhangyi was gone, and it seemed like he was completely annihilated, so Meng Nanshan noted that it was a pity. Meng Nanshan pointed out that Wu Zhangyi had turned to ashes, and he mentioned that it seemed that Wu Zhangyi had good aptitude, and he planned to accept him as an underling. But to Meng Nanshan's surprise, Wu Zhangyi was behind him, and he was thanking him in advance. Xia Feng'er looked glad when she saw that Wu Zhangyi was fine, while Meng Nanshan could not accept it, and he declared that it was impossible. Wu Zhangyi asked Meng Nanshan how he could kill him with such a trivial skill. Meng Nanshan was dumbfounded, as he knew that Wu Zhangyi couldn't escape from the magic weapon even at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, and so he inquired what was happening. Wu Zhangyi showed the 8 trigram disc to Meng Nanshan, and he clarified that the disc and Meng Nanshan's weapon were both magical artifacts. He released an aura through the 8 trigram disc to attack Meng Nanshan and affirmed that although they were the same, his 8 trigram disc was stronger. Meng Nanshan used his magical weapon to block the 8 trigram disc's attack. He was trying his best, but the 8 trigram disc's attack was overpowering him. And in an instant, Meng Nanshan was no longer able to block the 8 trigram disc's attack, and he got hit by its tremendous power. Meng Nanshan coughed up blood as he fell to the ground. Xia Feng'er, Xia Guoqing, and Wu Zhangyi approached him while he was still sitting on the ground. Xia Feng'er declared that he dared to dispute the island with Wu Zhangyi. He stated that he could kill him if he wanted to because he was definitely not a person who was greedy for life and feared death. Wu Zhangyi remarked that, unexpectedly, unlike Xiao Zhongshan, Meng Nanshan had a bit of self-esteem. Meng Nanshan sat there with pride and did not beg for his life, and Wu Zhangyi remembered that he was actually from Yanjing. Meng Nanshan was surprised when Wu Zhangyi announced that he would give him a chance to survive. Wu Zhangyi proposed that if he swore allegiance to him from that day forward, he would spare his life. Meng Nanshan inquired of Wu Zhangyi if he wanted him to be loyal to a child like him. Xia Guoqing asserted that Wu Zhangyi would spare his life, and that was why he should be loyal to him. Xia Guoqing warned that if he wanted to fight against Wu Zhangyi, he was afraid that not only him but the whole Meng family would suffer. Meng Nanshan gave it some thought, and he remembered Wu Zhangyi's level of cultivation at such a young age, and he realized that maybe Xia Guoqing was right. Wu Zhangyi was startled when Meng Nanshan screamed and jumped off the ground. Meng Nanshan quickly bowed in front of Wu Zhangyi and pledged that, on behalf of the Meng family, they were willing to swear allegiance to him. Wu Zhangyi accepted Meng Nanshan, and he instructed to get up, and Meng Nanshan immediately agreed while calling him Master Zhang. While Meng Nanshan and Xia Guoqing were talking, Wu Zhangyi, who was looking at the 8 trigram disc, looked puzzled. He mentioned that it seemed to be coming to the end of its lifespan, with a few more uses. Wu Zhangyi declared that they would go back, and Xia Guoqing agreed, stating that he would get the boat ready. As they drove away from the island in the speedboat, Wu Zhangyi remarked that with Meng Nanshan as a pawn, it would be much easier to do things in Yanjing. Wu Zhangyi revealed that there was something he needed to ask him, and Meng Nanshan urged to go ahead. Wu Zhangyi ordered Meng Nanshan to return to Yanjing to help him keep an eye on the Song family, one of the top 10 families in Yanjing, and see if they were involved with any strange people. And when Meng Nanshan heard that it was about the Song family, he wondered what Wu Zhangyi was after, but Wu Zhangyi mentioned that he didn't need to know that at the moment. Wu Zhangyi instructed Meng Nanshan that all he had to do was do what he instructed to do, and Meng Nanshan responded that he understood it. Half an hour later, their speedboat arrived at the docks where the helicopter had previously taken them. Meng Nanshan immediately waved goodbye to Wu Zhangyi as soon as they arrived on land. Wu Zhangyi noticed something. It was his phone ringing, and his mother was calling him. As soon as Wu Zhangyi picked up the call, his mother inquired if he could come home, and so he queried what was so urgent. Wu Zhangyi was surprised when his mother announced that his fiancée was going to come visit him. Xia Feng'er and Xia Guoqing were eavesdropping when they heard that Wu Zhangyi was so surprised when he learned about his fiancée. Wu Zhangyi looked so horrified as he asked when he got a fiancé, and his mother just stated that it was a long story, so he should hurry up and come home. Wu Zhangyi agreed with his mother, mentioning that he was coming, and he ended the call. As soon as he ended the call, someone called him again, and this time it was Song Yuyao, so Wu Zhangyi wondered what was going on that day. Song Yuyao called Wu Zhangyi's name as soon as he picked up the call. Wu Zhangyi asked Song Yuyao what was up. Song Yuyao immediately asked him where he had been the past few days because he was calling him, but he did not answer her call, and when she looked for him in the dormitory, his roommate, Zhu Hao, mentioned that he had gone out to do something. She asked him if he was okay. Wu Zhangyi replied that she was fine and he would come meet her later. He proposed that they should talk in person because it just so happened that he had something to talk to her about as well, and Song Yuyao agreed. Wu Zhangyi suggested that they could go back first because he needed to take care of something at home, and Xia Guoqing asked him if he would like him to arrange a helicopter for him. Wu Zhangyi confirmed that that would be good and thanked him. A few moments later, Wu Zhangyi was about to board a helicopter with Song Yuyao, and Song Yuyao exclaimed that it was so out of the blue. Song Yuyao confirmed with Wu Zhangyi that it was a trip back home with him to meet his parents. Wu Zhangyi did not directly answer Song Yuyao's question. He simply queried her why she was asking and if she didn't want to, and Song Yuyao answered that it was not the case. Song Yuyao was bashful as she admitted that she hadn't informed her parents about the trip yet. Wu Zhangyi patted her on the head and assured not to worry because he understood why she was so restless. Wu Zhangyi announced that he instructed someone to inform her father, and he assured her that they would definitely agree. Song Yuyao meekly agreed while she was still blushing. The blades of the helicopter started to turn, and Wu Zhangyi assisted Song Yuyao in boarding the helicopter. They were already flying over the city, and Wu Zhangyi remarked that it was time for him to go back and settle things at home. The helicopter was already flying on the outskirts of the city. It landed on a helipad, and both Wu Zhangyi and Song Yuyao got out of it. The pilot apologized to Wu Zhangyi, mentioning he could only take them there because helicopters were not allowed in the city. Wu Zhangyi remarked that it was fine, as he could just take Song Yuyao for a stroll. He commented that after so many years, he was back. Song Yuyao inquired of Wu Zhangyi if they should buy something for his parents, calling them aunt and uncle. Wu Zhangyi did not answer Song Yuyao's question, as he insisted not to worry because his parents were very friendly. Wu Zhangyi looked like he was reminiscing as he observed that his mother would especially be happy to see her. Meanwhile, in an apartment, someone noted that they didn't know if Wu Zhangyi could come back that day. They were slicing vegetables. It was Yun Hui, and Jiang Chenhai was questioning her what she was doing in such a hurry when Anyang City was several hours away from Yunal City by car, and he questioned her if she thought Wu Zhangyi flew back by plane. Suddenly, someone kicked the door open. There were two people by the door, and Yun Hui questioned them what the two of them wanted. It was Song Yu of the Song family and Jiang Shanshan of the Jiang family, and Song Yu commented that the house of her fiancé was too shabby. Yun Hui was surprised when she recognized that it was Jiang Shanshan, the one who was engaged to Wu Zhangyi. Jiang Shanshan addressed Yun Hui and Jiang Chenhai as auntie and uncle, and as she rummaged through her bag, she disclosed that there was $1 million in the card. She handed it to them and requested them to take it. Yun Hui questioned Jiang Shanshan why she was giving them money. Jiang Shanshan went straight to the point, and she requested them to sign the marriage contract between her and Wu Zhangyi so that it would be terminated. Yun Hui was surprised that Jiang Shanshan desired to cancel the marriage. Jiang Chenhai got mad because he stated that he knew that Jiang Shanshan suddenly coming there at that time would not be a good thing. Yun Hui remarked that she understood that their current family conditions were not worthy of her, but the marriage was decided by the two grandfathers, so she was afraid. Song Yu chimed in on the conversation, and he commented to Jiang Chenhai that giving them $1 million was also too good for them, but they still did not want to receive it. Song Yu slammed the documents on the table as he urged Jiang Chenhai to hurry up and sign and to not waste his and Jiang Shanshan's precious time. Jiang Shanshan asserted that Song Yu was right and that they should sign it quickly, and she added that it was better to take the money and sign the document quickly. Jiang Chenhai called Jiang Shanshan a little girl, and he got mad at her for daring to be so rude to him, he who raised her in his arms. Song Yu leaned over to Jiang Chenhai, confirming if he was the first genius of the Jiang family, and he inquired how he had become a useless person like that. Jiang Chenhai got so mad that he was lost for words. Song Yu grabbed Jiang Shanshan by the waist, and he questioned Jiang Chenhai what he was going to say. Song Yu declared that he was already cleared by the Jiang family and was no longer a Jiang family member, and he questioned him who would take him seriously. Yun Hui quickly mediated the situation, and she informed that she had already notified Wu Zhangyi and he would be back in a couple of days, so they could wait until he got back to sign. But Song Yu got mad, and he kicked their dining table as he rejected Yun Hui's suggestion. He grinned evilly as he insisted that the document must be signed immediately. Song Yu grabbed Jiang Chenhai by his shirt, and he threatened him that his hand would be ruined that day otherwise. Suddenly, someone arrived. It was Wu Zhangyi, and he was fuming mad as he demanded who dared to come into his house to go wild. Yun Hui called Wu Zhangyi, and Wu Zhangyi looked so happy to see his mother. Wu Zhangyi hugged Yun Hui. With tears in his eyes, he declared that he was back, and Yun Hui also cried, exclaiming that he was finally back. As Wu Zhangyi mentioned that he could finally see her again, Jiang Shanshan watched, and she wondered what was wrong with Wu Zhangyi, labeling him a kid. She remarked that it had only been a few months since he went to school, so he must be homesick. Jiang Shanchen continued to observe Wu Zhangyi, and as she got curious if he was the Wu Zhangyi who had a marriage contract with her, she wondered why he was giving the impression of being unpredictable. Jiang Shanchen saw Song Yuyao, and she observed that there was also a woman beside Wu Zhangyi who seemed to have an extraordinary temperament, but she convinced herself that Wu Zhangyi was just an ordinary person. Song Yu was surprised, while Jiang Chenhai was worried when Wu Zhangyi ordered Song Yu to get his dirty hands off first, and asked him if all the children of a powerful family were like him. As Song Yu let go of Jiang Chenhai harshly, he went ahead and asked to confirm if he was talking with Wu Zhangyi. Wu Zhangyi confirmed with Song Yu that it was him, and he emphasized that remembering his name was very important to him. Wu Zhangyi predicted that he was going to die in his hands soon. Song Yu laughed hysterically and scoffed that a handicapped trash's son dared to speak wild words. Wu Zhangyi questioned what Song Yu was implying, and he asserted that he only needed a finger to kill him. Song Yu got mad, and as he called Wu Zhangyi a bastard, he charged forward to attack him while asking him if he wanted to die. Jiang Chenhai cautioned to be careful because Song Yu was an ancient martial artist. Song Yu used an aura in his palm attack, but he was extremely surprised when Wu Zhangyi did indeed just use his finger to block it. Jiang Shanchen, who was watching the fight, commented that Wu Zhangyi could actually block Song Yu's skill with one finger, and he must know that Song Yu was at the peak of his vitality period. Wu Zhangyi quickly moved forward, and Song Yu was surprised. Wu Zhangyi created a slashing aura with his finger and attacked Song Yu with it. Song Yu's clothes got ruined, and he started coughing up blood, which made Jiang Shanchen worry. Song Yu realized that Wu Zhangyi was not an ordinary person, as he was also an ancient martial artist, and as he was about to reveal Wu Zhangyi's realm, he was cut off. Wu Zhangyi cut Song Yu off and remarked that originally, the person who moved his parents must be killed, but he suddenly declared that killing him at that moment would be too easy for him. So he ordered Song Yu to go back to his family and tell them that he would crush the Song family within 3 days. Song Yu was kneeling on the ground, and he hadn't recovered from the shock yet, so Jiang Shanchen called him, as she was worried. But suddenly, someone reached out to her to grab her. It was Wu Zhangyi, and while he grabbed her by the back of her neck, Jiang Shanchen exclaimed that Wu Zhangyi had a terrifying power that she could not resist. She demanded that he quickly let her go or her father would kill him. Wu Zhangyi asserted that she too should go back and tell her family what happened so they would get ready. He instructed to not let him down. Wu Zhangyi let go of Jiang Shanchen harshly and ordered to get out. Jiang Shanchen and Song Yu anxiously went out of Wu Zhangyi's house. Song Yu glared at Wu Zhangyi, and he vowed that no matter how good Wu Zhangyi was, he couldn't be his father's opponent. On the other hand, Jiang Shanchen was wondering why Wu Zhangyi could do such a thing when everyone believed that he was an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Jiang Chenhai insisted that he shouldn't let those two go. Jiang Chenhai maintained that the old ancestor of the Song family was a grandmaster level existence, and there was no chance of winning at his current age. Wu Zhangyi persuaded to believe him, as he would be fine because a grandmaster was like an ant in his eyes, and Jiang Chenhai tried to protest. Jiang Chenhai confessed that he had made a big mistake that time, but he was useless, so he couldn't help him, and he could only lie in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Wu Zhangyi was getting something from his coat as he called Jiang Chenhai, and Jiang Chenhai looked surprised. Wu Zhangyi was holding needles in his hand as he questioned Jiang Chenhai if he said that they had to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Jiang Chenhai looked anxious as he asked Wu Zhangyi if he stated that he could cure his leg using acupuncture needles. He replied that it was not possible because countless famous doctors had tried to cure him with that method, but they all failed. Wu Zhangyi simply leaned in and asked Jiang Chenhai if he trusted him. Jiang Chenhai responded that he was his son, so of course he trusted him, but he was still hesitant. Suddenly, Song Yuyao intervened, and she commented that the current Wu Zhangyi was not the same as before, so if he claimed that he could do it, he would do it. Jiang Chenhai explained that it was just that he had experienced despair countless times and didn't want to go through it again. Wu Zhangyi urged to just relax and have faith in his son because he swore that it was the last day that he would be in his wheelchair. Yan Hui observed that Wu Zhangyi had grown up, so he should just trust him, and as Jiang Chenhai agreed, he acknowledged that over the years, Yan Hui had held the family together on her own, and he couldn't begin to describe how much suffering she had to put up with to look after him, a loser. Jiang Chenhai leaned back and relaxed on his wheelchair while Wu Zhangyi inspected him. As Wu Zhangyi poked Jiang Chenhai's legs with a needle, he inquired if he felt anything. Jiang Chenhai admitted that he didn't feel anything because those legs of his had long lost the sensation of pain. Wu Zhangyi applied an aura to the needle, and he questioned Jiang Chenhai if he felt pain at that time. Jiang Chenhai quickly sat up straight, as he was surprised that he was currently feeling a tingling sensation, and he described the feeling as if he were being bitten by an ant. Wu Zhangyi remarked that it was a good sign, but he warned him that the next step may be a little more painful, so he advised to be prepared for that. Jiang Chenai confirmed that it was fine, and he requested him to proceed. As Wu Zhangyi continued with the treatment, Jiang Chenai's cries of pain could be heard through the entire apartment complex. Wu Zhangyi continued to treat his father, and he explained that the method of the acupuncture was called Tei acupuncture, which he accidentally obtained in his last life, and although it was not a superior technique, it could still cure a myriad of illnesses. As Wu Zhangyi applied his aura to the needles that were inserted in Jiang Chenai's temples, Jiang Chenai screamed in pain and coughed up blood. Yun Hui got worried, and she quickly came over to ask Jiang Chenai if he was alright. Suddenly, Jiang Chenai was surprised. Although his legs were still trembling, he could finally stand on his feet, and he exclaimed that he could feel his legs. Jiang Chenai immediately inquired Wu Zhangyi who he learned that skill from and how he had never heard of a person with such divine skills, and Wu Zhangyi disclosed that it was taught to him by a senior person he knew. Wu Zhangyi confessed that the senior had instructed him not to give his name even to his own family while thinking that he couldn't tell them that he had been reborn. Jiang Chenai remarked that it was fine and he wouldn't ask, and while Yun Hui was crying as she explained that he could finally walk on his legs, Jiang Chenai noted that Wu Zhangyi had indeed all grown up, so there was no need to hide anything from him anymore, and Wu Zhangyi asserted that, as expected, his parents must not have been ordinary people back then. Jiang Chenai stated that he was once a martial artist just like him, while his grandfather was the head of the Jiang family, the fourth of the 10 largest families in Yanjing. And Wu Zhangyi was surprised as he revealed that he guessed that his father's family was not simple, but he never admitted that they would be one of the top 10 families. Jiang Chenai continued to tell Wu Zhangyi that he was very close with his uncle, Jiang Junshan, at that time. Jiang Chenai mentioned that in the ancient martial arts world, they were regarded as the strongest duo of their generation and successively stepped into the peak of the transformation realm. He admitted that it was until a big event happened and a secret realm appeared on top of Mount Tai. Jiang Chenai sighed as he recalled that, in retrospect, he really shouldn't have gone to that place, and Wu Zhangyi inquired if they did encounter some kind of danger. Jiang Chenai confirmed and acknowledged that a lot of martial artists died. Even their Jiang family lost many of its people there, but on the other hand, luck was on his side because he was not only able to get out of the secret realm alive, but he also got treasures that allowed him to break through the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm. Wu Zhangyi questioned Jiang Chenai if that was not a good thing, and Jiang Chenai opined that there lies the problem. He observed that from then on, his cultivation level was one big realm ahead of Jiang Junshan, and he became jealous of him, so he accused him of killing the others in order to steal the treasures of the secret realm. Jiang Chenai declared that a majority of the people in the Jiang family believed Jiang Junshan's words, so he was expelled from the family home. And what was worse was that the ancient martial arts community all came to him and demanded that he hand over the treasure he obtained in the secret realm, so he had to take him and Yun Hui into hiding for safety. Wu Zhangyi inquired of Jiang Chenai if the men in the black cloak that attacked him were also after the treasure, and Jiang Chenai affirmed that it was correct. Wu Zhangyi got mad at those people for daring to do such a thing, and he vowed that he didn't care if it was the Jiang family of the 9 specters because he would destroy anyone who harms his family. Wu Zhangyi handed a red pill to Jiang Chenai and instructed him to take it. Jiang Chenai asked Wu Zhangyi what the pill was for. While thinking about the things he did on Reiki Island to obtain the pill, Wu Zhangyi explained that the pill was called the marrow cleansing pill and that it would restore his wasted meridians, so after taking it, he would be able to practice martial arts once again. Jiang Chenai was so surprised that he couldn't help but inquire if that pill was really that magical. Jiang Chenai took the pill. Suddenly, a huge amount of aura surged out of his body. Jiang Chenai tried out his strength on his wheelchair, and he was able to hit it powerfully. Jiang Chenai was happy as he declared that he was no longer a useless man, and Yun Hui remarked that it was like a miracle, and she was so happy for him. Meanwhile, Wu Zhangyi noted that although the meridians had been restored, it was difficult for Jiang Chenai to regain his original power, so he mentioned that he had to refine more pills that could help him with cultivation and complement his martial arts. Jiang Chenai was surprised when Wu Zhangyi touched his forehead and announced that he was going to send him a set of martial arts directly into his mind. Wu Zhangyi asserted that he would be able to cultivate faster by following that set of martial arts. Wu Zhangyi revealed that not only was that technique powerful, but most importantly, it was capable of transforming one's body's constitution into that of the golden bodies, so it was perfect for someone like Jiang Chenai, who had been through a lot of trauma. Jiang Chenai cried, and as he hugged Wu Zhangyi, he thanked him for all that he had done for him, which moved Wu Zhangyi. Yun Hui teased Jiang Chenai and Wu Zhangyi that they were 2 adults yet they were crying like little kids, but she joked that it was not like there was anything to be ashamed of. Looking at Song Yuyao, Yun Hui observed that she had been with them for almost half a day, yet he had not even introduced her to them. Wu Zhangyi quickly introduced Song Yuyao as his girlfriend, and as Song Yuyao politely greeted them, Yun Hui was amused. Yan Hui teased Wu Zhangyi by remarking that she did not expect him to have such a good eye because Song Yuyao was a beauty, not too different from when she was young, and she commented that she was really sorry for her because Wu Zhangyi had no money, no common sense, and a low IQ. Song Yuyao politely responded that she was flattering her, and Wu Zhangyi nervously urged to stop. Zhang Chenai laughed as he suggested that they should go prepare dinner to give the youngsters a moment alone, which made Yan Hui realize and comment that the two of them must be very hungry from the travel. Wu Zhangyi confessed that he was super hungry, that his tummy was growling. And while he inquired what they were having for the reunion dinner, Song Yuyao offered to help Yan Hui, and immediately afterwards, they had a happy reunion dinner. The morning came, and as they were walking down the street, Wu Zhangyi reminisced with Song Yuyao if she remembered, which made Song Yuyao confused as to what he was referring to. Wu Zhangyi reminisced that they used to come there a lot in high school, so he feels a sad and nostalgic feeling, and Song Yuyao concurred, stating that when her family moved to Yunil City after she graduated from high school, she hadn't had the time to visit and come back there, so walking there like they were at the moment was really nostalgic. Suddenly, Wu Zhangyi noticed something. A fancy car passed by them and almost hit Song Yuyao, but Wu Zhangyi managed to protect her and grab her away from the street. Suddenly, the car stopped as the driver recognized Song Yuyao as their high school beauty. Song Yuyao looked surprised when she recognized the driver as Wang Kong. Wang Kong acted cool and remarked that he couldn't believe that Song Yuyao still remembered him. As Wang Kong approached them, Song Yuyao urged to ignore Wang Kong so they should go, and upon hearing Wu Zhangyi's name, Wang Kong immediately inquired if he was the poor boy who snatched their school beauty. Song Yuyao got furious, and she insisted that Wang Kong move out of the way immediately. Wang Kong laughed hysterically as he asserted that he didn't think that he would still be as much of a wuss as he used to be, and he declared that all he did was hide behind his girlfriend. Song Yuyao cautioned Wang Kong that he better watch his mouth because Wu Zhangyi was already different, so he should be careful because if he pisses Wu Zhangyi off, it won't end well for him. But Wang Kong did not listen to Song Yuyao's warning. He provoked Wu Zhangyi instead by poking his shoulders and calling him a wuss as he questioned him if he would get in trouble if he messed with him. Wang Kong was surprised when Wu Zhangyi caught his finger, squeezed it, and stated that he was annoying, so he should get his disgusting face out of his sight. Wang Kong's finger was swollen and throbbing when Wu Zhangyi let it go, but Wang Kong still dared to challenge Wu Zhangyi if he wanted to die and have a one-on-one with him, and Wu Zhangyi replied that he only needed one finger to fight him. Song Yuyao interrupted them by punching Wang Kong on the back, and she suggested that they should just forget it and let Wang Kong off the hook that time merely because they all went to the same school together. Wang Kong agreed and admitted that Song Yuyao was right, that they were old classmates, admitting that his impulsiveness got the better of him again. He confessed that it just so happens that he was having a birthday party that day and invited other students, and since he felt terrible for acting like a dick earlier, he invited them to the party too to give him a chance to apologize. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Kong was thinking about how Wu Zhangyi could be worthy of Song Yuyao, calling him a poor bastard in his mind, and he mused that Wu Zhangyi should just wait and see how he humiliates him later. Song Yuyao thanked Wang Kong for the invitation, but she declined that they had other plans, so they couldn't. But Wu Zhangyi tapped her on the shoulder. Wu Zhangyi expressed that it was great because it had been a long time since they had seen their old classmates, so he thought it was a good chance to have a reunion, and Wang Kong was unaware that Wu Zhangyi knew that he was jealous of him being together with Song Yuyao. Wu Zhangyi asserted that Wang Kong was only so cocky because his father was the police chief and he had humiliated his parents in his past life, so it was time for him to pay for his wrongdoings too, tenfolds at that. Wang Kong's fancy car was traveling in the city. Wu Zhangyi was riding in the car, and Wang Kong mentioned that if he would return to Anyang City again the next time, he could just give him a call, and he would give him a ride if he ever had some free time. Song Yuyao declared not to look down on people because they came back to Anyang City on Wu Zhangyi's private helicopter. Wang Kong just laughed at Song Yuyao, and he remarked that they were aware of Wu Zhangyi's family condition. He asserted that she did not have to lie for Wu Zhangyi. On the other hand, at the Song residence, someone revealed that the Song and Zhang families had gathered there today, and they were sure that everyone knew why. At the Song family house hall, someone announced that a man calling himself Grandmaster Zhang had proclaimed that he would trample down the Song and Zhang families in 3 days. It was Song King, the head of the Song family, and with Zhang Tianming, the head of the Zhang family, on his side, Song King inquired those that were present what their opinions were. One of the people from the Song family side exclaimed that it was arrogant of Wu Zhangyi and questioned who the hell he was. Another one suggested that they should let Wu Zhangyi come if he wanted to trample on them, for they were the Song family and there were so many of them, so they shouldn't be afraid of a single man. But one of the people from the Zhang family side disclosed that although Wu Zhangyi goes by the name Grandmaster Zhang, it was claimed that his strength had broken through to the late stage of the absolute Grandmaster realm. He added that there were whispers that Meng Nanshan of Yanjing had lost to Wu Zhangyi, Everyone was surprised to hear that Wu Zhangyi was in the absolute Grandmaster realm because there weren't many in the entire nation who could reach that level, and they commented that moreover, it was rumored that Meng Nanshan had already stepped into a half-step absolute Grandmaster realm, so they were also surprised that he was defeated. But Song Yu chimed in on the discussion, and he dismissed that it was nonsense because the master that they were talking about was about his age, so his strength was at most in the late martial warrior realm. He claimed that if Wu Zhangyi dares to set foot in the Song family house, he would not be able to return. Jiang Shanshan agreed, and as she revealed that she and Song Yu were defeated by Wu Zhangyi, she was cut off. Jiang Tianming cut her off by slamming his fist on the table and cursing her as he admonished not to give him that crap. Jiang Shanshan sweated profusely and became anxious. Jiang Tianming scolded Jiang Shanshan and remarked that she had made a huge mess, yet she was not even ashamed. Jiang Tianming stated that according to his reliable information, the Grandmaster Zhang they were talking about may have already reached the Saint Master realm, so even if they all joined forces there, they were still no match for him. So when Wu Zhangyi came, he was afraid that their two families would greatly suffer. Song King inquired of Jiang Tianming what he was implying. Everyone was startled when Jiang Tianming proposed that both of the families go to Wu Zhangyi personally and apologize. Song Yu commented that the Song family and the Jiang family were two of the top ancient martial arts families in Anyang, so if they did such a thing, they would both lose their faces big time. Jiang Tianming grew irritated, so he questioned Song Yu, who mentioned to mess with such a powerful person, and he argued that if they did not do such a thing, the Jiangs and the Songs would suffer a disaster. Suddenly, two people arrived in the discussion, and they queried who the person they were talking about was. It was Song Zheshi, the former head of the Song family, and Song Wuxuang, the supreme elder of the Song family, and the two of them demanded who wanted to trample down on their Song family. Jiang Shanshan was taken aback when he recognized the two old masters of the Song family, and he revealed that they were ranked among the most powerful people in the world martial artist ranking. Jiang Shanshan immediately paid his respects to them. He acknowledged that he heard that the two of them had been in seclusion for many years, but he never thought he would get to see both of them that day. And one of the two old masters questioned Jiang Shanshan if he believed that they stood a chance against Wu Zhangyi at the moment. Jiang Shanshan asserted that they certainly have because with the two elders on their side, there was nothing to be afraid of as they could capture Wu Zhangyi with the Heaven and Earth Bane formation, which was the two elders' greatest skill. So no matter how powerful Wu Zhangyi was, as long as he steps into it, he won't survive. And what Jiang Shanshan declared amused Song Zheshi, appreciating that some people still remember them. Two old things. Song Wuxuang remarked that the place was not suitable to set up the formation, so they just had to take Wu Zhangyi to the back of the hill. And Song Yu assured that he had a way to bring Wu Zhangyi to the back of the hill so they could leave it up to him. Song King concurred, and he promised that he would leave that task to him, so once Wu Zhangyi comes there, he won't be able to return. Meanwhile, at a huge building in the city, Wang Kong entered a room filled with people, and as he summoned attention, asking them to guess who he had brought to the party that day, the people were glad that he was finally there. Wang Kong introduced Song Yuyao to everyone as their school beauty, but the people went to question who the man next to her was because he looked familiar. Wang Kong clarified that the one next to their school flower, Song Yuyao, was the famous Wu Zhangyi, who was one of their most famous classmates back then. Everyone quickly remembered Wu Zhangyi as the Four Eyes nerd who got together with their school beauty in the end, and they observed that it looked like it was him. But he was not wearing his glasses anymore. A weird-haired man approached Wu Zhangyi and queried if it was really him. Wang Kong was beaten up by Wu Zhangyi, and while pinning him down on the floor, Wu Zhangyi asked him who he claimed his father was. Wang Kong replied that his father was the chief officer of the police department, so if he dared to touch him, he should prepare to go to jail for the rest of his life. Wu Zhangyi narrowed his eyes at Wang Kong as he remarked that even at that moment, he was still acting cocky, and he labeled him as a punk-ass piece of crap. Wu Zhangyi stated that he needed a phone from one of them. Wu Zhangyi handed the phone to Wang Kong, and he declared that he would give him a chance, so he should go ahead and call his father. Wang Kong quickly called his father, pleading for him to come and save him, and his father panicked, asking him what the matter was. Wang Kong explained that he was beaten up by a man pretending to be Master Zhang of Yunal City. His father inquired of Wang Kong if the person he claimed to be impersonating Master Zhang was named Wu Zhangyi and his father's name was Zhang Chenhai. At the other end of the line, Wang Kong quickly questioned Wu Zhangyi if his father's name was Zhang Chenhai. Wu Zhangyi calmly confirmed with Wang Kong that he was right that Zhang Chenhai was his father. As soon as Wang Kong's father heard Wu Zhangyi's answer over the phone, he quickly yelled at Wang Kong to listen to him while calling him a spoiled-ass brat, and he ordered to get down on his knees and apologize to Master Zhang immediately. Wang Kong tried to persuade his father that he thought there had been some mistake because he had known Wu Zhangyi since childhood, so there was no way he could be the real Master Zhang. Remembering what happened, Wang Kong's father recalled that he saw Wu Zhangyi in person the last time he went to an auction in Yunal City, and when he came back, he even checked out Wu Zhangyi's background thoroughly himself. Wang Kong's father asserted that Wu Zhangyi was Zhang Chenhai's son. Upon hearing those things, everyone in the room quickly addressed Wu Zhangyi as Master Zhang as they kneeled and admitted that they had no idea how great his reputation was and offended him. So they asked him as his old classmates to forgive them for offending him. Another one also knelt on the ground, also addressing Wu Zhangyi as Master Zhang. It was Wang Kong, and he bowed to Wu Zhangyi, admitting that he was wrong and begging for him to forgive him for looking down on him and offending him. Wu Zhangyi commanded to get out and instructed them not to let him see them again otherwise. Everyone agreed. They quickly scurried out of the room. As Wu Zhangyi remarked that they should go, the weird-haired man from earlier was alarmed. He quickly kneeled down behind Wu Zhangyi and implored him to take him as his disciple because he wanted to become a martial artist in ancient arts too. Wu Zhangyi simply stated that not just anyone could become a martial artist of the ancient arts. The man clung onto Wu Zhangyi's leg while asking him how he could claim he couldn't even before testing his potential, and he declared that he was not giving up. Wu Zhangyi expressed that he did not expect the guy to be very strong-willed. Wu Zhangyi decided to agree, and as he announced that he would give him a chance, he summoned an array formation in the palm of his hand. The guy's eyes widened in surprise as Wu Zhangyi applied the array formation to him. Wu Zhangyi revealed that it was unexpected because the guy had a fire spirit body. He explained that even in the Zhejian realm, people with fire spirit bodies were considered to be rare cultivation geniuses that were only found in 1 in 10,000 cultivators because that type of constitution's innate talent was for alchemy or weapon refining. Wu Zhangyi informed whose name was Fang Zhu that the path of cultivation was a long one that was filled with countless dangers, and one mistake could cost him his life. So he inquired if he was sure he wanted to embark on that journey, and Fang Zhu answered him that he was sure because he was not afraid of death. Wu Zhangyi declared that he would transmit the Tai Shang fire technique to his mind, and from that day onward, he was his first disciple, which Fang Zhu was thankful for, and he called Wu Zhangyi master. On the other hand, someone was so mad that they broke a tree trunk by punching it, and they were cursing someone, calling them a bastard son of a witch. He also kicked a trash bin. It was Wang Kong. Jiang Shanshan and Song Yu were watching him as he vented out his anger on the things around him while claiming that he didn't believe that the punk Wu Zhangyi could be the Grandmaster Zhang. Wang Kong sensed the two of them, and he angrily demanded who they were and what they were laughing at. He questioned them if they had never seen a shirtless man before and if they were looking for a fight. Song Yu did not answer any of Wang Kong's questions, and he simply inquired why he was so angry while calling him brother. Wang Kong charged forward to attack Song Yu as he ordered to go off and not mess with him. Song Yu caught Wang Kong's leg effortlessly. He asked Wang Kong if he wanted to get revenge on Wu Zhangyi. Wang Kong was surprised when Song Yu mentioned revenge on Wu Zhangyi, so he asked him how he knew. Song Yu remarked that they saw what just happened in the hotel. Song Yu inquired if Wang Kong wanted to snatch the goddess back. Wang Kong gritted his teeth and clenched his fist as he admitted that Wu Zhangyi was very good at fighting, so he was not his opponent. Song Yu offered to Wang Kong that he could leave that to them, and he just had to do them a favor in return. Song Yu whispered to Wang Kong's ear what he needed to do. On the other hand, Zhang Chenhai commented that it was rumored that the Song family had 2 unparalleled old patrons who had reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm 10 years ago, and he mentioned that they had been in retreat for many years, so he warned Wu Zhangyi to be careful when he went to the Song family at that time. Wu Zhangyi assured not to worry, and he questioned him why he was more verbose than his mother. Suddenly, Song Yuyao entered the room and announced that her old friend had asked her to visit her house. Song Yuyao requested Wu Zhangyi to inform Yun Hui that she wouldn't come back for dinner, and Wu Zhangyi was puzzled when he heard about her friend. Wu Zhangyi looked skeptical, and he questioned that she had just been there, so he wondered how her friend could know that she was in Anyang. Song Yuyao gave it some thought, and she speculated that it should have been spread at Wang Kong's birthday party. While Song Yuyao was preparing to get out, Wu Zhangyi queried if she wanted him to go with her because he was a bit worried. Song Yuyao clarified that it was not necessary, so he should spend more time with his parents on his trip back. Wu Zhangyi was on his phone as he watched Song Yuyao go down the stairs. He texted Fang Zhu and asked him to help him with one thing. A few moments later, someone called a woman named Chen Lai and mentioned that they had arrived. It was Song Yuyao, and as soon as they saw each other, her friend, Chen Lai, exclaimed that it had been a long time since they saw each other. The two of them looked happy, and as Song Yuyao remarked that it must have been 2 or 3 years, but she was still as young and beautiful as ever before, Chen Lai commented that it seemed like the older she was, the more beautiful she became. The two of them laughed, and they seemed to be enjoying the moment. But Chen Lai seemed alarmed when Song Yuyao requested her to take her to her house. Chen Lai was hesitating, and she suggested that they don't go there. But Song Yuyao insisted that she was already there, so she should let her go up and have a look, which made Chen Lai reluctantly agree. Song Yuyao dragged Chen Lai while asking her what she was still worried about, and Chen Lai advised to take it easy. As Chen Lai was about to open her door, she hesitated again and called Song Yuyao, so Song Yuyao inquired what the matter was. Chen Lai proposed to Song Yuyao if she could visit another day. She left her key on her door and quickly ran away from it as she revealed that she suddenly remembered that she had to go out on some business. Suddenly, someone grabbed Song Yuyao's arm. It was Wang Kong, and he suggested to Song Yuyao that since she was already there, she should come in and sit down. Song Yuyao was surprised to see Wang Kong, and she questioned how he was there. Chen Lai immediately kneeled in front of Song Yuyao and apologized to her. She clarified that Wang Kong caught her parents and requested her to invite her to come to her house. Wang Kong disgustingly licked his lips as he addressed Song Yuyao his Song Beauty, and he expressed that he did not think that they would meet each other again so soon. Song Yuyao screamed. She kicked Wang Kong in between his legs and demanded him to take it. Both of Wang Kong's eggs shattered, and he cried in pain as he called Song Yuyao a witch. He was kneeling and trembling in pain, and he was asking someone what else they were hiding for and telling them to come out. Multiple men immediately came out of hiding to capture Song Yuyao. They tied both Song Yuyao and Chen Lai, and as Song Yuyao demanded to let them go immediately, Wang Kong declared that he would take care of her after he finished Wu Zhangyi. Meanwhile, Wu Zhangyi was sitting on a bench outside, and he remarked that he could finally go out to breathe again because his parents were still long-winded as always. Suddenly, someone called him. It was Song Yu who was with Jiang Shanshan, and when Wu Zhangyi recognized him, he exclaimed that they had met again. Wu Zhangyi asked Song Yi if he wanted to die in a hurry. Jiang Shanshan chimed in, and she commented that he shouldn't be crazy. Suddenly, Wu Zhangyi's phone rang, and when he looked at it, it was Song Yuyao who was calling. As soon as Wu Zhangyi answered the phone, he inquired what was wrong. But no one answered him on the other line. Wu Zhangyi immediately sensed that something was not right. He immediately stood up and asked Song Yuyao what happened. Suddenly, Wang Kong spoke on the other line, telling Wu Zhangyi to take it easy, and Wu Zhangyi immediately recognized his voice. Wang Kong informed Wu Zhangyi that Song Yuyao was in his place at the moment, but he shouldn't worry because she wouldn't be in any danger. Wu Zhangyi looked extremely mad, and he threatened that he better let Song Yuyao go if he wanted to continue his life. Wang Kong showed the phone to Song Yuyao, and he laughed as he kept telling her that Wu Zhangyi was in a hurry. Wang Kong instructed that if he wanted to save Song Yuyao, he should just go with Song Yu and Jiang Shanshan, and after he mentioned that he would wait for him at Song's house, Wang Kong immediately hung up. Wu Zhangyi told Jiang Shanshan that he knew Wang Kong wasn't brave enough to kidnap Song Yuyao, but he did not expect that both of them were behind that incident. As Wu Zhangyi stated that they were going to the Song family to see what tricks he had, Song Yu gladly ushered him. At the foot of a mountain, someone was asking why they came to the back of the mountain when they declared that they were going to go back to their Song family. It was Wu Zhangyi who was asking, and instead of answering him, Song Yu asked him if he was afraid, and he suggested that he don't come if he was afraid because no one was forcing him. Wu Zhangyi glanced at them skeptically, and he observed that the aura of the place fluctuated abnormally, which was not quite right. Suddenly, Song Yu and Jiang Shanshan jumped out of the way, while Wu Zhangyi got enclosed in an aura sphere. Wu Zhangyi's eyes widened in surprise. He was being suppressed, and he did not know what was going on. Wu Zhangyi was having a hard time standing upright, and he noted that his body couldn't use strength at all. He was trying his best to resist. Suddenly, Song Jushi advised him not to struggle. Song Jushi and Song Wuxuang stood in front of Wu Zhangyi, and they declared that in their Heaven-Earth-Death formation, they dominate over everything. While Wu Zhangyi was struggling, Song Yu called him a bastard and commented that at that time, even if he had wings, he could not escape. Jiang Tianming chimed in and remarked that in the formation of the two elders, Wu Zhangyi could still stand and not lie down, so it was a pity that he could only cultivate at such a young age. Song Jushi concluded that, for the sake of the Song family, he must die there that day. He blamed him for being too young and wild. As Song Jushi raised his sword and swung it at Wu Zhangyi, he declared that it was over for him and that he should die. Suddenly, the mark of the Ren Wang Ju in Wu Zhangyi's hand glowed, and he glared at Song Jushi. Wu Zhangyi managed to block Song Jushi's sword and broke it in the process. Both Song Jushi and Song Wuxuang were surprised, and they did not know how it was possible because Wu Zhangyi was within their array formation, yet he still exhibited such power. Wu Zhangyi explained that their so-called Heaven and Earth Bane formation simply disrupts spiritual Kai, which impairs the use of internal energy of those within the formation. Wu Zhangyi released a tremendous amount of aura as he proclaimed that his Ren Wang Ju could reverse the operation of his internal energy. He attacked Song Jushi, which made Song Jushi's eyes widen in pain. Song Jushi was thrown away, and Song Wuxuang caught him from behind. Calling Wu Zhangyi a brat, Song Wushang remarked that he shouldn't celebrate yet because the formation may not have any effect on him, but within their formation, their spiritual Kai was doubled. But Wu Zhangyi laughed and called them insignificant bugs as he challenged them to use whatever tricks they had left because nothing would change. Both Song Jushi and Song Wushang were surprised by Wu Zhangyi's words, and Song Wushang asserted that since he does not know his place, they should let him see what they were really capable of. The two of them started to release a tremendous amount of aura. Song King warned everyone to be careful because Song Jushi and Song Wushang were going to use their moves, so they needed to get further away. Song Jushi and Song Wushang charged forward to attack Wu Zhangyi, and they used their move, the unparalleled Twin Fist. Their move was so powerful that it created a powerful explosion on the mountain. Everyone was affected by the dust and debris of the explosion, and Jiang Tianming pointed out that it was a powerful force. Jiang Tianming and Song King were both surprised when they saw something. As the dust settled, it revealed a portion of the mountain that was obliterated, and both Song Jushi and Song Wushang called Wu Zhangyi an ignorant brat, exclaiming that he had already turned to dust. But the two of them were unaware that Wu Zhangyi's string-like aura was creeping behind them. Wu Zhangyi surprised them by grabbing the backs of their necks, and he suggested that since they had used their ultimate, they should go take a little rest. Song Jushi and Song Wushang screamed in pain as Wu Zhangyi wrapped his string-like aura around them. The two of them fell to the ground, and they were completely shriveled as soon as Wu Zhangyi let go of them. Song King was shaking as he observed that Wu Zhangyi took out the two elders in an instant, and while Jiang Shanshan was busy covering her face, Jiang Tianming admitted that Wu Zhangyi was way too powerful. Song Yu was alarmed when Wu Zhangyi glanced at him while asking who would like to be next. Song Yu panicked as Wu Zhangyi walked towards him, and as he fell to the ground, he threatened Wu Zhangyi not to dare come near him because he had his girlfriend. But Wu Zhangyi paid his threats no mind, and as he grabbed Song Yu's collar, he looked so unhinged as he used his string-like aura on him. Wu Zhangyi looked so evil as he continued to wrap his string-like aura around Song Yu. He smirked triumphantly. Suddenly, a girl arrived at the mountain where they were. With tears in his eyes, Song Yu looked so surprised when he saw the girl. It was Song Yu Yao, and while Fang Zhu was behind her, holding Wang Kong, Song Yu wondered how she was there. Fang Zhu proudly informed that he had already saved Song Yu Yao as per his order. Wu Zhangyi praised Fang Zhu for the good job, and he requested a few minutes so they could go home after he finished them all, and Fang Zhu agreed. Song King pleaded with Wu Zhangyi to wait a minute and requested that he spare Song Yu. Song Yu cried his heart out, and he begged Song King to save him. Song King declared that the two elders already died because of him, and they couldn't let the Song family be wiped out too because of him. Song King confessed that he couldn't help him anymore. Song Yu panicked, and he exclaimed that he was his own son, so he could not abandon him like that. Wu Zhangyi continued to drain Song Yu with his string-like aura, and he remarked that he made a smart move because even if he tried to save Song Yu, he would get himself killed for nothing. Song Yu screamed in pain, and Jiang Shanshan called out to him with worry in her voice. Wu Zhangyi dropped Song Yu on the ground, completely drained like the previous elders. He announced that from that day onwards, he did not want to hear any news that correlated to the Song family within the martial world. Song King bowed to Wu Zhangyi as he assured that it would be as he wished, and he gave him his word for it. Jiang Tianming was startled when Wu Zhangyi looked in their direction and declared that it was the Jiang family's turn. Jiang Tianming immediately pushed Jiang Shanshan to kneel on the ground, and he requested that Wu Zhangyi forgive her, calling her a foolish girl and the Jiang family. Jiang Tianming knelt along with Jiang Shanshan, and he explained that it was all due to Jiang Shanshan's recklessness, but over the years, he had never thought of canceling their arranged marriage because he always respected Jiang Chenhai as a man. As Wu Zhangyi thought about it, he realized that what Jiang Tianming asserted was true because the Jiang family never formally came to cancel the marriage since Jiang Chenhai had the accident, and Jiang Chenhai even advised to let the Jiang family off the hook. Wu Zhangyi acknowledged that he heard that his family was well known for their medicinal herbs in Anyang, and that he assumed that they must have a collection of high-quality herbs. Jiang Tianming immediately confirmed that they do, and if he wanted anything, their Jiang family would happily give it to him. Suddenly, Song Yu Yao called Wu Zhangyi and approached him. Wu Zhangyi immediately inquired if she was alright, and she responded that she was fine. Song Yu Yao expressed that she wanted to talk to him about something, but Wu Zhangyi indicated that he had to go to the Jiang residence first, so he would tell Fang Zhu to take her home first, and they would talk when he got back. Wu Zhangyi informed that he would leave Wang Kong to him and that he should not let Wang Kong cause any more trouble for Song Yu Yao, and Fang Zhu agreed. Wu Zhangyi jumped off the ground. He hovered in front of Jiang Tianming as he directed that they should go and take him to where the medicinal herbs were. But if they did not have what he needed, he should be prepared to clean up Jiang Shanshan's corpse, and Jiang Tianming reluctantly agreed. A few moments later, as they arrived at the medicinal storage, Jiang Tianming revealed that the entire medicinal storage was his and that he didn't dare to jest, but there were only a few medicinal storehouses on the mainland that could be compared to the Jiang families. Wu Zhangyi noted that it was definitely not lacking in terms of variety, but he was still looking for the one that he needed. Suddenly, he noticed something above him. Wu Zhangyi had opened the drawer above him without touching it. Using his aura, Wu Zhangyi took the contents of the drawer, and Jiang Tianming observed that he has sharp eyes because the snow bone ginseng that he got may not be the most precious, but it was definitely one of the rarest herbs. Wu Zhangyi declared that he could go as he would be refining some pills. Surrounding himself with the medicinal herbs that he needs, Wu Zhangyi stated that with those herbs, he would be able to make enough jade bone pills for Zhang Chenhai to aid in his cultivation, and Zhang Chenhai would be able to return to his prime. Evening came, and in Wu Zhangyi's home, Song Yuyao looked downhearted as she lamented that Wu Zhangyi always ends up taking the burden, so she wished that she was a martial artist. But she remembered that Wu Zhangyi explained that not just anyone could become a martial artist, and she didn't know if she had the qualifications, but she was sure that Wu Zhangyi could find a way. Suddenly, Song Yuyao noticed something. Zhang Chenhai was surrounded by men wearing black cloaks, and he recognized that they were the people from before. He exclaimed that it had already been 10 years and he had already declared that he didn't have any treasures. The people in black cloak revealed that they didn't come that day to find him, and they came to find Wu Zhangyi. Song Yuyao and Zhang Chenhai were both surprised that the people in black cloaks were there to find Wu Zhangyi. Song Yuyao immediately asked Zhang Chenhai who those people were, and everyone in the room was startled. Zhang Chenhai panicked. He yelled at Song Yuyao not to come there, and he instructed her to run and go find Wu Zhangyi. Two of the people in black cloaks loomed over Song Yuyao, and she wondered why she felt trembling when she looked at those two people. She realized she had to quickly inform Wu Zhangyi because those people were very dangerous. Zhang Chenhai yelled at Song Yuyao as he instructed her to run because those people were there to find Wu Zhangyi, and he stated they would be fine. Song Yuyao looked worried, but she realized she had to follow Zhang Chenhai's instructions. She quickly turned around to run, but she bumped into someone. Song Yuyao was surprised, as it was Wu Zhangyi, and he assured not to be afraid because he was there. The two men immediately asked to confirm if they were talking to Wu Zhangyi. Wu Zhangyi did not answer the two men but instead mentioned that he knew they were the 9 specters. Wu Zhangyi looked angry as he accused that they were the ones who hurt his father, and as he declared that he was about to go to settle the result with them. But they already came. In his mind, he was wondering what the matter was with those two men because he couldn't feel anything but anger. One of the men revealed that their master wanted to see him, and they demanded they come with them. Zhang Chenhai responded that if they had anything to do with him, they should come at him and not try to take his son away. But suddenly, someone grabbed Zhang Chenhai by the shoulder. It was one of the people in the black cloak, and he warned that if he wanted to live, he should just be obedient. On the other hand, Wu Zhangyi was facing the two men, and he explained that they were a little weird, so fighting them there might put Song Yuyao and the others in danger. Wu Zhangyi urged to let the other people go because he would go with them. Zhang Chenhai immediately protested that he could not go with them because those people were too dangerous. Song Yuyao was also trying to tell him not to go, and she was crying. Wu Zhangyi consoled Yao not to cry, and he asked her if she believed in his strength. Wu Zhangyi also reassured not to worry because he would be back soon. Zhang Chenhai was disappointed in himself, and he lamented that he was to blame for being useless, while Yun Hui cautioned to be careful. Song Yuyao was crying her heart out as she confessed that he protects her every time and that she has no use at all. But Wu Zhangyi comforted not to be silly because she was his greatest strength by his side. Wu Zhangyi smiled as he reminisced that in his life, when he was most depressed, Song Yuyao never left him, so he would never lose her again in that life. One of the people in the black cloak urged to hurry up. As Wu Zhangyi walked away with the people in black cloaks, Song Yuyao wished that she actually wanted to tell him to take her to become an ancient martial artist so she wouldn't be unable to help every time. But she was so afraid that she didn't have the talent. A few moments later, in a forest filled with birds, Wu Zhangyi was walking with the people in black cloaks, and he observed that the two people in front of him were too odd as they were emitting an aura of death that even birds and animals were scared away from. Wu Zhangyi admitted that he originally planned to follow them to find the old cave of the 9 specters, but it seemed too risky at the moment, so he had to control them there. Wu Zhangyi filled both of his hands with aura. He charged at the two people in black cloaks, and he commanded that they were pretending to be ghost-like, so they should show him their true faces. Wu Zhangyi hit the two people on their backs with his powerful fists. Wu Zhangyi was confident, and he remarked that their reaction was too slow. But to Wu Zhangyi's surprise, the two people in black cloaks were unharmed, and as they looked towards him, he wondered how it was possible because, although he did not use his full strength, even if a grandmaster forcibly took his punch, he would not be unharmed. One of the people in black cloaks prepared to attack with their fists. Wu Zhangyi coughed up blood as he was punched in the gut. The other person grabbed Wu Zhangyi's head, and he was not able to react as he was still trying to process the powerful force he just received. There was a loud, booming sound, and the ground was destroyed as the man in a black cloak slammed Wu Zhangyi's face into the ground. The man in the black cloak who had slammed Wu Zhangyi's face into the ground instructed not to make any unnecessary resistance. The man in black was surprised when the other man grabbed his shoulder and reminded him not to kill people. The man reminded him that it was not good to explain to their master later on. Suddenly, an arm reached out to grab something. It was Wu Zhangyi's hand, and he grabbed the hand of the man who had been holding him down as he mentioned that it was interesting of the 9 specters. Wu Zhangyi glared at the 2 men as he expressed that he had been looking forward to seeing their master. The man in the black cloak who had been standing was about to stomp on Wu Zhangyi, and he ordered to go to hell. But suddenly, a bright light stopped his foot from hitting Wu Zhangyi. Wu Zhangyi was being protected by some sort of aura enclosure. The 2 men in black cloaks were pushed back by Wu Zhangyi's aura enclosure, and they pointed out that it was a strong power. The 2 of them realized that it seemed that Wu Zhangyi would not follow them until he was knocked down. Wu Zhangyi stood up, and he laughed at them, declaring that they had also dared to pretend in front of him, who was a king. Wu Zhangyi taunted them, telling them that if they had any tricks, they should come at him and not let him down. The 2 men in black cloak got mad, and as they shrouded their fists with their aura, they threatened that he wanted to die, so he would die. Fusing their power together, the 2 men charged towards Wu Zhangyi. Wu Zhangyi met the 2 men's attack with both his fists. Wu Zhangyi smiled confidently, while the 2 men looked like they were struggling. There was a huge, booming sound and a powerful explosion in the middle of the forest. The smoke from the explosion started to dissipate. It revealed the 2 men that were lying unconscious on the ground, and Wu Zhangyi commented that, judging from the aura of those 2 people, they had reached the realm of masters, but the strength they had was much stronger than the masters. Suddenly, Wu Zhangyi noticed something. A worm-like creature came out of one of the man's mouths, while his back seemed to also be harboring the same kind of creature as something was wriggling under his skin. More of the worm-like creature came out of the man's back, and Wu Zhangyi wondered what it was because the men's bodies seemed to be recovering. The worm-like creature wriggled its way to the injury in the man's body. They started to heal those injuries. Wu Zhangyi immediately realized that it was witchcraft. He recalled that he had heard of that witchcraft in his previous life, and it was cast on the human body through goo worms, so the enchanted person not only got a big boost in strength, but also had a strong recovery ability. Wu Zhangyi immediately approached the man, and he decided that he must hurry to kill them as he could not wait for them to recover. But first, he had to use the soul satisfaction skill to ask where 9 Spectres' place was. But suddenly, the man's eyes opened, and he was grinning evilly. The man grabbed Wu Zhangyi's leg, and while his head started to turn purple, he uttered that if that was the case, they should die together. Wu Zhangyi looked astonished, as an explosion was happening right before his eyes. He remarked that he was not in a good situation, and a huge explosion occurred. There was a huge hole left on the ground. Wu Zhangyi landed on the ground, away from the explosion. He clenched his chest as he muttered that it was so close. Recalling what happened during the explosion, Wu Zhangyi admitted that he was fortunate that he had the Ren Wang Ju technique. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. Wu Zhangyi acknowledged that he did not expect 9 Spectres to be like that because the goo worm in the body absorbs the spiritual energy in the human body and expands rapidly to explode. He smiled as he revealed that, however, he still had the information about the 9 Spectres' place. He started walking deep into the forest, and he declared that he was coming. At the Bamiguo Luxury Resort, a lot of tourists roamed around. In one of the establishments, someone yelled about 500,000. An auction went on inside the establishment, and the host announced that a gentleman had just offered $500,000, so he asked if there were any higher bids. One of the audience members was surprised that someone had bid $500,000, and they remarked that if the hammer went down and nothing came up, $500,000 would be lost. But another person commented that $500,000 was nothing because he had seen $10 million get hammered down. Someone raised their hand. The man declared that he would pay $1 million, and everyone was so surprised, wondering who he was. The audience recognized that the buyer was Mr. Liu Tian. The man from earlier mentioned that Liu Tian was known as the king of the stone world, and often he bought stones that were much higher than the bid price, so he could also be referred to as the king of gambling in the stone world. The host announced that Liu Tian bid $1 million, and he asked if there were any higher bids. The audience was silent as the host inquired about the $1 million twice and 3 times. He announced that the stone was sold to Liu Tian and congratulated him for winning the stone. The host raised the hammer, declaring that it was the moment to witness the miracle and that they should see what kind of spirit stone was inside the rock. The host hit the rock, and it split in half. The host raised a shiny gem, and as he proclaimed that it was a gemstone, he congratulated Liu Tian. The man from earlier identified that the gemstone was the best imperial green, and he asserted that Liu Tian was the king of gambling because that texture that the finest imperial green was showing was worth at least $2 million, so it was a profit. The host congratulated Liu Tan again as he handed the gemstone to him, and Liu Tan confirmed that he was sure that he was right, that it was the best imperial green. Suddenly, from the audience, Wu Zhangyi spoke, and he noted that his stone had an average aura and that even the low-level spirit stones were not counted as waste spirit stones. Liu Tan looked apprehensive as he asked Wu Zhangyi who he was. Wu Zhangyi replied that he was just passing by, and he saw that their stone betting was fun, so he wanted to come and play. Liu Tan remarked that he was so poor yet he still came to gamble, and he asked him if he could afford to play, and Wu Zhangyi responded that he didn't need to worry about that. The host brought another stone onto the stage, and he announced to everyone that the starting price of that stone was $30,000. Wu Zhangyi looked at the stone intently. Liu Tan was startled when Wu Zhangyi suddenly raised his hand and bid $50,000. Liu Tan laughed at Wu Zhangyi as he declared that the stone was rough in appearance. So according to his more than 10 years of experience in betting on stones, that stone was just an ordinary waste stone, and he remarked that he did not have any money yet he wanted to come to the gambling yard to pick up. The host asked people from the audience if anyone wanted to pay a higher price because Wu Zhangyi only paid $50,000. The man from earlier commented that the waste rock had been photographed for more than half a month, so all fools knew that no good things could be produced. The host asked the audience about the $50,000 once, twice, and 3 times, and announced that it was a deal. Liu Tan laughed on the side as the host congratulated Wu Zhangyi. The host mentioned that since he was not their VIP member, every auction had to be paid in cash in order to smash the stones, so he had to pay $50,000 immediately, and Wu Zhangyi agreed that it was no problem at all as he swiped his card into the machine handed to him. As soon as the payment was announced as successful, the host stated that he would smash the rocks for him right away, and Wu Zhangyi said to be his guest. Liu Tan was still snickering in the back, and he remarked that Wu Zhangyi was a big fool for still being proud of buying a broken stone. But he would see him ashamed soon. Meanwhile, Wu Zhangyi noted that the surface of those stones had a very fragile layer of special stone that could isolate the spiritual power and even the detection of the spiritual sense called Huanglingshipi. And when encountering the finest barren spirit stone skin, even at the peak of his previous life, it was difficult for him to penetrate with his spiritual sense. However, the current rock was only a weakened version of ordinary wild spirit stone skin. On the other hand, the host excitedly smashed the rock with his hammer. A glowing black rock was revealed, and everyone was so surprised. Liu Tan stuttered as he wondered if it was the spiritual energy of a high-grade spiritual stone with a tiger pattern core crystal. The lady handed the spiritual stone to Wu Zhangyi, and she congratulated him for his high-quality tiger stripe core crystal. As Wu Zhangyi accepted the stone, the man in the audience cursed and exclaimed that he was too lucky because for his first try, a high-level spirit stone was drawn. Meanwhile, Wu Zhangyi looked at the spirit stone, disappointed, and he remarked that they were making a fuss and calling the spirit stone a high-level one when it was barely an ordinary spirit stone at best in the cultivation world. Wu Zhangyi stated that perhaps the earth was in the age of domination because cultivation resources were too barren and high-quality spirit stones had almost disappeared. Wu Zhangyi asked the host if he could sell the tiger pattern core crystal. Liu Tan was astonished, as he questioned why Wu Zhangyi could sell the spirit stone without hesitation, and he noted that he should know that that kind of high-grade spirit stone was very difficult to open. The lady awkwardly mentioned that they generally don't repurchase spirit stones there. Suddenly, a man in the audience offered to buy his tiger crystal. The man asked Wu Zhangyi to give a bid price. Liu Tan immediately recognized the man as Mr. William, the man who once opened the sacred stone, and Liu Tan exclaimed that he did not expect him to come too. The hosts were astonished when Wu Zhangyi declared that the bidding price was $1 billion US. Without hesitation, William agreed to Wu Zhangyi's price and closed the deal. The machine the lady was holding had confirmed that $1 billion had been paid. The deal was made, and Wu Zhangyi's account was increased by $1 billion. Suddenly, someone drew the attention of all the guests. He was the host, and he excitedly announced that their boss had informed them that that day, all the stones mined from the land of horror were taken out for the guests to have fun. The man from earlier was also excited, as he remarked that usually there were only a dozen stones a week, but he did not expect the auction to release a dozen of them that day. On the other hand, Wu Zhangyi's attention was caught by the place of horror, and he observed that it turned out that those stones were all mined because he commented that they were manually packaged. He found it interesting, so he stated that he would go to that place of horror to see when he had time because of the wild spirit stone skin. As with the strength of the first layer of his current Ren Wang Jiu, He could only slightly detect the subtle overflowing aura with his spiritual sense. Wu Zhangyi used the spirit of the Ren Wangju's body to detect the stone that exudes aura, and he noted that although it was not completely clear what quality of spirit stones were inside, it was enough. Meanwhile, Liu Tian immediately bet on stone number 5. Liu Tian remarked that under his fiery eyes, from the aura of the number 5 stone, the spirit stone inside was definitely not inferior to the tiger stripe crystal from earlier, and he stated that his over 10 years of experience in gambling stones was not for nothing. The host announced that number 5 stone starts at $10 million, and he asked if anyone wanted to bid. Liu Tian was extremely astonished when Wu Zhangyi bid $1 billion on the stone. Liu Tian was surprised that Wu Zhangyi bid $1 billion, noting that no one had ever paid such a high price for an unopened stone. And he informed Wu Zhangyi that he should know that even with the most experienced gamblers, the probability of opening a high-quality stone was very slow, so he questioned him if he was crazy. The host announced that Wu Zhangyi offered $1 billion and asked if there was anyone else who wanted to bid higher. The host asked the audience about the $1 billion bid once. As the host asked the audience twice, Liu Tian was cursing in his head, and he muttered that it did not matter if he gave it to Wu Zhangyi because he didn't believe that his luck was always that good. The host asked about the $1 billion 3 times, and he announced that it was sold, congratulating Wu Zhangyi again. Wu Zhangyi swiped his card, and the machine confirmed that $1 billion had been paid. The host announced that they would start smashing the stones for Wu Zhangyi. The rock was broken in half, and only a small light of aura emerged from the cracks. Liu Tian laughed, and he remarked that he was crazy, which was why he had lost a lot of money. But the light suddenly intensified, and the host had to cover his eyes. A shiny orb sat on top of the display table, and it continued to emit a very bright light, which made everyone scream and exclaim that it was a blinding light. William and the other man from earlier were both astonished when they recognized that it was a rare sacred stone. Someone knelt on the ground. It was Liu Tian, and he could not believe that it was a rare sacred stone. Wu Zhangyi glared at William, who was hysterically reaching out to him, declaring that he would pay $10 billion for the stone at that time because he wanted it. Suddenly, someone tapped William on the shoulder and he was surprised. It was another guest, and he declared that he would offer $50 billion for the sacred stone. William advised Wu Zhangyi that he should consider things carefully. He warned that if he left with $50 billion, he would definitely be targeted by a lot of people once he left. Maybe he would have the money but not the life to spend it. William proposed that if he sold the sacred stone to him, not only could he give him money, but he could also guarantee his safety, and that was something the others could not promise. The other guest accused him of threatening Wu Zhangyi and reminded him that some rules must be followed at an auction, which the highest bidder wins. The man snapped his fingers, and as he was immediately surrounded by men, he added that, in terms of protecting Wu Zhangyi, perhaps he was more suited than him. But, to their surprise, someone shouted to shut up. It was Wu Zhangyi, and he announced that he would not be selling the sacred stone because he would be using it himself. Wu Zhangyi smiled gently as he explained that the sacred stone was not bad because, although it was not classified as a divine stone in the cultivation realm, it did qualify as a high-grade spirit stone. Suddenly, William came up on stage, and he grabbed Wu Zhangyi's arm, asking him if he had thought things through because once he left, it was much more dangerous carrying the sacred stone than $50 billion. William was taken aback when Wu Zhangyi released a tremendous amount of aura and glared at him, declaring that he would see who would dare to take the sacred stone from him. Everyone from the auction stepped aside and made way as Wu Zhangyi left. William looked extremely terrified as he questioned what the pressure he just felt earlier was because it even threatened him, whose strength was in the 30 in the Zen realm. Liu Tian looked annoyed, and he wondered how strong Wu Zhangyi could be when he was that young, so he figured that it was just a mere act. Liu Tian was enraged that Wu Zhangyi was bold enough to steal his sacred stone, and he warned that he should watch himself once he left the auction. Meanwhile, as Wu Zhangyi was leaving the auction, he challenged that if they wanted the sacred stone, they should come to him if they were not afraid of death. Wu Zhangyi observed that there were several presences that were somewhat different than those of typical Eastern cultivators, especially William, so it would be an opportunity for him to see the techniques of other places. Suddenly, 2 men blocked Wu Zhangyi's path. Along with the 2 men, Liu Tian appeared, and he demanded that the sacred stone was supposed to be his, and if he understood, he should hurry up and return the stone to him, and he would spare his life. Wu Zhangyi accused him of trying to snatch the sacred stone in broad daylight, so even if he obtained it, he would just become prey of the others, and Wu Zhangyi observed that, as expected, the stronger ones were waiting in the dark for the perfect opportunity. Wu Zhangyi glanced at the hidden figures in the distance, and he sneered that only small fry like Liu Tian were stupid enough to willingly become prey. Liu Tian gave it some thought, and he realized that what Wu Zhangyi mentioned sounded reasonable because experts from all over the world had their attention fixated on that divine stone. But he decided that it was whatever, as he would just first snatch the sacred stone over, and he ordered his men to go and get his sacred stone. The two men charged forward to attack Wu Zhangyi simultaneously, but without showing any movement, Wu Zhangyi defeated the two men and sent them flying. Liu Tian could not figure out what was going on or what Wu Zhangyi did because it looked like he threw his underlings back without even touching them. Meanwhile, William, who was observing the fight, noted that he underestimated Wu Zhangyi because he was actually pretty strong despite his young age because, after all, he was from the mysterious East. Back in the fight, Wu Zhangyi suddenly appeared behind Liu Tian, and he declared that since so many people were eyeing his sacred stone, he would have to use him as an example. Liu Tian was not able to react, and as he gasped that Wu Zhangyi was quick, he wondered how he got behind him because he could not react fast enough. Wu Zhangyi punched Liu Tian's back, and he spurted out a lot of blood. Wu Zhangyi raised Liu Tian's lifeless body, and he called out the attention of those who wanted to snatch his sacred stone. He slammed Liu Tian's body into the ground, and he warned that it was their ending. As Wu Zhangyi walked away, the men from the auction earlier were surprised and terrified that they could not move. William was also having the same reaction, and he commented that what Wu Zhangyi did was a cruel method. At the resort, it was lively, and some people were busy working too. Wu Zhangyi walked down the streets, along the stalls. Suddenly, an old man, with a display of different antique-looking items, called out to him and mentioned that he shouldn't miss his items and pass by. The old man handed a vase to Wu Zhangyi and asked him if he wanted to have his good antique. The old man panicked and tried to call his attention again when Wu Zhangyi walked away from him, thinking that the ceramic vase looked old and he could not imagine that there were antiques of that quality in the roadside stalls of Bama, so it was no wonder that it was said to be a country built on treasures. Wu Zhangyi responded that, however, the vase was of no use to him, but the old man chased him and requested that he stay there. The old man insisted not to underestimate his goods, but Wu Zhangyi politely replied that he didn't need them and thanked him. The old man was persistent as he showed the vase to Wu Zhangyi, stating that he had been selling antiques for decades, which were all the best, and Wu Zhangyi was surprised when he saw something. Wu Zhangyi quickly grabbed the vase from the old man's hand, as he seemed to recognize the purple substance inside it. He recognized that it was the purple gold sand. Wu Zhangyi exclaimed that it was the best refining equipment, so it was difficult to detect its aura. His eyes widened in surprise as he declared that, even in the realm of cultivation in his previous life, it was of very rare top quality. Wu Zhangyi expressed that he wanted the sand in his vase. The old man nervously mentioned that the vase was 200,000 and the sand was 3 million. Wu Zhangyi agreed without a fuss and declared that he would take them all, which surprised the old man, that the price was okay. Wu Zhangyi carried the vase as he walked down the street alone. He looked around and he noticed something. Shadows were still lurking in the distance and they seemed to be following him. Wu Zhangyi climbed up the stairs, carefully carrying the vase he just bought. He entered a room that seemed to be his accommodation in the resort. He closed the windows and peeked through them. Wu Zhangyi remarked that it seemed that the group of people following him was still afraid, so they did not dare to attack immediately. He carefully poured the purple gold sand on the table. As he continued to pour the sand, Wu Zhangyi mentioned that, with so much purple gold sand, he could finally refine his natal flying sword. He summoned his natal flying sword. Wu Zhangyi started absorbing the purple gold sand on his right hand, while he absorbed the aura of the natal flying sword with his left hand. As he continued to refine, Wu Zhangyi commented that, fortunately, there was a grandiose purple energy, otherwise, it would be difficult to refine with his current strength. Suddenly, the natal flying sword slipped out of his left hand. It was moving quickly and was all over the place, which made Wu Zhangyi think that, unexpectedly, the natal flying sword had produced its own spiritual consciousness and began to reject the purple gold sand's refining. As he called the natal flying sword a naughty little guy and urged to run, Wu Zhangyi intensified his aura and tried to grab it again. Wu Zhangyi managed to catch the natal flying sword and have it absorbed by the purple gold sand. There was a bright golden light, and a sword started to appear in front of Wu Zhangyi, and he exclaimed that it was done. Wu Zhangyi looked excited as he noted that in that world, he finally has his own flying sword, and he declared that he should find a chance to try its power. Suddenly, Wu Zhangyi noticed the presence of an assassin on his ceiling. The assassin gently landed on the floor. He pointed a sword at Wu Zhangyi's throat, and he instructed him not to move or he would end his life. The assassin called Wu Zhangyi an idiot and demanded that he hand over the sacred stone. But Wu Zhangyi was unfazed, and he praised the assassin for being quick. Wu Zhangyi released his string-like aura, and the assassin was alarmed. The assassin was surprised, and he could not understand what was happening as Wu Zhangyi's string-like aura wrapped around him. He was completely wrapped in Wu Zhangyi's string-like aura, and he could not even move his fingers. He screamed in panic as the string started to move towards his eyes and the tora openings of his body. The assassin was completely wrapped in Wu Zhangyi's string-like aura, like a cocoon, and Wu Zhangyi asked him if he was a ninja from the Dao Nation. Wu Zhangyi waved his hand and remarked that it seemed like experts from all over the world had gathered. He attacked the ninja with his slashing aura and declared that he would kill him to teach the others that it was a mistake to provoke people from the Celestial Dynasty. But Wu Zhangyi was surprised when the ninja he just sliced in half became a log. Wu Zhangyi was surprised, and he wondered if it was substitution jutsu. The ninja appeared out of thin air, and he announced that there were more surprises in store for him. Wu Zhangyi was surrounded by multiple ninjas, and they laughed as he called him a young man from the Celestial Dynasty. They taunted that even if his strength was that of an intermediate Celestial Dynasty master, he was still not worthy of being his opponent. The multiple ninjas, which were clones, charged at Wu Zhangyi simultaneously, and the ninja boasted that all of his 10 clones were as strong as his original body. As the clones were about to punch him, Wu Zhangyi noted that they had an imposing aura, so his body wouldn't be able to endure it if he got punched. But all 10 people had the same aura, so he could not sense which one was the original. Wu Zhangyi emitted a huge amount of aura that affected all 10 people that were surrounding him. Smoke filled Wu Zhangyi's room, and the ninjas could not see him. Suddenly, Wu Zhangyi appeared and punched one of the ninja's guts. As the ninja held his stomach in pain, the clones disappeared and poofed like smoke. Wu Zhangyi gave the ninja another punch. The ninja could not believe that it was possible, and he asked Wu Zhangyi how he was able to tell which one was his original body. Wu Zhangyi was in his monarch form, and he informed the ninja, who was lying unconscious on the ground, that he should not think that he could hide small tricks like that from his monarch form's powerful detection ability. On the other hand, outside Wu Zhangyi's room, men were observing, and someone wondered what exactly happened inside because they sensed a powerful collision of energy. It was William, along with his men, and as one of those men asked William if they were going to make a move, William decided that there was no rush because what they sensed was such an intense presence, so he inferred that there was definitely a peak-staged master secretly accompanying Wu Zhangyi, the young man from the east. William observed that it was no wonder why Wu Zhangyi was calm during the day. The man advised to look ahead. He pointed out that another 3 people sneaked into Wu Zhangyi's room. As the 3 of them entered Wu Zhangyi's room through the balcony window, someone recognized them as the renowned 3 masters. As the masters entered and made greetings, William remarked that it would be interesting to watch. But suddenly, a tremendous amount of aura surged out through the balcony window, throwing those 3 masters into the air. William was astonished. The 3 masters fell down the balcony, destroying the railings in the process, and as a silhouette of a man stood on the balcony, dragging another body, William could not help but wonder what was going on. The silhouette that was standing on the balcony was Wu Zhangyi, while the one he was dragging was the ninja, and he declared that there was no need to hide anymore. Wu Zhangyi raised the ninja's body, and he proclaimed that if they wanted the sacred stone, they should come to him together. Wu Zhangyi threw the ninja's body off the balcony. The 3 masters were surprised when the ninja's body crashed into the ground in front of them. Meanwhile, William and his men were hiding behind a bush, and William was wondering if Wu Zhangyi was the one responsible for the killing of several patriarchs. Zhang Junchen was also one of the people hiding and targeting Wu Zhangyi, and he was surprised when he stated that he saw Zhang Chenhai, but he insisted that it was impossible. Zhang Junchen remarked that Zhang Chenhai was only 2 years younger than him and that Zhang Chenhai's power had long been abolished. On the other hand, the 3 masters yelled as they made their bodies bulge using their auras, and they were preparing to fight. William was surprised when he recognized that it was the armed color hardened, and he mentioned that unexpectedly. The 3 masters all developed the secret body refining method to that state because body refiners who could arm the body with the spiritual power at least had the strength above masters. One of the masters claimed that he forced them to that status so he should not blame them for being merciless. Wu Zhangyi was stepping out of his balcony when he recognized the 3 masters' bodies refining, and he noted that it was interesting and they should go together. Wu Zhangyi landed on the ground in front of the 3 masters. The 3 masters declared that they should go, and the 3 of them simultaneously charged forward. Wu Zhangyi managed to dodge the 2 masters' attack by jumping off the ground, and he was charging towards the 3rd one. The 3rd one tried to attack him by kicking him, but he managed to dodge it effortlessly. Wu Zhangyi remarked that they were not bad for using the power of body refinement with combat moves. One of the masters was surprised that Wu Zhangyi avoided their attacks, and he inquired if Wu Zhangyi would be able to dodge again that time. He charged towards Wu Zhangyi with such explosive power, but Wu Zhangyi still managed to dodge it. But Wu Zhangyi realized his mistake when he saw another master who was about to punch him from behind. The master managed to hit Wu Zhangyi on his back, and as he was thrown up in the air, the other master was prepared to catch him. The 3rd master grabbed Wu Zhangyi and enclosed him in his arms. With tremendous force, the 3rd master threw Wu Zhangyi into the ground, creating a loud, booming sound. The 3rd master wondered if Wu Zhangyi's bones were all broken. But he was surprised that Wu Zhangyi was that resistant, as Wu Zhangyi seemed fine, and he was still able to stand up, telling them that he still wanted to play with them, but it seemed that he underestimated them. Wu Zhangyi announced that he would be fighting back at that time, and the 3 masters charged at him simultaneously, telling him to go to hell. As explosive auras were emitted from the fight, William was astonished to see that Wu Zhangyi was still able to dodge at that time. The three masters were surprised when Wu Zhangyi opened his palm towards them after he dodged their attacks. Wu Zhangyi clenched his fist. Meanwhile, William was surprised when he saw that Wu Zhangyi actually wanted to fight against the opponent's combined force strike, and he observed that it was necessary to know that the power of the body refiner was the strongest when both sides were at the same level. But the current situation was 1 against 3. Wu Zhangyi charged towards the three masters, and William commented that he was still too rampant. On the other hand, Zhang Junshin, who was watching the fight intently, predicted that Wu Zhangyi would lose for sure, and he was unaware that someone had arrived beside him. It was his old ancestor, and as his old ancestor disagreed with his opinion, noting that Wu Zhangyi would win, Zhang Junshin was surprised that he could not help but ask him why he was there. Back in the fight, one of the masters asked if the others could feel a terrifying power. The other two confirmed, and they acknowledged that they felt like their bodies were going to be swallowed, so they should run away. Wu Zhangyi looked unhinged as he continued to charge at the three masters with his fist. As he swung his arm to deliver the punch, it looked like his aura sliced through the aura that the three masters were emitting. Wu Zhangyi released a tremendous amount of aura and fired it towards the three masters in front of him. Wu Zhangyi's attack was powerful that it left a huge dent in the ground, and the three masters were nowhere to be found. Wu Zhangyi asked the others how long they would be hiding. William looked horrified. On the other hand, Zhang Junshin's old ancestor was amused, and he remarked that everyone claimed it would be too shameful for them to hide like that. Suddenly, multiple people came out of hiding, and they were wielding their weapons. There were a lot of them, and they all stood in front of Wu Zhangyi. William was one of them, and as one of his men poured him a glass of wine, he mentioned that since he had that level of strength, he was eligible to own the sacred stone. William noted that what happened that night was just a little joke, so it was better for everyone to rest early because it was believed that tomorrow's auction would have a lot more exciting things to look forward to. But at the back of his mind, he thought that at such a young age, Wu Zhangyi had strength comparable to that of the superior master, so the power behind him must be terrifying. The others agreed that what William mentioned was right, that they just came over to take a look and that there was no other meaning, stating that it was all the damn idiot ninjas and body refiners earlier while they had no intention of offending. Wu Zhangyi smiled, and he acknowledged that William was really an elegant gentleman who could speak well, so he was a little impressed with him. William responded that he compliments well, but he should not dare to be ashamed to use one of his Eastern words. But William was stunned when Wu Zhangyi taunted him and remarked that he was talking about how he was a little impressed by his thick-skinned face. William's men were enraged by what Wu Zhangyi did, so they reprimanded him for daring to speak ill of William, and they emphasized that, as a powerhouse at the pinnacle of the spiritual master, William was also a top-level powerhouse in the world who has a noble background, so they advised him to apologize immediately. When Wu Zhangyi heard that they wanted him to apologize, he replied sorry because his only shortcoming was that he didn't have the habit of apologizing to others. Suddenly, William's glass of wine dropped and shattered into the ground. William's men were surprised when William turned his back on Wu Zhangyi and stated to forget it, as he didn't care about Wu Zhangyi because of his young age and ignorance, so they should go. But William froze when Wu Zhangyi called to wait a minute and asked him if he wanted to leave without leaving since he was there. William's eyes were bloodshot as he questioned Wu Zhangyi what he wanted. Wu Zhangyi demanded William give him all the spirit stones in his body. Wu Zhangyi added that it was the same as them because he doesn't want them to leave the area if they don't hand over the spirit stone. The people cursed, calling Wu Zhangyi an arrogant kid for daring to provoke so many masters at the same time, and they claimed that he was just looking for death. Zhang Junshin's old ancestor instructed him to prepare to seize the opportunity for a while because he may be able to grab those sacred stones, and Zhang Junshin agreed. Wu Zhangyi asked William to set an example by taking out the spirit stones that he had. William got enraged, and he called Wu Zhangyi arrogant. William raised his hand in the air, and he declared that he was dead. A cloud of aura started to form around William's hand. As the cloud of aura started to get bigger, the other people recognized that it was the magical technique of a spiritual master, so they all decided to run. The people stated that it was one of William's stunts, and legend had it that several master-level characters had died under that trick. Wu Zhangyi looked at William's magical technique, and he expressed that he could not believe that there was someone in that world who knew the magic of the weapon. While William continued to summon his magical technique, one of his men laughed from a distance, and he commented that it was too late for him to regret it. On the other hand, Zhang Junshin's old ancestor looked up at William's magical technique, and he praised that it was such a powerful imperial weapon technique that there was no doubt that it was on the same level as the Shenian master. He noted that it was just a pity that Wu Zhangyi, at such a young age, was comparable to the strength of the pinnacle master, and it would be a sure thing to step out of the saint master in time. Back into the fight, William clenched his fist and he announced that he should pay the price for his arrogance. William's aura turned into multiple arrows and they were all pointing at Wu Zhangyi. William gestured his arm to signal the attack to commence and he shouted to go to hell and confess. Wu Zhangyi just stood there as intense flames surrounded him and multiple arrows were fired in his direction. There was a huge fire in the area where Wu Zhangyi was standing earlier, and William continued to send his arrow towards that area as well. William called Wu Zhangyi an insane oriental martial artist, and he declared that he would die under his trick. But William was stunned when he heard Wu Zhangyi's voice, nonchalantly expressing doubt about his words. A huge orb of blue aura suddenly emerged from William's fires. The blue aura started to twist and form into a dragon-like image. The dragon-like image flew up in the sky in a swirling motion, and the other people watched. Wu Zhangyi hovered over the head of the dragon-like aura as he announced that it turned out that he was a spiritual master, while in his mind, Wu Zhangyi noted that one mysterious thing about the Ren Wang Ju was that the spiritual power cultivated could be transformed into the power of the 5 elements. Zhang Junchen recognized the water dragon, and he wondered if Wu Zhangyi knew how to use the 5 elements. Wu Zhangyi claimed that those arrows earlier were his natal magic weapons, but they seemed to be just ordinary magic weapons. However, in Wu Zhangyi's mind, he noted that he was still stuck in the first layer of the Ren Wang Ju, so if he encountered the original magic weapon, the water dragon could not resist. Wu Zhangyi directed his water dragon towards William, and he commanded to take a blow of his water dragon technique. William raised his hands and stated that it was just a spicy Tiansen. He managed to block Wu Zhangyi's attack by enclosing himself in some sort of aura barrier. Wu Zhangyi lunged forward while he remarked that it was interesting that he could use his mental power to form a defensive barrier. William was focused on the water dragon that he did not notice Wu Zhangyi land behind him and ask him what was next. Wu Zhangyi punched William from behind. The punch was powerful that it sent William flying, and he crashed on the wall of Wu Zhangyi's accommodation. Wu Zhangyi retorted off for daring to call his water dragon a spicy Tiansen. William emerged from the destroyed wall, and he was still able to stand up. Wu Zhangyi was surprised, as he commented that a spiritual master should be physically weak, but William was fine after taking a punch from him. William removed his clothes, revealing an armor, as he asked Wu Zhangyi if what he delivered was a full-force blow because it was just a tickle on his superb soft armor. Wu Zhangyi cursed in his mind as he realized that it turned out to be a kryptonite because there was a defensive magic weapon, and William declared that he was careless but he wouldn't let him touch him again. Wu Zhangyi glared at William as he doubted his words. William was surprised at Wu Zhangyi's fast speed as Wu Zhangyi enclosed himself in an aura that looked like a tornado. Wu Zhangyi suddenly appeared behind William, and he challenged that it was time for them to see if his superb soft armor could still block his punch. One of William's men got worried as William's superb soft armor had just been damaged, so he was afraid that it could no longer hold the punch. But another one assured not to worry because he was a newcomer, so he must have never seen William's method, and William was deliberately exposing that flaw. Wu Zhangyi was startled when William suddenly looked at him with glowing eyes. Wu Zhangyi wondered why his body seemed unable to move. William ordered not to struggle because his body was locked by his mental power, and it was the terror of the divine spiritual master. But Wu Zhangyi seemed to not care as he inquired William what other tricks he had and suggested that they should do it all. William showed a magic circle at the back of his hand, and he warned that he would have to die then. William concentrated, and he fired an aura that was coming from his eyes towards Wu Zhangyi. William fired a ray of aura towards Wu Zhangyi. Wu Zhangyi was directly hit in the head, and he seemed to be affected by it. Wu Zhangyi knelt into the ground with his head in between his hands, and William regretted it. William asked Wu Zhangyi how it felt like life was worse than death. One of the people commented that it was the mental attack of the divine spiritual master, which was scary, silent, and pervasive, and one of William's men proudly stated that it was the consequence of daring to mess with the divine spiritual master. Suddenly, Wu Zhangyi grabbed William's leg. William laughed as he asked the kneeling Wu Zhangyi if he wanted to beg for mercy, and he mentioned that it was useless because he would die a violent death after 1 minute, at the longest, after being hit by his mental attack. Suddenly, Wu Zhangyi glared at William with his glowing eyes. William was startled. Wu Zhangyi fired William's mental attack back at him, and William could not understand what was happening. William screamed in pain as he fell to the ground, and his head looked like it was about to burst. William's men watched anxiously as they saw that William's mental attack was bounced back by Wu Zhangyi. William could not understand how it was possible, and he inquired Wu Zhangyi what he had done. Wu Zhangyi explained that it was just the most superficial method of spiritual attack, but he mentioned that he had met a spirit cultivator. William still could not accept that what happened was possible, and he insisted that a normal martial arts practitioner could not resist his spiritual attack. William asked Wu Zhangyi if he was also a spiritual master, and Wu Zhangyi smiled as he heard William's question. Wu Zhangyi raised his foot. He started to stomp on William as he explained that he did not want to mention the divine spiritual master because, even if it was a real spirit cultivator, what he did was not impossible. Wu Zhangyi added that the cultivation of Renwang Ju not only strengthened the physical body, but the spiritual power was also exponentially increased, so it was simply not something ordinary people like William could match. William handed his spirit stones to Wu Zhangyi, telling him that he had surrendered, and he begged for him to spare his life. As he inspected the spirit stones, Wu Zhangyi reminded him that he may have forgotten what he just mentioned, that one won't live more than a minute after a mental attack. William insisted that their spiritual master had a way. But suddenly, he spurted out blood, and other liquids spurted out the other holes in his face. William's men were horrified when they saw that William was dead. The other people stated that Wu Zhangyi has killed several masters in a row, even William, who was at the pinnacle of the spiritual master, and it was horrible. Everyone started handing out their spirit stones as they mentioned that they had just passed by without intent to offend. They offered their spirit stones in front of Wu Zhangyi and apologized to him. Meanwhile, Zhang Junchen was asking his old ancestor what he should do. Zhang Junchen's old ancestor mentioned that Wu Zhangyi was weird and he may be a rejuvenated old monster. He reminded Zhang Junchen about the rumors that the Chengsheng water would be auctioned the next day, and it was said that the people from the 9 specters would also come for it. When Zhang Junchen heard what his old ancestor mentioned about being rejuvenated, he remembered that Wu Zhangyi was also called Mr. Zhang, so he wondered if he was Zhang Chenhai. Zhang Junchen greeted Wu Zhangyi as he introduced themselves as the Zhang family from China, and he mentioned that his excellency was a bit like an old person he knew, so he wondered if he knew a person named Zhang Chenhai. Wu Zhangyi's expressions turned dark when he heard Zhang Junchen mention the Zhang family and Zhang Chenhai. Wu Zhangyi asked if the person he was facing was Zhang Junchen. Zhang Junchen confirmed with Wu Zhangyi that he was indeed Zhang Junchen, and he was anxious as he wondered how Wu Zhangyi knew his name and if he really was Zhang Chenhai. Wu Zhangyi raised his hand. He slapped Zhang Junchen across the face and declared that if that was the case, he was in big trouble, which confused Zhang Junchen. Zhang Junchen fell to the ground due to Wu Zhangyi's slap. Zhang Junchen held his swollen cheek, and he was about to curse Wu Zhangyi, but he was not able to finish his sentence. Wu Zhangyi landed another slap on the other side of Zhang Junchen's face, which made him cough up blood. Zhang Junchen screamed in pain as he was thrown away past where his old ancestor was, and his old ancestor was surprised that Wu Zhangyi was fast. Wu Zhangyi expressed that he did not expect to meet the Zhang family members there, as back then, his father was expelled from the family by Zhang Junchen, lost his power, and almost died, and as Zhang Junchen cursed at him for daring to hit him, Wu Zhangyi identified that it was him. Zhang Junchen's old ancestor advised not to be impulsive because Wu Zhangyi was too weird, so he must be careful. Wu Zhangyi threatened that he would give them 10 seconds to hand over all the spirit stones or it would be the last day of their lives, but in the back of his mind, Wu Zhangyi remembered that his father mentioned that the feud with the Zhang family was a knot in his heart for life, so he must solve it himself. Otherwise, he would never let it go for the rest of his life, so he could not forget it until that day. Zhang Junchen's old ancestor instructed him to hand over the spirit stone, and Zhang Junchen tried to protest. His old ancestor suggested that they could go back to find out clearly the identity of Wu Zhangyi, and they could find him to settle the score, so it was not too late, which made Zhang Junchen agree, admitting that his old ancestor was thoughtful. A few more spirit stones were added to the shiny pile. Zhang Junchen tried to act tough as he dared to keep it. Before heading out, Zhang Junchen threatened Wu Zhangyi that their Zhang family would get the spirit stones back from him, and his old ancestor urged that they should go. Wu Zhangyi watched as the two of them departed, and he vowed that he would let the Zhang family live a few more days. He looked at the pile of spirit stones behind him and remarked that with those stones, he could set up the spirit gathering formation. A few moments later, Wu Zhangyi traveled to the back mountain peak. When he arrived, he noted that he never anticipated that the place would be so rich in spiritual energy, so it was no wonder that the world's ancient martial artists were attracted to that place. Wu Zhangyi unpacked the spirit stones from the bag that he was carrying, and they were sorted by color. He stood in the middle of a magic circle while he filled the edges with the spirit stones. As Wu Zhangyi continued to move the spirit stones, he commented that although they were not high-quality spirit stones, they were sufficient for the abundant spiritual energy of the earth. The spirit stones started to gather, and each color formed a tower that was leaning towards Wu Zhangyi. Wu Zhangyi took out the sacred stone that he won from the auction, and he revealed that the spirit gathering formation could gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and according to the quality of the formation, the cultivation speed could be increased at least several times, 10 times or even dozens of times. As he placed the sacred stone in the middle of the magic circle, Wu Zhangyi recalled that in his previous world, even the weakest cultivation clan or family, the main camp, had a spiritual formation, and there was more than one. Wu Zhangyi observed his surroundings, and he recognized that the spiritual power there was at least 20 times higher, which was even more powerful than the spiritual power of the Reiki land that he fought with Meng Nanshan against last time. He started to apply his aura. The formation opened up, and a pillar of light from the skies shone down on Wu Zhangyi. Wu Zhangyi began meditating, and he declared that what was next was the moment to break through the Ren Wang Ju skill. The pillar of light continued to shine down on Wu Zhangyi. Wu Zhangyi was lifted off the ground as he continued to meditate while being surrounded by such a tremendous amount of aura. Wu Zhangyi suddenly seemed to struggle, and he declared that the aura was at the top and his body seemed to explode. Suddenly, the ground beneath Wu Zhangyi was destroyed. His shirt was also gone, and the tremendous aura that surrounded him seemed to enter his body through his head. Wu Zhangyi screamed in pain as his eyes glowed. A huge booming sound was created as Wu Zhangyi released back the aura that he had just absorbed. The ray of aura passed through multiple mountain ranges. Wu Zhangyi stood up and announced that he finally broke through the second layer of the Ren Wang Ju, and his strength reached the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. He looked at his hands and commented that if he compared that level to his current world, it would be equivalent to the late stage of the Saint Master. Wu Zhangyi looked pleased, and he proclaimed that the 9 specters should show their tail too. The next day, at noon, Wu Zhangyi approached a huge, fancy building. The receptionist greeted him and asked if he was Wu Zhangyi. Wu Zhangyi confirmed with the receptionist that she was right. The receptionist immediately led the way and asked him to follow her to the second floor because they had prepared a box for him. Wu Zhangyi was surprised, and as he looked around, he remarked that he did not expect someone there to welcome him, so he wondered if he became famous because of what happened the other day. The receptionist let Wu Zhangyi into a VIP room, and she requested that he come in. As soon as Wu Zhangyi came in, he could immediately hear that a genuine pill was being auctioned. Wu Zhangyi watched from above as the host explained to the audience that the elixir could let their cultivation speed be doubled. One of the audience members was surprised to hear that the cultivation speed was doubled, and he asked if it was too exaggerated. The host explained that there was a limitation because that kind of essence pill was only effective for people below the master level, so they should bid based on their own needs. Even when they heard that it was only effective below the master level, they still commented that it was pretty impressive, and they noted that there were only a few people who could reach the master level. A strange-looking man started to bid $20 million for the genuine pill. Another man offered to give $50 million. Wu Zhangyi looked at the genuine pill, and he observed that at first, it seemed that the quality was not very good, but he did not expect that some people in that world would make that kind of pill, and he did not know who was behind it. Back at the auction, the host recognized the man who recently bid as Chen Kong, the son of Asia's richest man, and she guessed that no one would dare bid with him, but she still announced that Chen Kong's bid was 50 million and asked if anyone was still bidding. They asked for 50 million twice and 50 million 3 times. The host congratulated Chen Kong for winning the genuine elixir. While an auction staff member was handing the genuine elixir to Chen Kong, the host's assistant whispered to her that their boss stated that the next one to be auctioned was the longevity liquid. They presented a green liquid that was kept in a round bottom flask. Wu Zhangyi wondered what was inside the flask because there was a very strong spiritual energy fluctuation in it. The host announced that the next item to be auctioned was the treasure of their store, the longevity liquid. The host announced that the longevity liquid could extend human life by more than 50 years, even for ordinary people who did not cultivate. Chen Kong was surprised to hear that the longevity liquid could extend life by 50 years, and he asked how it was possible when even powerful cultivators, those who did not step into the legendary Saint Master realm, had a life expectancy similar to ordinary people. A lady, whose face was covered and who was from one of the VIP balconies, immediately declared that she would take the longevity liquid. She bid 5 sacred stones for it. There was a commotion in the audience, and Wu Zhangyi wondered about the person's origin for being able to bid 5 sacred stones. The audience was surprised that the lady bid 5 sacred stones, and they remarked that it was not a bid with money because the sacred stone itself was a priceless treasure. Meanwhile, Wu Zhangyi examined the lady with his aura, and as he concentrated, he figured that the lady was from 9 specters, but her strength was much higher than that of the 9 specters cultists he had met before. Suddenly, the lady looked in Wu Zhangyi's direction. Wu Zhangyi was startled when he realized that the lady could actually figure out that he was probing her aura, and he commented that her strength must be above that of the Saint Master. Back to the bidding, the host announced that the bid for the longevity liquid was for 5 sacred stones, and she asked if there was anyone else who wanted to participate in the bidding. Chen Kong looked annoyed, and he urged her to announce it already because, from the beginning, there was no one who could afford to play that lady's bomb. The host congratulated the lady for winning the longevity liquid invented by their company. One of the lady's subordinates jumped off the balcony graciously while holding the sacred stones, and the audience was in awe that she had such an extraordinary temperament, wondering if she was a master. After the exchange happened on stage, the host and her assistant bowed to the lady's subordinate and politely asked her to keep the longevity liquid. The subordinate came back to the balcony and showed the longevity liquid to the lady. Wu Zhangyi observed the lady, wondering if she was the 9 specters leader, but he noted that she was too young, and he remembered that it was rumored that 100 years ago, 10 or so masters of Huangfeng joined forces but were all killed by the 9 specters leader. The lady noticed Wu Zhangyi and she observed him too, after which she turned her back on Wu Zhangyi and she instructed her subordinates that they should go. Wu Zhangyi resolved that whoever the lady was, he would find out. The lady and her subordinates left the building, and Wu Zhangyi followed them from a distance. Suddenly, Chen Kong, who was with another man, intercepted the lady and her subordinates and asked her why she was in such a hurry to leave. Chen Kong invited her to stay and have a cup of tea. The lady's subordinate warned Chen Kong and his men that if they did not want to die, they should get out of there. One of Chen Kong's men confidently taunted them, saying that they should let him step aside and hand over the sacred stone with the longevity liquid as well. And he laughed as he suggested that they should sleep with him for one night, but he was unaware of the slashing motion that just happened in front of him. He was still speaking when blood spurted out of his throat, and Chen Kong, along with his other men, was shocked. The man screamed in pain as his blood continued to gush out of his throat. The lady's subordinate was wielding a fiery sword, and he warned them again to get out of there. But instead of heeding her advice, Chen Kong got enraged, and he berated her for doing such a thing. Chen Kong and his men charged forward as he ordered them to kill the lady and her subordinates. But with a multiple slashing aura, the 2 subordinates of the lady defeated Chen Kong and his men effortlessly, while the lady nonchalantly walked in the middle of the chaos. As the 2 subordinates sheathed their swords, someone yelled, giving orders to kill them. There were some of Chen Kong's men who survived, and as one of them asked the other if they should still follow Chen Kong or not, his boss cursed at him and asked him if he was looking for death. A group of people immediately surrounded Chen Kong and his men's corpses, and Wu Zhangyi, who witnessed the fight, remarked that it was a very hot tactic because several people were instantly killed, which made him realize that it was a means to kill a lot of talents. Wu Zhangyi continued to follow the lady, and he mentioned that, for some reason, he was having a bad feeling. The lady and her subordinates walked towards the forest, and Wu Zhangyi continued to follow them at a great distance. Wu Zhangyi looked apprehensive as he continued to observe and follow the lady. He was continuing to follow the lady when smoke started to scatter on his feet. Wu Zhangyi was surprised when he realized that the smoke was already blocking his view, and he found it so strange. As the silhouette of the 3 ladies stood in front of him, Wu Zhangyi wondered why it was suddenly foggy. Wu Zhangyi was on guard as he stated that there was definitely a problem. The fog became thicker, and when Wu Zhangyi realized that it was a formation, he was already surrounded by the thick fog, and that made him curse. Wu Zhangyi felt that that formation and the one in Reiki Land were similar, so he wondered if the formation on that island was also laid by them. Wu Zhangyi cursed as he exclaimed that there was no escape. Suddenly, the lady asked Wu Zhangyi if he was Master Zhang. Wu Zhangyi was amused that she already knew who he was, and so he assumed that she must be the leader of the 9 Spectres sect. The lady introduced herself as Jiang Qingsu, the 18th leader of the 9 Spectres, and she informed him that he had killed several of their disciples, so he must give an explanation that day. Wu Zhangyi glared as he asked them what they wanted. Jiang Qingsu declared that the 9 Spectres had always cherished new talents, and he had reached that level at such a young age, so if he could join their 9 Spectres, the previous grievances could be wiped out. Wu Zhangyi questioned Jiang Qingsu's offer of a clean wipe, and he explained that his parents were his reason to live, so he would avenge anyone who ever hurt them. Jiang Qingsu warned that, in that case, she wouldn't be polite. 2 strong whirlwinds suddenly appeared above Wu Zhangyi, and golden swords were pouring down from its center. Wu Zhangyi was alarmed as he got surrounded by the spirit swords. He observed that their aura was strong and there were many, so he wondered how just 3 people could get that spiritual power. The spirit swords continued to swirl, and they were swirling towards Wu Zhangyi. The spirit swords struck the ground, and they were shrouded in a strong golden aura. One of Jiang Qingsu's subordinates remarked that it seemed that Wu Zhangyi was not as strong as she thought, and the other one agreed, noting that Wu Zhangyi was simply vulnerable. But to their surprise, Wu Zhangyi was unarmed, and he had caught 2 spiritual swords in his hands, commenting that it was as he expected. Only 2 spiritual swords were real. One of Jiang Qingsu's subordinates was surprised, as she wondered how Wu Zhangyi could recognize their two spiritual swords and catch them with his bare hands. Wu Zhangyi observed that it was such a small trick if they wanted to hurt him. Wu Zhangyi threw the blades back at them as he remarked that he caught them and he would return their two broken swords. As the two spiritual swords charged towards them, the other subordinate admitted her mistake, noting that she just exposed their position by talking, while the other one urged to not panic and use spiritual power to protect their bodies. The two of them protected their bodies using spiritual power, just as they had planned. But the two of them were not able to stop the spiritual swords, and the spiritual swords pierced through each of their heads. Jiang Qingsu was astonished as her two subordinates were eliminated so easily. She got mad at Wu Zhangyi for daring to kill her people. With a smile on his face, Wu Zhangyi replied that it was not his fault because they tried to kill him first, so he should fight back. Jiang Qingsu created clones of herself, and they simultaneously attacked Wu Zhangyi, which made Wu Zhangyi exclaim that she was using the same technique again. Wu Zhangyi calmly stood still, even though Jiang Qingsu's clones were fast approaching. He felt anxious when he realized that all were entities at that time. Wu Zhangyi was alarmed when he remarked that it was just because the speed was too fast to turn out several figures. Wu Zhangyi blocked the figures' attacks with his aura. While Wu Zhangyi was busy fighting Jiang Qingsu's figures, the original Jiang Qingsu created a slashing aura and directed it towards Wu Zhangyi. Wu Zhangyi landed on the ground as he admitted that he did not expect her to be in the middle of the Foundation establishment, and he confessed that he underestimated her. Jiang Qingsu declared that she wanted to give him a way out, but he sought death. Wu Zhangyi retorted that she was confident, and he did not know if she had enough ability to end his life. Jiang Qingsu raised her hand, and as she started to summon water, Wu Zhangyi was surprised that she was using the 5 elements again. Jiang Qingsu created a dragon using the water, and she used her move, the 3 techniques of water dragon attack. Wu Zhangyi started to run away as Jiang Qingsu directed the water dragon towards him. Wu Zhangyi continued to run away as the water dragon chased behind him. He observed that Jiang Qingsu was able to manipulate the 5 elements so skillfully in the middle of the foundation stage, so he realized that behind her, there must be someone who was above that level to give her guidance. Wu Zhangyi lost his balance when the water dragon hit the ground. Jiang Qingsu clenched her fists. While still mid-air, Wu Zhangyi was surrounded by streams of water. Wu Zhangyi was completely trapped inside the body of water, and Jiang Qingsu prepared her fiery sword to attack him. Jiang Qingsu raised her sword, and she proclaimed that none of the people that their 9 specters wanted to kill could escape. Jiang Qingsu slashed Wu Zhangyi in half, but Wu Zhangyi suddenly turned into water. Jiang Qingsu was surprised when she realized that she had only attacked Wu Zhangyi's figure. Wu Zhangyi suddenly appeared beside her and remarked that she was really cruel. Wu Zhangyi grabbed the cloth that was covering Jiang Qingsu's face, and he confessed that he could not rest in peace without even seeing her face. Jiang Qingsu was taken aback when her face was exposed. On the other hand, Wu Zhangyi was thinking about how he previously stated that Song Yuyao was already the most beautiful woman in the world. But unexpectedly, compared to her, Jiang Qingsu is a bit more glamorous. Jiang Qingsu trembled in anger as she confronted Wu Zhangyi for daring to take off her veil. She declared that he was going to kill Wu Zhangyi. Jiang Qingsu got more enraged as Wu Zhangyi asked her why she had to fight and kill with such a beautiful face. Wu Zhangyi suggested to Jiang Qingsu that she should obey him, and he would consider sparing her life temporarily. Jiang Qingsu snapped, telling him to shut up, and she declared that he was the first man in the world to see her face, so he must die that day. Jiang Qingsu charged forward with her fiery sword to attack Wu Zhangyi. She was surprised when Wu Zhangyi blocked her attack with his arm. Jiang Qingsu forcefully swung her sword to push Wu Zhangyi away. Wu Zhangyi enclosed himself in a fiery orb, and a fiery dragon appeared behind him. As Wu Zhangyi landed on the ground and found his footing, the fiery dragon roared loudly behind him. The fiery dragon attacked Jiang Qingsu's water dragon. The 2 dragons clashed and fought each other fiercely. Jiang Qingsu was surprised, and she asked Wu Zhangyi how he could know the same water dragon bomb technique as her. Wu Zhangyi explained that he had a nickname. He was known as Zhangyi, the master of 5 elements replication, so when she used her skill, he just needed to see it once to learn. But at the back of his mind, Wu Zhangyi muttered that that kind of low-level 5 magic arts was not worth mentioning in the previous world of immortal cultivation. When Jiang Qingsu heard that Wu Zhangyi was a copy type 5 elements master, she scoffed, saying that his pirated version of the water dragon could not possibly beat the water dragon technique that her master personally passed down to her. Jiang Qingsu's water dragon fired an aura at Wu Zhangyi's fiery dragon. Wu Zhangyi just stood there and observed as Jiang Qingsu gestured for her water dragon to attack. Jiang Qingsu's water dragon fired another aura at her signal. On the other hand, Wu Zhangyi signaled for his fiery dragon to attack as well, and his fiery dragon gathered a ball of fiery aura. The powerful auras of the dragons collided while Jiang Qingsu and Wu Zhangyi stood in front of each other, directing each of their dragons. The water dragon was alarmed when the fiery dragon lunged forward to attack. The fiery dragon grabbed the water dragon, and it opened its mouth wide to start gathering aura. The fiery dragon fired a powerful ray of aura at the water dragon, and the water dragon started to get destroyed. Jiang Qingsu screamed as the impact of the attack affected her. Jiang Qingsu sat on the ground injured, and Wu Zhangyi approached her, questioning her about the relationship between her 9 Spectres sect and Immortal cultivators. Wu Zhangyi remarked that the group selling the longevity liquid was probably not ordinary martial artists. Jiang Qingsu expressed her indignation and retorted that he should ask the group himself if he wanted to know. Wu Zhangyi asked Jiang Qingsu if she was afraid that he would kill her. Jiang Qingsu confirmed with Wu Zhangyi if he wanted revenge on his master, and she taunted that he would never find her master if he killed her. Someone grabbed the hilt of a sword. It was Wu Zhangyi, who took Jiang Qingsu's sword that was stabbed into the ground, and he pointed it at her throat as he inquired if she still believed he wouldn't find her master when he was able to find her. Jiang Qingsu got nervous, and she urged him to hold on. Jiang Qingsu offered to take him to her master's place, and in the back of her mind, she thought that Wu Zhangyi was just building a foundation like her while her master had already broken through the middle stage of the Bigu level, so Wu Zhangyi would face a dead end if he saw her master. In a mountainous area, 2 people walked along a narrow stone path. It was Jiang Qingsu and Wu Zhangyi, and as they arrived in front of a weird entrance, Jiang Qingsu declared that they had arrived. Wu Zhangyi remarked that he did not expect their 9 specters to be so grand that they also used a maze to hide their lair, and Jiang Qingsu retorted that if he regretted things immediately, it was not too late because although his strength was not bad, he was seeking death if he still wanted to fight against their entire 9 specters. But Wu Zhangyi was unfazed and so confident that he could even afford to tease Jiang Qingsu, asking her why she was worried about him. Jiang Qingsu was bashful as she denied that no one was worried about him, so he should not be sentimental. Jiang Qingsu placed her palm in the center of the weird entrance. As the entrance opened, Jiang Qingsu warned that he should not blame her since he was looking for death by himself. The 2 of them walked on another narrow stone path, and it was dark. The 2 of them arrived at a huge building, but there was no one around. As he looked around, Wu Zhangyi inquired why he could not see anyone in such a big hall. Wu Zhangyi was surprised when he looked up and saw something. A huge net made of aura had been cast right above him. Jiang Qingsu quickly ran away as the net fell onto Wu Zhangyi, while Wu Zhangyi managed to protect himself from the net by enclosing himself in an orb of aura barrier. The 9 Spectres members were hiding from above to cast the aura net, and they announced that the aura net had captured the target successfully. Everyone put their aura into the heaven-earth net to capture Wu Zhangyi, but Wu Zhangyi still protected himself with the orb of aura. Wu Zhangyi commented that there was no one in the place, but he realized that all of them had been ambushing him there in advance. Jiang Qingsu stated that he had underestimated her 9 specters and that there was only one dead end for him to break into their place unsuspectingly like that. Wu Zhangyi simply smirked, and he asked if the broken net also wanted to trap him. The members of the 9 specters called Wu Zhangyi an arrogant boy, and they shouted that it was the last day of his life and so he should take their attack. The heaven-earth net that trapped Wu Zhangyi became more powerful. Wu Zhangyi called for his flying sword. He smiled darkly as he boasted that he could use them to test the power of his flying sword. Jiang Qingsu was surprised when she saw Wu Zhangyi's flying sword because she recognized that it was a natal flying sword, which was a kind of flying sword that has a sword spirit. So it was very powerful, and she heard her master mention that only true cultivators could refine that, so she wondered how Wu Zhangyi got it. On the other hand, Wu Zhangyi wielded the sword and questioned how powerful it was. He swung the sword powerfully. The sword created a slashing aura that broke the heaven-earth net easily. The slashing aura continued to expand, and it charged toward the 9 specters members. One of the members commanded not to panic and instructed them to quickly use the spiritual shield. Everyone did as instructed, and Wu Zhangyi's slashing aura collided with their spiritual shield. A huge force damaged the hall, creating a rumbling sound, and screams could also be heard. Wu Zhangyi managed to eliminate a huge number of members of the 9 specters in one swing, and that swing was powerful that it left the ground in front of him damaged. Wu Zhangyi looked pleased as he glanced at the lifeless 9 specters members lying on the ground. On the other hand, Jiang Qingsu was astonished at what she just witnessed. There were still 9 specters members who managed to survive Wu Zhangyi's attack, and they helped each other stand up. Simultaneously, they released their auras from both palms of their hands as they prepared to continue to fight. They fired their auras above them, and they converged on one point. The collective auras of the 9 specters members combined, and it started to create a huge weapon. They created a curved sword and directed it towards Wu Zhangyi, but Wu Zhangyi simply commanded them to get the hell out of there. Wu Zhangyi swung his sword again, creating that powerful, slashing aura. Wu Zhangyi deflected the curved sword made of aura, and the 9 specters members who summoned it all screamed in pain as they got affected by Wu Zhangyi's attack. Wu Zhangyi pointed his natal flying sword at Jiang Qingsu, and declared that from that day on, the 9 specters sect would no longer exist. But suddenly, Wu Zhangyi was surprised when he noticed something. His body became so heavy and he could not understand what had happened. As he acknowledged the strong air pressure, Wu Zhangyi knelt on the ground as he could not fight its power. A silhouette appeared at the top of the stairs behind Jiang Qingsu, and as the silhouette called for their disciple, Jiang Qingsu immediately recognized her master. It was Yan Mei, the patriarch of the Nine Spectres sect. The members of the Nine Spectres, who remained conscious, immediately bowed to the ground and greeted Yan Mei as their old master. Yan Mei expressed her disappointment as she passed by Jiang Qingsu, remarking that the Nine Spectres had only been handed to her for a few years, but it was almost taken by someone that day, and Jiang Qingsu admitted that she only had her incompetence to blame. On the other hand, while still fighting the powerful air pressure, Wu Zhangyi confirmed with Yan Mei that she was the last Nine Spectres leader. Yan Mei did not answer Wu Zhangyi, and she simply waved her hand, which alarmed Wu Zhangyi. Wu Zhangyi was surprised when he started to get lifted off the ground. He was thrown away, and he crashed into one of the pillars. As Wu Zhangyi landed on the ground on all fours, he quickly realized that the power he just felt was at the middle stage of the Bigu level. Wu Zhangyi got anxious as he muttered that since he came to the earth, it was the first time for him to meet such an opponent who could make him feel helpless because, after all, the level of a cultivator was different from that of an ancient martial artist. Yan Mei remarked that he had built a great foundation at a young age, so it was no wonder that he was arrogant. But it was a pity that he messed with the wrong person. Wu Zhangyi stood up, and he vowed that whoever hurt his parents would definitely pay the price. Yan Mei retorted that he could not protect his loved ones just by his mouth. Wu Zhangyi shrouded his natal flying sword in a powerful aura as he challenged Yan Mei's words. He jumped off the ground and lunged forward. The powerful, fiery aura grew more intense as Wu Zhangyi lunged towards Yan Mei, but Yan Mei just stood there and she looked unfazed. Yan Mei raised her hand, and without effort, Yan Mei grabbed Wu Zhangyi's throat before his attack could reach her. Yan Mei continued to grab Wu Zhangyi by the throat as she charged forward, and she declared that it was impossible for him to defeat her without a great level. Wu Zhangyi was helpless as he started to cough up blood. Yan Mei suddenly took a turn, and she slammed Wu Zhangyi on the ground. The impact was powerful that it created a huge hole in the ground, and Wu Zhangyi fell unconscious. Yan Mei ordered Jiang Qingsu to lock Wu Zhangyi up and not rush killing him, to which Jiang Qingsu agreed. Jiang Qingsu looked concerned as she thought in her mind that what happened was his own fault because she had warned him that Yan Mei was invincible. Suddenly, Wu Zhangyi's hand slightly moved. Both Yan Mei and Jiang Qingsu were surprised when Wu Zhangyi suddenly sat up and remarked that it had been a long time. Blood was oozing down Wu Zhangyi's face, and he smirked as he muttered that it had been a long time since he was badly injured. Jiang Qingsu was speechless, while Yan Mei could not understand what was going on because she suddenly felt a strong aura. Wu Zhangyi stood up, and his hair started to grow as he announced that on Earth, it was the first time that he used the full energy of the Ren Wang Ju. Wu Zhangyi released a tremendous amount of aura, and he exclaimed that although it was only the first layer, that feeling makes him excited. Everyone was protecting themselves from the strong surge of aura, and Jiang Qingsu exclaimed that the aura was more terrifying than that of Yan Mei. Jiang Qingsu looked anxious as she questioned what exactly Wu Zhangyi was because the information organized by the investigation showed that he was just the son of an ordinary ancient martial artist, so she could not understand what was going on. Wu Zhangyi continued to release his powerful aura. Suddenly, with an orb of aura in the palm of his hand, Wu Zhangyi charged towards Yan Mei, and she was surprised that Wu Zhangyi was fast. Yan Mei managed to block Wu Zhangyi's attack by using her staff. She sneered that speed alone could not hurt him. Wu Zhangyi grinned as he inquired if it really was the case. Suddenly, Yan Mei's staff started to crumble. Yan Mei immediately blocked Wu Zhangyi's attack using the palm of her hand as her staff got broken into pieces, and she could not believe that it was possible because her shield could not be broken without the strength of a Bigu. Wu Zhangyi charged forward for another attack. Yan Mei managed to stop Wu Zhangyi by enclosing him in an orb of aura. Yan Mei was having a hard time, and she realized that Wu Zhangyi had become a lot stronger, so it was not good for her to go on like that. Suddenly, Wu Zhangyi managed to land a kick on Yan Mei, and Yan Mei managed to block it with her arms. But Wu Zhangyi's attack was powerful that even if Yan Mei managed to block it, she was still slammed into the ground. Wu Zhangyi raised his hand that was releasing a sharp aura, and he taunted Yan Mei, asking if that was all she had. Wu Zhangyi swung his arms, creating a slashing aura, and Yan Mei was blown away by it. The members of the Nine Spectres could not believe that Yan Mei was blown away, and they questioned how it was possible. While Jiang Qingsu was also surprised, and she muttered that from the moment she met Yan Mei, she had not seen her injured by anybody. While the smoke of the impact still lingered, Yan Mei stood up and grumbled that she could not believe that she was beaten like that by such a brat. She released a water aura that swirled around her. Wu Zhangyi was surprised when he recognized the water spirit, and he noted that it was unexpected that Yan Mei turned out to be a water spirit body. Yan Mei continued to release her aura while Wu Zhangyi explained that a water spirit body could stimulate the potential of the human body, and its strength could instantly increase more than double, which was also a very rare existence in the cultivation world. Yanmei declared that if he begged for her mercy, she might spare his life, and in the back of her mind, Yanmei was wondering if Wu Zhangyi was a person of the cultivation sect because he actually knew the water spirit body. When Wu Zhangyi heard Yanmei suggest begging for mercy, he replied that he would do quite the opposite, and Wu Zhangyi taunted Yanmei to try his Ren Wang Ju full body. Yanmei gathered her aura in the palm of her hand, and as she attacked Wu Zhangyi with it, she shouted to suffer death. But Wu Zhangyi was unfazed, and he simply smiled as he gathered an aura in his fist. Yanmei warned not to get carried away, and their attacks clashed with each other. Both attacks were so powerful that there was a huge explosion due to the impact, and the area was destroyed. The members of the 9 specters screamed as they ran away from the destruction. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingsu enclosed herself in an orb of aura to protect herself, and as she saw the explosive power in front of her, she exclaimed that it was a terrifying power. As their auras continued to explode, both Yanmei and Wu Zhangyi took a step back, and both of them were enclosed in an orb of aura to protect themselves. There was a huge distance between Yanmei and Wu Zhangyi as the two of them took a step back, and in between them was the huge hole in the ground that was created by their explosive powers. Wu Zhangyi glared at Yanmei as he realized that their powers were even, and he noted that even though the full Ren Wang Ju was used for the first time on Earth, the power of his punch was not enough to kill the early stage of Bigu. On the other hand, Yanmei was wondering what kind of trick Wu Zhangyi used because he actually took over a trick for which she used almost all of her strength. Wu Zhangyi was the first one to make a move and jumped off the ground. He went ahead and charged towards Yanmei with his fiery fist, and he challenged her to come again. Yanmei did not respond, and she simply made a sound to express her indignation. Yanmei managed to dodge Wu Zhangyi's attack by stepping to the side. She quickly moved behind Wu Zhangyi, and she mocked that he was careless, so she would break his arm first. Yanmei exerted her force and aura on Wu Zhangyi's shoulders. But Wu Zhangyi was not worried. Instead, he grinned evilly. Wu Zhangyi quickly grabbed Yanmei's arms, which made her scream in protest. Wu Zhangyi punched Yanmei in the chest, and Yanmei coughed up blood. Yanmei was blown away. Yanmei was dragged on the walls, and Jiang Qingsu called out to her in worry. Yanmei was trembling in pain as she asked Wu Zhangyi who the hell he was, and she exclaimed that it was impossible to have such terrific strength at such a young age. Wu Zhangyi stated that not seeing something does not mean that it does not exist. It was just because of her limited knowledge, and Yanmei was taken aback by what Wu Zhangyi replied. Yanmei admitted to Wu Zhangyi that she had actually thought deliberately about the forces behind him since he had repeatedly been aggressive, so he should not blame her for being rude. Yanmei started to gather a huge amount of water aura. The water aura started to gather around Yanmei, creating an orb. Yanmei smiled as she proclaimed that he might still have a chance to defeat her outside. But there, in her water spirit array, her water spirit body was invincible. As Wu Zhangyi observed Yanmei, he remarked that the formation seemed to be constantly transmitting spiritual power to her. Yanmei summoned a water dragon, and the water dragon immediately and fiercely charged towards Wu Zhangyi. Wu Zhangyi glared at it as he wondered if it was another water dragon. Wu Zhangyi released his fiery dragon to block Yanmei's water dragon's attack. But the water dragon quickly made a maneuver and bit the body of Wu Zhangyi's fiery dragon, destroying the fiery dragon. As his water dragon fired an aura at Wu Zhangyi, Yanmei stated that, although he did not know where he learned that water dragon technique, he was too weak. But Wu Zhangyi just smiled as he enclosed himself in an orb of aura and protected himself from the water dragon's attack. The water dragon split its head into 3 and continued to bombard Wu Zhangyi with attacks. The aura that was protecting Wu Zhangyi was extremely powerful, and Wu Zhangyi remarked that it was just like a small insect who wanted to break his spiritual shield. Suddenly, Yanmei used her move, multiplied 6 dragons, which summoned multiple water dragons, and Wu Zhangyi was surprised that Yanmei was able to release 6 water dragons at the same time because even the late stage of the Bigu level could not do it, so he wondered if it was because of the spirit formation. The multiple water dragons hit Wu Zhangyi's spiritual shield simultaneously, and in full force. Wu Zhangyi's spiritual shield was gone, and he jumped away from the area to dodge the water dragons. Yanmei explained that in the water spirit formation, her water spirit body's spiritual power was endless. Wu Zhangyi admitted that he was careless, and he asked Yanmei what other tricks she could use. Yanmei fused the multiple water dragons together. It created a huge epic water dragon. Wu Zhangyi summoned his spiritual shield again as the epic water dragon lunged towards him. The epic water dragon clashed with Wu Zhangyi's spirit shield, and Yanmei declared that it was what would happen when he messed with her. Suddenly, Jiang Qingsu asked Yanmei if Wu Zhangyi was already dead, which surprised Yanmei, so she asked her if she did not want Wu Zhangyi to die, and as Jiang Qingsu was about to answer, she was cut off. Both Jiang Qingsu and Yanmei were startled when the epic water dragon roared loudly, and it seemed like it was writhing in pain. Suddenly, the epic water dragon's body began to explode, and someone apologized to Jiang Qingsu and Yan Mei for disappointing them. Yan Mei could not understand what was going on, and she stated that the water dragon was extremely corrosive, so Wu Zhangyi could not be alive. But then, as purple light started to leak out of the epic water dragon's body, Wu Zhangyi came out of its mouth, and he was enveloped in a purple aura. Wu Zhangyi immediately charged towards Yan Mei. Yan Mei prepared her next move, and she remarked that although the purple flame looked a little weird, within the 5 elements, the fire was still conquered by water. Yan Mei released a huge amount of water aura from her mouth to block Wu Zhangyi's attack. But Wu Zhangyi was unfazed, and he simply glared at Yan Mei. Wu Zhangyi created some hand gestures as he stated that just a water bomb could not help her because it was not an ordinary flame, and he explained that the first change of the violet energy of the Hongmeng was the purple flame lotus. As his purple aura got surrounded by Yan Mei's water aura, Wu Zhangyi started to disappear, and in his place, a beautiful, fiery flower appeared, which immediately evaporated the water around it. It was the purple flame lotus, and Yan Mei looked horrified when she saw it. Yan Mei screamed in pain as the purple flame lotus reached her. She shrieked in pain as she got consumed by the flame, and she wondered why she could not extinguish that purple flame. As Yan Mei continued to scream in pain, Wu Zhangyi declared that resisting was futile because his purple flame lotus was created from Hongmeng purple kai, so unless he killed the caster, the fire would never extinguish. Yan Mei got mad at Wu Zhangyi for daring to use such a malicious technique against her. When Wu Zhangyi heard Yan Mei talk about his technique being malicious, Wu Zhangyi raged, and he reminded her that the 9 specters had committed plenty of evil acts, yet she still had the nerve to speak of others. Yan Mei created a hand gesture as she remarked that, in that case, they should die there together. Jiang Qingsu got worried, as she seemed to realize what Yan Mei was planning to do. Yan Mei announced that she was planning on giving that water spirit array to her, but before a great enemy, she could only destroy it as well. The members of the 9 specters panicked, and they screamed to run because the place was falling apart. Many of them got squashed by the falling rocks or got buried in the destroyed ground, and their screams filled the place. Wu Zhangyi acknowledged Yan Mei's powerful spiritual energy, and he questioned her if she was planning on blowing herself up. As Yan Mei continued to release a tremendous amount of aura, she vowed that she would do anything to kill him that day. A huge orb made out of a powerful aura started to consume the entire hall. Yan Mei smiled as she declared that she was doing it so that Wu Zhangyi could die with her, and both Wu Zhangyi and Jiang Qingsu were astonished. On the surface, rays of aura leaked out of the ground, and the ground was destroyed as a strong pillar of light emerged from it. A huge hole was left on the ground by the pillar of light, and smoke emitted from it. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the hole. It was Wu Zhangyi, and he taunted that Yan Mei was a crude old granny as she bombed the place even with her people in it while he was dragging Jiang Qingsu with him. Jiang Qingsu was holding firmly to her dagger. She looked at Wu Zhangyi sinisterly while he coughed up blood, thinking how terrifying Yan Mei's power was because if he had not just broken through to Monarch's form level 2, he would have died. Suddenly, Jiang Qingsu lunged to attack Wu Zhangyi with her dagger, but she only grazed his shoulder as he managed to move to the side. Wu Zhangyi was surprised, and as he reminded Jiang Qingsu that he saved her, he questioned her if she was planning on killing her savior. Tears ran down Jiang Qingsu's cheeks as she demanded why Wu Zhangyi saved her. Wu Zhangyi retorted to not take it the wrong way, and he explained that he saved her because she was still useful. Jiang Qingsu lunged towards Wu Zhangyi again, and she screamed that he ruined the 9 specters and killed Yan Mei, so she must avenge all of them. Wu Zhangyi simply stood there as Jiang Qingsu charged towards him. He glared at her and warned that she didn't know her place. Wu Zhangyi released a tremendous amount of aura, which sent Jiang Qingsu flying. Jiang Qingsu crashed into a huge boulder, and as Wu Zhangyi approached her, he reminded her that the 9 specters committed many crimes, which is why its demise was deserved, so he advised her to conduct herself well. Jiang Qingsu cursed in her head as she realized that she could not fight against Wu Zhangyi at all. Wu Zhangyi informed her that he wouldn't kill her but would order her to serve him, and he questioned her if she was willing. Jiang Qingsu stated that all the members of 9 specters could not live more than 3 months without Yan Mei, and so Wu Zhangyi asked her if she wanted to be buried with them when everyone was already dead. Jiang Qingsu explained that all members of 9 specters must take the leopard fetus Yijin pill given by Yan Mei, which was a pill that could greatly enhance their short-term power, but they needed to take the antidote once every 3 months, otherwise they would burst into flames and die. Wu Zhangyi remarked that he thought they were all loyalists, but it turned out to be a group of desperados. Jiang Qingsu slapped Wu Zhangyi's hand away from her, and she declared that instead of being tortured to death by the leopard fetus Yijin pill, it would be better for her to be killed at that moment. Wu Zhangyi asked Jiang Qingsu what she would do if he claimed that he had an antidote. Jiang Qingsu replied that it was impossible because she could only get the antidote from Yan Mei. Jiang Qingsu was surprised when Wu Zhangyi reached into his pocket. As Wu Zhangyi showed Jiang Qingsu an item, she immediately recognized that it was Yan Mei's space ring. Wu Zhangyi recalled that he took the ring while Yan Mei was busy trying to blow herself up. Wu Zhangyi placed Yan Mei's space ring in the palm of his hand, and he started applying his fiery aura to it. In an instant, weapons, medicines, and other items emerged from the space ring. As the medicines floated in space, Zhang Qingsu immediately recognized the antidote. Meanwhile, as Wu Zhangyi observed the medicine, he mentioned that he had heard of that kind of pill in his previous life in the cultivation world, and that pill was refined from the formula passed down by the Shenlong sect in the Qing dynasty of China. Wu Zhangyi offered that if she submitted her allegiance to him, he could help her completely clear the toxicity of the leopard fetus Yijin pill on her body, and Zhang Qingsu could not help but ask Wu Zhangyi if he was serious. Wu Zhangyi asked Zhang Qingsu if he needed to lie to her and reminded her that he helped her get her life back. Zhang Qingsu knelt on the ground. She bowed to Wu Zhangyi and immediately vowed that from that day onward, she swore an oath of allegiance to Zhangyi, calling him her master. Wu Zhangyi warned Zhang Qingsu that if she betrayed him in the future, he would let her enjoy death 10 times as much as the leopard fetus Yijin pill. Zhang Qingsu immediately agreed. Wu Zhangyi ordered her to go first and reorganize the 9 specters, and 10 days later, she should come to Yunal City to find him, and he would give her the antidote, to which Zhang Qingsu agreed. Zhang Qingsu quickly left the place and left Wu Zhangyi. Wu Zhangyi knelt into the ground and coughed up blood. Wu Zhangyi was relieved that Zhang Qingsu finally left because he would not be able to hold on any longer if she did not go, as he barely suppressed the upward surge of blood with his last bit of strength. Wu Zhangyi saw the spirit stones in Yan Mei's space ring, and he thought Yan Mei really had collected a lot of good things because the quality of those spirit stones was several times better than that of the gambling field. Wu Zhangyi took one medicine bottle and saw that it was the Pei Yuan pill. Wu Zhangyi poured the pill in his palm as he noted that the Pei Yuan pill was one of the top-grade elixirs for cultivators below the Bigu level to heal their wounds, and he stated that the earth really existed on those cultivators. Wu Zhangyi took the pills. Bright lights surrounded Wu Zhangyi as he started to meditate, and he remarked that with the space ring, he could refine more pills to carry with him in the future so that he would be more secure when encountering danger. An hour later, Wu Zhangyi released a tremendous amount of aura, and he created a pillar of light that surged towards the sky. He continued to meditate. As he opened his eyes, Wu Zhangyi exclaimed that, unexpectedly, he broke through the middle stage of the establishment realm, and with the Ren Wang Ju body, even if he met the late stage of the Bigu level, he could also compete. Wu Zhangyi summoned his natal flying sword. While still sitting, he waved it in a slashing motion in front of him. It created a huge slashing aura and sliced the mountains ahead in half. The mountains crumbled, and they broke down into huge rocks. Wu Zhangyi smiled as he remarked that he knew he could not activate his natal flying sword's maximum power before because his level was not high enough, so he figured that as his strength increased, the force of his natal flying sword would go up as well. Wu Zhangyi stood up and noted that it had been half a month since he left, so it was about time he returned. The morning came, and an airplane flew into the sky. A few moments later, at the domestic arrivals section of the airport, Wu Zhangyi walked, and his hair was back to being short. Suddenly, a man that looked like a bodyguard moved past Wu Zhangyi, and he apologized as he asked Wu Zhangyi to move out of the way. Meanwhile, fans of a celebrity named Yu were waiting for her arrival, and they were ecstatic when they saw that she had arrived. Wu Zhangyi watched as the bodyguards surrounded Yu while she waved at her fans, waiting and cheering for her. Wu Zhangyi also recognized the celebrity. Her real name was Ji Yu, the hottest singer of the new generation, and Wu Zhangyi reminisced that in his previous life, her songs helped him get through his darkest moments, but it was a shame that she soon died in a car accident. Suddenly, Wu Zhangyi felt that something was not right. He observed her and wondered why the necklace she was wearing was giving off an ominous feeling. Wu Zhangyi started to question if warriors were involved in Ji Yu's death. Wu Zhangyi continued to walk out of the terminal. Suddenly, he noticed the date that was up on the terminal sign, and it was June 23rd. He remembered that it was the day of Ji Yu's accident. Suddenly, Seng Min, Ji Yu's band partner and best friend, walked past before Wu Zhangyi, and when Wu Zhangyi recognized her, thinking that she was part of Ji Yu's band, Seng Min was calling someone a whore and shouted that she would let them enjoy themselves for a little longer. Wu Zhangyi observed Seng Min, and he sensed a warrior's aura from her, so he wondered if she was the one who gifted the necklace to Ji Yu. Meanwhile, Ji Yu was getting ready to drive away in her car, and an attendant asked her if she was sure that she did not need him to drive her. The attendant was obviously worried, but Ji Yu replied that it was fine because she wanted to drive herself around. The attendant gave in and let Ji Yu be, and he just asked her to be safe on her way. Ji Yu waved at Seng Min, inviting her if she wanted to go on a ride with her because she knew a place with delicious desserts. Seng Min smiled, and she declined as she explained that she would head back with the assistant, and she cautioned her to be careful on the road. Ji Yu agreed with Seng Min, and she promised that she would bring her next time. Ji Yu drove off, and her fans screamed in excitement, calling out her name and telling her that they loved her forever. On the other hand, while Seng Min waved goodbye to Ji Yu, she was on her phone, and she informed someone that Ji Yu was on her way. Ji Yu's red car could be seen driving on a not-so-busy highway. She was happy as she drove her car. As she continued to drive, she came across a truck that approached from the opposite direction. Ji Yu tried to maneuver her car immediately, and her eyes widened in surprise as the truck in front of her swerved in her direction. The truck was huge, and it hit her car on its side. Ji Yu's car was totaled as it crashed into a tree trunk, and the driver of the truck stepped out. The truck driver was on the phone, informing someone that what they requested was done, and the person on the phone praised him for doing a good job but reminded him to clean up a bit and not leave any traces, to which the driver agreed. But the driver was extremely surprised when he checked and saw that Ji Yu was not in the car and someone was carrying her. It was Wu Zhangyi who carried Ji Yu, and he immediately kicked the truck driver. He sent the truck driver flying, and the truck driver crashed into his truck. Suddenly, Ji Yu regained her consciousness. She immediately asked Wu Zhangyi who he was, and Wu Zhangyi replied that someone tried to hurt her by crashing their car, and it was him who saved her. Ji Yu recalled that just a moment after being hit, Wu Zhangyi suddenly appeared to hold her from the car and leaped away. Wu Zhangyi gently set Ji Yu down, and she asked who was cruel enough to try to kill her. Suddenly, the truck driver came back charging towards Wu Zhangyi, and while calling him a kid, the truck driver got mad at Wu Zhangyi for daring to meddle in his business, so he shouted for him to die. Wu Zhangyi dodged the truck driver's attack while protecting Ji Yu, and he immediately found out that the truck driver was in the late stage of Huijin, so he was sure that the truck driver was an ancient martial artist. The truck driver was enraged, and as he shrouded himself in aura, he used his move, the second style of the Zhangjiaquan, large and small, capture all, siege and kill 3 sides, even if there are 7 earths and 8 heavens. But before the truck driver could land his move, Wu Zhangyi simply kicked his feet. As the truck driver lost his balance and fell to the ground, Wu Zhangyi stepped on him, demanding who gave him the orders. Wu Zhangyi kicked the truck as he scolded him for daring to murder Ji Yu, and while he demanded to know who ordered him, Ji Yu joined in kicking the truck driver. The truck driver pleaded for them to spare his life, and he confessed that it was Sengmin who sent him. Wu Zhangyi was astonished when he heard that it was Sengmin. While they were off guard, the truck driver quickly ran into his truck. Wu Zhangyi immediately used his aura, and he emitted it from the palm of his hand. He fired it towards the truck, which exploded and got consumed in flames. Ji Yu was astonished, and she could not help but ask Wu Zhangyi how he could kill the truck driver. Wu Zhangyi explained that to be merciful to one's enemy is to be cruel to oneself. The next day, there seemed to be a celebration held in a tall, fancy building. Sengmin was there, and a man asked her how things were going and if she had done everything. The man was Mr. Liu, and Sengmin replied that she certainly did because his instructions could not be wrong. Being reminded of how Ji Yu rejected him, Mr. Liu called Ji Yu a witch, declaring that she dared to openly reject him and that the woman he could not have must be destroyed. Sengmin clung to Mr. Liu, and she informed him that from that day onward, all the resources of the company would be under his control. Mr. Liu assured her that as long as she was obedient, there would be no shortage of resources for her. Suddenly, their assistant asked Sengmin if Ji Yu had not arrived yet. The assistant looked worried as he mentioned that the on-site autograph session would begin soon. The guy was Manager Zhang, and Mr. Liu instructed that Ji Yu could not come that day, so he should just let Sengmin replace her. Manager Zhang hesitated, so Mr. Liu questioned him if he was not in charge. Manager Zhang quickly reassured Mr. Liu by telling him that their boss had instructed that 7 Stars Entertainment was currently handled by him, so of course, he was in charge. Mr. Liu ordered Manager Zhang to get prepared, and Manager Zhang agreed immediately. But the 3 of them were surprised when someone interrupted them and asked who claimed they would not come. It was Ji Yu, and she proudly stood there, glaring at them, with Wu Zhangyi behind her. Sengmin was astonished, and she could not help but ask how it was possible. Ji Yu immediately confronted Sengmin and asked if it was an unexpected surprise. Mr. Liu was also surprised, and he could not find his words, so Ji Yu spoke for him, confirming with them that they were wondering how she was not dead. Ji Yu promptly revealed that she was lucky that Wu Zhangyi saved her from being killed by the traitor. Mr. Liu quickly glared at Sengmin, telling her that he had insisted she had completed the mission, and Sengmin was lost for words as she really did not know how. Suddenly, Mr. Liu realized something as he pondered Wu Zhangyi's name. He quickly blurted out that he didn't remember inviting Wu Zhangyi to the party, so he wondered how he got in. But Wu Zhangyi confidently responded that as long as he wanted to enter, there was no place he could not enter, and Mr. Liu became enraged. Mr. Liu quickly called his security team and declared that Wu Zhangyi had sneaked into the venue, so he ordered them to pull him out, to which they immediately agreed. Wu Zhangyi still looked smug even when the guards had their hands on him, and they requested that he come out with them if he did not have any invitation. Ji Yu pushed one of the security guys and she demanded they let Wu Zhangyi stay because he was a guest she brought. Sang Min grabbed Ji Yu's arms and she reprimanded her for daring to defy Mr. Lu. But then, to her surprise, Ji Yu slapped her in the face and commanded her to shut up while she called her a witch. Ji Yu scolded Sang Min for daring to harm her while she had always treated her like a sister, and upon seeing that scene, Wu Zhangyi thought that he had once believed Ji Yu was a weak woman, so he did not expect her to be so sharp. Meanwhile, Mr. Lu was astonished when he saw the two huge security guys could not move Wu Zhangyi, even though they were already pushing with all their might. Mr. Lu realized that Wu Zhangyi was a martial artist, so he released his aura, and he called the two security guys losers as he ordered them to get out of his way. Mr. Lu immediately lunged at Wu Zhangyi, and he threatened that he wanted to die. Suddenly, an arm flew up in the air and someone screamed in pain. Mr. Lu's hand trembled as his hand lay on the ground, while Wu Zhangyi just stood there, and he stated that they saw he did not do it as it was Mr. Lu who hit him. Mr. Lu turned pale due to pain, and he repeatedly gave orders to kill Wu Zhangyi. One of the security guys lunged at Wu Zhangyi, and he grew mad at him for daring to hurt his master, so he declared that he would take Wu Zhangyi's life. Suddenly, a huge explosion of aura occurred, and it sent the security guys flying. Meanwhile, in a VIP room, a man spoke to Zhao Ziheng, and he was surprised that Zhao Ziheng knew Wu Zhangyi. He remarked that he hoped he would introduce Wu Zhangyi to him if he had the opportunity, but Zhao Ziheng replied not to mention it because Wu Zhangyi had disappeared for half a month. The man grew puzzled when he heard that Wu Zhangyi had disappeared. Zhao Ziheng confirmed with the man that what he heard was right because even the Xia family, which was closest to Wu Zhangyi, could not get in touch with him. Suddenly, a security guy came into the room, and he informed his boss that something went wrong because Mr. Lu's arm had been cut off. The man was surprised by what the security guy reported, and he asked him what happened. The security guy explained that there was no time to talk because if they didn't go there, Mr. Lu's life might be in danger. The man quickly followed the security guy, who ran really fast, telling him to hurry up. Back at the party, Sang Min wondered who Wu Zhangyi was because Xiao Lu, Mr. Lu's full name, was vulnerable in front of him. Realizing her situation, Sang Min quickly approached Ji Yu and asked her not to kill her because they had known each other for more than 10 years. She even reminded her that they were good sisters. Wu Zhangyi got mad at Sang Min, so he fired a powerful aura ray at her, calling her a witch and telling her that if it were not for him, Ji Yu, whom she called her sister, would have been killed by her. Sang Min fell to the ground while the man from earlier arrived at the party, and he was surprised to see the state his son, Xiao Lu, was in. Xiao Lu trembled as he asked his father to take revenge for him, and his father promised not to worry because he would make Wu Zhangyi pay twice as much. He called Wu Zhangyi a kid and vowed that he could not walk out of there alive that day. Suddenly, Zhao Ziheng arrived, and he immediately recognized Wu Zhangyi, calling him Master Zhang. Wu Zhangyi also recognized Zhao Ziheng. Zhao Ziheng quickly paid his respects to Wu Zhangyi, calling him the Master of the Alliance, and he was glad that he finally found him. Xiao Lu's father was surprised when he realized that Wu Zhangyi was the Yunal City Ancient Martial Artist Alliance's Master Zhang, and Ji Yu was surprised too. Xiao Lu asked his father what he was doing as his father immediately kneeled on the ground, trembling as he paid respects to Wu Zhangyi. Xiao Lu's father quickly urged him to shut up and brought him down to kneel with him. Wu Zhangyi asked who just boasted not to let him walk out alive. Xiao Lu's father slapped his face left and right as he admitted to Wu Zhangyi that he was wrong, and as he begged Wu Zhangyi to spare his life. He acknowledged that rumor had it Wu Zhangyi's methods were fierce, so he could lose his son that day, but he could still have another one. But if he also died, it would be all over. Wu Zhangyi asked Xiao Lu's father what he thought about Xiao Lu's arm being cut off by him, and Xiao Lu's father confessed that it was his son's fault for offending Zhangyi. He even reprimanded Xiao Lu and scolded that generations of the Lu family's business were almost ruined by him. Wu Zhangyi immediately ordered them to go away, and they quickly did. Wu Zhangyi asked Zhao Ziheng what the reason was why he was looking for him, and Zhao Ziheng explained that while he was not around, the King of the Northwest had been constantly invading Yunal City. Wu Zhangyi's expressions turned dark, and he grew mad as he thought of the King of the Northwest. Wu Zhangyi asked Zhao Ziheng who was the King of the Northwest, and Zhao Ziheng was surprised that he did not even know Lu Tianlong, the King of the Northwest. Zhao Ziheng explained that the 5 provinces in the Northwest were all under Lu Tianlong's control. Whether they opened a martial arts school, small or large, all matters had to go through his permission. Wu Zhangyi was amused, and he remarked that their Yunal city belonged to Linghan province, which did not seem to be in the Northwest territories, to which Zhao Ziheng agreed, noting that his words were very true as their Linghan province and the Northwest border had always been unconnected. But Zhao Ziheng mentioned that in recent days, the Northwest kept coming across the border to stir up trouble, and they destroyed their martial arts schools. Wu Zhangyi inquired if Zhao Ziheng had given his name. Zhao Ziheng replied that he naturally had because since the battle between him and Xiao Zhongshan, no one dared to show disrespect to him in the entire Yunal city and even Lingnan. but Zhao Ziheng expressed that there was something wrong when he gave them Wu Zhangyi's name. Wu Zhangyi urged him to say it. Zhao Ziheng looked mad as he recalled how the Northwest mocked them, calling Wu Zhangyi a dog and bullfish of an alliance master, and they stated that he was not even worthy of Lu Tianlong. Wu Zhangyi's face turned dark, but he smiled as he remarked that Lu Tianlong was interesting. Suddenly, Ji Yu was surprised when Wu Zhangyi yanked her necklace from her without warning. Wu Zhangyi explained that her necklace was put under witchcraft, which was reducing her life every day, so he would help her destroy it, and Ji Yu agreed. As Wu Zhangyi destroyed Ji Yu's necklace, he suggested that they should go meet Lu Tianlong. A few moments later, in the Xia family, while Xia Fenger assisted Xia Guoqing to stand, some martial artists claimed they were too weak to fight. They seemed to be martial artists from the northwest, and the long-haired one taunted the Xia family, saying they better invite their head-shrinking turtle master Zhang out. One of them chimed in, sarcastically warning the other that he could not say that and that he should be careful because Master Zhang might suddenly appear and kill him in seconds, which made the other martial artists laugh. The long-haired martial artist asked where Wu Zhangyi was, and as he pretended to be scared, he laughed. Xia Fenger became mad, so she demanded that they shut up and stop insulting her master, but Xia Guoqing warned her not to do it because she was not their opponent. When the long-haired martial artist heard Xia Fenger call Wu Zhangyi her master, he mocked her, calling her a little girl, and he suggested that she looked good, so it would be better for her to go back with him and be his concubine. Xia Fenger grew worried when Xia Guoqing got mad, and he called them northwestern brats as he demanded that they stop insulting her. Xia Guoqing coughed up blood as the long-haired martial artist punched him in the gut and remarked that he did not know his own strength. Xia Fenger and Xia Guoqing's men rushed to him, and they were worried as they asked him if he was okay. Xia Fenger released her fiery aura as she became mad at the northwest martial artist for daring to hurt Xia Guoqing. The long-haired martial artist was surprised, and they did not know what was going on when they felt Xia Fenger's strong aura because they claimed that Xia Fenger was obviously only in the middle stage of transformation energy. Xia Guoqing was astonished when he realized that Xia Fenger was using the 9 ranks burning revolutions. As Xia Fenger released her strong aura, Xia Guoqing tried to stop her and reminded her that Wu Zhangyi had warned her that she could not force the 9 ranks burning revolutions until she reached the master level. Otherwise, her body would backfire. Xia Fenger protested that she was too weak and that she would never get Wu Zhangyi's approval if things continued this way. Xia Fenger remembered the time when she asked to be Wu Zhangyi's disciple, and he rejected her, saying that she was not worthy to be his disciple. She did her best and continued to cultivate the 9 ranks burning revolutions, but she coughed up blood as her body backfired. Back in the present, Xia Fenger raised her hand above her head, and the long-haired martial artist was alarmed when he saw the great ball of fiery aura that Xia Fenger was gathering. Xia Fenger threw the ball of fire towards him, and she declared that it was the first layer of the 9 ranks burning revolutions. The other northwest martial artist ran away while the long-haired one remained to block Xia Fenger's attack, and he wondered what the matter was with that fire because it seemed to contain a horrible devouring power. Xia Fenger fired a strong ray of aura after she threw the ball of fiery aura to push it towards her enemy, and she declared that she could not lose as she must get Wu Zhangyi's approval. The long-haired martial artist wondered where Xia Fenger learned those tricks because he saw that she could not stand it anymore. Xia Fenger was pushed back due to the backfire on her body, and she coughed up blood. The long-haired martial artist remarked that it was a terrible flame. But fortunately, Xia Fenger could not use it proficiently. He jumped in the air with his aura-filled palm to attack Xia Fenger, and he proclaimed that it was a pity but she should go to die. Xia Guoqing was alarmed, and he called out to Xia Fenger with extreme worry. Xia Fenger looked at the attack that was about to hit her, and all she could do was admit to Wu Zhangyi that she was useless. But the long-haired martial artist was surprised when someone grabbed his arm and questioned him if he was going to kill the disciple of Wu Zhangyi. It was Wu Zhangyi, and he immediately instructed her to take a rest and leave things to him, while Xia Fenger, who heard him call her his disciple, looked at him in awe as she realized that he finally approved her. The long-haired martial artist asked Wu Zhangyi if he was Xia Fenger's master, and before Wu Zhangyi could answer, he threatened him to let go of his arm quickly. Zhao Ziheng suddenly arrived, and he retorted that the long-haired martial artist was the one who called him unworthy to put on the shoes of some bullfish king of the northwest. When the long-haired martial artist heard Zhao Ziheng call Wu Zhangyi Master Zhang, he immediately inquired if he was the master of the ancient martial arts alliance of Yunal City. While preparing his fist, Wu Zhangyi confirmed that he was right, and he pointed out that he also knew his name so he could die immediately. Wu Zhangyi punched the long-haired martial artist in the gut with a tremendous amount of aura, and he screamed in pain. The other northwest martial artists looked horrified when they saw what Wu Zhangyi, the one they knew as the legendary young genius Master Zhang, was capable of, and they remarked that their boss Zhang, the long-haired martial artist, was in the early stage of the Master Realm, but he was killed by Wu Zhangyi without any strength to fight back. While the others were terrified, the green-haired martial artist looked enraged. He jumped off the ground and lunged to attack Wu Zhangyi. He was the brother of Zheng, and he got mad at Wu Zhangyi for killing his brother, so he declared that he would take his life. Wu Zhangyi blocked his attack effortlessly with the palm of his hands. The other Northwest martial artist was surprised that even Zhengria's giant hammer was easily blocked by Wu Zhangyi, and they knew that Zhengria was in the middle of the Master Realm, so they wondered what kind of strength Wu Zhangyi had. Zhengria screamed as Wu Zhangyi blocked his attack. Suddenly, he multiplied himself and attacked Wu Zhangyi simultaneously, but Wu Zhangyi still managed to block it all. Wu Zhangyi punched Zhengria, which took Zhengria by surprise. As the other Northwest martial artist caught Zhengria, who was sent flying towards them, they felt Wu Zhangyi's strength, and they exclaimed that his strength must be Saint Master. Zhao Ziheng pointed out that the Northwestern martial artists had injured many of their people, and he urged him to kill them, which the members of the Xia family supported and chanted to kill them. Zhengria, along with the other Northwest martial artists, was surrounded, but to everyone's surprise, Wu Zhangyi ordered them to let Zhengria and his men go. Wu Zhangyi instructed Zhengria to go back and tell his master, Lu Tianlong, that he was determined. Wu Zhangyi started to rain down fire on the Northwest martial artist, and they called Wu Zhangyi the Holy Master as they screamed and pleaded for him to spare their lives. They promised that they would take his message to Lu Tianlong. Wu Zhangyi commanded them to get out. He watched as the Northwest martial artists ran for their lives. Wu Zhangyi took out 2 pills, and he instructed 2 people to take one for each of them. He spoke to Xia Guoqing and Xia Fenger, and he explained that it was the blood-returning pill, which could heal injuries quickly. Both of them accepted the pill and thanked Wu Zhangyi. Wu Zhangyi jumped off the ground. He announced that he had to go out. He told them to take care of the rest and to call him if he needed anything, to which Xia Guoqing agreed. A few moments later, Wu Zhangyi walked on the street, and he called someone. He called Song Yuyao, who immediately asked him where he was because she kept calling him but couldn't get through, and Wu Zhangyi, who could feel Song Yuyao's anger over the phone, quickly admitted his fault, explaining that his phone ran out of power and he forgot to charge it. Song Yuyao was not pleased with Wu Zhangyi's answer, and she yelled at him, telling him that he always does that every time, always making other people worry about him. Wu Zhangyi promised that he wouldn't do that next time to calm her down, and he asked her if she was home because he was standing at their house's gate. A few moments later, Song Yuyao ran toward the gate, calling Wu Zhangyi's name. Wu Zhangyi laughed as Song Yuyao immediately hugged him, expressing that she missed him so much and that she was afraid he was in danger and wouldn't come back. Wu Zhangyi petted Song Yuyao's head, calling her his dear fool, and he assured her not to worry because no one in the world was his opponent. Song Yuyao confessed that she felt so useless because she couldn't help him with anything. Wu Zhangyi denied that it was true because her existence was the biggest support for him. He was surprised when Song Yuyao suggested that he teach her to cultivate power. Wu Zhangyi asked Song Yuyao why she suddenly wanted to cultivate, and he asked her if something went wrong. Song Yuyao looked crestfallen as she responded that nothing happened, but she just wanted to be able to help him, and she didn't want to be a burden to him forever. Wu Zhangyi disagreed. With tears in her eyes, Song Yuyao asked Wu Zhangyi why and if it was because she didn't have the talent. Wu Zhangyi explained that it wasn't the case, but there was too much killing in the cultivation world, and he didn't want her peaceful life to be broken. Song Yuyao insisted that it was fine because she didn't care about anything as long as she could be with him. Wu Zhangyi asked Song Yuyao if she had thoroughly thought about it, and she confirmed with him confidently that she had. Remembering the new people he had encountered, Wu Zhangyi remarked that his rebirth had changed too many people and things in the current world, and he didn't know if it was a good thing or not. Wu Zhangyi chose to agree with Song Yuyao's suggestion since she had thought about it thoroughly, and Song Yuyao was ecstatic. Song Yuyao hugged Wu Zhangyi again and thanked him, which made Wu Zhangyi smile brightly. Wu Zhangyi vowed that he must become stronger, and no matter what, he wouldn't let anyone hurt Song Yuyao in his current life. Wu Zhangyi handed a marrow-cleansing pill to Song Yuyao, and he instructed her to eat it as it would help her cultivate faster. Song Yuyao did as Wu Zhangyi had instructed, and she ate the pill. Suddenly, Song Yuyao screamed in pain as she grabbed her throat, and Wu Zhangyi was alarmed. Wu Zhangyi immediately applied his aura to Song Yuyao's head while he asked her what happened and if she could still hear his words, to which Song Yuyao replied, telling him that she felt that her neck was being strangled so she could not breathe, and that her head hurt too. Song Yuyao emitted a dark aura, and Wu Zhangyi felt that the spiritual power he inserted was repelled by that black aura. Wu Zhangyi groaned in pain as he was pushed back by the dark aura. The dark aura that surrounded Song Yuyao intensified, and Wu Zhangyi could not understand what was going on because he felt that the powerful black aura was not Song Yuyao's. Wu Zhangyi shrouded himself in his powerful aura, and he stated that it did not matter what the black aura was. He placed his hand on Song Yuyao's head, and as he applied his aura again, he demanded to get out of Song Yuyao's body immediately. A huge orb of aura formed because of the clash of the two forces. A few moments later, a huge building that was surrounded by a black aura appeared. Wu Zhangyi seemed to have been summoned to that place. Wu Zhangyi looked around, and he was surprised when he saw what Song Yuyao's space of consciousness was like because, even at the highest state of his previous life, he could not create such a magnificent space of consciousness. So he wondered why, as Song Yuyao was not even an ancient martial artist. He felt that just moments ago, the black aura came from inside the palace. So he decided to go over there and see what the situation was. Wu Zhangyi jumped off to move towards the palace, but he was astonished when he felt something. He was sent kneeling into the ground by a tremendous amount of pressure. Wu Zhangyi sweated profusely as he wondered what the hell was going on there. He stood up and toughened himself up as he told himself that he must find out what was going on. Otherwise, Song Yuyao might be in danger of dying. With heavy steps, Wu Zhangyi moved forward. The pressure on him was so intense that every step he took created a hole in the concrete floor. Wu Zhangyi cursed as he felt that the more he went forward, the greater the pressure became. He reached the point where the pressure pushed him flat into the ground. Wu Zhangyi released a tremendous amount of aura, and his hair grew long again as he proclaimed that the Ren Wang Ju was in full, perfect form. He walked with ease, and he declared that in front of his peerless Ren Wang Ju, nothing could obstruct his way. Wu Zhangyi kept his Ren Wang Ju in perfect form, and he was about to reach the palace. The doors opened on their own, and there was this mysterious fog that shrouded the place. Wu Zhangyi walked up the stairs that led towards the palace. As he arrived at the door, Wu Zhangyi saw a flawless lady sitting in front of him. The lady looked majestic as she sat on what seemed like a throne gracefully. Taking a closer look, the lady resembled Song Yuyao exactly. Wu Zhangyi was extremely surprised by what he saw, and he could not help but call the lady by Song Yuyao's name. Wu Zhangyi realized that the lady in front of him was not Song Yuyao. He brazenly inquired who the lady was and why she was in Song Yuyao's space of consciousness. The lady did not answer his questions, but instead, she directed powerful pressure towards him. Wu Zhangyi was alarmed, and he trembled as he felt that the pressure affected him. He cried out in pain as a purple light shone on him. Suddenly, a voice called Wu Zhangyi's name. It was Song Yuyao, who seemed relieved when she noticed that Wu Zhangyi began to wake up. Song Yuyao looked at Wu Zhangyi with concern as he sat up with a confused look on his face. She grabbed his arm and assisted him to stand up. The two of them walked towards Song Yuyao's house. A few moments later, the two of them arrived in a room that belonged to Song Yuyao, and Wu Zhangyi meditated on the bed. As Song Yuyao turned her back to leave the room, Wu Zhangyi looked at her intently. Wu Zhangyi cultivated intensely as he remembered the lady in Wu Zhangyi's consciousness, and he stated that although it seemed that Song Yuyao would not be in danger at present, as long as the lady remained in Song Yuyao's body, it was a hidden danger. The next day, the sun shone brightly, and Wu Zhangyi continued meditating in Song Yuyao's room. He opened his eyes when he heard a beeping noise. It was his phone, and as he answered, he immediately inquired of the person on the other line what the matter was. The one calling Wu Zhangyi was Xia Feng'er, and she informed him that the men of Lu Tianlong came to their residence again, mentioning that he had something to give him personally. Wu Zhangyi asked Xia Feng'er what it was, but she responded that she did not know because the man claimed he wanted to wait for him. He quickly stood up and responded that he would be there soon. Meanwhile, at the Xia residence, two Northwest martial artists stood before a throne, and they were being watched by multiple men on each side. Xia Guoqing reminded the two Northwest martial artists that Wu Zhangyi had spared their lives the last time they were there, but they still dared to come back. The two of them smirked, and one of them replied to take it easy because he was there with the goodwill of Lu Tianlong. Xia Feng'er retorted that she did not believe them. The two Northwest martial artists glanced at her evilly when she suggested that it was better to tie them up first in case they were deceitful. But the two Northwest martial artists froze in surprise when they noticed something. The two of them spotted Wu Zhangyi, who strode swiftly towards the throne. The Xia family immediately greeted Wu Zhangyi, and he commanded them to sit down. Wu Zhangyi asked the two Northwest martial artists why Lu Tianlong sent them to their place. They immediately handed a letter of invitation to Wu Zhangyi and explained that Lu Tianlong wanted them to send him that. The two of them looked ominous as they politely informed him that he was invited to a banquet in the Northwest to make peace. Wu Zhangyi was intrigued when he heard them mention that they wanted to make peace. The two Northwest martial artists looked horrified as they saw the invitation quickly fly out of their hands. Wu Zhangyi took it from them using his aura, which made Xia Guoqing and Xia Feng'er look at him in awe. As Wu Zhangyi read the invitation, Xia Feng'er read the contents of the letter out loud beside him, which stated that Lu Tianlong had heard of Master Zhang's name for a long time, so he invited him to the Northwest to have a discussion, and it was signed by the name King of the Northwest. Xia Feng'er remarked that it was the Hongmen banquet according to the book, and she urged not to go. When Wu Zhangyi heard that it was the Hongmen banquet, he insisted that it was even more important. Wu Zhangyi instructed them to go back and tell their master to prepare well because he would be there in 3 days. 3 days later, in a huge palace, Xia Feng'er, Zhao Ziheng, and Wu Zhangyi were ushered by Northwest martial artists, and those martial artists were smiling evilly while Xia Feng'er demanded loudly how the mansion could be made like a royal palace and if Lu Tianlong wanted to be the emperor. Zhao Ziheng replied that she didn't understand it, so he explained that the Northwest was far from the capital, and so Lu Tianlong could be considered the emperor there. Xia Feng'er was surprised, and she asked if the local government did not care. Zhao Ziheng explained that it was claimed that Lu Tianlong covered the sky with his hands in the area, and even the local government troops avoided him. Xia Feng'er cursed, and she muttered that it was just as indistinguishable as the underworld. Suddenly, one of the Northwest martial artists who was ushering them rudely shouted to hurry up, or Lu Tianlong would blame them, which they couldn't bear. Xia Feng'er was fuming mad, and he called the martial artist such a rogue, exclaiming that he was obedient before but currently he was arrogant. The 5 of them arrived at the throne, and the martial artist greeted Lu Tianlong, announcing that Wu Zhangyi and the others had been brought there. Lu Tianlong sat on his throne mightily, and his eyes gleamed. As he saw the man on the throne, Wu Zhangyi questioned in his mind if that man was Lu Tianlong. Lu Tianlong addressed him, saying that he must be Master Zhang from Yunal City, and instead of directly confirming, Wu Zhangyi replied by telling him that he must be the king of the Northwest. Lai King, the power of the Northwest Qingfeng Martial Arts School, called Wu Zhangyi a Bullfish Alliance master who was just a little brat and scolded him for daring to talk to Lu Tianlong like that. Xia Feng'er talked back to Lai King, calling him fatty, and she also reprimanded him for daring to talk to her master like that. Lai King got mad at Xia Feng'er for calling him fatty, and he dared her to try calling him that again. Xia Feng'er taunted Lai King by calling him fatty multiple times. Lai King could not restrain his anger, and he immediately lunged at Xia Feng'er with his powerful aura, warning her that she was looking for death. Xia Feng'er blocked Lai King's attack with her arms, but she was still pushed back. Although she was pushed back, Xia Feng'er still managed to stand her ground, and she seemed uninjured. But what surprised Lai King more was that he found out that Xia Feng'er was at the late stage of the energizing transformation stage. Using his space ring, Wu Zhangyi summoned the returning element pill, which surprised Lu Tianlong. Lu Tianlong immediately recognized the space ring, and he wondered how Wu Zhangyi could have that ring. Wu Zhangyi tossed the returning element pill at Xia Feng'er, and he instructed that Lai King was only at the early stage of Master Realm, so she should eat the pill and use her 9 ranks Burning Revolution's skill to defeat him. Xia Feng'er quickly followed Wu Zhangyi's instructions and ate the pill. Xia Feng'er's aura started to flow powerfully as she used the Heaven and Earth Flame, 9-turned Burning Star. Xia Feng'er's aura surged so powerfully that Lai King did not know what was going on, and he questioned how Xia Feng'er's energy aura suddenly soared several times. As Xia Feng'er gathered a ball of fiery aura above her head, Wu Zhangyi remarked that he did not expect that. Under the blessing of the returning element pill, Xia Feng'er had already been able to skillfully use the 9-turned Burning Star. Xia Feng'er threw the fiery ball of aura towards Lai King. Lai King's disciples warned to be careful because last time they suffered a big loss in that kind of dominating flame. Lai King summoned a powerful aura that guarded his arm as he prepared to block Xia Feng'er's attack, and as he commented that it was pretentious, he wondered how powerful Xia Feng'er's would be when she was just a small child in the energizing transformation stage. Xia Feng'er fired her 9-turned Burning Star, and Lai King blocked it with his frost-stretched fist. Suddenly, Lai King's frost-stretched fist turned red. It melted, and Lai King wondered how it was possible that Xia Feng'er's flame was devouring his frost-stretched fist. Xia Feng'er's 9-turned Burning Star completely devoured Lai King's frost-stretched fist, and he coughed up blood as he flew back from the power of Xia Feng'er's flames. One of the Northwest martial artists commented that the frost-stretched fist was one of Lai King's stunts, but he actually lost. They quickly approached Lai King to help him sit up and ask if he was okay. Suddenly, the man declared that Lai King was dead. He commanded them to take Wu Zhangyi and the others down. A huge number of the Northwest martial artists immediately surrounded them, and Zhao Ziheng anxiously urged everyone to calm down and suggested that they should talk. But the Northwest martial artists threatened that they would kill them to avenge their master Lai King's death. Suddenly, Lu Tianlong stepped forward and instructed everyone to hold on. Lu Tianlong introduced himself, stating that he invited Wu Zhangyi there to make peace so Lai King should not have attacked their guests. And in the back of his mind, he thought that the weird flame must have been taught to Xia Feng'er by Wu Zhangyi, which was not simple. Lu Tianlong proposed to Wu Zhangyi that they should have a talk. Wu Zhangyi directly questioned Lu Tianlong about what he wanted to talk about, and he also pointed out to Lu Tianlong that so many people were surrounding the 3 of them. questioning his hospitality. Lu Tianlong glared as he ordered his men to spread out. Xia Feng'er watched and acknowledged that it was true. She noted that Wu Zhangyi does not like to stand while talking, so he commanded one of the Northwest martial artists to quickly get a stool out there, which agitated the man. But Lu Tianlong requested that someone prepare a stool for Wu Zhangyi. Two men quickly brought a chair for Wu Zhangyi to sit on. Wu Zhangyi proudly sat on the chair as he faced Lu Tianlong. The Northwest martial artists got annoyed, calling Wu Zhangyi a kid and stating that he was too rampant to even sit directly in the middle of the hall. While calling him a kid, the Northwest martial artists remarked that to give him some concession. They wondered if he had forgotten that he was in the Northwest, and that made Wu Zhangyi stand up from his seat. Xia Feng'er and Zhao Ziheng were prepared to fight as Wu Zhangyi ordered them to get out of the way if they did not want to die. A red-haired Northwest martial artist got enraged by Wu Zhangyi's action, and he prepared to attack him. He roared loudly as he charged forward to attack Wu Zhangyi using his move, the leopard clutches, but Wu Zhangyi remained unfazed. Wu Zhangyi just stood there, paying no attention to Chen, who attacked from behind, while the other Northwest martial artists who recognized the leopard clutches as a move that was fast and vicious muttered that they were afraid only Lu Tianlong could catch it. As Chen was the second strongest behind Lu Tianlong in the room, so Wu Zhangyi was doomed. Wu Zhangyi acknowledged Chen's presence, and he stated that Chen was too weak as he was only a supreme grandmaster. Wu Zhangyi blocked Chen's leopard clutches effortlessly with only one hand. Wu Zhangyi's powerful aura pierced through Chen's leopard clutches and directly hit his torso. Every Northwest martial artist was surprised that their master Chen was killed in one move. Wu Zhangyi warned them again that whoever interfered would die. While Wu Zhangyi still released his powerful aura as he stood there, he was unaware of the attack coming toward him from behind. The fist managed to hit his face, and as he coughed up blood, he admitted that it was fast. Wu Zhangyi was thrown into the air as Lu Tianlong gave him a powerful punch. Xia Feng'er got worried for Wu Zhangyi as he crashed and destroyed one of the pillars, but he still continued to be thrown back. While Wu Zhangyi was still in midair, Lu Tianlong jumped off the ground to land another attack, and the Northwest martial artists cheered as they exclaimed that it was time to strike as Lu Tianlong had finally struck. Lu Tianlong delivered a kick to Wu Zhangyi's body, which made him cough up blood again. Wu Zhangyi wondered why Lu Tianlong was so fast when he was only a half-step Saint Master. Suddenly, Lu Tianlong appeared behind Wu Zhangyi, and he inquired if Wu Zhangyi regretted things because he wanted to give him a way to survive, but he killed his two masters. Lu Tianlong kicked Wu Zhangyi toward the ground, and the kick was so powerful that the ground broke as Wu Zhangyi crashed against it. Zhao Ziheng cursed, and he exclaimed that if Wu Zhangyi fell, they would be in danger. But Xia Feng'er looked determined, and she asserted that Wu Zhangyi would not lose. Meanwhile, as the dust and debris cleared up, it revealed Wu Zhangyi, who had long hair, and the Northwest martial artists mentioned that Wu Zhangyi did not even know that Lu Tianlong had another name, the King of Speed, because in terms of speed, he was one of the best in the entire Chinese land. Wu Zhangyi released a powerful aura, and as he heard about Lu Tianlong's name as the King of Speed, he commented that it was interesting. As Wu Zhangyi continued to release his aura, Xia Feng'er called out to cheer him on. Lu Tianlong could not help but ask what the current situation was, as the energy aura on Wu Zhangyi's body had also changed, and why he had even changed his appearance. But Lu Tianlong suddenly disappeared from where he was standing. He appeared behind Wu Zhangyi, and he declared that no matter what tricks he played, Wu Zhangyi could not be his opponent. But Lu Tianlong was surprised. Lu Tianlong was alarmed when Wu Zhangyi suddenly appeared behind him, and while calling him an old man, Wu Zhangyi taunted that he was too slow. And with his fist shrouded in a powerful aura, Wu Zhangyi punched Lu Tianlong in the back. Wu Zhangyi's punch was powerful that he sent Lu Tianlong flying, and there was an explosion where he landed. Lu Tianlong looked angry as he pushed the debris out of his way, and he said that it was as expected of Wu Zhangyi that he was strong. But Lu Tianlong's eyes were burning with aura, and he released a tremendous amount of aura that surged towards the sky, and its waves surged through the ground, affecting the people who were watching the fight. As Lu Tianlong continued to release his aura, armor appeared on his body. The Northwest martial artists saw that Lu Tianlong was able to transform his Imperial Kai into armor, which made them figure out that Lu Tianlong was currently a divine sage, so he had entered the divine realm, and they said that Wu Zhangyi had angered Lu Tianlong, so he was going to die for sure. Lu Tianlong charged towards Wu Zhangyi, but Wu Zhangyi did not look like he was worried, and he simply said that it looked like his speed had increased quite a lot. Lu Tianlong kicked Wu Zhangyi, but Wu Zhangyi managed to block it by delivering a punch at the same time. Wu Zhangyi took a step back, and Lu Tianlong was surprised that he could still respond to his moves. Lu Tianlong shrouded himself in a powerful aura, and he charged towards Wu Zhangyi, asking if what he did would make a difference. Wu Zhangyi's eyes widened as Lu Tianlong's approached his face, but he managed to respond to Lu Tianlong's punch and block it with another punch. Lu Tianlong was pushed back a little by Wu Zhangyi's attack, and he was surprised. Lu Tianlong was alarmed when Wu Zhangyi jumped above him with an aura gathering in his fist, and he was about to use his move, the air punch. Lu Tianlong was hit by Wu Zhangyi's attack, and he said that it was impossible because Wu Zhangyi's speed and power completely overpowered his speed and power. Wu Zhangyi's attack hit the ground along with Lu Tianlong, and the ground was completely destroyed. The Northist martial artist could not believe that Lu Tianlong was defeated, while Zhao Ziheng was surprised at Wu Zhangyi's shocking speed and power, saying that it had only been a few months but his strength and speed had become more and more frightening. Wu Zhangyi landed on the ground, and as he approached Lu Tianlong, he said that he was a partial divine sage, so it was a pity that he encountered him at the wrong time. But Lu Tianlong suddenly got back on his feet. The Northwest martial artists cheered up when they saw that Lu Tianlong got up, and they said that there was no way that he would lose. But they wondered what was going on because instead of attacking Wu Zhangyi, Lu Tianlong jumped up on the roof, and Xia Feng'er pointed out that Lu Tianlong was trying to escape. Lu Tianlong said that Wu Zhangyi was a monster, so he must return to Mount Song to have the patriarchs come. And when Wu Zhangyi realized that Lu Tianlong was trying to escape, he used his move, the air punch, telling Lu Tianlong that he wouldn't let him. The air punch hit Lu Tianlong directly again, and he coughed up blood. Lu Tianlong fell to the ground, and the Northwest martial artists wondered if he was dead. They all looked horrified as they announced that the king of the Northwest was dead. But Zhao Ziheng said to shut up because it was Lu Tianlong who died, and while pointing at Wu Zhangyi, he said that the king of the Northwest was there. The Northwest martial artists hesitated. Xia Feng'er declared that if someone refuses to give in, they should feel free to challenge Wu Zhangyi. Xia Feng'er immediately led everyone, greeting Wu Zhangyi as the king of the Northwest, and everyone else followed her lead. Wu Zhangyi stated that they should just call him Master Zhang from that point onward, and he declared to back off. Everyone agreed. Wu Zhangyi, along with Xia Feng'er and Zhao Ziheng, walked back up to the hall. Xia Feng'er was on her phone, and she looked surprised as she looked at it. Xia Feng'er immediately remarked that he was really a hot topic at the moment. Wu Zhangyi inquired her what was going on. Xia Feng'er showed her phone to Wu Zhangyi and mentioned to take a look. Wu Zhangyi was startled when he saw his image from earlier on the news. It was an ancient martial artist forum, and multiple articles were talking about how Lu Tianlong died, and it was Wu Zhangyi who killed him in just seconds. Wu Zhangyi was surprised to see that there was also that kind of forum because he considered that the information of the ancient martial artists was not open to ordinary people. Zhao Ziheng queried Wu Zhangyi if he did not know about the Ancient Martial Artists Forum, and Wu Zhangyi admitted that he didn't. Xia Feng'er expressed that it was the exclusive website of ancient martial artists, and to enter that site, one must be a registered member of the Ancient Martial Artists Association, so ordinary people do not have access to the information there. Wu Zhangyi clicked on one of the articles. He saw that in the comments section, people were saying that the news must be fake and was just hype because Wu Zhangyi seemed to be in his early 20s, so there was no way that he could defeat Lu Tianlong. As Wu Zhangyi read through them, he voiced that the website was interesting. He ordered Xia Feng'er to post on the forum in his name, telling the people there that the new king of the Northwest added that they were all hot chickens, so if they were dissatisfied, they were welcome to challenge him, and if they won, they would be the new king of the Northwest. Zhao Ziheng looked uncomfortable with what Wu Zhangyi noted, but he did not finish what he was about to say. Xia Feng'er was also hesitant, and she commented that it would cause public anger, which would make them the target of all martial artists. Wu Zhangyi conveyed that it was the effect that he wanted, so she should post it quickly. Xia Feng'er was still reluctant, but she did what she was told. A few moments later, Xia Feng'er finished posting, and she revealed to take a look. Wu Zhangyi looked at the post, and it was exactly what he affirmed to post. He smiled and announced that she did very good. Zhao Ziheng was monitoring the post on his own phone, and he observed to look at the comments below as someone had replied. Seeing that the account was a low-level trumpet, everyone was saying that the post was a lie. Xia Feng'er cursed at those people for calling Wu Zhangyi a liar. Wu Zhangyi questioned them if there was a way to authenticate the information on the account in his name. Zhao Ziheng indicated that he was afraid that there was no way because, for the sake of privacy, the information on the forum was anonymous. Suddenly, his phone, which was in his pocket, rang. Wu Zhangyi checked on it, and an unknown number was calling him. As soon as Wu Zhangyi answered the call, the person on the other line immediately introduced themselves as someone from the Lingyan media, and they probed if they were talking to Wu Zhangyi. Wu Zhangyi confirmed that he was Grandmaster Zhang. The person mentioned that they found out that he recently killed Lu Tianlong and became the new king of the Northwest, so they were interested in interviewing him, and they inquired him what his opinion on the interview was. Wu Zhangyi agreed, but he had a condition, and he demanded that he wanted his interview to be live-streamed at the same time on the Ancient Martial Artists Forum, and the person agreed, saying that it was not a problem. Wu Zhangyi declared that he would wait for them in the King of the Northwest's main hall, and the person stated that it was not a problem and they would be there in 3 hours. Wu Zhangyi ended the call. When he heard that it was the Lingyan media, Zhao Ziheng immediately noted that it was the most influential media in the warrior world, and everyone they had interviewed was all big shots. 3 hours later, at the King of the Northwest's main hall, the Lingyan media had arrived and was preparing to interview Wu Zhangyi. The reporter gave the crew the signal to start the action. As soon as the live stream started, comments started flooding it. The reporter expressed that she would like to begin by congratulating him first on becoming the new king of the Northwest, and Wu Zhangyi thanked her. The reporter commented that she heard that he killed Lu Tianlong, who was a divine sage, in just a few moves, so she queried him how he did that, and Wu Zhangyi responded that Lu Tianlong was just too weak. The reporter revealed that there was a question the online users extremely wanted to ask, and it was if Wu Zhangyi was really only 18 years old. Wu Zhangyi answered the question with another question, and he questioned the reporter what she believed, which made her blush. The reporter immediately changed the topic, and she remarked that they were currently live streaming at the same time, so she posed him if there was anything he would like to say to their friends in front of the screen. Wu Zhangyi immediately announced that he would like to say that he was not trying to target anyone, but he considered that everyone watching was all trash. The reporter coughed uncomfortably due to surprise, and she felt that young people these days were arrogant. But it was the effect that they wanted because there would be more views. The comment section was flooded with people commenting on how arrogant Wu Zhangyi was, and while some of them were mad, some of them liked how arrogant Wu Zhangyi was. Wu Zhangyi probed the audience if they wanted his wealth and position, and he goaded them to challenge him, saying that if they won, everything he had would be theirs. The reporter became excited, and she affirmed that they would be live streaming the entire time, so if they had the courage, she urged them to come and challenge Wu Zhangyi. 3 days later, a lot of people were waiting outside the King of the Northwest's main hall, and suddenly, a man came flying out of the hall, screaming. As the man crashed on the ground, someone was calling for the next person. Seeing the trembling man on the ground, the other people waiting cursed, saying that it was already the 3rd day. But everyone who challenged Wu Zhangyi flew out in about 3 seconds, and they disclosed that on the first day, there were many people, that the entire place was filled with people, but currently, only about 10 people showed up. On the live stream, the audience was praising Wu Zhangyi for his strength, while Wu Zhangyi wondered if there was no one who could fight. Xia Feng'er uttered that all the challengers had left, so Wu Zhangyi voiced that was it for that day. But suddenly, a strong surge of aura flickered at the entrance of the hall. Wu Zhangyi was alarmed when he noticed it. The source of the aura was the Lu family's 3 divine sage patriarchs, who just arrived. The bald old man inquired who Master Zhang was, and Wu Zhangyi confidently pronounced that he was Master Zhang. The bald old man immediately got fired up, and his eyes were bloodshot due to anger as he yelled to die. Without rising from his throne, Wu Zhangyi managed to block the bald old man's attack with his fist. The bald old man took a step back. The bald old man acknowledged Wu Zhangyi's strong power, and he declared that the person who could kill Lu Tianlong still had some strength. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Xia Feng'er was caught off guard when a person suddenly appeared behind her. It was the reporter from Lingyan Media, and she looked like she was about to hit Xia Feng'er as Xia Feng'er recognized her, saying that it was unexpected that she was also an ancient martial artist. But the reporter simply put her hand around Xia Feng'er, telling her that there were many things she could not expect, and Xia Feng'er looked uncomfortable as she stated not to stick so close to her. The reporter smiled as she remarked not to worry because she was straight too and that she was more interested in Wu Zhangyi. Xia Feng'er noted that Wu Zhangyi was not interested in her, but the reporter paid no mind to what Xia Feng'er mentioned, and she simply moved away to whip out her phone to start recording the fight. She started to live stream the fight, where the audience immediately gathered. Back to the fight, Wu Zhangyi added that all of them should go together to save the effort of fighting one by one. One of the patriarchs was about to reprimand Wu Zhangyi, but he was suddenly cut off. The bald old man observed Chen Fengqinyuan not to worry because he was strong enough to fight Wu Zhangyi alone. Meanwhile, Xia Feng'er commented that just the 3 old men could not be Wu Zhangyi's opponents, but the reporter voiced that it was not necessarily true because even if Wu Zhangyi was very strong, the backgrounds of those 3 old men were not simple. Xia Feng'er inquired the reporter what background she was talking about. The reporter pointed at her phone screen, and she announced that she should see it for herself. The audience recognized the 3 old men as the 3 ancestors of Fengqinyuan, who was famous in the ancient martial art world for being the first family of the ancient martial world at that time, and some of them were surprised that the three old men were still alive because it had been more than 100 years, so they found it impossible. But some commented that it could not be wrong because Wu Zhangyi killed Lu Tianlong, so they must be there for revenge. Xia Feng'er asserted that the three old men were just hundreds of years old, so she could not understand what there was to be afraid of. Suddenly, the bald old man released a tremendous amount of aura and used his move, Clear Ice, which surprised both the reporter and Xia Feng'er. Xia Feng'er shivered, and she wondered what was going on because the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. The reporter revealed that they should look again. In the comments, someone recognized the bald old man as Lu Chenzingsheng because of his unique skill, the Black City Demon Wind. So they confirmed that the three old men were the three holy ancestors of the Lu family, and legend has it that there was no grass where the black magic wind passed, so Wu Zhangyi was going to die. But Wu Zhangyi was still confidently smiling, and he proclaimed that it was just a little bit of the old tricks. Lu Chenzingsheng started to intensify his aura, and he pronounced that since he wanted to die, she should not blame him for being rude. Lu Chenzingsheng lunged towards Wu Zhangyi, using his ghost-snapping claws, and Wu Zhangyi affirmed that it was the first time he had seen an ancient martial artist learn the dark arts. Wu Zhangyi produced a bright aura in the palm of his hand, and as he blocked Lu Chenzingsheng's claws, he spoke to look at his righteous light. Lu Chenzingsheng continued to hit Wu Zhangyi, but his bright aura did not budge. Lu Chenzingsheng was astonished. Wu Zhangyi articulated that it seemed that he could not do it. Suddenly, Lu Chenzingsheng used his move, the Dark Ghost Duplicate, and a duplicate of him showed up behind Wu Zhangyi. The duplicate raised his hands to attack Wu Zhangyi with the move Ghost Snapping Claws. Wu Zhangyi was not able to block that attack, and he was hit by it directly on his back. Wu Zhangyi coughed up blood, and he was confused about the situation because there were two Lu Chenzingsheng who were exactly the same. Xia Feng'er called Wu Zhangyi with concern, while the reporter beside her looked surprised. Blood trickled out of Wu Zhangyi as Lu Chenzingsheng's duplicate managed to push him into the ground with his attack, and Lu Chenzingsheng declared that he already lost. But Lu Chenzingsheng was surprised when Wu Zhangyi quickly lunged at him, saying that his spell to create a duplicate illusion was just a deceptive trick. Wu Zhangyi was surprised when his attack did not hit Lu Chenzingsheng as he started to fade, and Wu Zhangyi could not understand what happened. Lu Chenzingsheng kicked Wu Zhangyi from above, and Wu Zhangyi crashed on the floor. Dust filled the place while Lu Chenzingsheng hovered over the destruction. Xia Feng'er inquired the reporter what great magic power was. The reporter noted that legend has it that when an ancient martial artist reached the peak of the Saint Master realm, he or she could awaken the body's potential, stimulate divine powers, and obtain a unique secret skill. The brown-haired patriarch remarked that Lu Chenzingsheng's ghost step skill had been practiced to perfection, and Chen Fengchenyuan agreed, and he observed that Wu Zhangyi was sure to lose. Wu Zhangyi stood up as he voiced that he seemed to have some strength. However, as long as he found the real fate of the trick, it would be simple, but Lu Chenzingsheng stated that his magical power had no fate. Wu Zhangyi doubted Lu Chenzingsheng's words, and he transformed and used his Renwang Ju, the second perfection king body. Lu Chenzingsheng and his duplicate could not understand the situation, as they felt that Wu Zhangyi suddenly became stronger. Lu Chenzingsheng and his duplicate suddenly lunged to attack Wu Zhangyi with their ghost-snapping claws, and Lu Chenzingsheng asserted that he could not beat him. Blood was spilled, and someone cursed and screamed. The one who screamed was Lu Chenzingsheng, and Wu Zhangyi had effortlessly pierced his body. Lu Chenzingsheng did not understand how it was possible, so Wu Zhangyi explained to Lu Chenzingsheng that his illusion, which was caused by the extremely fast speed and the weird footwork, looked really strong, but it was useless for his current state. Meanwhile, in the live stream, as the audience saw what just happened, they commented that Lu Chenzingsheng was defeated and Wu Zhangyi was too strong. Xia Feng'er also cheered up, and she commented Wu Zhangyi was really unbeatable. Back into the fight, Wu Zhangyi was alarmed when he felt an attack coming from behind him, and someone ordered him to release Lu Chenzingsheng. Wu Zhangyi released Lu Chenzingsheng, and he jumped off the ground to avoid the attack. He glared in the direction of the attacker as he intensified his aura. It was the brown-haired patriarch, and he used his move, Tiangang Fist, to bombard Wu Zhangyi with multiple punches. A huge amount of aura surged around the King of the Northwest's main hall. The reporter mentioned that it seemed that the other two ancestors of the Lu family were completely angered, so Wu Zhangyi was in danger, but Xia Feng'er simply called them little bugs, saying that their power could not compare to Wu Zhangyi's. Wu Zhangyi emitted a huge amount of fiery aura as he reminded the patriarchs that he asked them all to come up to him together long ago, but they wanted to fight one by one to die. Chen Fengchenyuan suddenly charged to attack Wu Zhangyi as well, and Wu Zhangyi was startled, saying that he was fast. Chen Fengchenyuan landed a kick on Wu Zhangyi, and as Wu Zhangyi coughed up blood, he cursed in his mind as he realized that he seemed to have seen that scene somewhere. While Wu Zhangyi was still midair and defenseless, Chen Fengchenyuan bombarded him with attacks. Chen Fengchenyuan yelled, and he was mad as he charged forward to punch Wu Zhangyi with his fist shrouded in aura. Chen Fengchenyuan's punch landed, and it sent Wu Zhangyi crashing powerfully on the ground. In the livestream, an audience commented on how strong the patriarchs were and stated that if the three of them joined forces at the beginning, Wu Zhangyi would have lost, and another audience agreed, commenting that Wu Zhangyi would be crippled even if he didn't die. Back into the fight, Wu Zhangyi was still standing up, and he remarked that with the patriarch's powerful long-range attack and an extremely fast close combat, there was still something more interesting. In the livestream, as the audience saw that Wu Zhangyi seemed to be unharmed, they were in awe at his strong defense. Wu Zhangyi moved so quickly that Chen Fengchenyuan was startled when he suddenly appeared behind him, and Wu Zhangyi declared that he just let him do a few tricks and inquired if he wanted to compare the speed with him. Wu Zhangyi kicked Chen Fengchenyuan off the ground. Suddenly, the brown-haired patriarch charged towards Wu Zhangyi from behind with his powerful rays of aura. Wu Zhangyi turned to face the powerful auras and was preparing to use his move, Human King Fist. A tremendous amount of aura surged out of Wu Zhangyi, and he directed it towards the brown-haired patriarch's attacks. There was a huge explosion, and Wu Zhangyi mentioned that, upon comparing their strength, he was much worse. Wu Zhangyi stood mightily, and in the live stream, the audience commented that Wu Zhangyi was a monster and that his strength was powerful, that they felt horrible across the screen. Chen Fengchenyuan was on his knees, and he noted that he did not expect Wu Zhangyi's strength to be so terrifying at such a young age, so in that case, he would let him see a real ancient martial arts powerhouse. Chen Fengchenyuan multiplied, and as they charged towards Wu Zhangyi was startled, asking what kind of trick it was again. Wu Zhangyi prepared to deliver a punch, and he commented that it looked like the speed was much slower than before. But as Wu Zhangyi delivered his punch, Chen Fengchenyuan's aura swerved and wrapped around Wu Zhangyi's arm, which made him wonder what kind of punch it was because it took away his power. Chen Fengchenyuan asserted to give up because he could not break that technique with his current strength. Wu Zhangyi gritted his teeth as he tried to punch Chen Fengchenyuan, but his fist just passed through Chen Fengchenyuan's image as Chen Fengchenyuan quickly moved behind him. Wu Zhangyi was hit in the back with Chen Fengchenyuan's palm attack. Wu Zhangyi decided to jump off the ground to avoid the rest of Chen Fengchenyuan's attack. But Chen Fengchenyuan managed to catch up to Wu Zhangyi, and as he appeared behind him, the audience of the livestream recognized the technique as the Taiji clan's Taiji Divine Power. Another audience commented, asking what the Taiji clan was, and another audience commented and explained that the Taiji clan was a legendary hidden sect that was the gathering place of supreme ancient martial artists. Chen Fengchenyuan caught Wu Zhangyi while they were midair. He locked himself into Wu Zhangyi's body, restraining Wu Zhangyi's movement, and he observed the brown-haired patriarch to quickly finish Wu Zhangyi with his bagua palms. Looking at the fight, Xia Fenger wondered what Chen Fengchenyuan wanted, and the reporter indicated that he seemed to want to die with Wu Zhangyi. Preparing to use his move, Bagua Palm, Chen Yuan pronounced that he killed his second brother, so he should prepare to pay for it. As Chen Yuan charged towards Wu Zhangyi, he questioned Lu Chenzingsheng if he wanted to die with him, and Lu Chenzingsheng expressed that even if he risked his life to exchange his, it would not be a big loss, but unfortunately, the one who would die was only him. Chen Yuan voiced goodbye to Wu Zhangyi as he added that Lu Chenzingsheng had his own way to get out. But suddenly, Lu Chenzingsheng's body was damaged, and he coughed up blood as the golden aura hit him. Chen Yuan was surprised, and he could not understand what was going on. Suddenly, Chen Yuan was alarmed when someone from behind him revealed that he had excellent technique. Chen Yuan looked horrified as Wu Zhangyi grabbed the back of his head and apologized to him, saying that his technique was useless to him. Wu Zhangyi stated to go to hell with his old stuff, and Chen Yuan screamed in protest. Suddenly, Wu Zhangyi was alarmed when a bright light appeared from the sky. A strong beam of aura was fired towards them, and a voice ordered him to stop what he was doing. The one who ordered him was the Taiji clan's master, Wu Shengshen. Wu Zhangyi inquired Wu Shengshen who he was, and he advised him not to be nosy, but at the back of his mind, he was thinking that Wu Shengshen's power aura was strong, even stronger than Yan Mei. As Wu Shengshen declared that there was no way he could not care because he killed the disciples of his Taiji clan. The audience in the live stream figured that Wu Shengshen could be the Taiji clan master and that it was no wonder that the Lu family's ancestors knew Taiji Kung Fu, as it turns out that they joined the Taiji clan, which made them anticipate that there would be another good show. As Wu Zhangyi heard Wu Shengshen speak of the Taiji clan, he questioned him if he was the Taiji clan master, and Wu Shengshen confirmed that he was right. Chen Yuan approached Wu Shengshen to report something, but Wu Shengshen cut him off as he queried Wu Zhangyi if he could save face for him and let his disciples have a way to live, as he would not pursue any previous feuds with the Taiji clan. Wu Shengshan observed Wu Zhangyi, and he believed that he looked like a cultivator and that his true strength was a bit unclear. Wu Zhangyi laughed as he probed Wu Shengshan what benefit he would get to save his face, and he uttered that he was still very interested in his Teiji technique, so he would be sparing his disciples if he gave him the full set of the Teiji Gong technique. Wu Shengshan was pissed off by what Wu Zhangyi just pronounced, and Chen Yuan suggested to him that he kill Wu Zhangyi. Wu Zhangyi quizzed Wu Shengshan if he was not willing, because if that were the case, there would be no negotiation. And Wu Shengshan voiced that Teiji Gong was the supreme technique of their Teiji clan, so it would depend on his ability if he could get it. Wu Zhangyi immediately released an aura that formed the yin-yang formation at the palm of his hand. Wu Shengshan was surprised when he recognized that it was the Bagua palm, which made him wonder how Wu Zhangyi could also know the 8 trigrams palm, and he questioned if what he was thinking was true, that Wu Zhangyi just watched Chen Yuan perform it once and learned. Wu Zhangyi expressed that he would start, as Wu Shengshan blocked Wu Zhangyi's Bagua palm. He was surprised yet again when he felt that it was not weaker than Chen Yuan's. Wu Shengshan could not help but ask Wu Zhangyi how he stole his Teiji Gong. Wu Zhangyi conveyed that he also knew that he had 6 levels of Teiji Gong. And with his strength, Wu Zhangyi was afraid that he could reach the 4th level at most. So if he was willing to give him all the Teiji technique, Wu Zhangyi noted that he may be able to give him some advice when he reaches the 6th level. While at the back of his mind, Wu Zhangyi was thinking that when he first entered the realm of cultivation in his previous life, he came into contact with a person who had reached the 5th level, so he had some understanding of Teiji Gong. Wu Shengshan got enraged at Wu Zhangyi for daring to insult him, and he called Wu Zhangyi an ignorant child as he mentioned that if he could take his punch, he would give him the full Teiji Gong, depending on whether he could survive to learn it. Wu Zhangyi got fired up, and he indicated that it was interesting, so he announced to do his best and not let him down. Both their auras clashed with each other. There was a huge explosion, and in the live stream, an audience focused as they revealed that what they were seeing was a terrifying power. And when he posed the others to guess who would win in the end, another audience guessed that Wu Zhangyi would win because they presumed that Wu Zhangyi was invincible. Both Wu Zhangyi and Wu Shengshan remained standing while the floor around them was destroyed. Both of them simultaneously coughed up blood. The reporter wondered if the situation was inconclusive, while Xia Fenger was worrying for Wu Zhangyi. On the other hand, Wu Zhangyi wiped the blood off the corners of his mouth, and he considered that it was over. Someone felt the delayed pain of taking multiple hits on their body, and they coughed up blood. It was Wu Shengshan, and as he fell to the ground, Xia Fenger pointed out that Wu Shengshan was down, and she added that he won. Wu Zhangyi immediately approached Wu Shengshan, and he demanded him if he would give the Teiji Gong to him or if he would take it himself. Instead of giving Wu Zhangyi an answer, Wu Shengshan requested him if he could really break through the 6th level and guide him a bit if he could pass the Teiji Gong to him. With a confident smile on his face, Wu Zhangyi insisted that it was inevitable because he always does what he says. Wu Shengshan willingly gave a book to Zhangyi. It was the book of the Teiji Supreme Technique. As Zhangyi took the book, Wu Shengshan looked anxious as he believed that no one had ever reached the 5th level since the last time his great-grandmaster reached the 6th level. So if Zhangyi were able to assist him in breaking through to the 5th level, he could bring glory to his Teiji sect once again. Zhangyi was pleased as it seemed that Wu Shengshan was quite the liberal person, and as Zhangyi remarked that he would inform him once he reached the 6th level after practice, Wu Shengshan politely thanked him while calling him Master Zhang. 10 days later, in a rocky area, there was a burst of aura on top of one of the rocks. It was Zhangyi, and he seemed to be practicing Teiji's supreme technique. Zhangyi fired an aura, and it pierced through one of the rocks to reach the other end. A huge hole was left in the rocks, and Zhangyi considered that the Teiji Supreme was indeed quite the technique, as it could even be considered a medium-class power within the cultivation realm. As Zhangyi changed his stance to continue practicing, he supposed that although his Renwang Ju technique was the highest level of power within that world, without the presence of magic, the aura there was sacred, so it would be really difficult for him to reach the peak level of it if he practiced it. Suddenly, Zhangyi felt something. From 1,000 meters away, there was a helicopter approaching the area where Zhangyi was, and he reckoned that there shouldn't be anyone that should be appearing within those mountains, so it seemed that those people came looking for him personally. The helicopter hovered over the huge rock that Zhangyi was on. A man in a military uniform jumped off the helicopter. The man, whose name was Yuan Zhenhai, gave Zhangyi a salute, politely greeted him while calling him Master Zhang as he introduced himself as someone from the 17th Squad, and he mentioned that he was there at the request of their commander to invite him to come with them for a moment. Zhangyi inquired Yuan Zhenhai what reason his commander had for looking for him, and Yuan Zhenhai stated that he would know once he came with them. Zhangyi just decided to agree, and he declared that they should go because he surmised that since they came all the way there looking for him, he was quite curious about their purpose. A few moments later, the helicopter was flying away from the area. Yuan Zhenhai handed a blindfold to Zhangyi, and he queried him to put it on if he didn't mind, and Zhangyi agreed. As Zhangyi put on the blindfold, he wondered what was with all the mysteriousness, and he concluded that it seemed that the place they were heading to was somewhere not allowed to be known by the public. 2 hours later, they arrived at what seemed like a military base. Zhang Yi took off the blindfold as soon as he got out of the helicopter. Suddenly, a fast-moving object that was shrouded in a powerful aura was making its way towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi noticed it, and when he turned to block it, he saw that the fast-moving object was the fist of an old man in a military uniform. After blocking the punch, Zhang Yi immediately countered with a kick, which hit the old man and made him groan in pain. The old man was pushed back, and he observed that he had some quick reflexes, and it was as expected from the man who defeated the sect leader of the Taiji sect. Suddenly, the soldiers raised their guns. They quickly surrounded Zhang Yi, and they pronounced to stop right there. The old man, whose name was Cheng Yushan, was the commander of the 17th Squad, and he ordered his men to put their guns down because Zhang Yi was a guest that he personally invited. As Zhang Yi questioned Cheng Yushan as to what he owed the commander for the pleasure of personally being invited by him all the way there, he was thinking that he did not expect the existence of a pinnacle-level master to be within the army. Cheng Yushan responded that there was no need to be impatient, and he noted that they would talk inside. As Cheng Yushan inquired Zhang Yi if he would be interested in joining the squad, Zhang Yi directly stated that he wasn't interested and declared that he hoped he could get straight to the point. Cheng Yushan laughed as he ushered Zhang Yi into a room and remarked that he was just messing around because, based on his strength, there was no reason for him to even want to choose a path that would pull him back from his brilliant future. The two of them settled in what looked like a conference room. Cheng Yushan suddenly turned serious and mentioned that the following information he would be sharing would be top secret, so he hoped that Zhang Yi would cooperate and keep the information a secret and not spread it to other people. Zhang Yi looked annoyed and questioned Cheng Yushan why he was even bothering to tell him if it was top secret. Cheng Yushan asserted that it was because they needed his help, so Zhang Yi uttered to go on and gave his word that he wouldn't expose the information. Cheng Yushan started by asking Zhang Yi if he perhaps knew about the Mountain of Tai. Zhang Yi spoke that he naturally did because the Mountain of Tai was the head among the 5 sacred mountains, the king among mountains, and a really famous tourism spot. Cheng Yushan commented that he was right, but a month ago, it stopped being a tourist spot because it became prohibited for others to enter as it turned into a forbidden area for the military, which surprised Zhang Yi, and he wondered why he didn't see that in the news if it was something that big that had happened. Cheng Yushan laughed and explained that the military was behind the stopping of the news from being broadcast or published so that it wouldn't be spread around. Zhang Yi queried Cheng Yushan if the thing that he wanted to discuss was related to the Mountain of Tai, and Cheng Yushan confirmed that he was right because a month ago, a mist started appearing surrounding the Mountain of Tai, and it had not dispersed until that day, and thousands of people had started to go missing since then. Zhang Yi noted that the technology these days was already advanced, so with AI-piloted planes and all, they could just send one to investigate the area. But Cheng Yushan observed that they had tried it before, but once the plane entered the Mountain of Tai, they would lose connection with it. Zhang Yi probed Cheng Yushan about the ancient warriors, and he proclaimed that, as far as he knew, there were quite a number of ancient warriors within the army who were as strong as him. Cheng Yushan recounted that it was the main point because, after the incident, they classified the case as a supernatural incident, and as such, they sent a team that consisted of 10 elite ancient warriors who were all pinnacle masters to enter the Mountain of Tai, and as Cheng Yushan was about to share the result, he hesitated. Zhang Yi quizzed Cheng Yushan how the operation went. Cheng Yushan affirmed that, beside the one who was severely injured and barely managed to escape, no one came back alive. Zhang Yi pressed Cheng Yushan what the pinnacle master who managed to escape pronounced. Cheng Yushan vocalized that the changes that happened on the Mountain of Tai were due to the appearance of demonic beasts. Zhang Yi confirmed with Cheng Yushan if he intended to ask him to enter the Mountain of Tai to investigate, and Cheng Yushan conveyed that he was right but he didn't have to worry because, besides him, they also invited 2 sages to accompany him along the way. Cheng Yushan articulated that if he agreed to it, they would represent the name of the country to fulfill any of his conditions as long as it wouldn't bring harm to the country. Zhang Yi accepted, but he expressed that he had 2 conditions, and Cheng Yushan reported to say what they were. Zhang Yi's first condition was that from that day forward, he wanted the country to put in place top-level security for the safety of his parents. His second was that he wanted to keep everything that he could find during his trip to the Mountain of Tai without needing to hand in anything to the country. And as Zhang Yi was thinking that with the protection of the country, there would be insurance for his parents' safety. He also pondered that no one knows that maybe his trip to the Mountain of Tai may have some unexpected harvest. Cheng Yushan indicated that those 2 could easily be done, so he agreed to those conditions. They shook each other's hands and made a deal. 3 days later, at the Mountain of Tai, the military had gathered along with 2 elder sages, Elder Wai and Elder Long, who interrogated Cheng Yushan why Zhang Yi hadn't arrived yet and speculated that he perhaps ran away at the last second. Cheng Yushan responded that it was nonsense because he and Zhang Yi had agreed to meet up there in 3 days, so they should just wait for a bit more. Elder Long was about to protest how they had waited, but he was cut off. Zhang Yi passed behind him with tremendous speed, and Elder Long was surprised. Zhang Yi confidently voiced that they should go. Men moved in the thick fog, unable to see the human bones lying on the ground. They were Zhang Yi, Elder Wai, and Elder Long, along with the soldiers. Elder Long mentioned that the vision there was very blurred by the fog, so they needed to stay focused. Jiang Yi considered that the aura there was really strong, so he wondered if that was perhaps the cause of the change made by the demonic beasts. Suddenly, one of the soldiers noticed a badge of their squad on the ground, and another one stated that it was from the squad that came in prior to them. One of the soldiers crouched down to pick up the badge, but with a swift motion, he disappeared. The man beside him screamed in shock, and Elder Long inquired what was going on. Jiang Yi was surprised when a swift, slashing aura was all over the place, attacking the soldiers. Jiang Yi observed it, and he believed that it was really fast, so it was no wonder that those transformation stage soldiers couldn't react to it. Screams filled the place as the slashing aura continued to attack at tremendous speed. Meanwhile, Elder Y protected himself with an orb of aura, and he remarked that it was a demonic wolf, instructing them to quickly deploy a shield of aura on themselves. The soldiers did as they were told, and they were able to repel the demonic wolves, but Jiang Yi did not deploy a shield of aura. Suddenly, Jiang Yi was alarmed when one of the demonic wolves charged towards him. He punched the demonic wolf and declared that it had messed with the wrong person. As the demonic wolf who attacked Jiang Yi lay lifelessly on the ground, a pack of demonic wolves appeared in front of Jiang Yi. So he announced that they finally decided to show up and queried if they were not going to try to sneak around anymore. Meanwhile, Elder Long, who had also protected himself with a shield of aura, warned everyone to be careful because the leader of the demonic wolf pack was coming out. As the leader of the pack emerged, one of the soldiers cursed as he questioned what it was because it was actually bigger than an adult human being, and another soldier replied that it was the Wolf King, so in order to catch a gang of thieves, they must first catch the leader, and he urged to quickly open fire. The soldiers quickly started shooting the Wolf King. One of the soldiers was horrified as he wondered how it was possible that the Wolf King's fur was actually strong enough to block their bullets. The Wolf King suddenly started to gather a dark aura in its mouth. It fired a beam of dark aura towards the soldiers. Jiang Yi warned everyone to be careful because there was something wrong with that black gust. As the soldiers' life force started to get sucked out of them, Jiang Yi gritted his teeth, and he reflected that he did not expect such a creature to exist on Earth. Elder Y commented that he didn't think that the situation there was good for them, so he probed if they should retreat. Jiang Yi's expressions turned dark, but he had a subtle smile. He used his Renwangju technique, and he affirmed that they should not retreat because that Wolf King still served to be useful to him. The pack of wolves suddenly charged towards Jiang Yi to attack him. Jiang Yi quickly eliminated each of them by punching them, and he was moving extremely fast. As he defeated the wolves, a silver pill came out, and he immediately grabbed it. Elder Y saw it, and he pressed Jiang Yi what it was. Jiang Yi pronounced that it was the inner pill that came from the demonic wolf, and one of those silver grade pills has the aura equivalent to one of an intermediate graded aura stone. As the Wolf King loomed over Jiang Yi with an evil look on its face, Jiang Yi voiced that the inner pill within that Wolf King was at least gold grade, and by refining it, a cultivator could greatly improve their cultivation by multiple folds. The Wolf King leapt towards Jiang Yi to attack him. As it was about to attack with its claws, Jiang Yi blocked it with his fist, which was filled with aura. The collision of their forces created a huge explosion that pushed both Master Y and Master Long back, and Master Y remarked that it had such a strong aura. Both Jiang Yi and the Wolf King took a step back. Summoning his natal flying sword, Jiang Yi commented that no one would have believed that an animal like the Wolf King would have such power. But playtime was over, so it was about time to settle things because he was quite excited about obtaining the inner pill of the Wolf King that lay within it. The Wolf King looked enraged as it charged towards Jiang Yi again. Jiang Yi waved his natal flying sword and hit the Wolf King's legs. The Wolf King screamed in pain as its leg got cut off, but worm-looking things wriggled out of the Wolf King's amputated leg, and its paws grew back. Elder Y was surprised that the Wolf King's limbs grew back, and as the Wolf King charged to attack Jiang Yi again, Jiang Yi reprimanded it for still daring to approach him. Jiang Yi cut off the Wolf King's legs again. This time, the entire leg was cut off, and it flew up in the air, but the Wolf King simply regrew the leg that was cut off. Jiang Yi noticed that the Wolf King seemed to have gained a certain level of consciousness and spirituality because it had been showing off an expression as if it were mocking him. The Wolf King charged towards Jiang Yi again. And as Jiang Yi raised his sword, he declared to not think that he would not know about its tricks because he used to kill them with just a single slash in his previous life. So all he needed to do was remove the Jinden from its head, and it would not be able to regrow anything back anymore. But to Jiang Yi's surprise, the Wolf King managed to dodge the swing of his sword. The Wolf King tackled him. Jiang Yi was pushed back, and he crashed into the ground. Blood was coming out of his mouth, and he proclaimed that, as expected, his weak point was at its head. The Wolf King started to gather a tremendous amount of aura in its mouth, and Elder Long wondered what it was doing. On the other hand, Jiang Yi released a tremendous amount of aura, and he announced to bring it to him and to give him its best shot. The Wolf King fired a powerful beam of aura, and Jiang Yi charged directly into it, raising his sword in the air. Jiang Yi sliced the beam of aura in half. The Wolf King was alarmed as it saw the slashing aura that was coming, but it was not able to react, and its head was cut off. The Wolf King's head fell to the ground behind Jiang Yi. A golden pill came out of its body. Jiang Yi looked at the pill, and he stated that the pill was emitting such a strong scent, and it seemed that the deeper they entered, the density of spirituality seemed to become higher. Elder Y inquired Jiang Yi what the next step was, and Jiang Yi instructed him to clean up the mess there because the stench of blood would attract more creatures if left unattended while he would find a place to refine the pill. Jiang Yi left, and both Elder Y and Elder Long confirmed that they understood his instruction. A few moments later, Jiang Yi was meditating on a cliff, and he was releasing a tremendous amount of aura. As he continued to meditate and refine the pill, Jiang Yi mused that after obtaining the masterwork Purple Kai, regardless of the pill he was refining, things had become so much easier. Jiang Yi opened his mouth, and the pill started to move towards him. He swallowed the pill. Suddenly, his belly grew, and he was surprised at the strong sense of spirituality. Elder Y and Elder Long both meditated. As Elder Y finished, he inquired Elder Long how he felt. Elder Long declared he was stuck at the middle stage for many years, but he finally got a breakthrough within those few days due to the abundance of aura in that place. Elder Y stated it was the same for him, all thanks to Jiang Yi, who brought them to the depths of the mountain of Tai, allowing them to cultivate. As Elder Long was about to query about Jiang Yi's whereabouts, he was cut off. A powerful pillar of light rose up into the sky, clearing the fog in its way. While Elder Y was in awe, Elder Long mentioned it seemed that Jiang Yi was about to have a breakthrough, so they should quickly go and have a look. Elder Y and Elder Long quickly arrived at the place where Jiang Yi was meditating. Jiang Yi's eyes widened. Two rays of aura suddenly came towards Elder Y and Elder Long, and they uttered to dodge. A huge explosion occurred. Jiang Yi had just finished meditating and remarked he was finally one step closer as he had broken through to the middle stage of the second level for the Ren Wang Ju technique. On the other hand, Elder Y and Elder Long managed to evade those auras that came at them, and they congratulated Jiang Yi for his advancement in cultivation. Jiang Yi spoke they should march forward because they were not far from the peak of the mountain. A few moments later, as they continued to walk up the stairs, Jiang Yi warned Elder Y and Elder Long to be careful because he could sense the presence of many demonic beasts surrounding the area. Suddenly, demonic wild boars appeared, and Jiang Yi indicated they had arrived. Elder Y and Elder Long were both alarmed when they saw there were also demonic birds. Both Elder Y and Elder Long managed to defeat the two demonic birds easily. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi was eliminating the demonic wild boars. As Elder Y and Elder Long helped out Jiang Yi in fighting the demonic wild boars, Elder Long cursed as they were surrounded since there were too many demonic beasts, and Jiang Yi instructed them that they should kill their way out of there as something odd was controlling those demonic beasts. Jiang Yi signaled for them to charge. He led the way and sliced through the demonic beast as he climbed up the stairs. Jiang Yi pronounced to quickly make their way. The three of them ran up the stairs while the demonic beasts chased behind them, and Elder Y observed that they could not keep it up. Elder Y and Elder Long were both surprised when Jiang Yi suddenly stopped. Jiang Yi used the Tai Chi formation. A huge orb of aura that protected the three of them from the demonic monsters appeared, and Jiang Yi instructed the two elders to quickly assist him by inserting aura into the light screen to help sustain the formation. Jiang Yi affirmed he could sense the position of the one controlling those demonic beasts, so he instructed them to stay there and keep the formation while he went to get to the root of things. Both Elder Y and Elder Long did as Jiang Yi instructed, while Jiang Yi started to dissipate out of the formation. A few moments later, at the Jade King Peak, Jiang Yi arrived, and he pondered there was such a peculiar sense of presence that he didn't have a good feeling about it. Suddenly, Jiang Yi noticed something. A gigantic creature loomed over him, and beams of aura fired through its eyes towards him. Jiang Yi released a tremendous amount of aura as he dodged the beams of aura, and he realized it was such overwhelming pressure. The gigantic creature's hand reached out to grab Jiang Yi, and Jiang Yi was alarmed as he could not move his body at all. The gigantic creature held Jiang Yi in its hand, and Jiang Yi wondered what kind of creature it was, if it were even from the realm of his previous life. The gigantic creature talked to Jiang Yi, telling him that he should not have tried to break in there, and Jiang Yi was alarmed, so he declared that he needed to escape. The gigantic creature stated to not even think about escaping since he was already there. Jiang Yi turned pale, and he screamed in pain as the gigantic creature started to clench its hand on him tightly. Jiang Yi remarked that since all of his breath flow had been sealed, he didn't have a choice but to execute a certain move. Jiang Yi executed the move, and his entire body, even the internal organs and bones, glowed a golden color. He managed to break free from the gigantic creature, enclosing himself in an orb of aura, and the gigantic creature announced that he was such a ruthless human being because he actually broke his own breath flow just to break free. Jiang Yi quickly ran away from the gigantic creature. Meanwhile, Elder Y and Elder Long were still inside the Tai Chi formation, fending off the demonic beasts. Elder Y commented that if Jiang Yi did not return anytime soon, he was afraid that they could not hold on much longer. A demonic wild boar slammed its head into the formation. Suddenly, there was a slashing aura, and it sliced the demonic wild boar's head off. Elder Y and Elder Long stood there as the natal flying sword moved swiftly and cut off the heads of the demonic beasts around them. Jiang Yi passed by them at a tremendous speed, and he mentioned to run. The two elders immediately ran as Jiang Yi instructed. And as the other elder questioned Jiang Yi about what was going on, the other elder urged to stop asking questions, listen to Jiang Yi, and just quickly catch up. Meanwhile, at the foot of Mount Tai, Cheng Yushan was waiting along with his soldiers, and one of the soldiers inquired if he really believed that Jiang Yi could solve the Mount Tai incidents. Cheng Yushan noted that if Jiang Yi couldn't, no one could. Suddenly, 3 beams of aura arrived at the foot of the mountain, and Cheng Yushan and the soldiers were alarmed, but they recognized that it was Jiang Yi and the other elders. Cheng Yushan quickly approached Jiang Yi and queried him what happened. Jiang Yi ordered Cheng Yushan to seal the mountain, and he explained to him that no one should be allowed to enter because the creatures within it could not be dealt with by humans. Zhang Yushan was wondering what kind of creature it was that even Zhang Yu was wary of, and Zhang Yu revealed that it was a creature that does not belong to their world. So if they don't want to die, they should not enter Mount Tai from that day onwards, whether they're a soldier or an ancient warrior. Zhang Yushan was surprised that it was a creature that did not belong to their world, and he questioned how it ended up in their world. Zhang Yi explained that he didn't know, and he reminded them about what he voiced, that no one should ever set foot in Mount Tai again. But Elder Long raised his concern about the monster inside coming out if they don't deal with it. Zhang Yi conveyed that they could not come out for the time being because he had a feeling that Mount Tai had an array that was keeping the monstrous beast contained within Mount Tai. Elder Y observed that it was no wonder that the monsters had only been staying with Mount Tai, even after a long time had passed. Zhang Yi confirmed with them that they were safe for the time being as long as the array was not destroyed. Zhang Yi looked up at the pillar of light up in the mountain, and he acknowledged that it was his first defeat since coming back to Earth, so whatever that creature was, he shall return. He proclaimed that they should go because he would like to find a place where he could heal from his injury. Somewhere within the cave, someone knelt in front of a person in a black cloak, calling them Lord, and as he declared that they arrived early, he inquired what the order was. The person kneeling was Zhang Junshan, and as the person in the black cloak stated that they discovered a way to gain access to their Zhang family's ancestral burial, Zhang Junshan was ecstatic as he queried how he could gain access to it. The person in the black cloak mentioned that it was blood, as tributing the stone gate with his Zhang family's blood would reveal the mysteries of his Zhang family's ancestral burial. Zhang Junshan hesitated when he heard about the sacrifice with their family's blood. The person in the black cloak questioned Zhang Junshan if he did not want to, and he reminded him not to forget how he came to be the head of the Zhang family. Zhang Junshan tried to protest, but he did not finish what he was saying. The cloaked figure noted that he had no idea what cultivation technique Zhang Chenhai had practiced, but his abilities had advanced rapidly, so he warned Zhang Junshan that Zhang Chenhai would soon return to him to settle the debts and his position as the head of the Zhang family sooner or later. Zhang Junshan was astonished, and he remarked that it was impossible because he sent someone a few years ago to fully demolish Zhang Chenhai. The person in the black cloak interrogated Zhang Junshan if he knew of the great person in the ancient martial world who single-handedly defeated that Taiji sect master some time ago. Zhang Junshan confirmed with the person in the black cloak if he was referring to Zhang Yi, whom he called Master Zhang. The person in the black cloak confirmed with Zhang Junshan that he was referring to Zhang Yi indeed, and he uttered that he was Zhang Chenhai's son, so he was afraid that he was related to Zhang Chenhai's recovery. As Zhang Junshan heard that Zhang Yi was Zhang Chenhai's son, he remembered his encounter with Zhang Yi on Bama, and he pondered that it was no wonder that he felt like Zhang Chenhai at that time. The person in the black cloak pronounced that if he didn't get rid of Zhang Yi immediately, he would become a threat sooner or later, and Zhang Junshan voiced in the black cloak that he would follow his commands. The next day, in a forest, someone hovered above it while inside an orb of aura. It was Zhang Yi, and he meditated inside the orb. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Multiple slashing auras immediately flew in multiple directions as soon as Zhang Yi did that. Zhang Yi came down to the ground, and he considered that, fortunately, he had the Ren Wang Ju for protection because any other ordinary people would have died. He checked his phone. He saw that there were 7 missed calls from his father, so he wondered if there was an emergency. Zhang Yi immediately called back. The other line kept ringing, and Zhang Yi found it weird that no one was answering the phone. Zhang Yi conveyed that he had not been home in a long time, so he would return to find out what happened. 3 hours later, at their apartment in Anyang City, Zhang Yi opened the door and he called his parents, announcing that he was back. But Zhang Yi was surprised. Their entire living room was a mess, and he announced that something happened. Zhang Yi immediately called Jiang Qingsu, and as he affirmed that his parents were missing, he quickly ordered her to utilize 9 Spectre's power to help him search for them, and Jiang Qingsu agreed. Zhang Yi looked extremely concerned as he ended the call. Suddenly, Zhang Yi was surprised when an unknown number called him. As soon as he picked up the phone, the person on the other line immediately articulated that they knew where his parents were. The one who called Zhang Yi was Cheng Yushan, and Zhang Yi's expression darkened as he looked at his phone's screen. He was browsing the ancient warrior forum where Zhang Junshan had posted with an attached picture of Zhang Chenhai. In the title of the post, Zhang Junshan called him his good nephew, urging him to come and look at his father. Zhang Yi clicked on the post, and an image of Zhang Chenhai, unconscious and chained up, unraveled in front of him. The post asked Zhang Yi to come to the Zhang family's ancestral burial in Longjiang City, warning him that if he did not arrive in 2 hours, he should prepare to collect his parents' dead bodies. Zhang Yi was fuming mad, and he crushed his phone due to his anger. Meanwhile, in the comments section of the post, a member expressed surprise that Zhang Yi turned out to be a member of the Zhang family, which was the largest family in the Northeast. He was even the son of Jiang Chenhai, the matchless genius of the Jiang family 20 years ago, but he was dismissed after committing a mistake. Meanwhile, Xia Feng'er was looking intently at her phone screen. Xia Guoqing was with her, and he inquired her how things were going and if she had sent a message to Jiang Yi. She replied that she had, but Jiang Yi did not respond. Xia Feng'er remarked that she wanted to help Jiang Yi. Xia Guoqing declared not to go because, with her ability, she would be a burden to Jiang Yi. He advised her to believe in Jiang Yi, as everything would be okay. On the other hand, in the interior part of the Jiang family's ancestral burial, a lot of people were being tied up, with the exception of one person. The people who were tied up seemed to be disciples, and the man who was standing was the one who captured them. Jiang Yan, Jiang Junshin's father, who was the previous head of the Jiang family, called the person who tied them up a terrible being. He reprimanded the person for daring to do such a callous thing. The one who held them captive was Jiang Junshin, and he stated that he was doing it for the family. He queried him if he hadn't been yearning for the Jiang family's ancestral burial seal to be broken. Jiang Yan spit on Jiang Junshin's face as an act of defiance. Jiang Yan called Jiang Junshin the Jiang family's sinner because he conspired with the demon clan to kidnap the entire Jiang family for the blood sacrifice altar. Jiang Junshin proclaimed that he should just wait until he opens the Jiang family's ancestral burial and obtains the greatest techniques from it because the Jiang family would definitely be outstanding. Jiang Chenhai chimed in, and he uttered that, surprisingly, after all those years, he hadn't changed at all. Jiang Junshin laughed hysterically as he called Jiang Chenhai a pretentious dog. He commented that he was in no position to advise him. Jiang Junshin confessed to Jiang Yan that he caused the Jiang disciples to suffer severe casualties on the journey to the secret realm, blaming it on Jiang Chenhai. That confession left Jiang Yan speechless. Jiang Junshin affirmed that Jiang Chenhai was forced out of the Jiang family by him, so he couldn't escape responsibility. Jiang Yan voiced that he and Jiang Chenhai were true brothers, and Jiang Chenhai had tolerated him in everything since childhood. He could not understand why he tried to cause harm to his brother. Jiang Junshin announced that it was his fault because, in his eyes, there was only his talented and sensible young son. He could not even remember when the last time he looked at him was. Jiang Yan admitted to Jiang Chenhai that it was all his fault because he trusted his notorious son and made him suffer for all those years. But Jiang Chenhai mentioned that it was not his fault. Jiang Chenhai advised Jiang Junshin to withdraw as soon as possible because even Wu Shengshan was defeated by Jiang Yi, so he was not his opponent. Suddenly, someone arrived. It was the mysterious person in the black cloak, and Jiang Junshin immediately welcomed him as his lord, which surprised Jiang Chenhai. Jiang Junshin questioned the person in the black cloak if the killing array was ready. The person in the black cloak confirmed that it was ready. Jiang Junshin smiled evilly as he observed that even in the Golden Core realm, the killing array's power was invincible, and it was just Jiang Yi. The person in the black cloak declared that it was enough and that they should begin the worship ceremony immediately. Jiang Junshin went ahead and kicked one of the disciples. Jiang Junshin wielded his sword, and the disciples in front of him looked anxious as they pleaded for him to let them go. But without hesitation, Jiang Junshin raised his sword, and he stated to rest in peace and that their contributions would be remembered by the Jiang family. Blood splattered all over the place as Jiang Junshin mercilessly killed their disciples. Jiang Yan kept telling Jiang Junshin that he was committing a sin and that it was all his fault that he became an animal. Jiang Chenhai tried to stop Jiang Junshin, telling him that the evil person in the black cloak was deceiving him because there was no way that the ancestors' array could be unlocked with the blood of their own brothers. Jiang Junshin uttered that it was his turn and that death was knocking at his door, yet he was still yapping. Jiang Junshin raised his sword, and he remarked to go to hell. Suddenly, a powerful aura hit Jiang Junshin, and he groaned in pain as he was sent flying by it. Jiang Junshin crashed into the wall, and he hit the wall so strongly that he left a hole in it. It was Jiang Yi who fired the aura, and people in the room immediately recognized him. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan still questioned if he was looking at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi walked towards Jiang Junshin, and he pronounced that the country of Bama spared his life last time, but currently he was courting his own death. Jiang Junshin announced that since his lord was there, the humiliation from last time would be repaid to him multiple-fold in return. And Jiang Yi considered that he had a sense of deja vu with the breathing pattern of the person in the black cloak in front of him, so he wondered if he was someone he knew. The person in the black cloak inquired Jiang Yi if he was Master Jiang, and Jiang Yi confirmed. The person in black voiced that he was indeed as arrogant as the rumors claimed, so he wanted him to let him see if he was that amazing. He released a tremendous amount of aura from the palm of his hand. The aura immediately captured Jiang Yi and restricted his movements. The person in the black cloak raised Jiang Yi off the ground. Both Jiang Chenhai and Jiang Yan could only watch as Jiang Yi got trapped in the aura. The eyes of the person in the black cloak glimmered. Jiang Yi was horrified when spells made out of aura started to surround him. He grimaced in pain, and when he opened his eyes, they were empty. A few moments later, as Jang Yi opened his eyes again, he was still surrounded by the spells made out of aura, but he was no longer restricted by the aura from earlier. He was tied up to a wooden pole instead. Suddenly, a lady stepped into the area where Jang Yi was trapped. Jang Yi looked surprised as he looked at the lady. The lady was Song Yuyao. Jang Yi immediately questioned Song Yuyao why she was there, and she conveyed that she came there to save him. Jang Yi got worried, and he expressed not to come near him because it was dangerous. But Song Yuyao did not listen to Jang Yi, and as she approached him, she caressed his face as she articulated that he used to protect him. Suddenly, to Jang Yi's surprise, with a dark expression on her face, Song Yuyao stabbed him in the abdomen and proclaimed to go to hell. Suddenly, Jang Yi grabbed Song Yuyao's hand. Song Yuyao couldn't stab Jang Yi, and with a smirk, he inquired her if she really believed that she could kill him with such petty tricks. Song Yuyao trembled as Jang Yi turned the knife she was holding to point at her throat, and she questioned him if he didn't want to die with her. The figure that looked like Song Yuyao groaned as she tried to fight Jang Yi's strength, and Jang Yi queried her if she considered that she could trick him by impersonating Song Yuyao based on her standards. Jang Yi pushed the knife into the figure's throat, and it caused the illusion to shatter. On the other hand, while Jang Yi was still being restricted by the person in the black cloak's aura, Zhang Chenhai tried his best to yell and wake Jang Yi up. Zhang Junchen smiled, and he uttered to stop yelling because Jang Yi had fallen into his lord's mental attack, so he was doomed. But suddenly, Jang Yi woke up with a terrible expression on his face. Zhang Junchen was alarmed when he saw that Jang Yi was awake, while Yun Hui looked glad, and she stated that it was great. Jang Yi immediately cut up the aura with his natal flying sword that was restricting him, and he announced that he underestimated him as he did not expect him to know illusionary techniques. Jang Yi used his natal flying sword to destroy the chains that were binding his parents as well as Zhang Yan's. He declared parents to follow the others and leave, and Zhang Chenhai immediately agreed. On the other hand, Zhang Yan offered to stay and help, but Zhang Yi voiced to go. The rest of the Zhang family was also released, and they started walking towards the door. Suddenly, the ground shook, and huge rocks started falling down. A huge paw emerged from the ground, and one of the disciples screamed in pain as he was hit by it. A huge demonic beast emerged from the ground. The person in the black cloak remarked not to even think about escaping once they entered his killing array. Zhang Yi figured that the so-called killing array was to summon a remnant soul of the gluttonous beast from the depths of hell. The gluttonous beast roared loudly, and the person in the black cloak mentioned that those within his killing array should not even think about running away because all of them would be sacrificed as tributes. The door was blocked by huge rocks, and one of the disciples who tried to pass through was crushed under them. Zhang Yi inquired the person in the black cloak what was with the Domineer when it was nothing but a remnant soul of it. He created a huge slashing aura using his sword and directed it towards the gluttonous beast. But the gluttonous beast managed to deflect his attack, and it immediately lunged towards him. Zhang Yi was distressed when he saw the gluttonous beast's huge paw coming at him, but he managed to leap away and dodge the attack. Zhang Yi quickly turned to face the gluttonous beast after he managed to dodge its attack. He saw that the gluttonous beast was already charging towards him. Zhang Yi released a tremendous amount of aura to prepare to attack, and as he called the gluttonous beast an animal, he spoke to have a taste of his fish and slash. He fired a huge, slashing aura, and it hit the gluttonous beast's body. As the gluttonous beast's body was sliced in half, it fell to the ground, and Zhang Yi articulated in the black cloak that he was next. But the person in the black cloak released a smoky red aura as his eyes glimmered. The smoke started to fuse with the gluttonous beast, and its body started to regenerate. The gluttonous beast came back to life, and it looked more fierce than before. The gluttonous beast crouched in front of Zhang Yi, ready to pounce, and the person in the black cloak demanded to give up because the resonant soul of the gluttonous beast was unkillable within his killing array. Upon hearing what the person in the black cloak declared, Zhang Yi was intrigued, and he quickly charged towards the person in the black cloak. Zhang Yi stated that if that was the case, he would kill him first. Suddenly, the gluttonous beast fired a fiery aura behind him, and Zhang Chenhai immediately notified him about it. Zhang Yi quickly turned and slashed the fiery aura, but what Zhang Yi did made the aura explode, and the explosion sent him flying. Zhang Yi dug his feet into the ground as he skidded backward. The gluttonous beast raised its paw to attack Zhang Yi, and Zhang Yi was alarmed. Zhang Junchen cheered for the gluttonous beast to finish Zhang Yi, but Zhang Yi managed to dodge its attack by jumping off the ground. Zhang Yi swung his sword while he was midair. He shrouded the sword in his aura, and he ordered it to rise. Zhang Yi used his move, Soaring Steps, Beast-Killing Slash, and he slashed his way through its body. But as he cut through the gluttonous beast, Zhang Yi realized that its scale was really hard. The gluttonous beast started to cough up blood. It waved its tail. Jiang Yi cursed as he got hit by the gluttonous beast's tail, and it made him cough up blood. The gluttonous beast opened its mouth, and it positioned itself so it could catch Jiang Yi with it. Yan Hui got worried, and she called out to Jiang Yi. The gluttonous beast's mouth shut as it captured Jiang Yi in it. As the gluttonous beast gulped down Jiang Yi, Zhang Junchen laughed hysterically, calling Jiang Yi a bullfish of a master Zhang, and he remarked that he was absolutely no match when facing his lord's killing array. Zhang Junchen urged in the black cloak to quickly kill all of them so that they could unseal the array within the tombs. But to Zhang Junchen's surprise, the person in the black cloak choked him with the purple aura from earlier. Zhang Junchen was speechless when he realized what the person in black cloak was doing. So the person in black cloak spelled it out for him and announced that his only usage was to control the Zhang family. But from that day onward, the Zhang family shall perish. So there was no point for him to keep him alive anymore. Zhang Junchen screamed in pain as the person in the black cloak threw him up in the air. He crashed on a wall near Zhang Chenhai, who still showed worry for him as he called out his name. As Zhang Chenhai approached Zhang Junchen, he apologized to him and admitted that he did not expect himself to feel so much regret right before he died. Zhang Chenhai was enraged, and he glared at the person in the black cloak. With his fist shrouded in aura, Zhang Chenhai jumped off the ground to attack the person in the black cloak, and he commanded to die. But the person in the black cloak simply raised his hand to summon the purple aura from earlier, and as it transformed into a huge human hand, it pushed Zhang Chenhai back. Zhang Chenhai was sent flying, and he hit his back on a wall, absorbing the blood around. The person in the black cloak faced the Zhang family's ancestral burial seal, and he pronounced that it was the day that he would annihilate the whole Zhang family. The blood started to fill in the white spaces of the seal on the gate. While the person in the black cloak continued the ceremony, the gluttonous beast started to shine brightly, and it was in pain. There was a bright light in the middle of the gluttonous beast's body, and it was absorbing its entire being. As the gluttonous beast's body got absorbed and disappeared, it revealed Jiang Yi, whose palm was the source of the bright light. Jiang Yi glared at the person in the black cloak, and he retorted that the one who would be annihilated was him. The person in the black cloak could not believe that it was possible for Jiang Yi to refine the remnant soul of the gluttonous beast. Jiang Yi declared that it was all thanks to him that he managed to break through into the final phase of the second level of the Ren Wang Ju technique. The person in the black cloak remarked that it seemed that the investigation report by his Yuming clan on him was correct, that he was originally a self-deprecating piece of garbage, but his skills improved tremendously in just a year's time, and he deduced that there must be a reason behind it, which he believed was related to the secrets that lie within the Zhang family's ancestral tomb. When Jiang Yi heard about the Yuming clan, he stated in the black cloak that it was no wonder that he could sense a familiar eerie feeling that was coming from him, and Jiang Yi pondered that in his previous life, there was also a Yuming clan that existed within the cultivation realm with whom he had a historical origin, but he was not sure if the two were related in any way. Jiang Yi inquired the person in the black cloak who the clan leader of his Yuming clan was, but the person in black cloak called him a brat and responded that it didn't matter to him, so he should not ask about things that he shouldn't know. Jiang Yi got annoyed that the person in the black cloak was not talking, so he proclaimed that he would get the answer himself. The person in the black cloak was surprised when Jiang Yi suddenly appeared behind him, holding a sword to his throat, and all he could do was comment that Jiang Yi was fast. Jiang Yi pronounced in the black cloak that he was going to give him one more chance to speak, and he queried him who was his clan master and what was the secret that lies within the Zhang family's ancestral tomb. But to Jiang Yi's surprise, the person in the black cloak started to dissipate from his grasp. Jiang Yi immediately recognized it as the blood right escaping talisman. The person in the black cloak was intrigued that Jiang Yi actually knew about the blood right escaping talisman, and he observed that Jiang Yi was truly fascinating, so he noted that they would meet again. As the last bit of the person in the black cloak disappeared, Jiang Yi affirmed that he was right because, even during his previous life within the cultivation realm, the blood right escaping talisman was also one of the Yuming clan's ultimate techniques. Suddenly, Zhang Chenhai approached Jiang Yi with Yan Hui, and he questioned him if he was okay, and Jiang Yi confirmed that he was fine. Jiang Yan thanked Jiang Yi for saving the Zhang family and mentioned that the Zhang family was truly sorry to all of them. To Jiang Yan's surprise, Jiang Yi coldly voiced that he had no interest in the survival of the Zhang family. But Jiang Yi uttered that since Zhang Junchen was already dead, the head position within the Zhang family was vacant and someone should take over it. Jiang Yan commented that he had the say in that because, with his capabilities, the head position within the family was no doubt for him to own. But Jiang Yi asserted that he had no interest in that, so from that day onwards, his father, Zhang Chenhai, would be the head of the family, and upon hearing that, Jiang Chenhai tried to protest. Jiang Yi cut him off, telling him that the position was his to begin with and that his cultivation had been improving at an incredible rate. So in about half a year, he would definitely have a breakthrough into the Master Realm, so he should take it. Jiang Yan chimed in, and he added that he agrees that Jiang Chenhai should take it. Jiang Yan wondered the remaining disciples what they were waiting for and ordered them to quickly greet the new lord, and they obeyed by politely greeting Jiang Chenhai, calling him Lord Jiang. Jiang Chenhai conveyed that since things have come up to that, he would not push it, but he gave the disciples a forewarning that he would not tolerate if anyone within the family was caught doing bad deeds like what just happened, and the disciples confirmed that they understood. A few moments later, a huge slashing aura hit the boulders that were blocking the door. It was Jiang Yi who released that aura, and it left a huge hole where they could exit through. Jiang Yi directed parents to bring everyone out of the Jiang family's ancestral burial first. He looked at the gate seal, where the person in the black cloak was performing a ceremony earlier. The white spaces were now completely filled with blood, and Jiang Yi acknowledged that for something that could cause such worry to the Yuming clan, he wondered what secrets were exactly hidden within there. Jiang Yan approached Jiang Yi, and he called him Master Jiang. Jiang Yi responded, asking him if he needed anything. Jiang Yan remarked that it was nothing much, but regarding the secrets within their Jiang family tomb, in the past, that secret was usually only known by the successors of the family. Jiang Yi immediately figured out that it meant that even Jiang Chenhai didn't know about it, so he stated that it sure was mysterious, and Jiang Yan confirmed that he was correct. Jiang Yi inquired Jiang Yan to tell him what exactly the secret within the Jiang family tomb was. Jiang Yan noted that legend says that their Jiang family was once the very first ancient martial family that lived within those lands. He mentioned that no one knows the reason why the family suddenly disappeared, but their ancestors taught them that once there was someone who was able to unseal the tomb, the Jiang family would prosper once again. Jiang Yi was intrigued, so he queried Jiang Yan if the ancestors indicated if there were any treasures within the Jiang family tomb. But Jiang Yan observed that they did not say such a thing, and it was only mentioned that a strong force lies within it. Jiang Yi questioned Jiang Yan about the method to unseal the gate, and Jiang Yan revealed that nothing was expressed as they only conveyed that the person who would bring the Jiang family back to its glory days would be the one who would be able to unseal the gate. Jiang Yi affirmed that he should go ahead as he knew what he was going to do, and Jiang Yan confirmed that he understood. Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Yi intently as he wondered if the person mentioned by their ancestors who could bring the Jiang family back to its glory days could actually be Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi placed his palms into the seal, and the red symbols started to swirl. He looked horrified as he felt that the seal was sucking away his blood essence. The seal had almost turned completely red, and Jiang Yi announced that his hands were stuck to it and he could not pull them out. Suddenly, the remnant soul of the gluttonous beast that Jiang Yi had just refined into his body roared loudly, and Jiang Yi was surprised that it could actually still release a roar, so he wondered if it was perhaps related to the stone gate. Jiang Yi got more concerned when he felt that the seal was still absorbing, so he decided that he needed to reverse the flow of his breathing. His body emitted a bright light as he started to reverse the flow of his breathing. Jiang Yi was pushed back by a powerful aura. As Jiang Yi managed to distance himself from the stone gate, he wondered why it seemed like it was actually a living being, as he felt that it was having so much fun absorbing his blood essence. But when he tried to turn it around, it got mad instantly. Jiang Yi released his aura on both his hands, and he pronounced that after interacting with the stone gate, he noticed that the mechanism behind it was that there was an array that was placed within it. He applied his aura to the seal, whose red symbols had completely swirled around. A few symbols appeared at the ends of the spikes around the seal. The seal shined brightly, and there was a cracking sound. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Yi wondered if the stone gate was breaking apart. Suddenly, a huge explosion of bright light surged out of the stone gate. The bright light was intense that it reached outside the building, and it startled the others who were waiting there. Suddenly, Jiang Yi came out of the building flying as he got pushed out by the bright light, and both his parents, including Jiang Yan, called out to him, concerned. Jiang Chenhai quickly jumped to stop Jiang Yi from getting blown away further. Jiang Yan also jumped in and supported Jiang Chenhai from behind. The three of them dragged their feet on the ground as they skidded through it. Jiang Yi pointed out the tremendous amount of aura, and he asserted that it was greater than any place else that could be found around that world.
The Jiang family's ancestral tomb throbbed with a massive surge of aura. Jiang Chenhai gestured at the thick energy, pressing Wu Zhangyi about what could possibly lurk inside their ancestral tomb, but Wu Zhangyi replied that he wasn't entirely sure yet, though he figured some unknown creature might be sealed within it. Wu Zhangyi had a nagging hunch that the secret of their ancestral tomb tied somehow to Mount Tai. Zhang Chenhai blinked in shock when Wu Zhangyi mentioned an unknown creature, explaining that a crack in the stone gate now leaked spiritual energy while the creature still remained trapped inside. Wu Zhangyi told everyone to clear out, claiming he would build an aura-gathering array there and seal the tomb temporarily, and everyone nodded that they got the message. Wu Zhangyi stayed behind, watching the Zhang family members retreat down the slope. He figured that once he set up the array, the aura across the ancestral ground would condense again, and since the Zhang family's territory was already blessed, disciples could start training there from then on. And in time, the Zhang family would rise as the top clan among ancient warriors. Wu Zhangyi flipped a space ring into his palm. He released several kinds of spirit stones, figuring that higher-grade stones would push the aura-gathering effect even further. He sorted the stones that looked alike into neat clusters. Wu Zhangyi set each cluster of stones precisely at every tip of the six-pointed star drawn into the magic circle. He pushed his aura into the glowing circle carved across the dirt. A massive pillar of light burst downward, slamming into the magic circle as Wu Zhangyi activated the array. The beam swelled outward, forming a dome-shaped barrier that wrapped around the Zhang family's ancestral tomb. Wu Zhangyi felt a rush of satisfaction, knowing he had sealed the energy leak from spilling into the outer world. He dropped into meditation, wondering whether that dense aura could push him past the third level of Ren Wangjue. 3 months later, deep in the mountains, an old man jolted when a streak of light cut through the horizon. The old man, Tian Yu, great elder of the longevity sect, frowned since he had sensed a strong aura surge earlier, and he found it weird that it vanished so fast. He blinked when the light flared again. Tian Yu leapt into the air, streaking toward the glowing source. He arrived before the Zhang family's tomb, eyes widening as he spotted the completed aura-gathering array. Tian Yu caught sight of Wu Zhangyi within the barrier and wondered who that man was, since the aura clearly streamed from him. Suddenly, Wu Zhangyi's eyes snapped open. Tian Yu stiffened and noted that Wu Zhangyi's pressure carried real weight. Wu Zhangyi had finished meditating, figuring he was close since his Ren Wangjue technique had hit the late stage of the second layer. Though he realized he'd need to wait for the right moment to break into the third, and shouldn't push it now. Wu Zhangyi spotted a figure perched high in a tree and figured his cultivation's energy ripples had drawn a curious pest. He vanished from his spot. Tian Yu flinched when Wu Zhangyi materialized behind him, demanding who he was and why he crossed into Zhang family land. When Tian Yu caught the name Zhang family, he questioned if Wu Zhangyi was an ancient warrior, puzzled since Wu Zhangyi's methods felt distinctly like a cultivator's. Wu Zhangyi didn't answer directly, remarking instead that Tian Yu looked like a cultivator himself, which Tian Yu confirmed, introducing himself as the great elder of the longevity sect, and Wu Zhangyi recognized it as Yan Mei's longevity sect. Tian Yu blinked at that, saying that Yan Mei had once been an outer disciple of the longevity clan, but she was dead. Wu Zhangyi acknowledged it coolly, admitting that he was the one who killed Yan Mei. Tian Yu's pulse jumped as he pressed Wu Zhangyi again, confirming if he was truly the ancient warrior Master Zhang. Wu Zhangyi pressed Tian Yu about whether he was asking questions because he wanted revenge for Yan Mei, but Tian Yu replied casually that it was nothing like that since Yan Mei was just an outer sect disciple, and no one would bother blaming Wu Zhangyi over someone so insignificant. Wu Zhangyi inquired if Tian Yu had any other business and told him to leave if he didn't because he was standing at the Zhang family's boundary, where outsiders were strictly unwelcome. Tian Yu mentioned that he had a request concerning the upcoming competition among the 3 major cultivation sects in 3 days, and he explained that he hoped Wu Zhangyi could do him a favor by heading to the Changsheng sect to offer some guidance. Wu Zhangyi questioned why members of the hidden cultivation sects would ever need the guidance of a mere ancient warrior, and remarked that they were clearly scheming something. Tian Yu chuckled and remarked that Wu Zhangyi must be joking, since no ordinary ancient warrior could possibly create an aura-gathering array. And even within their 3 great cultivation sects, no one had managed such a feat, and hearing that made Wu Zhangyi instantly realize that Tian Yu's true aim was to learn about the aura-gathering array. Tian Yu immediately owned up to it and requested that Wu Zhangyi lend his help in forming an aura-gathering array. Wu Zhangyi replied that it wasn't impossible, but he wanted to know what he would gain from doing it. And in the back of his mind, he was musing that he had once encountered the longevity sect's longevity water in Bama, so those hidden cultivation sects probably had plenty of valuable treasures tucked away. Tian Yu assured him it was a trivial matter, promising that he would speak with his sect leader and guaranteeing that Wu Zhangyi would be treated well. Wu Zhongyi then pulled out his phone and made a call. The one who answered right away was Jiang Qingshui. Wu Zhongyi told her to come to the Jiang family estate in 3 days because she would be accompanying him to the longevity sect, which caught Jiang Qingshui off guard, and he followed up by asking if she knew where it was. Jiang Qingshui confirmed she did, explaining that Yan Mei had brought her there several times, and she asked Wu Zhongyi why he wanted to go to the Changsheng sect, but he brushed it off, saying she would find out when she arrived, and she simply accepted that. Tian Yu, looking curious, questioned if Wu Zhongyi had been talking to Jiang Qingshui, but instead of answering, Wu Zhongyi coolly asked if there was any issue with that. Tian Yu quickly replied that there wasn't, only that he happened to know Jiang Qingshui, who was gifted and strikingly beautiful, and Wu Zhongyi quietly concluded that Tian Yu was, without doubt, an asshole. Wu Zhongyi casually suggested to Tian Yu that he and Jiang Qingshui would head to the longevity sect together in 3 days, and Tian Yu simply nodded, mentioning he would set out ahead of them. Tian Yu took off right away without hesitation. Wu Zhongyi pulled out his phone and gave Zhang Chenhai a ring. He explained that he had set up the aura-gathering array on the ancestral tomb, then mentioned he wanted a few Zhang family disciples to build a barrier to keep intruders away, since from that day on, the Zhang family disciples could use the place for cultivation, and Zhang Chenhai promptly replied he would arrange it. Wu Zhongyi recalled that he still had 2 disciples and a friend who should join the Zhang family group for training, so he mentioned that as well, already planning to call Xia Feng'er, Fang Shu, and Zhu Hao to join since the place was brimming with spiritual energy, making cultivation several times faster than usual. 3 days later, deep within Lishan's ancient forest, Wu Zhongyi stood beside Jiang Qingshui, commenting that the hidden cultivation sect sure knew how to pick its spots, since, according to Lishan legends, where Nuwa had refined stones to mend the sky, the aura there was double that of the mortal realm. Jiang Qingshui darted around a massive tree, telling him to wait up because there was a maze, and to unlock it, one had to spin the giant tree 10 times clockwise, 10 times counterclockwise, and pour a precise surge of spiritual power into it. She was already circling in a counterclockwise spin, focused on her task. Without warning, Wu Zhongyi cast a breaking spell with casual precision. Jiang Qingshui jumped in surprise when the sect hall suddenly materialized before her eyes. She frowned, half irritated, pressing him on why he didn't mention he could break the maze so easily while she was busy making a fool of herself. And he hesitated before replying that she never asked, which made her sigh before brushing it off, calling him a great master. The pair started climbing the stone steps toward the sect's hall. The sect guards halted them, demanding to know their business with the longevity sect and whether they carried a pass. And Jiang Qingshui explained that Tian Yu had invited Wu Zhongyi, asking if that was enough to grant entry. One guard turned to his companion, ordering him to verify if Tian Yu truly extended the invitation, and the other acknowledged immediately. The guard told Wu Zhongyi and Jiang Qingshui to wait a bit, while the confirmation was made, promising to let them through once verified. Wu Zhongyi suddenly caught sight of a group approaching the sect, gliding down from the sky on flying swords. They touched down smoothly with a blonde man at the front who clearly led the group. The blonde man stepped right up to Jiang Qingshui with quiet confidence. He was Jiang Wushuang, son of the Infinite Sect's leader, and his eyes showed he recognized her right away. Jiang Wushuang mentioned to Jiang Qingshui that it had been ages since they last met, tossing in that she looked even prettier now, but she barely cared, and just returned the greeting politely, calling him her senior brother. A short distance away, 2 female cultivators were swooning over Jiang Wushuang, one gushing about how ridiculously handsome he was and saying she'd marry him in a heartbeat, while the other added that he had already crushed the last 3 clan tournaments, so this year's crown would probably be his again. Then the guard from earlier came rushing back and reported to Wu Zhongyi that Tian Yu had invited him in. Wu Zhongyi mentioned that they should head out, and Jiang Qingshui agreed without hesitation, but Jiang Wushuang suddenly stepped in front of Wu Zhongyi, demanding to know who he was. Jiang Qingshui told Jiang Wushuang to move aside, warning that he shouldn't dare act rude toward her master. Jiang Wushuang blinked in disbelief, demanding to know what had happened and why she was calling that peasant-looking man her master. Out of nowhere, Wu Zhongyi smacked Jiang Wushuang across the face hard enough to turn heads. Wu Zhongyi threw out an arrogant remark, wondering aloud where that annoying fly had come from and why it kept buzzing with so many questions. Jiang Wushuang's companions instantly raised their guard, while Jiang Wushuang burned with rage at Wu Zhongyi for daring to strike him. Zhang Wushuang unleashed a powerful wave of aura and declared that Wu Jiangyi was courting death. The two female cultivators from before whispered that his aura was terrifying and that he must be furious, so Wu Jiangyi was definitely done for. Suddenly, someone intervened, telling Zhang Wushuang to calm down, since Wu Jiangyi was their esteemed guest, and politely asking if he could let it slide, for the sake of giving an old man some face. The one who stepped in was Tian Yu. Tian Yu and Zhang Wushuang exchanged a few words that clearly revolved around Wu Jiangyi. Zhang Wushuang flashed a dazzling smile. Tian Yu appeared satisfied with Zhang Wushuang's response, but Zhang Wushuang threw Wu Jiangyi a mocking glance, and Wu Jiangyi met it with a cold glare. Tian Yu quietly observed as Zhang Wushuang departed with his companions. Once they were gone, Tian Yu's expression softened into a smile as he welcomed Wu Jiangyi warmly. Wu Jiangyi mentioned to Tian Yu that if he wanted him to represent their clan in the tournament that year, it would depend entirely on what they were willing to offer in return. Tian Yu reassured him with confidence, promising that he wouldn't be disappointed. Tian Yu then gestured for Wu Jiangyi to follow him into the sect. Wu Jiangyi and Zhang Wushuang walked after Tian Yu through the sect's entrance. As Tian Yu urged Wu Jiangyi to follow him in another direction, Wu Jiangyi frowned in surprise, questioning whether the clan leader wasn't supposed to be in the main hall. Moments later, they reached the Grand Clan Temple, and both Wu Jiangyi and Zhang Wushuang were caught off guard when Wu Jiangyi's natal flying sword suddenly appeared on its own. Wu Jiangyi managed to grab the sword mid-air, puzzled at why it seemed to be trembling with excitement. Meanwhile, Tian Yu approached a statue standing in the temple. Tian Yu twisted the statue's head so that it faced the opposite direction. The floor before Wu Jiangyi split open abruptly, revealing a staircase spiraling downward. Wu Jiangyi flinched again as his natal flying sword wriggled free from his grasp. The sword shot ahead with urgency, and Wu Jiangyi sprinted after it, yelling for it to come back.